Happy Thursday, y'all. We have some action already behind scenes. It's been an active morning here on the leader. It's been very, very fun. Whether it's getting ready for brought the umbrella today, brother. See that? Good morning, Marcus.
That's a bold move. Morning, Murph. You brought the umbrella before it started raining.
Well, it was raining in the North Bay, brother.
Ooh.
In the home of Marin Health.
Ah.
Yes. Get the orthopedic trade to get you back on the trail.
Oh, you got some drizzle up north, huh?
A decent amount.
So that means
I had the wipers going, buddy.
The rain clouds are coming south towards the city. What time can I expect the rain in San Francisco, Murph?
You tell me. 7 a.m. How's that? I'm calling 7 a.m.
That's bad news. I won't have time to get my rooftop riff in for tonight's Warriors and Knicks game.
Well, I want a rooftop riff in the rain.
Ooh, okay.
Therefore, it'll be a rainy rooftop riff.
I would say, should I start singing and dancing like Usher up on the rain, like the halftime show?
Yes. Mm-hmm. It'll be a triple R, unlike a triple E. So there you go. Which was part of our active morning that we had. It's been a wacky morning. I got an email early this is crazy, man. So Marcus and I talk about this. We get up in the morning and, you're rubbing the sleep out of your eyes. Everybody who's listening right now has some sort of morning routine.
Oh, of course.
Although we might have some people right now who are just pulling all-nighters. We used to get calls at 5 in the morning when we started at 5. Guys are finishing up their shifts, driving home.
Oh, shout out to my guy, John, who would constantly be on the back end of a bender and tuning into the leadoff spot at 5 a.m.
It's your guy, John.
Yeah, my guy, John.
Did he call in or text in? Or
No, I would just see him out because, he's boys with, my friend group, and he'd tell me all the time, he's like, bro, I was hammered. I was on the back end of a bender, and, dude, your first segment was phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, John was, he was in a good mood when he was listening to you.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, I got John Curley is our new producer, Kerley.
Yeah,
John Curley.
I hope John Curley's not on the back end of a bender.
Well, he might be, and if so, he'll gut it out today. And anyway, I was in the bathroom running the shower water, looking at my phone, and my eyes are, and it looked like I got an email from a guy, John Curley, and I clicked on it, and it said, "Hey Murph, I want you to listen to the song "Weekend in New England" by Barry Manilow." And I was like, I know that song. It was an incredibly sappy ballad from the 70s. And he said, and I want you to listen to it in the ears of a Giants fan, and it's incredible, hilarious content. And I was like, damn, Curley's lost the plot, man. What's going on? I'm like, John Curley's sending me Barry Manilow emails at 4 in the morning? What's going on?
I know, Curley's trying to get, subliminal messages to you about
through
the
Barry
Giants.
Manilow, Weekend in New England. When will I hold you? That whole deal, right? So
when will the Giants win a spring training game?
Yes, kind of. So I walk in this morning and I see Curley and I'm like, bro, I've known you, many years. Ha ha. I've known him 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
I said, in all the years I've known you, I didn't expect a Barry Manilow email from you at 4 in the morning. He goes, huh? What? Huh? I said, dude, what? And then I started questioning myself. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, there's this email. And we look at it. It was sent by a guy named John Keedy, Keady. My eyes, I saw Curley. It said Keedy. So the whole morning, I'm like, what are we doing with this producer who's sending me Barry Manilow emails at 4 in the morning? Turns out it wasn't him.
Turns out it was a burner account of John Curley.
So that was a guy named John Keedy, who's a longtime listener who's moved to Colorado, I believe.
Ooh.
Anyway, then that happened. Then I decide Steph Curry's playing. I'm talking about the active morning we have here, right?
Let's get active.
So I've already had the Barry Manilow mishap with Curley, and then I got Weekend in New England stuck in my head, which is incredible. Not a rejoin, young Tony, by the way, not a rejoin. Although it could be funny as a rejoin. Could be very funny.
Stay tuned.
Anyway. Then I said, you know what, Steph's going, what's going on today in the sports world? The Niners don't have a D coordinator. We'll talk about that. The Giants lost to the A's. By the way, the A's always kick their ass in Cactus League. What is that? What is it? Well, I'm telling you, as a lifelong Giants fan, it's a freaking thing.
Well, Murph,
it's a thing.
We're talking about the A's postseason Cactus League. That's how they treat Cactus League, like it's the biggest event of the year.
Well, they beat, I don't have the numbers, and that'll get to our next riff in a second here. I don't have the numbers, but I guarantee you the A's have a significant winning record over the Giants in the Cactus League.
You know what? Let me see if I could find that on StatMuse.
So and that leads to the next thing, which is the active morning before 6 a.m. between umbrellas, Barry Manilow, and A's kicking Giant ass. I said, God, well, Steph's going to Madison Square Garden. That was the scene of two of the greatest moments in his career. The 54-point outburst in 2013 that put him on the map. And the breaking the all-time three-point record in 2021, December of 2021. I'm like, so let's go through. So I figured today's day and age, brother, you should be able to find Steph Curry's career log at Madison Square Garden, no problem. So I type into the Google machine, what are Steph Curry's career game logs at Madison? I can't find it. I'm like, what? So what do I do, dude? Scratch paper and a pencil. I go year by year through Basketball Reference, literally scratch paper, writing them down, Waterboy, writing them down. Then after I write them down, I got to add them up. Then I got to divide them. So I come in and I said, I don't know what you guys did to prepare for the show, but I spent 15 minutes on scratch paper going through Steph Curry's game logs at Madison Square Garden. Waterboy literally holds up his laptop, hold it up for the crew. He goes,
Oh, I'll show the people, Murph.
He goes, oh, you mean this? He typed in.
I just typed in Steph Curry at Knicks on StatMuse, and I found the stats in about 5 seconds, Murph.
So,
But thank you for the math.
I had gone to StatMuse and typed in Steph Curry at Madison Square Garden.
I tried the same thing at first, Murph, so we were on the same page, but for whatever reason, they did not understand my question, and they gave me like a confused Michael Jordan image.
Okay.
And then I just put in Steph Curry at Knicks, and I got all the numbers right here.
They give you a confused Michael Jordan image?
Oh, they give you that's my favorite thing about StatMuse. They give you like these cartoon illustrations, but yeah, they'll give you like a confused Jordan or like a LeBron meme or something like that. Yeah.
Pretty creative.
I don't understand your question.
Oh my God. So after all that, Marcus literally typed it in. He goes, what do you need? And then it turns out my numbers, another laugh track, please. Turns out my numbers were wrong. All right. But that's because I did not include the 2009 game where he only played 2 minutes and scored 0 points.
Murph, StatMath has him listed as 3 minutes, and he had 1 block in the game, so he got on the court.
Okay, see, StatMuse has it all.
That's the only stat he had.
Well, I have, taking away that game, I have Steph averaging 28.5 at Madison Square Garden. What does StatMuse have?
StatMuse has him averaging 25.5 in his 11 games on the road at Madison Square Garden.
See, I did the 10 games. Is it what would you rather do? Include the game where he plays 3 minutes and no points, or would you rather not?
I'd say we can probably forget about that.
You're with
one.
me.
Let's go with your numbers, Murph.
You know what? You're not going with StatMuse. You're going with StatMurph.
That's it, Murph. I'm throwing away the iPad just like the Giants in spring training.
StatMurph.
StatMurph. I like that.
StatMuse.
StatMurph.
StatMurph.
Stat Marcus. The StatMurph and Marcus show.
And then I also have him, by the way, 52 of 106 from the 3-point line at Madison Square Garden, which is really good. Mm-hmm. He shoot, and a lot of that was boosted. One game, the 54-point game, he was 11 of 13 from the 3-point line.
Yeah, but he also broke the all-time 3-point record in Madison Square Garden with Reggie Miller on the call.
You know what's interesting about that? That game was his worst 3-point shooting game there. He was 5 of 14 there. Here are some other ones: 11 of 13, 5 of 11, 5 of 9, 4 of 9, 6 of 11, 7 of 14. I mean, he shoots well there. He does.
And that's the question. Will tonight at Madison Square Garden be the end of this mini slump that we've seen of Steph Curry since the All-Star break?
Well, we'll ask Kenny Atkinson about that, and I know we always like to keep the guest list secret, but we've told people it's 8 a.m., but he had to move to 7 a.m. So that's I'm giving a little sneak peek at the guest list there.
We got an Atkinson audible.
All right, so there you go. That's the active morning we have. How about you, buddy? How active was your last night and pre-show morning?
Last night was nice. I took a nice little walk around the neighborhood, Murph.
Okay, we're learning it.
Yeah, just exploring. And I actually end up stopping at a park where they had 2 baseball fields, and there was some Little League practice going on. And, dude,
look at
I
this.
just got
moved to Americana.
Dude, that's it. I was just like, dude, I can just hang out, take a walk around the park, light one up, and then watch a little baseball practice.
Of course, he says light one up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, but that had to be a couple blocks away.
I was about to paint the picture of Mayberry RFD, Happy Days with Richie Cunningham, dude, and you just said I'm going to go light one up.
Yeah, those are my happy days,
When
Murph.
Opie and Sheriff Andy went down to the fishing hole to whistling, they weren't burning one.
Yeah, they probably should have been.
Although, I'll be honest, I wonder if deep down Sheriff Andy wishes he was burning.
Yeah, I'm saying they would have had a better time. It would have made a real happy day, Murph.
Well, have you ever fished after in that state?
Oh, dude, if you're going fishing and you're not indulging in those activities, what are you doing?
I guess fishing while impaired is a thing. So anyway, well, that's great. You moved to Americana. You moved to Main Street, USA.
Exactly. I saw some kids playing baseball, took a couple walks around the block. And then
Doom Loop is BS. Marcus sees kids playing baseball.
Dude, that's it. I got the rooftop views. I got kids playing baseball. San Francisco's looking pretty damn good. And then
have you hit that Goat Hill Pizza yet?
Not yet. I got to stop by. But that's because I got a nice lunch yesterday down at the Gotham Club. Shout out Murph. Shout out the Bay Area host committee.
I did want to open talking about that, but I got caught up in my StatMuse, my StatMurph. We do want to shout out the Bay Area host committee for hosting us, all of us. Curly, a wide-eyed young Tony, where he sees the likes of a Steve Young, a Larry Bear, a Hunter Pence, a Brandy Chastain, hobnobbing with free breakfast burritos, free little mini quiches. How about those little mini quiches? I popped in 2 or 3 of those like Pez. All right, dude.
And Murph, the best part, Free beer.
I couldn't believe, were they serving free beer?
Yeah, free
I couldn't
beer.
drink at 11 a.m. You guys hit that.
Oh, Murph.
Well, if you're going to go to a Little League game, you got to juice up. You know what I mean?
Murph, you know my style on the leadoff spot with my guy Overnight Dave. It was a Wednesday yesterday, but that doesn't change anything.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon.
Wow. We're getting it.
Thursday is one of my days off.
Rich.
On my off days, I start drinking at noon.
Yeah.
You don't get to interrupt that.
As a guy who listened to the leadoff spot for years and years, that just gave me chills.
It's
buddy.
a Thursday
That just gave me
staple.
chills.
We'll still get people on the Golden State Lumber building material text line asking for it.
Well, I just got it. I got the goosebumps. All right,
Shout out
guys.
Overnight
There's
Dave.
your opening segment. Warriors at Madison Square Garden tonight should be a lot of fun. We can recap the mixer coming up. The Niner D coordinator search, though, is on our mind. Is there news? Maybe a little bit. We'll talk about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Take a walk around the park, light one up, and then watch a little baseball practice.
Here's what's trending now on KNBR.com.
Stephen Douglas Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down his contract extension with the Warriors and to talk about Andrew Wiggins taking another leave of absence away from the Dubs. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
There he is. We're learning, again, we're coaching young Tone here on his rejoins. Listen, you can never, ever, ever go wrong with Phil Lynott and the boys from Thin Lizzy. And you can go deeper in the catalog, too. You don't have to go skim at the top with Boys Are Back in Town. Any treasure from the Lizzy boys will do us right. Guess who just got back today? The 49ers without a D coordinator. That's who got back today without a D coordinator. So it's kind of wild that this thing's still going on. The latest name we heard, there's a little bit of news as I teased before the break. Dave Merritt, D-backs coach for the Kansas City Chiefs of all teams. How about that? How about the audacity of having a Chiefs guy walk into your building?
Well, I love this interview, not for the reason of I think this is going to be the future DC, but if you're going around, if you're making the rounds and interviewing other coaches from other teams, why not take a glimpse into what Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs have been doing for the defense that beat you in the Super Bowl? Why not try to pick the brain of a guy that's been kind of groomed underneath Steve Spagnuolo? I think this is only good to acquire information, even if they don't make the hire.
It is a very weird deal of how much does Dave Merritt give away? How much does Kyle get to ask? Imagine in your own job if you're going to interview with a competitor.
Well,
yes.
Shout out our former producer interviewing with our competitor.
You mean yesterday at the mixer?
Yeah, I don't know if I should riff on air about this, but
not our current. I thought you meant our current producer was hobnobbing with the competitor yesterday.
No, the same thing happened with us. After our producer left, he went over and told some insider secrets to our competition.
Oh my God!
Allegedly.
It just gets better.
Yeah, again, I don't know if I should be saying this on air, but you asked for a real life example.
It just gets
I got diarrhea of the mouth.
It gets better and better and better.
So it does happen in real life also.
As Earl Woods said to Tiger Woods, "Let the legend grow." I'm going to go ahead and say you're letting that legend grow there. Oh my God!
I'm sorry.
No, it's hilarious. It's all time. All time.
Right.
Anyway, Dave Merritt is a D-backs coach for the Chiefs, and he interviewed. I don't know if anybody truly believes Dave Merritt's going to get the job. He's never been a coordinator. He's 52 years old. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he's just never been a coordinator. Mm-hmm. In fact, we were just discussing off air, none of the candidates they've interviewed have been a coordinator except for one, and it's the one nobody wants. Although I heard Copes and Tolbert, Brandon Staley, heard Copes and Tolbert with a very different take in the afternoon as I was driving home from another Little League practice, and not one where randos were watching me burning one. All right, so
just trying to support the kids, Murph.
They were, and your support was appreciated. They were much more neutral to positive on Brandon Staley than some of the people we've heard from, like the guy who said he had a punchable face, and we got into the German word yesterday and all that. And you've expressed reservations.
Yeah, just to me, it doesn't make sense as a scheme fit. Especially when we talk so much about Steve Wilks coming to town, him running a 3-4 defense in Arizona, in Carolina, and then him being kind of the square peg trying to fit into a round hole and adapt to the 4-3 system. Well, take a look at what Brandon Staley and the Chargers were running last year, a 3-4 defense. Yeah. Now, I know everybody can adjust, but do you want to go through that same adjustment period of trying to have a defensive coordinator run a different defense when you are in the middle of this Super Bowl window?
Well, it's a question for sure. I mean, I kind of, listen, am I a D coordinator? No. Have I ever coordinated a defense in the NFL? The answer is no. Mm-hmm. So I try to, go around to people who are more connected than I am or smarter than I am and read what they have to say and consider it.
Yeah.
Mike Silver came out very strongly in favor of Staley. He said it was obvious that you would hire Brandon Staley because of his experience in having a number one defense with the Rams in 2020 and his connection with Sean McVay and Shanahan that way, and that Staley admires Shanahan and all that. He made a pretty good case for him. So, but I hear what you're saying. The Joey Bosa factor has to be something they play into this. What is Joey telling Nick that Nick's telling Kyle? And so, I mean, listen, if we say you got to trust Kyle, you can't really say that because you trusted Kyle and he hired Steve Wilks, and well, it got you to overtime of the Super Bowl. It wasn't a total disaster, but it did create in the final instance, it was enough for him to get fired.
And that's the thing. Like, I remember we had Steve Weish on, and I asked him, was it a mistake that they hired Steve Wilkes? And he said, no, it wasn't a mistake. They got all the way to the Super Bowl. They were one of the best teams this year, defensively, only allowing 17 points per game, tied for first in the NFL in interceptions. So he definitely had some highlights and had some things you could put on your resume, but it just wasn't the right fit. But then I asked the same question to Mike Silver, and he's like, oh, absolutely. They fired him after going to the Super Bowl, so it was a mistake. So that's the question moving forward with Kyle Shanahan. Will it be a mistake to bring in someone like Brandon Staley, who is kind of in that same kind of mold of Steve Wilkes, a guy you got to mold differently to fit your system?
Right, but we also talked about, a lot of people associate him with his head coaching failures, but we talked about being a head coaching failure is a different ball of wax than being a coordinator. We talked about Steve Spagnuolo. He was a head coaching failure, and he's an unbelievable defensive coordinator. There are guys like that who are meant to be coordinators, not meant to be head coaches.
Absolutely.
Certainly at their point in career. Staley's still young, right? I would say on balance, the idea of an experienced guy like Brandon Staley, I would go in mildly optimistic. That would be my take. I'd go in mildly optimistic. Hearing the concerns that you're laying out, I hear you. I'm not dismissing them, but I'm looking at the playing field of candidates. Nick Sorensen, Dan Bullocks, Dave Merritt so far. That's all we've heard, right? By the way, what happened to our Pete Carroll dream?
Yeah.
Is that out?
What happened to Mike Vrabel?
What happened to Bill Belichick?
Yeah, all those options.
Belichick? Anybody? People tweeting things.
Still out there.
People tweeting crazy things.
The streets are saying things, Murph.
We got to be careful on when people tweet crazy things versus what's real news.
That's it. We need real sources of what's going on.
Hey, listen, I'm the guy who got caught on an April Fool's joke back in like 2008 or whatever. Do you remember this Pittsburgh Steelers downfield threat Mike Wallace?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mike Wallace.
Somebody tweeted out that the Niners had acquired him. And I went on air with it. And then the phones lit up, said, hey, idiot, it's April 1st. And I was like, I got to give you like 100 push-ups right now.
I got to.
Thankfully, we corrected it quickly.
That's always dangerous, doing sports radio on April 1st.
Oh, is it?
Especially at 6 a.m. in the morning when you're still trying to wake up when you're getting texts about Barry Manilow.
Next thing you know, you think your producer's sending you weekend in New England tweets.
Like, what's going on?
You may have to come back with a rejoin weekend in England. Or did Copes announce Arson Judge on KNBR? He said it's a done deal? Kevin ran down the hallway? The whole deal? Were you here?
Arson Judge. I wasn't here for that. I don't think so.
No? Okay.
Must have been in the afternoons, yeah.
Must have been. There it is. So anyway, that's where the Niners are right now. They continue to not have a D coordinator despite the Combine going underway. And in fact, by the way, the Combine gets going today.
Oh, they're on the field today,
Yeah,
Murph.
this is exciting. Now, will you watch?
Oh, I'll watch.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the Underwear Olympics.
That's what you call it. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for a thick lower trunk. Like, I love the way that
There's your cut right there, Tone.
Well, no, like, they'll describe defensive linemen as, like, dancing bears or, like, there's a bunch of different terms that get thrown out there. I don't know. I like watching the 40. I like watching quarterbacks throw the ball.
For me, it's something to have on.
It's football.
Really. And there's that quiet hum of the Indianapolis Dome that's going on while because there's no crowd noise or anything. It's just guys kind of grunting and running around. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go ahead and like go out of my way to watch it, but I'll throw it on.
No, like I'm not blocking out my schedule like appointment type TV.
Some people do.
I know. Those people are.
Shout out Pat Connor, old Pecan.
Yeah, those people are deep divers into the draft, but I'll pay attention, especially since I am a Raiders fan and they are in the market for a quarterback, so I like watching all the quarterback choices.
I want to make sure you're a Raiders fan, but not a Las Vegas Raiders fan.
That's it, Murph. We got to make sure to separate that. I'm a
By the way,
Raider fan.
today is the defensive linemen and the linebackers. So, Niners need more guys. Drake Jackson, y'all. I mean, you kind of need him. You know what I mean? So,
well, especially with Drake Jackson coming off, finishing the year on IR. Chase Young's a free agent. Cleve Farrell, free agent. Randy Greger's a free agent.
Yeah.
They're going to need a bookend defensive end to pair with Nick Bosa, but I feel like we're talking about that almost every offseason.
You know what's great news is free agency is going to start real soon. And it's not going to be like the Scott Boras free agency. We're going to get answers right away. Can you imagine if the NFL did it like Boras does it? And we're literally like an August 20th not knowing where Jawan Jennings is going, So thank God for the NFL. We're going to get answers. We're going to get them fast.
Oh, and you actually get action. And I love NFL free agency. Now, we've talked about this before. For the fans that are more involved in the NFL season during the offseason, whether that's the combine, free agency, and all that stuff, I think it's good for the teams that need a little hope, need something to look forward to. Because in the offseason, everybody's obviously got an 0-0 record, so everybody wants to improve their team so much. But also, from a 49er perspective, when they're in this Super Bowl window, it's just nice to have a first-round draft pick back on the board.
I've never been more excited about the 31st pick of my life. I really haven't. By the way, 559, who is a outstanding texter, and I'll prove that two ways, says, hey, Waterboy, you just talked about your preference at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gabe, you like him thick and juicy?
I'm looking for a thick lower trunk. I like them in all shapes and sizes.
Can I get Prince singing his ass off here? Here it is.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
I need a thick and juicy defensive lineman, Murph.
Was he just thirst trapping like crazy or what?
That's my guy,
Was
Gabe.
he just doing his thing? By the way, the reason I say 559 is a high-level texter. He sent this one at the end of the show yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to get it in because we were talking about Madonna at Chase last night. Shout out everybody who went to see Madonna last night. Maybe Madonna's listening right now. Hello, Madge. How you doing?
What's up, Madonna?
Anyway, 559 says, my wife saw Madonna in Sacramento last Saturday. She was sporting a knee brace.
Oh, no.
Ready for this? The guy says she looked like Tony Raggy pulling for Frank Gore. It's incredible.
Here goes Madonna
dude.
down the line of scrimmage.
That's at high level. Tony Raggy, obscure lineman from the Frank Gore era. She looked like Tony Raggy pulling for Frank Gore.
Oh, that big old knee
I
brace.
saw where she had fallen and she had a mishap when she was dancing, and now she has to go around with the.
Hey, good on Madonna for
Tom
playing
Brady
hurt,
knee
though.
brace.
Playing hurt.
All right.
She's still out there, Murph.
Now, guest list on a Thursday. Wait, we got 28 minutes without mentioning it's Leap Day.
Leap Day!
All right, all sorts of weirdness happens on Leap Day, including mishap Barry Manilow emails, my inability to work StatMuse, and Waterboy and Gabe liking them thick and juicy.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Well, Murph, we were talking this morning about what happens every 4 years in sports. The obvious answer would be the Olympics.
Except for now it's every two.
Well, winter versus summer Olympics. But I was trying to brainstorm and think, like, what does happen every 4 years, specifically here in the Bay Area? I don't know. Maybe Farhan Zaidi's signing a big free agent.
Oh, I like that.
That's my
very good.
Leap Day riff
That's good
for you.
material. Very good material.
All right, starting off in about 30 minutes, we're going to check in live from New York City, with Warriors assistant coach Kenny Atkinson. Give us a preview for tonight's game out in Madison
That's
Square
outstanding.
Garden.
Former NBA head coach Steve Kerr's top lieutenant. This is from the bench of the Warriors, right to your ears. That's good booking. Thank you, Raymond Ritter.
Great booking. Shout out Raymond Ritter. Shout out Mike Krukow, who's our 7:35 guest. We can talk some more Giants baseball spring training. The Giants are the only team in the MLB to not win a spring training game yet. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
That's funny.
0-3-2 now, Murph.
0-3-2.
After
All
losing
right.
to the A's yesterday.
After losing to the A's yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's spring training?
Which raises the question,
Young Tony
does it
comes
really
to my-
matter?
Young Tony comes over, he goes, it's spring training. That's not what that video was showing when you were so emotional with the Otani home run and strikeout there, buddy.
True. Uh-huh.
This kid is so funny.
Which is hilarious.
He's like,
because
it's a riff.
It's a riff. And I was riffing this morning. I was like, oh, my God, guys, can you believe the Giants haven't won a game? And he hit me with the same thing. He's like, bro, it's just spring training. I was like, yes, Tony, I know. I understand. It's a riff. But there are
ready
people,
for this?
there are people
ready
who
for
are
this?
mad that the Giants have not won yet.
I don't think it's that funny.
Ooh.
All right?
It's not a riff to Murph.
Win a freaking game.
Ooh.
All right? Go ahead.
All right, Mike Krukow, 7:35, our cooler of content. Then at 8:35, we're going to stick with the New York vibes. Check in with ESPN's own Frank Isola.
Oh, he's
giving us
great.
a preview of the Knicks.
Great radio guy, yeah.
Yeah, Frank's great. We'll talk to him 8:35. And then at 9:15, Matt Mayoko live from the NFL Combine, giving us an update on the 49ers DC search.
Okay, well, you joke about Farhan. John Heyman said some stuff yesterday that should pique your interest on the Giants. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Look at that big bubble butt. That's a power generator. That thighs, quads, and the bubble butt. Offensive linemen love that.
All right, it's never too early to talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria because our theme is weekday busy schedules. Oh, man. The Murphys fit that bill. God, we got so much stuff going on. It's nuts. And poor Candace, who loves to cook. It's hard for her to get it all when we're doing 7 different things. So here's my answer, honey. Let's do the half-baked pizza from Amici's. So they deliver it. We don't have to do anything except for slide it in the oven. Shout out White Snake. Slide it in. Amici's makes the pizzas and cooks them halfway through. And then when we are ready, you slide them into your oven at home and finish cooking in less than 5 minutes. I'm telling you, I endorse these things wholeheartedly. It comes out warm, crisp. The cheese is bubbly and melty. It's right there, man. So you've got Amici's pizza fresh out of the oven in your home. Here's the deal. 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, when you go to pick up or delivery from the promotions menu at amicis.com. 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at amicis.com. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
All righty, Giants baseball is the focus right now as yesterday's game was on the radio, sounded great, and guess what? It's going to happen again Saturday and Sunday. You can get more Giants baseball on the radio with John and Dwayne. Kipe's going to fly down there. It's going to sound really, really good and get you closer. By the way, tomorrow's March 1st, brother. You ready?
We're turning the corner, Murph. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for baseball season, and I got to give a shout-out to, of course, KNBR for putting these games on the airwaves because, Murph, you won't find them on TV anywhere.
No, you will not. Oh, that's a thing, by the way. The Giants are now looking like kind of outliers in terms of not televising enough games. By the way, Giants Fix Fan Fest, Saturday, March 9th, Oracle Park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Giants alums, broadcasters, Lou Seal, photo ops with the World Series trophies. The game will be on the scoreboard at that time. Come on out, hang out at the park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday, March 9th. That's a week from Saturday. Brought to you by Dignity Health, Alameda County Probations Department, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, and the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. So the Giants continue another day, no signing. Matt Chapman unsigned, Blake Snell unsigned, J.D. Martinez unsigned, Jordan Montgomery unsigned. It is crazy. I mean, we were saying it was crazy a month ago that these guys were unsigned. Murph, we're now into just February freaking 29th. leap day, brother, and they're still not signed.
Murph, I thought it was crazy going back in December when we were talking, of course, about the big name still. Shout out Yamamoto, who made his Dodger debut yesterday. But the fact that he was holding up the pitching market for a guy like Blake Snell, who was the reigning Cy Young winner, that blew my mind.
Dude, do you want to pause on that Yamamoto?
Oh, dude.
I only saw some of the highlights. No joke. Do you know what I thought of, brother? And this is sent a chill down my spine. Because I wanted him to be like, I wanted him to be Milos the tennis pro from Seinfeld. He can't play. Come on, hitters, take it easy on me. No, dude. Honest to goodness, and you know this about me. And this used to amuse Paulie to no end that the greatest pitcher I've ever seen is Pedro Martinez. He's the greatest pitcher I've ever seen. And by the way, not just in person and not just everything he did that you saw on TV. Go look at his stats in the height of the steroid era, when Sosa, McGuire, and Bonds were juiced up like Marvel Comics heroes. He was dominating them, okay, dude? Dominating them in historic, like, Koufax levels. And these guys, this was the greatest offensive era in the history of the game, dude. Anyway, the whole point is, Yamamoto made me think of Pedro Martinez.
Don't make those comparisons.
Dude,
Not after one spring training start.
Those splitties, those diving splitties, dude.
Just dropping off the face of the planet.
Big league hitters looked overmatched.
Whiffing.
Come on,
left
man.
and right.
Is it? Okay, can we calm down now and back up and say, hey, they got to get a book on him. They got to get some film on him. And then once they can start attacking him at that point, because the first time around, he's going to dominate. Then you get a book on him, right? Who was it the line that said, was it Mark Spears or somebody who said it to us on the show? Or is it Marcus Thompson? About Pajemski. He said, one of the old heads used to always say to him, yeah, then the scout gets it. Then a scout finds you. That's what he was saying about Pajemski. Then a scout finds you and they start taking away your strengths,
Well, it's kind of what we saw last year with Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
Once they found a hole in the swing, once they found a hole in the strike zone, they started attacking it.
Exactly.
But I got to say, I was pretty impressed seeing Yamamoto on the bump yesterday, and it was a little different flipping over to MLB Network and being able to watch the Dodgers on TV and see Yamamoto versus seeing, Spencer Howard start the game with back-to-back bombs allowed to Zach Geloff.
Did Geloff hit 2 yesterday?
Geloff hit once. It was Ryan Noda and Zach Geloff, first 2 batters of the game yesterday.
Can I get any love for a Luis Matos 3-run jack?
Dude, I told you, what was Luis Matos doing batting in the 9-hole? I want more Luis Matos this spring training. Hell, I want to see him out in right field during the regular season.
I agree with you. Or left field.
I'll take left field, too.
Okay.
I think Conforto's going to play nearly every day. But
as an old college pitcher yourself, what was your take on Yamamoto's stuff?
He's filthy. He's nasty. And that's why everybody was trying to get him this offseason, including the San Francisco Giants. Yeah. And, I saw him pitch in the World Baseball Classic. I've seen him pitch for a while now. I mean, the guy looks legit. And then you add him into a rotation that added Tyler Glass now. It's got all the prospects with your Bobby Millers, your Dustin Mays, Clayton Kershaw's back. I mean, it looks a lot different than the current rotation the Giants are rolling out there.
It's a revolting development, y'all. It is. Now, that said, the Giants can still go get some guys, and that leads us to the John Heyman thing I teased, and that is Matt Chapman, who I want, and Blake Snell, who at first I had thought, listen, if he's a 5-and-dive guy, and if Melvin's not super hot for him, I can live without Blake Snell. That was my take, because I didn't want to go 9 years on a guy that's going to go 4 1/3.
Well, by the way, Greg Papa called us out on air yesterday. He said, I heard Murph and Marcus talking about Blake Snell being a 5-and-dive guy. He actually makes it to 6 innings quite often. And I was like, all right, Greg, then that makes him a 6-and-dive guy.
I don't know about that. We talked about his inning totals.
Yeah.
He's never, I mean.
What's the huge difference between 5 and 6?
Well, there is a difference between 5 and 6.
A third time through the lineup, yeah. But I get it. He's not going past 6 is the point.
I would tell Papa, though, that I had some pretty good information from some people that 5 was a magic number for Blake Snell.
Hey, 5 is the
With
magic
all due
number.
respect, Greg, you are the man. He's called them all. He's called them all over the world. He's called the A's, he's called the Giants, he's called the Niners, he's called the Warriors. He's done it all.
He'll go 5 2/3, John.
But Blake Snell is not an innings guy, with all due respect, okay? But if it is going to be, as John Heyman brings up here, the possibility of you don't have to go 9. So here's John Heyman, MLB Network.
Well, I mean, I mean, obviously Chapman is still out there. They're one of the teams connected to Chapman. I kind of think of Bob Melvin, his old A's manager in San Francisco. I kind of think he's going to end up back in San Francisco. To me, Seattle, Toronto, there are still teams that use that need a third baseman. I think it's tougher for him, though. I mean, Bellinger is more versatile, right? He can play center. He can go to the corner. He can play first. Chapman, I mean, in a pinch, he could play short for a game or two, but he's basically a third baseman. So you're going to have to target those 2 or 3 teams that really need a third baseman. If I were to guess today, I'm going to say Giants. They're still talking to these guys. I know they said they don't expect to sign anybody, but I kind of think the Giants are going to sign somebody, whether it's Snell or Chapman or both of them.
Okay, so that's now Morosi and Heyman, who are kind of they're the Shams and Woj of MLB, right? Both have back-to-back days have said the Giants, they predict that Chapman will be a Giant. Now, Heyman threw in Snell. Again now, guys, you made your leap year joke. There's these guys saying these things, and then there's reality.
Yeah.
And the reality is they sign, experimental guys like Jordan Hicks.
Correct.
Or,
Mike Yastrzemski.
Spencer Howard.
Or Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah. So here's the possibility of Snell on a short-term deal, much more appealing. Here's Heyman.
There was some news today or a couple days ago with Blake Snell, as I reported in the New York Post. Snell is willing to do one of those Bellinger-type deals, short-term deal with opt-outs. They did talk to the Yankees about this, so I'm sure they're willing to do it with other teams as well. And, I think it does make sense for them, a high AV with opt-outs. The issue for the Yankees with a short-term deal is the high AV means a higher tax. That's really the big issue. But certainly, if you give them opt-outs after year one, and you've given up draft choices to sign him, that isn't a question as well.
Okay, so Snell on a short-term deal. Who would be against it? Nobody, right? Nobody.
Absolutely nobody.
0. It would be 100% approval rating.
Maybe
on that, right?
Scott Boras be against it because he wants a long-term deal, but
I'm gonna
nobody
go ahead
else.
And say, by the way, if that happens, man, Boras comes out as a big old fat loser, doesn't he?
I was going to say, he already looks like kind of a loser with the deal that Cody Bellinger got.
Agreed. So listen, the Giants, we talked about their payroll yesterday, and it's not been as robust as it has historically. There's room for these guys to make a move. And I get Farhan trying to do right by Greg Johnson and the owners and the investors, but bro, at some point, you got to pull a trigger and bring somebody in. This roster is currently constructed with no Chapman and no Snell. Vegas says 81.5. I mean, I wrote a positive jock blog about Bob Melvin and Matt Williams because I love those guys, and I thought maybe they could be worth a few wins just by
I agree.
Putting a foot in somebody's rear end on occasion, But I know it's spring training, and I know it doesn't matter, but it's kind of discouraging to see some of the lineups they trot out. I mean, I get it. They're trying guys out. Donovan Walton and Soler didn't play yesterday. Luciano hasn't played. Lee didn't play.
We've had one game of Jung Hoo Lee so far.
Yeah. And he struck out once, too.
He also got a hit, Murph.
So anyway, listen, the only problem with this is that John Heyman's the same guy who said Arson Judge.
Oh.
That will stain him forever.
Yeah, we gotta go back down that path, huh?
It's leap day, everybody, and the Giants still have no major free agents.
They still have him, but this to me, especially with the Blake Snell news that he could be interested in a short-term opt-out deal. They did it with Kevin Gausman. They did it with Carlos Rodon. Now, those guys were not coming off Cy Young season, so it's going to cost you a little bit more. But again, what are we trying to do here? If you're trying to beat the Dodgers, Blake Snell, those lefty-on-lefty matchups, he helps you get the job done.
All right, man. And he's got great numbers on the Dodgers, right? Yeah, exactly. So, all right, guys. Well, there you go. So, John Heyman's holding out hope. I hate to inject a little hope into your morning because, all it does is, as the English soccer fans say, it's the hope that kills you. That's what they say. And then old Ted Lasso said, see, I see it totally different. I think it's the hope that keeps you alive. See, where are you? Are you a guy that says the hope that kills you? Or is it the hope that keeps you alive?
Murph, I'm staying alive. It's the hope of spring training, the hope of the NFL Combine.
Jesse Jackson, keep hope alive. Hey, later in the show, 2 tickets for the San Jose Earthquakes. See, after our hangout with Wando yesterday, put that on Twitter, and some misinformation was retweeted by one of our friends. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Anyway, here's the deal. Kenny Atkinson, Steve Kerr's top lieutenant, joins us at 7 a.m. live from New York City, Madison Square Garden. Warriors, Knicks, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, a lot of tight buttholes there.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Warriors-Knicks tonight. Should be fun, man. Excited. It's funny. I was going back to looking at Curry's numbers, and I was doing my pre-show research that wound up being totally useless. What do you give me for the pre-show research I did with a scratch paper and a pencil? Okay, scratch paper and a pencil, and game logs year by year. It took me 15 minutes. And then Marcus going, oh, dude, you could have done this, and typed it in and showed it to me in 2 seconds. What do you give me for that and the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where that the guy faces up with Indiana Jones and does all the sword play? And then Indiana goes,
shoots him. Modern technology, Murph. We got laptops. You can just look this stuff up.
I'm the guy with the sword. Marcus was the guy with the gun.
I got my guy Murph out here crunching numbers. I just did a quick little Google search.
Hilarious, man. But anyway, I was in doing that, I was looking up, all the great moments Steph Curry's had there. Mm-hmm. And really, it's been two, really. It was the 2013 game where he scored 54 points. And obviously the 2021 game when he set the all-time three-point record with Reggie Miller on the call and everything. So, but those are two pretty big moments. It's funny, in the 54-point game, that was the first time he cracked 50. Yeah. So, I mean, now it's like, I'm not saying he does it routinely, but you're not shocked if Steph gets to 50 now.
No, not at all. But that's kind of the narrative that's always surrounded Madison Square Garden. If it's not just Steph Curry, it always seems like the superstars always perform on the biggest stage, and they have always called MSG the basketball mecca.
So I'm glad you said that, because there was a Steve Kerr quote in one of those stories saying, well, it's the greatest atmosphere in basketball. Mm-hmm. And to shout out this show's history, old Pat, old Pecan, old Peaches, one of his jihads was that the Mecca is not the Mecca indeed. His argument was really what big basketball games have been played in that building. He says it's completely overrated. He had kind of a point. Like, it is more reputation than reality. The Knicks haven't been in an NBA Finals since 1994.
Haven't won one since the 70s.
The strike year, they haven't won one since the 70s. Yeah. And how many big, gigantic games do you remember truly being played there? It's more of a buzz thing than it is a reality thing.
Oh, and Murph, as someone who has a father that was a Knicks fan, that was a big Clyde Frazier kind of guy, growing up and watching the Knicks a lot, I was a big Latrell Sprewell fan as a kid. But the Knicks really haven't done anything going towards the David Lee era. They shipped them out to the Golden State. They bring in Carmelo and Amari Stoudemire, but they haven't been that relevant in my entire lifetime.
For example, you'd say, well, it's New York, so you say that about Yankee Stadium. Yeah. Well, Yankee Stadium is Yankee Stadium, bro.
Exactly.
It's the most iconic.
Legends and championships.
Even though it's a new one now, which kind of sucks. But, it's whatever. The idea of the Yankees and Yankee Stadium is the most sacrosanct thing in American sports, right? Yeah. I told you that line from Bull Durham. I mean, he says, one more dying quail a week. He doesn't say, and you're in Comerica Park. No. He says, you're in Yankee Stadium, is what he says. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's kind of funny that we do revere this place, even though really there's not that many big games there. So but it is New York City. It's Midtown Manhattan. If you ever, I saw Billy. The only time I've been there, I saw Billy Joel, as the Irish would say. I saw Billy Joel there, which caused a huge controversy.
I think it has more to do with just the culture and reputation of New York City as a basketball town. Whether we throw in Rucker Park and all those elements, it's just kind of that old school basketball feel.
Without question. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Either way, it is fun when they go there. You're going to get some A-list celebrities courtside, right? It's funny. Steph went all the way back there. He was there with Davidson College back in 2008. And he actually had a kind of a rough game there. He missed 12 of his first 13 shots. And he said his teammates told him to keep shooting. He wound up scoring 13, was fouled 15. Davidson wound up beating West Virginia in a game. Then he showed up there for the first time in 2009, played 3 minutes, scored 0 points. And then in 2010, November of 2010, can you remember back that far? Were you still in high school?
November 2010. Yeah, that was my senior year of high school, Murph.
November 2010. He scored 25 points in that game. You ready for this? He only took one three-pointer in that game. He only took one three-pointer.
What the hell was wrong with him?
We still hadn't the data, right? Wasn't out.
Take that for data.
Have you looked at the three-point attempts from like 2000 to 2024?
Oh, Murph, you can go back to like when the Warriors won their first title and the league average of three-pointers then versus 9-10 years later now, and how much higher of a clip every single team is taking these three-pointers.
So you're saying, even 2015.
Yeah, even just going back to the Warriors' first title run.
So anyway, can the Warriors win the game tonight? Should be a really good one, although Jalen Brunson may be out. Do we know for sure?
That's the thing about the Knicks. He's dealing with a neck injury. He's questionable. Julius Randle has been out for a while. He will not be playing tonight. Mitchell Robinson, their center, he's out. OG Anunoby, who they got from the Raptors when they traded RJ Barrett, he's out also. So this is a very winnable game for the Dubs on the road tonight.
Which would be big because you guys all saw what the Lakers did last night.
Yeah, LeBron James, dude.
Twitter was getting excited. Listen, if LeBron was a Warrior and at that age he did that, that's all we'd be talking about all morning.
Yeah.
Taking calls. How awesome is LeBron? 808 KNBR. I mean, at his age, for him to score 19 points in the fourth quarter, outscore the Clippers in the fourth quarter, and lead them from a 21-point deficit in that building, the LA Rivalry, that's pretty damn near legendary stuff, right?
It's classic LeBron James. As much as I hate to say it, I tuned in. I watched the end of that game last night. It was another all-time performance from LeBron.
And it is, you got to tip your cap and all that. But actually, in terms of playoffs, it would have been better for the Warriors for the Clippers to win that game.
Yeah.
Because the Warriors want a little distance. The Warriors want to get out of this play-in thing. They don't need guys climbing over them in the playoff. By the way, the Warriors are favored tonight by 4.5 points.
That's because all the injuries, I would assume.
Per your point about all those injuries. Anyway, that gets to this concept that we're going to talk to Kenny Atkinson about in just 2 minutes here when we call him. But let's get that Rick Barry cut. Rick Barry came on yesterday, and in addition to discussing his active bedroom activity, which he did discuss his active bedroom committee. He says he's active.
He's active.
He's turning 80 in March. He says he's not as good as he used to be.
He's a Hall of Famer, Murph.
Anyway, here he is talking about maybe they're like the Warriors. But what do you mean for Rick Barry's sex life and the Warriors? All right, because they're
not as good as he
used to be, but active.
But it's still happening,
there
Murph. It's
Boom.
still happening.
I'm dropping the mic. I've done my work today.
Klay Thompson and Rick Barry's sex life. Yeah,
I've done my work today. Here's Rick Barry saying he is not writing off the Warriors.
I just tell people all the time, I said, don't write this team off because they have pedigree. They have guys with great experience. This is a team that if you're one of the top 4 teams in the league, you're not going to want to play the Warriors if they get in the playoffs.
Okay, that was Rick Barry saying the top 4 teams in the league don't want to play him. And the connection has been made out to New York City. How nice of Kenny Atkinson to make some time for us on a busy morning where they're getting ready to play a basketball game tonight against the New York Knicks. Big game. Kenny, it is great to have you here on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing this morning, Kenny?
Hey, morning, Kenny.
Brian and Mark, how are you guys? Good morning.
We're doing good, man. We're getting excited for tonight. We were just actually discussing earlier today about the Mecca of New York City, or the Mecca of the Garden. And we were kind of joking, like, the Knicks haven't been in a finals in 30 years, but people still consider it the Mecca, right, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, they have a great history, but it's been a while for them, but they're a much improved team. We got a heck of a challenge tonight. As you know, Brunson is playing great basketball. They have some injuries, but Tibbs has done a great job there. They're playing really well. And you have the college basketball thing too, I think, with the Garden, right? All the history there. So it's always a great place to play.
That is true. When people reference it, you got to factor in the college. Well, your friend Mully, right? He made a couple buckets in there, right?
Mully ran things in New York for a long time, and he's such a legend, and the St. John's history and the Big East, and those were, if you guys remember, those were great times.
Those were good times, yeah, for sure. So this is your home turf, right? I mean, you're from that area, and you coached for the Knicks and the Nets, obviously. So a bit of a homecoming. You get that extra rush.
Oh yeah, it's always exciting coming back home. My whole family lives here, and still have a lot of friends here, so it's extra special, and obviously to come in here with the Warriors who are playing a lot better and play a big game against the Knicks, it's exciting.
And Kenny, we know that Steph Curry likes to play at Madison Square Garden, whether it's his 54-point performance or him breaking the NBA all-time three-point record at MSG. Just talk to us about Steph Curry and the level he's playing at still at 35 years old.
Yeah, he seems to rise to the occasion, doesn't he? I mean, over and over, and you guys have seen it for a long time, and it's mesmerizing. And you just have this comfort level as a coach. Okay, here's a big game tonight. We know we got number 30 on our side, and it's just huge. It speaks to his professionalism, his work ethic. And then, I think it's the karma too, right? Of him being just a wonderful person to be around every day. He's polite and kind and generous. So he's got the human qualities too. I like to think that helps him out, and it's incredible, what he's doing at 35 years.
It truly is. That said, there was a guy last night. You probably were asleep because it happened after midnight in New York. But LeBron James last night scored 19 points in the fourth quarter, overcame a 21-point deficit. Did you catch the highlights?
No, I didn't catch the highlights. But when we played the Lakers, I'm like, when is this guy going to stop?
Right.
When is he going to slow down? We are in like a kind of sports a revolution, right? With players in all sports, right? Being able to play longer and sustain, and that's a testament to advances in the game, right? And our the performance side of things, and guys taking care of their body and professionalism is just at another level. It's really changed. I mean, even the last 5 to 8 years, you see a big difference. So I don't know where we stop, guys. I don't know. It's just, are guys going to play till like they're 50? Like
Kenny, you're right. It is a generation and it is a revolution. But I kind of pin it on one guy. I kind of pin it on Tom Brady, right? For him to play quarterback till he's 45, right?
Great point. I think one person, one person sets the standard.
Yeah.
It's almost like that guy that beat the mile record, and then everybody right after that, everybody all of a sudden they're breaking records right and left. Is that a good comparison? I don't know, but it seems like that's he kind of set the standard, and now guys are just following.
Hey, any Roger Bannister reference is welcome on this show. Right? You and I are the same age, so you and I can do that. My dad used to extol the virtues of a Roger Bannister. So, hey, Kenny, if we kind of joke around with jocularity talking basketball, but a serious question because I'm thinking about the game that you were the head coach for last week or 2 weeks ago, because the whole staff had to go to Serbia for Decky's funeral. And so, listen, all of us, we have losses in our lives, whether it's families or close friends, and it's hard, right? And for you guys in a high-profile environment, this happens. Just kind of checking in on you guys. A well check. How difficult is this every day? You guys still wear the T-shirt. You didn't get to go because you had to stay back and coach. I know you probably wanted to be there too, but can you just speak to us about how you guys as a family are grieving and trying to win at the same time?
Yeah, no, it's you're grieving a loved one, and you guys know how it is, how much time you spend with people you work with, and you don't even realize it, right? Like you're just like you're so in it and you're so involved and you're kind of knocking days off and working and like, wait a second, like I spent a lot of time with that person I worked with, and then you lose them, and it's just like there's this hole, and there is this sadness and all the grief things you go through with a loved one, and we're still going through it. We had a lunch yesterday with a group of coaches, and sure enough, 5 minutes into the lunch, we're like, hey, remember, we ate here with Decky last year, and we talked for a good 15 minutes on remembering the great things about him. But I think it's hard for all of us still. I think we're still in the grieving process. I think the players are too. Here's a guy that had a big presence on the staff. We learned so much from him, and it's tough, and we're lucky we have an organization that supported us through it, and a head coach, a leader that is the most empathetic and understanding person ever. So. That's helped us.
Yeah, the voice you're hearing is, of course, Warriors assistant coach Kenny Atkinson on the UMA guest line this morning. And Kenny, I think you're right. It kind of has been a little bit of a roller coaster of a season with the loss of Decky, and then followed that up with the Draymond Green suspension. But it seems like right now you guys are playing some of your best basketball with Draymond Green in the lineup. My question is, Have you seen a different Draymond Green since he made his return from the suspension?
Oh man, I think you're hitting it right. What do they say, the nail on the head, or however you say that. He has been phenomenal, and you guys can probably give more perspective. You've seen him for so long with the Warriors, but he has kind of turned our season back in the positive direction. I would argue on both sides of the ball. He's shooting 43% from three, and credit to him, he really worked on. I know that's not his the main thing he adds to us, but with the lineups we're playing, he's connecting all these lineups, right? Wiggs and JK and Moses. He's kind of the connector right now. And then obviously on the defensive side of the ball, he's just. I still think he's underrated. Like his influence on the other players is just enormous. And then the last thing I'd say, his leadership. Like you guys know Draymond. Like it's bold up front. It's direct. It's truthful. It's knowledgeable. So it's really probably been the key to us turning this season around.
Fantastic. Last couple minutes here with Kenny Atkinson, live from New York City, where they get going in Madison Square Garden tonight, and should be very exciting. The Knicks have some injuries. The Warriors are trying to keep it going here after a road win in Washington. So the other big story that dominates you guys is Klay Thompson going to the bench. Now Chris Paul is back. Kenny, we were wondering, I don't even know if there's ever been a team with 2 first-ballot Hall of Famers on the bench. I mean, it's kind of an amazing situation. So just give us your perspective. As a coach, do you guys have to massage their mentalities? How much of an advantage is it for you guys to have this dominant second unit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a luxury, an incredible luxury, and what it really helps us to do is push our young guys forward, right? And give them confidence and putting a JK in the starting lineup and having, even Moses now with Wiggs out, in the starting lineup. Like that gives them tremendous confidence. So for Klay and CP to make that sacrifice and understanding what the team dynamics look like and what's going to help us win at the end of the day. And I just give Steve a bunch of credit too here because he's constantly having conversation with those guys. There is no one in this league I can think of with more credibility than Steve because of his experience as a player, for so long in this league, and he's kind of seen it all. And then as a coach, so he can really speak to these guys on a real level with some real kind of ex-NBA player and championship coach and who understands winning more than him, So that's a big piece to it, and I don't think we can underestimate that.
Well, Kenny, and then finally, just Wiggins will be out again. We heard. Just how that affects you guys on the rotation. I mean, there's a lot of depth. We saw Moses Moody step up recently, but it's a big piece to be missing. How does that affect you guys on the grease board before the game?
Oh man, it's big, right? Because Wiggs is, that's probably another, another reason for us starting to turn this thing around is he's starting to play great, but I think we've kind of dealt with it all year, and it's part of the NBA. We have to shift and shift our lineups and figure it out, and that's why they pay us the big bucks, right?
Yes.
But I mean, it's a great challenge, and really, well, we're really lucky. We have incredible depth. And, Steve is not afraid to play a Lester Quinones or a Guy Santos or any of these young guys. And we believe in these guys. So, I joke all the time, we're 17 deep. So yeah, we're going to miss Wiggs, but on the other hand, like we have enough. We have guys, that can step up and help us get a win tonight against the Knicks.
All right, well, really fun. Did you get a slice on the streets? Are you a slice of pizza guy in New York?
Oh man, that's what I'm going to do today. You just, normally I just kind of chill, like, when I'm in other cities and, get ready for the game. But I'll definitely get out today and get a slice. But hey guys, I think it's in the 30s here. So
okay, but that's all right. Put on the jacket, go get a slice, and all you need is cheese, right? You don't need to go too many toppings, right?
No, it's very simple. You keep it simple, right? A nice slice. But Brian and Marcus, I appreciate you guys having me on. Always cool to talk to you guys.
Kenny, it's a good conversation, and good for you to be back home seeing your family and friends, man. Enjoy the slice, enjoy your family, and enjoy the game. Thank you, Kenny.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
There he is, Kenny Atkinson, the hometown boy, New York City boy, back home, going to grab a slice like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. Straight down the give me a little staying alive, walking down the streets. Kenny Atkinson.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if Kenny Atkinson is a 2-slice MF.
Very good. All right, well, that was good. We can react to that on the other side. Things he said about Wiggins, things he said about Draymond, things he said about the grieving process and how they're doing it. And, of course, the Mecca. It's true. We do forget about the college history at Madison Square Garden. There's a rich college history there, too. That adds to the whole Mecca thing. So let's get into that. Mike Krukow at 7:35. Oh, and the Giants lineup is out. We'll tell you who's in it next on The Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Our good friend Steve Moskowitz, bright and early. Steve, good morning. And you want to talk to us about you guys doing more than what the client even asks for.
That's right. We just had a case where one of your listeners called up, said he had a big tax he couldn't pay, asked us to get monthly installments. And, we talk about that on your air all the time. But the first thing we do is we talk to the person and say, well, wait a minute. Why does the IRS say you owe this? What's going on? We determine the client doesn't owe a penny. So instead of doing what the client called up for, getting a monthly payment to pay it in full, we're contacting the IRS and say, hey, for records, my client doesn't owe a penny. That's what it's all about. We don't just jump and do something. We see, is there something better we can do for you, just like this listener.
All right, Steve, that sounds great. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
His career, there's a swing, and there's a high drive to left by Matos. Way back there, it's gone. Straight away, left field. Ruiz went all the way back to the wall and watched his sail over the wall. 3-run homer for Luis Matos. And the Giants make a significant move into that 5-run Oakland lead. It's now 6-4.
Hey, something decent happening in a pretty bad first week for the Giants because we get 2 starting pitchers hurt. You go 0-3-2 or whatever the hell they are, and you lose to the A's again. I'm not. I should be at a point in my life where I'm well past a spring training loss to the A's. Even coming across my radar. Not only does it come across my radar, it fries my ass. It does. It truly does. It used to be, buddy, a real thing. Dusty Baker with the Giants, Tony La Russa with the A's. Those guys went at it. They locked horns. Mm-hmm. It got ugly, and the A's would always come, try to kick the Giants' A, and they would. And I got to tell you, they continue to. Even now, they literally took the manager from the A's, Bob Melvin, put him in the Giants dugout, and he gets his ass kicked.
See, that's the thing, Murph. It's spring training, so it doesn't upset me that much. But you know what did upset me yesterday was Dave Cavill going on Twitter and bragging about beating the Giants yesterday.
You got it. Dude, okay.
I'm not even joking.
Bro,
and I was going to respond, but wait a second, Murph. His responses are turned off on Twitter, so nobody can respond to that clown.
Time the blank out. Time the blank out.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, how do you even know this? Do you follow this guy on Twitter?
No, I just saw it popped up on Twitter because guys like Grant Brisbee and other people were taking shots at him. Also because Dave Cavill finally decided to come out of his cave and start posting on Twitter.
Okay, bro. You know,
yeah.
Ooh. Okay, I'm going to have to control myself here.
Right out, a day after they took down that Rooted in Oakland sign, by the way.
I'm going to go with my old man's line when things like this would happen. More to be pitied than censured, he would say. More to be pitied than censured. That's the high road, buddy. That's the high road.
That's us, Murph.
Okay, we did tease. I'm trying to, in my New Year's resolution is try to deliver on teases. Mm-hmm. That's my New Year's resolution. How am I doing? It's like, I was going to lose a couple pounds too. How am I doing on that?
I hate that.
I'm going to deliver on a tease.
Oh, good.
Giants lineup is out. I said, we'll tell you who's in it. It's a surprise. And welcome for the very first time this spring, starting shortstop Marco Luciano.
Let's go.
Give me some applause there, buddy. Luciano will play and make his debut. I mean, guys, think of how much they're putting on this kid. I mean, they're just counting this kid to succeed. Brandon Crawford. By the way, I watched the whole Brandon Crawford YouTube interview.
Oh, with that red headband on.
I want to say one thing that stuck out to me about it is how incredibly polite the St. Louis media is. They were like very polite to him, asking him nice questions. A couple times, 2 people asked at the same time, and the guys were like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, you go." They're like, I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? This ain't New York.
That's
man.
that Midwestern chivalry. They call
I've been to. We went to Kansas City for the World Series, and we went there with the Giants vacation trip in 2014, and then we were in St. Louis, my buddies and I, in 2019, and the ushers are opening doors for you and everything, and I asked this woman in St. Louis, I said, hey, be honest, do you have a rivalry with Kansas City as to who's more polite? She goes, oh, it's no rivalry, but we're more polite than they are. She said,
they're so polite they don't want to admit the rivalry.
So anyway, Luciano's at shortstop. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm hyped.
Yeah.
You look at the top of the lineup, it's Jung-Hoo Lee batting leadoff, Marco Luciano right behind him. Like, these are the two guys that I'm keeping an eye on all spring training long.
Is today bounce back day after losing to the A's? All right.
Is today going to be the day where they finally become a winning team? Because they are the last Major League Baseball team to not win a game in spring training.
Oh, boy. Logan Webb's pitching today. That should be exciting.
Just Webb, baby.
Pablo Sandoval, hitless.
He's DHing today.
Is the sand going through the hourglass on him? Is it coming to an end here?
These are the days of our lives.
You got Casey Schmidt's playing today. Elliot Ramos is playing today. And David VR continues to get a little run. He's going to be in the 4-hole today.
Playing in the one-bagger.
Yeah.
They need a right-handed first baseman.
It's a guy we haven't talked about.
We are VR, Murph.
Well, there you go. Very good. By the way, 4-8 brings out a very good point. He says, guys, not only are the Giants going to see Brandon Crawford the last weekend of the season, if Brandon Crawford's still on the Cardinals at that point, but you know where they're going to see him? At the game that they're starting to really promote now, the Rickwood Field tribute to the Negro Leagues. Wow. That's pretty damn cool, man. So first of all, that game, God, I would love to go to that game.
Well,
love to. I don't think there's just no logistical way I can make it happen.
Well, Murph, you know who else would love to have us at that game doing a live broadcast? Our guy Larry Bear, who I ran into yesterday.
What?
He was making the pitch to get the Murph and Marcus show down at Rickwood.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude.
So, hey, PD, Copes, let's make that happen.
Oh, dude, 1,000,000,000%.
And you know what I did? I turned to him and said, hey, you got to pass it over with my boss right there. And I pointed to Copes.
Dude, I'm like, my tongue is tied right now. I'm so excited. So to catch everybody up, first of all, good morning, everybody. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, young Tony behind the glass. Curly's in the slacks back there doing his thing. We got Mike Krukow at 7:35, and we got Frank Isola, the great New York basketball broadcaster and writer at 8 a.m. He's always a good conversation. That's all coming up. But to back up from yesterday's events after the show, we all made a field trip. Really our first field trip as a group down to Oracle Park to the Gotham Club, which is cool, right?
Yeah,
the Gotham Club.
Shout out Murph as a chaperone.
Yeah, I got this. So we get these invites sometimes to these events, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. And this one said Bay Area Media Mixer. I ain't going to lie. That caught my eye. Dude, first of all, mixer is an old-fashioned phrase for like an old college mixer.
Oh, I was going to say,
you go meet some co-eds,
take me back to my Sonoma State days and go into sorority mixers all the time.
See?
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about.
Good times, Murph. Good
so they
times.
said Bay Area Media Mixer. I'm like, you got me. And then they said Gotham Club, and I said, oh, you got me.
I'm sold.
And then they said Bay Area Host Committee, representing the group that's going to host the NBA All-Star Game, the Super Bowl, and the World Cup. And I'm like, well, I'd like to meet people who are hosting that event.
I'd like to go to those events.
Those are important people to meet, right? And then they said, here's the key, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I was like, bro, 11 a.m., that's like before my old man nap.
That's it.
Perfect.
We talk a lot about the Super Bowl window. That's the Murph and Marcus window, 11 to 1 p.m.
So this was just winner all around. Jackpot. You know, Gotham Club, Mixer, 11 a.m., So I mentioned it offhandedly. I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to go to this thing. And Marcus said, hey, where's my invite?
Yeah, I said, let me be your +1, Murph.
I said, done. I emailed Lauren. Shout out Lauren at, I want to make sure I get the name of the company right before I say it. Shout out Lauren. I said, hey, is it possible? She said, please bring Marcus. Then Marcus and I start bragging about going to the mixer. And young Tony and Curly say, what about us? Mm-hmm. So I say, you know what? Let's invite you guys. I text Lauren. She says, bring them along. And then Copes is walking by. And he's like, well, you guys are going to a party and you're not inviting me? You're going to a mixer and you're not inviting me? I said, let's invite you right now. We texted Lauren. Boom. She said, bring them along. So we all went down.
We are that friend group in like college who just shows up and takes over our party, by the way.
Yeah.
Going like 6 heads deep.
And it's not good because it's all dudes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
It's all dudes.
Uh-oh.
You don't want that. So I'm trying to find a young lady here to get her. Can you go into your email there, buddy?
Yeah,
I want to shout out the host. They were nice enough to host us.
The hostess with the mostest.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're there. Steve Young's there. Fleischman Hillard is the company that had the party. Lauren Morrison invited us. And so Larry Bear was there, as were some other luminaries. And you're then I had to leave early because I got a million coaching like 7 teams right now. And I said, I got to go. I got to get lunch and nap and go home and start preparing for a baseball practice as opposed to today's basketball game. And you say Larry Bear and you picked up a thread.
Yeah, so I saw Larry. He was walking by. First, I said what's up to him, Hunter, and Lexi Pence. We talked for a few seconds, and then they had to go schmooze and kiss around and talk to all types of different people. But then I wanted to introduce Tony and John Curley to Larry Bear. So all four of us with Copes went up, started talking, and actually a pretty hilarious moment because Larry was asking for an update on the game, and Tony had told him that the A's hit back-to-back home runs to start the game.
It's incredible.
And Larry immediately turned around and said, Tony, you're fired. Get out of here. This is not the news you want to be hearing.
Tony bowing up on Bear, going, you're down 2-0 in the first.
And then we're like, Tony, why'd you tell me? It's like, what? It was the score. What do you want me to do?
Unbelievable.
It was phenomenal.
Cope sent me a text with an all caps. Ha, 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 ha. Young Tony piping up when Larry Bear says, everybody have a score? Young Tony's like, yeah, you're down 2-0.
Yeah, you're down. Couple back-to-back bombs to start the game. But then we started talking a little Rick Wood, and he talked about the possibility of maybe having the Murph and Marcus show down there.
What do you mean? You've gone from us doing it to now possibility and maybe. Well, I want to get back to certainly and definitely.
Well, I don't know. I'm not the one who makes his decisions. He threw it out there.
Dude,
I told him I'm down to do it. And
so exciting.
I would assume that you're down for it.
Well,
it just all has to go up to upper management now.
Okay, the game is June 20th, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in the middle of I'm assuming, I'm not going to assume anything, but if Mill Valley Little League is kind enough to give me the job of all-star coach, which they've given me many years in a row, but I could blow it. Who knows? I could blow it. I could easily blow it. Is June 20th. We start our games on June 22nd. I'll fly back on the 21st then.
All right. I'm saying it. It's doable.
Okay. Wow. Very exciting. Okay. Let's put it down. June 20th. All right, what were we talking about? We talking about Luciano?
We were talking Giants, then we started talking Mixers. Next thing you know, I'm talking to Larry Bear. Next thing you know, I'm talking to Steve Young for a couple minutes yesterday. There were some luminaries.
There were some serious leaders. In 406, you guys are going to talk Mixers. How are you not mentioning the Blank & Catalina wine mixer?
It's the Blank & Catalina wine mixer.
There you go, guys. All right, so anyway, Luciano today. That should be exciting. And Jung-Hoo Lee back in the lineup. And Logan Webb on the hill. So it's all stuff we can talk about with Mike Krukow on the other side. And then we'll get into the Warriors going to New York. We got Kenny Atkinson quotes from earlier this morning. We got Rick Barry quotes. And then we got Frank Isola live from New York. That's all our big hit between 7:50 and 8:10. So we got Mike Krukow, Arrow, Warriors in New York. Where else would you rather be? Rip off the knob on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KN. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Giants baseball on our minds as Marco Luciano makes his debut today at shortstop in the spring, and Logan Webb toes the slab, and still February 29, that is. How about a little leap day baseball coming your way? And, of course, this weekend, John and Dwayne will be on the broadcast, which you can't wait to hear. That's always exciting. Jung-Hoo Lee back in the lineup today, too. Joey Bart, you were asking why would they even be playing Joey Bart, but the answer is I think they're showcasing him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to anybody who wants to, I mean, I don't know realistically what you can get for him in a trade. You can get something.
Yeah.
Something.
And the way that Farhan phrased it to us last Friday down in Scottsdale, it definitely seems like we're heading in that direction with Joey Bart.
He actually used the past tense. He enjoyed his time in the organization.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, connection has been made on the UMA guest line. Oh, it has not been made. Okay, all right. So I saw the connection. Yes, sir. No, sir. It's connection sometimes may being made.
Still waiting on that connection, Murph.
All right, guys.
Not everybody's love at first sight.
But the Rickwood Field thing, MLB started promoting it more yesterday. We started seeing some videos going out, and that is a really, really great idea. I remember when they mentioned it for the first time, I was like, I don't know, they have the infrastructure because it's an old, tiny stadium. But they said, the hell with it. Kick down the door, and they're going to do some renovations to it.
Yeah, just like they were doing renovations on the Field of Dreams. They've done the same thing down in Alabama, and I think it's awesome, especially when you can honor someone like Willie Mays.
Yeah.
It's 2024. We just had Willie Mays Day earlier this month. I think it all ties together perfectly.
Mike Krukow is on the UMA guest line. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Are you kidding? Spring training, full tilt, watching games every day. I'm loving it. And plus, we got the biggest storm of the year coming in. So there's a lot going on up here.
There is a lot going on. And a lot going on brought to you by NorCal Honda, too, because Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Okay, so, a little bit of a news today. Marco Luciano makes his debut at shortstop. And, so the Giants have been playing for almost a week now, and he hasn't played because of a little bit of a tweak. But your feeling on, the process begins. I guess my question to you, Mike, is does he have to win the job in your mind, or is it, no, kid, you're the starting shortstop?
Oh, no. He's got to win the job. And he should. He has to be the guy that gives you the impression, if you're a coach or a manager, that you're ready and that it isn't going to overwhelm you, that, you have your game together, and that you're going to make major contribution from both sides. Number one, I think from a shortstop's perspective, your number one priority is your glove. But that's an old pitcher talking. But then you also have to make contribution with the bat. Now, we've all seen what this guy can do with the bat. He really is intriguing because of his ability to drive the ball to all fields. He hits the ball as hard to right field as he does to left field. And I don't say that about many people. That doesn't happen very often. But because of that, he jumps off the page. This is what everybody's been watching and looking at since he's 17. But now it's a different gig. He's got to bring that glove. That glove's got to speak loudly. And so far, he hasn't really done that yet, at least in my opinion, in his young career. So he has a lot to prove, but he's got to win the job.
Now, Mike, on the topic of position battles, I'm curious to see which position you're keeping an eye on, whether it's Marco Luciano at shortstop, whether it's Casey Schmidt, J.D. Davis, and Wilmer Flores at third base, or even in the outfield with a guy like Luis Matos, who we saw hit a home run yesterday. Which position do you think has the biggest battle, and what positions are up for grab at this point in spring training?
Well, obviously shortstop, and it's the biggest battle because of defense. But I just, This modern era of baseball, so much is given to the platoon. So from first base perspective, it isn't going to be a real battle as to see who plays every day because nobody's going to play every day. You're going to see a lot of Wilmer Flores over there. You're going to see a lot of Lamont Wade Jr. over there, depending on who's pitching, righty or lefty on the mound. And at third base, right now, I think it's J.D. Davis's job. But I think that there are some younger guys that can press for time. So I don't think that is a position, and that all could change too. That all could change in one deal. So But for right now, I think third base is in shortstop position. Those are the two main positions I think they're going to draw interest. In regards to Matos in left field, he keeps having days like he's had yesterday. He's swinging the bat great. That's what's going to win him playing time. We all think this guy last year was pretty close, but he had work to do defensively. So he too, like Luciano, is going to have to show that his baseball skills on the field are such that he's solved a few problems and he's ready to play at the big league level.
All right, things to watch for sure. And in terms of things to watch, Mike, we talked to you Tuesday morning when the Brandon Crawford news had just broken. Since we last talked to you, he appeared in the red headband with the STL on it in the red workout shirt. We still haven't seen him in the full white, Snow White uni with the bat and the birds and all that. But what was your reaction to the visual of him in that Cardinal workout gear?
I mean, he could make a burlap bag look good. I mean, there's some guy. I mean, really. I mean, he's such a stylish player, and he's got so much flair to him. And it was really difficult for me to see him in that uniform. But what a great place to go, St. Louis. So many similarities to that organization and the Giants organization. Their history, the way that they play the game. Just the expectation that the organization has going into every year to win, and when you get to the playoffs, not just win you have to win the whole thing. I mean, that's the deal. I mean, and then that's different. Some organizations just trying to get to the playoffs, not with the Giants and the Cardinals. So I think it's a great place for them to go. I hate losing to the Cardinals, but I respect the hell out of them. I feel the same way about them that I do the Dodgers.
For sure, and we won't even talk about the Dodgers and Yamamoto. I don't want to ruin everybody's morning. Okay, so that's about a guy who left, Brandon Crawford. So now we'll talk about my questions about guys who might come in, because the news continues to percolate from John Morosi and John Heyman and John Morosi that the Giants are still in on these free agents. And Mike, we've been talking about this since November, and here we are. It's leap day, right? But this Chapman thing is really picking up speed. And then, Mike, the new development is that there's a rumor that Blake Snell might capitulate and do a short-term deal, which brings the Giants back into the mix, with the news that Keaton Winn and Tristan Beck have little tweaks. So your reaction to the latest. I know we've been asking about this for months, but it's getting serious now, and there was the injury to the pitching staff. So would you think there's a possibility and hope for on a Blake Snell short-term deal? And do you remain believing that Chapman is the lead guy or the Giants are the lead horse for Chapman?
Well, I think from a fan's perspective, I mean, you can know that the Giants are still kicking the tires. I mean, that's just what they do. I mean, they're going to continue to pursue ways to improve this team. If they think that they can by way of free agency, they'll do it. And that's not going to change. And you know what we've seen in the tenure of Farhan Zaidi, what happens once the season starts. That doesn't stop. That process continues all the way to the last day of the season. If you're a player, if you're a coach, if you're a manager, you go to work every day in spring training thinking this is going to be your club. Do not let your brain get sucked into the vortex of what could be, because it's a bad. You don't want to go there. So there's two different perspectives: one from the fan, one from the people who are actually on the field. And so I respect the mindset of both. And I mean, I fall into the category of the fan. I mean, I definitely want to see some splash. We all do. And I think from a Giants perspective, I think that one lure too is to bring some star power into onto the roster, which is going to excite people. And you know, we all know that is in much need. So I would not be surprised to see him sign one, maybe two guys. I wouldn't. But from the player's perspective, just consider that this is the team you're going to break camp with.
Yeah, and Mike, from that in-house perspective, I want to ask you about the back end of the rotation. And we talk a lot about the Giants' top prospects, whether it's Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt, Mason Black, the list goes on and on and on. But I want to ask you about a former top pitching prospect, and that's the guy that we saw on the bump yesterday, Spencer Howard. Now, he pitched with the Philadelphia Phillies with Brian Price, and it stood out to me when Brian Price mentioned him by name when we were in Scottsdale last week. So I was curious, especially with your background, being a Cal Poly Mustang yourself, what's your breakdown on this Cal Poly kid, Spencer Howard, and where he's at this point of his career?
Well, he's got a big ceiling. I've had this kid since he was at Templeton High School. Templeton is just north of San Luis. And he made quite a name for himself down in the Central Coast, and he was a walk-on at Cal Poly. I mean, he's really got a great story. And then I mean, he put up great numbers down there when he finally made the club. I mean, he became the guy. And, to be a second-round pick, that's not the highest. There have been first-round picks out of Cal Poly, but certainly second-round picks have a lot of weight, a lot of expectation. And he hasn't quite met the expectation as a professional player, but the ceiling's there, the ability's there. So I think that was the lure that the Giants kind of respected, bringing him into camp. Plus, like you said, I mean, Brian Price, he's good. He can improve you. He can make you better. And he can take a guy who maybe doesn't have all the confidence in the world, and he can give him that confidence. He can show him a different grip that gives him a different movement that offsets his strength and gives him another look in the eye of a hitter. So, I mean, it's a great story to watch. I mean, the guy Givens, the guy who came in and pitched Bivens. He was a guy who he pitched yesterday, and he had a great outing. He pitched an inning, struck out a couple. He was a guy that came up in the Giants organization, and he kind of fell out of it, went to the Mexican League last year and was a closer and did great. And guess what? He's back in the camp. So that's another good story. That's the thing about camp right now. I mean, I think the best stories right now are coming with the young pitchers. That all changes. Today you got Logan Webb back on the mound, and it's his second start. Now you're going to start stretching him out. He'll go around 40, 50 pitches. And from here on out, the opportunities kind of go away for some of the young pitchers. But guys like Bivens and guys like Howard, they're going to get second and third looks this spring. So good stories to see.
Well, 4 weeks from today is the opener in San Diego. Last one is, I just noticed this now. I just reading MLB.com, Maria Guardado, and she said Bob Melvin's tone after the Giants lost to the A's was terse. And it said that he was a little miffed. And he says, when the first two guys hit homers, it gets your attention. We're giving up way too many runs early in games. We're scoring some runs. We're giving up way too many. It's not a great feeling. He also had some harsh words after the first game. He's like, I saw a lot of stuff I didn't like. Do you think he's is he trying to set a tone here?
Oh, hell yeah. That's the thing, that when you're a young player, I mean, you have to know what your mindset is supposed to be. When you come into spring training, you don't come to spring training thinking you can ease into it. You got to come in thinking this is game on. And there's a lot of youth in this camp, a lot of youth. And this, I think, is why you're seeing some of these comments coming from Bob Melvin. That wouldn't have been the same comments last year in San Diego because he had an older team. You give those guys a little more time. You don't really have to motivate them. But young guys, they got to get in the go mode early. And it's the only way to have, only mindset to have as a young player coming into camp. I learned the hard way. I mean, my first year making club, I came out of winter ball and I was throwing complete games going into spring, and I made the club. The next year, I took the very first winter off after the 77 season, I took that winter off. And that's the first winter I ever took off in organized baseball. I came back the next year and I wasn't ready. I was thinking, well, spring training eases me into shape. Well, I was immediately behind. I made a club that year, but I got sent down the first month. And the point being, and Hermit Franks, God bless him, my manager, I mean, he taught me, you don't take one day for granted in this game. You get your butt ready to go. And you, in your mind, thinking, it's the seventh game of the World Series. And don't ever take it for granted. And I didn't. After that, and it changed me. And this is exactly what Bob Melvin's doing. Now, look, Mel, he doesn't know this organization. He and everybody on that coaching staff who wasn't there last year, and there are exceptions, the guys who have been there, Alyssa Nacken and J.P. Martinez, I mean, they were there. So they know these guys. Well, Mel and the new guys don't, so they're learning everybody. So for them to get off to a bit of a slow start, not a big thing. But for their young players to have that lackadaisical mindset, that's paramount. Yeah, that was recognized, and he dealt with it immediately. So, these terse comments that he's coming out with, they have a reason. Everything he does is for a reason.
I know. I'm excited.
Not a lot of spontaneity with him, especially this time of year.
I want him to bring that attitude in. So we'll see today. Logan Webb, Marco Luciano, it'll all be fun. All right, Mike, hunker down for that snow. We'll talk to you on the other side of the storm next Tuesday. Have a good one.
That a bit.
Mike Krukow in the stormy Sierras ready to go. Okay, so we can get back to that later in the show because now it's time for the big hit. And the Warriors are in New York. And Kenny Atkinson joined us earlier today. Rick Barry joined us yesterday. And then Frank Isola, the great New York writer and broadcaster, is going to join us at 8 a.m. So that's all coming up. Get your Warriors Knicks on next on The Sports Leader.
Oh, hell yeah.
what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Athletics' Andrew Baggerly stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday morning to break down the realistic odds of the Giants signing either Matt Chapman or Blake Snell. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy Marquis Boucher here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. No sharks or competitive leagues. All you got to do is place your parlay and cash in those winnings. Make 2 to 6 picks on player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. For example, you can bet on Steph Curry tonight to score more than 29 points at Madison Square Garden. You know Steph likes to show out underneath the bright lights, so why not throw a few shekels on your guy Steph and you can win some money. All you got to do is download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Again, that's code word LEADER on prizepicks.com for a first deposit match up to $100. It's as simple as that, folks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. It's Prize Picks.
This is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Curry for the lead. Got it. Steph Curry smooth. He scored the last 15 in a row for Golden State. Curry for three. Wow! Unbelievable. Making it rain in New York. 46. He is in a zone right now all by himself.
49 and counting for Steph Curry.
They're going to go quick. Curry off the screen. Got enough room. Again, butter. Steph Curry. His 11th three of the night. Steph Curry with 54 points. Tops in the NBA this season.
Wow, there's the sounds of Steph Curry back in 2013, 11 years ago. We were younger then when he scored 54 points in the Garden. And, of course, then 8 years later, he has a Garden moment where he sets the all-time three-point record in the NBA history. He's been playing there since he was a Davidson College Wildcat back in 2008. We looked at it. I eliminate in one game in 2009. He only played a couple minutes, scored 0 points. So I'm taking that game out. If you take that game out, which is I think the right thing to do, he averages 28.5 point games, 28.5 points at Madison Square Garden, and damn near shoots 50% from three, 52 from 106. So this is Steph's thing in a little bit of a slump.
That's it. Steph Curry's looking for a bit of a slump buster, Murph. We'll see if Madison Square Garden is the answer because his last three games, 15 points, 20 points, 18 points, which are lower numbers for Steph Curry, but from the three-point arc. 3 for 11, 1 for 10, and 4 for 16 in his last outing.
Now, how many games is that you said?
Those are his last 3 games.
Okay, and the Warriors are 2-1 in those games.
You are correct.
Yeah.
It's because Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, the other guys have been stepping up on the road.
Which is stuff we want to talk about, too, with Kenny Atkinson, which we had. By the way, I want to remind everybody, I failed to tell you all that Mike Krukow is always brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And, of course, that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Got to do my homework, Marcus, you know? So Kenny Atkinson joined us from New York earlier in the show, which was really cool. And Frank Isola is going to join us in just a couple minutes. Frank's a great New York-based writer and broadcaster as we get ready for the Warriors and Knicks tonight. By the way, are you ready for your tip? 4:30 TNT?
On TNT, we get the Inside the NBA boys. I'm always looking forward to hearing Shaq and Charles go back and forth about the Warriors.
Yeah, very good. So Kenny Atkinson on these points, one of the points we brought up is that Andrew Wiggins apparently is not going to play again tonight. This is getting a little, we don't know. It's personal. They won't say a word. All you can do is respect it and stand back. Not a single reporter has had anything detailed on this story, but all we know is that Kerr has confirmed that he will not play tonight. We asked Kenny Atkinson about, planning a game without Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, man, it's big, right? Because Wiggs is, that's probably another reason for starting to turn this thing around is he's starting to play great. But I think, we've kind of dealt with it all year, and it's part of the NBA. We have to shift and shift our lineups and figure it out, and that's why they pay us the big bucks, right?
Yes.
But I mean, it's a great challenge, and really, well, we're really lucky. We have incredible depth. And, Steve is not afraid to play a Lester Quinones or a Guy Santos or any of these young guys. And we believe in these guys. So, I joke all the time, we're 17 deep. So, we're going to miss Wiggs. But on the other hand, like we have enough. We have guys, that can step up and, help us get a win tonight against the Knicks.
That was Kenny Atkinson this morning from New York City on our show. By the way, he says we're 17 deep. How about when he says we're not afraid to play Lester Quinones? I was like, just tell the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
I'll be dropping some more than buckets on you.
You punk B. It's basketball, you B.
Hey, the other one we want is Marcus asked him about Draymond Green, saying, since you got him back, are you getting a different guy? And that lit Kenny up. Kenny got excited to talk about Draymond Green post-suspension. So let's get this one in here. Kenny Atkinson here.
He has been phenomenal. he has kind of turned our season back in the positive direction. I would argue on both sides of the ball. And you know, he's shooting 43% from three. You know, like, and credit to him, he really worked on. I know that's not his you know, the main thing he adds to us, but with the lineups we're playing, he's connecting all these lineups, right? Wiggs and JK and Moses. He's kind of the connector right now. And then obviously on the defensive side of the ball, you know, he's just. I still think he's underrated. Like his influence on the other players is just enormous. And then the last thing I'd say, his leadership. Like you guys know Draymond. Like there's no, it's bold up front. It's direct. It's truthful. It's knowledgeable. So it's really you know, probably been the key to us turning this season around.
Great stuff, Kenny Atkinson, the New York City guy back home. So he's happy to be there, and he's going to grab a slice today. He told us that.
And I'm glad we played both of those cuts because I agree with Kenny on his breakdown of Draymond Green, and I love how he focused and pointed out that he's the one that connects these lineups. Because you can look at the last 16 games when you look at the record of the Warriors, 12-4 with Draymond and Andrew Wiggins now all of a sudden being able to play with someone like Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. Draymond Green is that connecting person, and that's why it's kind of frustrating right now to see Andrew Wiggins take another leave of absence.
The catalyst, Draymond Green. He's back. He's in New York, as is our next guest. We are pleased to bring back Frank Isola. Always welcome on KNBR, on the Murph and Marcus show, and you can hear Frank on Sirius XM all the time. You can see him on ESPN around the Horn PTI. And if you need a slice, just go grab one with him on the streets of New York, too. So, hey, Frank, welcome back out to the West Coast, dude. Good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Frank.
What's up? How you guys doing early in the morning out in San Francisco?
Oh, dude, 8. Are you kidding me? We've been up for hours.
Oh, we're at halftime right now,
wood,
Frank.
Bro.
Yeah.
Chopping wood. Did we lose him? We lost him.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We got you, Frank.
You had no reaction to our riff that we've been up for hours.
I did. I don't think they had me pulled up. I said, what's going on early this morning in San Francisco? And you guys just didn't say anything. I guess you guys aren't awake yet.
That was a user error on our end. So we're going to raise our hand to the scorer's table. We got one personal already, Frank, all right? We got to watch it. So now we're good. We're good. The connection has been made. So, well, listen, man, great talking ball. Great talking the Warriors in New York. It's always exciting. I mean, listen, New York City, we always talk the Mecca, blah, 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 everything. But when Steph comes to town, does New York City get even a little excited for Steph?
Okay. Yeah, he just dropped off.
Okay, reconnect. We obviously have some sort of situation going on. Just hang up and call back. That's all right. Just hang up and call back. It happens. I've always marveled that in the era of technology, that our phone connections have literally gotten worse. Like, oh, we can do this and that. You can send texts to, a guy in Asia in a millisecond. But you literally can't get on a phone line anymore and talk to somebody.
I mean, Murph, we have people listening all over the country, but a phone connection will drop out from New York. Like, we were literally just talking to Kenny Atkinson in New York, and now we can't make the connection to Frank Isola.
The landline is incredible. Young Tone, it's okay. He's giving the bad body language back there. He's all freaked out.
He's freaking out like he just pressed the wrong button on the board.
He's trying to say that it's not him.
That's all right. It's live radio, Tony.
He's doing like a Peter running away from the ball.
All right. At least he didn't give us a dial tone. Like, I almost thought it was like a Marty Laurie situation.
Do you have that? Do you have that?
Ty.
All right.
Frank. Frank.
By the way, I am going to talk to Frank Isola. I'm going to get on a personal note here because he did write on Twitter, and this is something we haven't even talked about today. I talked about Curb Your Enthusiasm and how you guys aren't in that group. And yesterday I told the whole story about the bench. Remember? Bench Clay and Bench Larry stealing the golf lesson from the bench. Oh, man, we lost a titan yesterday. The comedian Richard Lewis, who's such a huge part of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I knew he was ill. I didn't know he was going to go that second. But Richard Lewis, man, that's a double tap to the heart, point to the sky. By the way, friend of the program, came in studio back in the day.
In studio?
And riffed on your boy.
I was going to say, he sounds like the perfect Pebble Beach guest, but I had no idea he came in studio.
No. And not a guy who's going to go play golf like that, even though his last appearance on Curb was in a golf cart. Talking about his will, too, by the way. So the connection with Frank's just not getting done. Young Tone, what's going on here? I see like we've tried like 6 times. He's going straight to voicemail.
Wow, he big timed us.
Is he on a subway?
I'm joking. He did not. I have no idea. Where is Frank?
Okay.
Where in the world is Frank Isola?
Anyway, Richard Lewis came. He's a stand-up comedian.
Mm-hmm.
He came in studio. We used to get stand-up comedians, bring them in, and he said, strangely, I was wearing this green polo shirt, and at one point he just said to me, he goes, look at you. He goes, look at you with your green shirt. So I was like, okay, all right, whatever.
What's wrong with the green shirt?
Kind of just letting him go. He was just like, I think he was just working through a riff. He was just kind of exploring the room. But anyway, we lost him yesterday at the age of 76. And if you're a Curb fan, the clips were being posted on Twitter all over the place. He and Larry, all those scenes are ad-libbed. They grew up together in Brooklyn, and they would just ad-lib those scenes. And when you see them riffing off each other, there's no script. They're just riffing. So anyway, we'll miss him. And I see that Frank Isola had posted, because he's a true New Yorker, and he had posted about Richard Lewis, and he had known Richard in New York.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of disappointed. We could have asked about Richard Lewis, and we could have asked about what's going on with the Knicks, with Jalen Brunson being questionable for tonight, with a neck injury, with Julius Randle being out, Mitchell Robinson being out. Like, the Knicks are down a lot of dudes tonight against the Dubs.
Yeah, and the Warriors are favored in this game by 4.5 points. Mm-hmm. So a real good chance for them to pick up a game. They got to fend off the Lakers, who pulled off a huge win last night. If you didn't pay attention, Lakers-Clippers was boffo box office last night, where LeBron James said, overcame a 21-point deficit and scored 19 in the fourth quarter all by himself. What did he make, 7 threes, I believe?
I think it was 5 3-pointers, but he completely outscored the Clippers. Clippers scored 16 points and only made 1 3-pointer.
Okay, take 3 with Frank Isola. Frank, the fickle phone lines. We'll see. Are you there, my man?
What are you guys doing to me
I know.
over there?
We're killing you. We're absolutely killing you. It's a Curb Your Enthusiasm bit, like you wrote about with losing Richard Lewis. It's a Curb bit, isn't it? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Are we on mute? We can hear Frank. Frank just can't hear us.
This is unbelievable.
I can hear you.
Oh.
Okay.
I can hear you.
We can't hear you on occasion. You drop in and out, I guess.
Oh my God. It's driving me nuts.
It's driving everybody nuts. I don't know what's going on.
Fine. This is turning into an episode of Crank Yankers with Frank Isola. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There we go. And I think he dropped out again. Frank, Steph, he's at the Garden. Are you there? Okay. I think
we got 86. He just dropped
it.
out again. At least I got a chuckle for my Crank Yankers
You
line.
did. That was good.
Were you a Crank Yankers guy?
The short answer is no. I'm aware of it. Was that the prank calls?
Yeah, that was like the Comedy Central TV show where they had puppets and they would just make prank phone calls the entire time.
So for me, it was a group called the Jerky Boys. You guys know about the Jerky Boys?
I do not know about the Jerky Boys.
We're dating ourselves here.
Yeah.
Jerky Boys was a wildly popular prank calling group in I think they broke in late 80s, but they rolled through the 90s.
By the way, do your kids make prank phone calls? Is that still something that these kids are doing these days?
Great question.
808 KNBR, when's the last time you made a prank phone call?
First of all, did your parents know if you were making prank phone calls?
No, I used to prank phone call my dad and my mom every once in a while on the home phone line.
What was the bit?
So we used to do the inappropriate names, ask for a certain person and see if you could get them to repeat it.
See more butts?
Yeah, stuff like that.
We'll keep that one G-rated.
A little bit more inappropriate that I probably shouldn't be saying on air, but we do that.
Perhaps a guy named Michael. Perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
We would do the classic, is your refrigerator running? Go catch it.
You did that one. That was from the 1940s.
That's the bottom of the barrel playbook, but yeah.
No, so yes, we did do prank calls. No, we never told our parents. So if my kids are doing them, I have no idea.
Ooh.
But I'm going to say no, but I wouldn't put it past them.
I was gonna say, maybe do prank
Frank
text.
is ready to try again. Frank, baby, we're in the box. We're 0 for 4. We're digging in, though. It's the 9th inning. We're going to get a knock, man.
The golden sombrero on, Frank.
Good morning, Frank Isola. How are you? Unbelievable.
How about we just ask general questions? Frank, who's playing for the Knicks tonight?
Nobody.
Because they're all injured.
That's it.
There's our answer.
At this point, we got to dial up the Marty Lurie Ty Block thing.
Yeah.
You have to.
Frank.
Ty Block is with us this morning. And Ty, nice to have you with us. This All-Star game is coming up. It's very exciting. You're part of it. Ty?
There it is.
That's us.
That's what we're experiencing right now. So there you go.
Frank.
Hey, Frank's calling back again, by the way.
Frank Isola's the man.
I don't know what's going on. What could possibly be happening?
I don't know. It'd be great if we had an engineer here to figure it out, Murph.
Says it's windy out there? Very bizarre. All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break?
Let's get the hell out of the segment.
We'll come back. Kenny Atkinson spoke, Rick Barry spoke, Steve Kerr spoke. So we think we have those guys on tape. All right. So let's get back to the Warriors
I hope so.
next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, Tony, I don't think that Frank Isola interview is going to be trending on KNBR.com, but I can tell you Rick Barry was definitely trending after he stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning to talk about Klay Thompson's move to the bench and some other things in his personal life. To hear that interview and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We do need help on making connections out in New York City. So, hey, listen, things happen. Connections are made. It was so odd. Curly could hear him and talk to him, and then we would get him on, and then we couldn't hear him. Or he could hear us, and then he would come in, and out. All we got was a brief laugh at Crank Yankers. That's it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the Tony rejoin. Obviously, we're looking for some help. Maybe we should have gone with Adele. Hello, Frank. Are you there? Can you hear me? What's going on, dude?
Yeah, we can get any number of hellos. I'll go. For Valentine's Day, I gave Candace the Lionel Richie hello T-shirt with the clay mug of his head.
Ooh.
Do you guys know about the hello video where he makes the? Never mind. Hey, let's get into the Warriors and the Knicks here, guys.
Because we said hello, but Frank Isola said goodbye.
He did. Well, there's the Beatles. You say hello, I say goodbye.
You got my riff, Murph. You got it. I don't think the kid behind the glass got it, but you got it.
Well, he just played Beatles Coming Back, so I think he's on it. He knows it. He knows it. He knows the Fab. He's like, yeah, I know the Fab 3. That's what he's saying. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Warriors Knicks tonight was going to be our big hit with Frank Isola, but of course, Frank, we had trouble connecting with him. But we didn't have trouble connecting with Kenny Atkinson earlier today or Rick Barry yesterday. So, it's funny. We looked at this 4-game road trip, and, they've won 6 in a row on the road, which is great. But being realistic, playing at New York where the Knicks are good, on paper is a tough game. However, the Knicks are decimated by injuries tonight, right?
That's what I'm saying. When you're looking on paper, you got to bring up the injury report and whether or not Jalen Brunson's playing tonight. Now, Jalen Brunson has turned into one of the better point guards in the league. He was an all-star this year, a guy that has really taken the leap since being moved over from the Dallas Mavericks. But if he's not playing tonight, you're talking about them missing their all-star point guard, their all-star forward in Julius Randle. Mitchell Robinson's a great rim protector. So you're looking at their entire front court being missing. And even who they just traded for at the trade deadline, OG Anunoby from the Raptors, he's out also dealing with an elbow injury. So they're missing a lot of key guys out in New York.
Yeah, and the Warriors are favored in this game by 4.5 points. On the road in New York to a team that's 10 games over 500, 11 games over 500. So it's pretty interesting. And Kenny Atkinson talked to us earlier in the show about Draymond Green, about Andrew Wiggins, and about this second unit, Young Tone Cut B here, about the fact that they are coming on with Klay Thompson. We've put this out there, and none of us can come up with it. Some people have thrown in some suggestions on the text line, having 2 first-ballot Hall of Famers as your first 2 guys off the bench. If it's not unprecedented in NBA history, it's certainly only happened 1 or 2 other times.
I was to say, let me throw out, I know it's at the tail end of his career, Carmelo Anthony on the Lakers and Russell Westbrook coming off the bench, maybe? But even that didn't have too much success.
Well, dig into it. But is that what happened? They were the first 2 guys off the bench?
Well, I know Melo was for sure coming off the bench at the tail end of his career. I'm just trying to think of guys on the back end of their career who maybe were in the same situation as Klay and CP3.
Okay, like I said, I'm not sure it's unprecedented, but if it's happened, it's less than, count them on one hand pretty much.
Yeah.
And yet these guys are still playing well, too. So we asked Kenny, listen, you got Klay Thompson and Chris Paul on your bench. How does that affect you as a coaching staff?
Yeah, I mean, it's a luxury. What it really helps us to do is push our young guys forward, right? And give them confidence and putting a JK in the starting lineup and having, even Moses now with Wiggs out, in the starting lineup. Like that gives them tremendous confidence. So for Klay and CP to make that sacrifice and understanding what the team dynamics look like, and what's going to help us win at the end of the day. And I just give Steve a bunch of credit too here, because he's constantly having conversation with those guys. There is no one in this league I can think of with more credibility than Steve because of his experience as a player, for so long in this league, and he's kind of seen it all. And then as a coach, so he can really speak to these guys on a real level with some real kind of ex-NBA player and championship coach and who understands winning more than him, So that's a big piece to it, and I don't think we can underestimate that.
Yeah, so, I mean, Kenny Atkinson just telling all the good stuff going on with Steve Kerr being a former bench guy. And in fact, Steve spoke to Tolbert and Copes about that yesterday. Young Tone, if you want to get into the Kerr from yesterday, I believe it's Cut Eye. He himself was a bench guy, and he's telling Clay and Chris Paul, bro, let's do it. Let's be the bench mob. Here's Kerr with Tolbert and Copes.
I mean, I was, anywhere from the 7th man to the 14th man throughout my career, and so I can really identify with all the guys on our bench, and I know how important it is for all of them to feel empowered and to feel important and part of the process, because there were times when I did and times when I didn't, i.e. when you and I were members of the Magicians in Orlando. Yes. I might as well have been the ball boy there, and it just, didn't feel great. So, but I'm definitely a product of my experience with Pop and Phil. Those guys just had a knack for making everyone feel crucial.
Yeah, so good stuff then. Somebody texted in and said Papa listed 3 or 4 groups of Hall of Famers that came off the bench. I missed that segment. I was too busy down at the Mixer, down there, hanging out down at the Gotham Club. When there's a good mixer, I'm not going to miss it. So if anybody remembers who Papa said, I mean, we've talked about, obviously, Andre Iguodala, Hall of Famer coming off the bench. We talked about Bill Walton with the 86 Celtics coming off the bench. I see a list. Also, John Havlicek used to come off the bench for the Celtics. So there's a few right there. Now, but again, two is unusual. And again, I'm not saying it's unprecedented. I'm just saying it's highly unusual and extra special. It's happened however many, like I said, if Papa named 3 or 4, I'm still on one hand that you can count this kind of unique situation.
I mean, especially guys that are still productive at this point in their career. And I'm guessing there's somebody driving in their car right now probably screaming at the radio saying, Waterboy, is Clay really still productive? Well, yes.
What do you mean?
He led the NBA in scoring. I'm saying somebody driving right now, because we've seen the text before on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Oh, you need to trade Klay Thompson. Clay's washed. And every single time I said, chill, relax. Clay has slow starts to the season. And yes, Clay has been moved to the bench. Look at his last 3 of the 5 games, he's been the leading scorer off the bench. And it was just a season ago where Klay Thompson hit over 300 threes for the first time in his career. Led the NBA in three-pointers made. And that's why I think Steve Kerr is a perfect example. A guy that was constantly coming off the bench and has 5 rings to show for it, but also a guy that, of course, was groomed under Greg Popovich. And we know Greg Popovich and how he played Manu Ginobili. So all the ties are there. The blueprint has been laid out. And now Klay Thompson, it seems like he is settling into that role in that new blueprint.
Well, you got to, it's about attitude. It's about team-first attitude. It's also about minutes, and it's also about, if Klay knows he's going to get 30 minutes and going to be on the floor at the end of the game. But again, Iguodala, you can't go back and overstate enough the Iguodala thing. That was just unbelievable. The guy came to be the dude, right? And Kerr's like, here's what I'm going to need from you. I need you to not be the dude.
Yeah.
I need you to come off the bench. And Iguodala, who knows what went on behind the scenes, how the conversations truly went. The net was Iguodala said, yep, let's go. And the Warriors wound up winning the NBA championship. And, of course, the poetic justice, he gets finals MVP.
Yeah, and, think about that. Andre Iguodala gets moved to the bench, and then Steve Kerr says, yeah, but I'm going to need you to guard LeBron James one-on-one in the NBA Finals. You're my number 1 defensive matchup. He's such a valuable piece, and that's why I feel like now Klay Thompson is not at that level defensively, but you can pick and choose your matchups when to put him in. And, of course, when you put Klay on the second unit, that also means that he's playing against other teams' second units, which he should be able to take advantage of these inexperienced players.
Told you guys, when the Warriors game starts, I'm like, all right, how cool, how long till I have to wait to see the second unit? I'm excited to see the second. I love watching Chris Paul play. I talked to you guys about this, and it's funny. We all, when that trade went down, the reaction, we were talking about, is he going to get booed on opening night at Chase Center, And instead, I've actually, we hate, when you hate a guy, Richard Sherman, You hate Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm. LeBron James.
Yeah, all these guys. And you just live in this. In the 80s, I hated the Lakers so much. I gave Magic Johnson no love. None. The day he retired, I'm like, that guy's the greatest player I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, when you can finally take your fan blinders off, Chris Paul's that guy. When he came into town and we all, this Clipper, we hate him so much. Remember when Steph put him on his ass with the dribble drive? And now you're like, damn, look at Chris Paul play the basketball game. Look at the soundness and savviness of Chris Paul. I really enjoy watching him play. Remember I told you guys I had that vision? My vision. Shout out my visions. Remember the Super Bowl Lombardi Trophy vision?
Yeah, that went great, right, Murph?
Came pretty damn close, buddy.
Close.
I had a fourth quarter lead with less than 2 minutes to go, and I had an overtime lead.
Yeah, who do you think you are, Kyle Shanahan?
Ouch. But my vision was, remember I was doing the dishes when I wasn't doing the dishes. I was probably just moving a dish from one place to another. And I had a vision of a second quarter period possession in Orlando, and that they came down and they worked the ball around, and then Clay got it to Kuminga for an easy layup or dunk. And I was like, yeah, this is going to work. And that's kind of how it's worked. I mean, did you see him yesterday in the last game or Washington? There were a couple clips Slater put on his athletic piece where he just isolated where Chris Paul created baskets just with pure floor direction. There was one where he kind of told Clay where to go to come off a screen, hit a three. Mm-hmm. And there was one where he told Clay to come off a screen to draw a double team that freed Kuminga for an alley-oop. And I was like, look at this guy, the point guard.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things that I harped on when the trade was made. Not just the fact that you're getting rid of Jordan Poole's contract and acquiring an expiring contract with Chris Paul, but how many times did I turn on the mic last year and criticize Jordan Poole for trying to play hero ball down the stretch? For dribble off your foot instead of kicking the ball out to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And that's why I think this season specifically, having Chris Paul in the closing lineup in the fourth quarter is going to be huge for the Dubs. And yes, he's dealt with some injuries, so we haven't really seen that at the full extent. But with Chris Paul being the point guard, given the ability to Steph Curry being able to move without the ball, we're talking about now Curry playing the point, CP3 playing the point, Draymond can play the point a little bit, and even Clay has improved his passing. So this is the team that's now moving the ball a lot. Even a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. Look at his last 6 or 7 games and the assist numbers that he's putting up now because he's getting all the attention driving to the basket and dishing it out to that corner three. Like, we're getting back to the Warriors brand of basketball, that tiki-taki Barcelona style that Steve Kerr loves so much, where they're moving the ball and creating these open, easy shots.
You left one guy out. Anything is possible. By the way, nobody's caught on to that. By the way, I think it's great.
Yeah, I told you that wasn't great when you debuted it.
It was great.
Murph.
You guys liked it. You guys gave me the point and the nod when I did that. It was great.
I told you to work on your material.
No, brother, that's incorrect. You liked it.
You know
and
what,
everybody liked it. Now you're turning on me.
You know what's Pod's Bull? Brandon Pajemski leading the league in charges taken this year.
Yes,
How about
absolutely.
that?
I'm going to ride with it too, by the way. You're welcome, Warriors merchandising department. Hey, before we get out of here, can I get a little... Yeah. The hits keep coming. Live from Scottsdale, Susan Slusser just tweeted. Bob Melvin says Tristan Beck is not expected to be back for the start of the season and could miss quite a bit of time.
Oof.
Yes, so he mentions options, including Sean Jelly, who I enjoyed. I had a nice chat with him at the Willie McCovey Golf Tournament at Harding Park.
I was going to say Big D's a big Sean Jelly guy too, right?
That's right. And then Susan Slusser tweets, when asked about the free agent starters on the market, Melvin joked, all of them. That's what he said.
The answer is D, all the above.
Oh, boy.
They need some arms, dude. You can't go into the season with Logan Webb being the only guy that's proven to pitch more than 100 innings at the major league level.
How about Scott Boras and his game of chicken? This is where Scott Boras said, I'm going to be the guy, what was it, Footloose. We're just going to drive at each other, and then your guy's going to get hurt, and you're going in the ditch, and I'm going to win. Because if now Farhan calls for Blake Snell, he says, oh, really?
Yeah.
We'll just added $5 to $10 million to this one here.
That's
right
it.
Here.
These boys are out here playing poker, trying to bluff each other, and Scott Boras just got an ace on the river.
Boras played the long game, which is pitchers get hurt. The guy from the Mets, Senga, right?
Yeah, Kodai Senga's already down.
And there's others, too. I mean, listen, Keaton Wynn has a tweak. I mean, he thinks he might be back, but that's no guarantee.
No.
And there's others around, too, that have been dinged up. So Boras is like, Ryan, I told you guys, I got a guy, but you don't want to pay him what we want.
Pay the piper. What are we doing?
Guys, and Bob Melvin, I told you, I read Marie Guardado. He was pissed after the game yesterday. He didn't like losing to the A's. He doesn't like them playing sloppy in the first week. I know it's spring training, but you got, let's have a little tightness here, a little chop. Let's get to it here.
All I'm saying is it's a little bit different feeling when you take a look at the Giants spring training so far and the Dodgers spring training so far. I'll leave it at that, Murph.
Shout out Shohei. Adding to the festivities, Ohtani announces he got married. Now we're throwing rice down there. You know what I mean?
Congrats, Ohtani.
Now we're doing the Bull Durham. What are we going to get him at the mound? They're going, well, candlesticks are nice. Let's go get Ohtani some candlesticks, right?
Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glass now.
Oh boy, sounds like we need to break the tension with a couple chuckles.
Yeah, give me the cooler.
The cooler of content will break the tension, and then Matt Mayoko will join us at 9:15 talking Niner D coordinator search. Wow. I wish I had better news for you, but it is supposed to rain today, so you got that on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Let's talk about Marin Health. The beautiful, beautiful North Bay has a world-class health situation called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. We've got a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. We've got a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. There's an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health. World-class care closer than you think.
Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right. Kind of a wacky morning. We knew it was going to be a wacky morning when this morning.
It's a wacky business, Murph. It's a wacky business.
You, buddy. You're going right to my heart there, buddy. What are you going to do, says Bob Costas on Jim Healy. So early pre-dawn hours, I wake up and we go to the lavatory and we start the shower and I go to my email. And I'm rubbing, and I have my glasses on, but I'm still a little fuzzy. And I see an email from John Curley. And it says, hey, Murph, if you listen to the song Weekend in New England by Barry Manilow, it's hilarious if you listen to it in the perspective of a Giants fan wanting something good to happen. And I'm like, did Curley just send me this freak? What the blank is going on? And I was like, this is going to be awkward when I see him. And be like, did you send me the Barry Manilow email about Weekend in New England?
Yeah, Curly, this is the show prep you're hitting us with?
And then the next email was Curly's spotless show prep email, where he sends out this incredible militaristic email that runs down the next day's show. I mean, the guy's nothing if not prepared. So I was like, so he sent the rundown and he sent this Manilow one. So I come into and then I got Weekend in New England in my head all morning. When will I touch you? I'm like, God, I don't need that. So I go into the show this morning and I see him at whatever, 5. I'm like, hey, in all the years I've known you, joke, I've only known 2 weeks. I said, I never thought you would send me a Barry Manilow email. He goes, what are you talking about? Who? I said, Barry, you sent me this email about Weekend in New England? He goes, I'm sorry? I said, and I pick out my phone. I go, look, dude, it's right here. The guy who sent it was named John Keady, Keady. He's Curly, Kerley. My stupid old man eyes, I saw John Kly. It wasn't him.
I don't know, Murph. Are we sure it wasn't a Curly burner account?
Yes. Well, does he support Manilow and Weekend in New England?
I think he was trying
to. It was a big hit.
He was trying to send you.
He supports it.
He was trying to send you some subliminals, Murph.
Oh, here it is. Unbelievable. Yes, we've achieved peak radio. There it is. But do you know this one, Young Tone? This is how we did it in the 70s. There was a movement in the 70s that reacted to the hardcore 60s rock and roll with just the most gutless, spineless, ballady music. They were like, we don't want to grow our hair long. We just want to be sweet and saccharine. This was a hit. This was a hit. Frank and Mike would play this, brother, on KNBR.
I'm just confused when you said
KNBR.
This is how we did it in the 70s. I thought the 70s was a hippie movement.
Well, yeah, but there was also like the Dan Hill, Sometimes When We Touch, and there's all this sappy music from the 70s. Sharon Collin, Wildfire, all that stuff.
Okay.
This would be a banner of that. You can tone it down.
And by the way, in response to John Keady, is this hilarious when you listen to it as a perspective as a Giants fan?
I was kind of thinking about that. Like, is it because it's like, when will I touch you? When will I hold you again? I'm like, I think the guy was having a late night moment.
Started thinking to himself, when will Farhan sign a free agent? When will the Giants win a spring training game?
It's incredible, man. By the way, somebody said, hey, you want to tie things together? Barry Manilow sells out Madison Square Garden.
There it is.
Where the Warriors are playing tonight.
There it is. The
All
Mecca.
Right. Out to the cooler. So anyway, the whole point is it's a wacky day.
It's a wacky business,
Murph. Wacky day. Who's the Chiefsaholic lawyer? Who is that?
Oh, so Chiefsaholic is a NFL super fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, Murph. You've probably seen him. He goes to the game in like a full werewolf outfit. Now, the problem is he was wearing that same werewolf outfit when he was robbing banks. He's an actual bank robber.
I know about this guy.
And he's
the guy who
dumb
robs
enough
banks.
to show up to NFL games in a full outfit. It'd be like if Gorilla Rilla from the Raiders was out here robbing banks, or I don't know, Crazy George down in the South Bay. Like, this guy didn't change his outfit, and now he has pleaded guilty to bank robbery, money laundering, and transporting stolen property across state lines. He faces up to 50 years in prison and is required to pay $532,000 in restitutions. Murph, this is the lawyer of Chiefaholic breaking it down yesterday and pleading to NFL fans to help bail out Chiefaholic.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing, and Xavier's pocket was collapsing. But today, Xavier stepped into the pressure. He took responsibility for his actions. He stood up in court, humble and repentant, and admitted what he had done. Now, if I know anything about Xavier, and if the Chiefs Kingdom knows anything about Chiefsaholic, we know that he doesn't give up. We know that if he stumbled and he fell, he didn't let his knee touch the ground. And that's because he's capable of doing a great thing. And he knows that there's still hope. We still have a lot of work to do on his case, But Xavier wants everyone to know that he loves the Chiefs' kingdom.
Oh, my God.
He loves Kansas City, and he hopes that you'll rally to his support.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, Siri, show me the worst lawyer ever, bro. You know what they say? There's an old joke. What do you call the guy who graduates last in his law school class? A lawyer, right? You know what I mean? Dude, that guy, that might be the worst barrister I've ever heard, seen, or encountered. You want that? Dude, you get what you pay for. That guy must have cost $20 an hour.
Dude. I mean, how about the legal system has been blitzing Chiefaholic?
How about
the government has been blitzing?
By the way, he was flailing so bad with his You hear that guy in the back just the cough? It's like coughing in the background. Bro, no wonder. So this guy is an idiot who robs banks in the same outfit he wears to games. Then he hires like maybe the worst lawyer going in the greater Kansas City region.
Dude, and all the NFL references, like I thought it was a bit. Like I thought it was like a curb bit or an SNL skit. The only thing that was missing was the lawyer saying he could go all the way.
That was incredible.
To prison.
408 says that has to be some sort of Jerky Boys prank or Crank Yankers prank.
That's what I'm saying. Like it didn't seem like it was real, but it was going everywhere on Twitter yesterday.
Awesome.
Chiefaholic.
That is so good. Well, you know what? If you're in legal trouble in Kansas, that's probably one of those guys who has a billboard. You know what I mean? I represented Chiefsaholic lawyer. That is
what a dummy.
Incredible, man.
Chiefaholic.
All right, what do we have for our second one there, Young Tone? We had this Dodger thing. Oh my God.
Dude.
Okay.
Dodger fans are big mad.
So, Copes, Michael Connell, our digital guy, the Please Don't Destroy Boys, Young Tony, Danny Dunn, Austin from the Please Don't Destroy Boys, Walter, Mike Holler did this skit that I'm going to say, if you haven't seen it, but you've seen it because it has over like 1.5 million views or impressions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they did a bit about Shohei Ohtani striking out in spring training, and they celebrated. They put it up. It was really funny. It was a skit. It was and Dodger fans got a hold of it and went nuts. Oh, you guys, such losers. We're living in your heads, and your wall is blue.
Oh, rent free, rent free.
So Copes and Michael Connell, seeing an opportunity, went and doubled down and did the one where Ohtani homered, and then they pretended to be upset, and Copes has the great line, "Why is this wall blue?" And the Dodger fans said, "Oh, look at that. Cry more. Cry more." I was like, oh, my God. Then 16-year-old Declan Murphy, who's on TikTok all the time, sends me, he goes, "Dad, there's this account called Dodger Nate, and he has so many followers, and he used the KNBR clip." And this guy goes off on us, and it's like he's mocking the Cope skit. And then, on top of that, by the way, Declan admitted that he got into a war with Dodger Nate. He goes, and then he goes,
with Dodger Nate.
He goes, this guy and I go back and forth. He goes, then he ratioed me. So I don't even know. What is that?
Oh, ratioed is when you get more comments versus likes.
Yeah,
it's usually when you have a bad take.
Because he ratioed me. Anyway, so now this guy, Dodger podcaster Doug McCain, as serious as a heart attack, failing to see any of the comedy. Listen to this guy.
This is just straight up embarrassing. But I do like the Dodger blue wall behind you. But we're at the point now for Giants fans, and this is the rock bottom for any franchise. We're at the point now where they're rooting more for the Dodgers to lose than they are for the Giants to win. I know, of course, Dodgers fans, we did the same thing during last spring training when Arson Judge had his first at-bat for the Giants. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't have an at-bat for the Giants because they didn't get Arson Judge, because the Giants haven't been able to land a mega superstar. They haven't been relevant in quite some time, but they did have some big debuts yesterday. Did you see Jung-Hoo Lee? He made his Giants debut. Did you see that? Oh, wait a minute. No, you didn't. You know why? Because the game wasn't even televised. Bruh. So at least they wanted to see some baseball in these Giants fans that were out there trying to celebrate when Ohtani strikes out in his first at-bat. And it reminded me of Mookie Betts during Dodgers Fest when he took some heat for saying that being the Dodgers is going to be every team's World Series. And clearly, the Giants fans' World Series is a Shohei Ohtani strikeout during spring training. That is how low it has gotten for the San Francisco Giants. SF stands for season finish before it even began. And how about this? Let's see the reaction after Shohei Ohtani in his third at-bat ends up hitting a home run.
Oh, man. He's coming at us. Oh, I'm going to take you guys. The guy just doesn't even understand the whole sketch comedy bit. riffing like crazy. Although he does get a couple shots off about the no televised games.
I was going to say, he had a couple good riffs in there, but...
He's like his Arsene Judge pump fake,
He
too?
does not read the room at all, and he's asking for, where's the reaction from the Ohtani home run? Well, it's on KNBR.com, on KNBR socials. He would have known that if he would have actually credited KNBR when he posted this video.
During this rant, he's showing like a faded version of the skit. So it's hilarious, man. They are. I would say the Please Don't Destroy Boys won this one because they have the Dodger fans all in a tizzy.
What do you give me for Dodger Nate and our guy Young Tony not understanding sarcasm?
Yeah, right? Exactly.
There's a little bit there, Tony.
So that's what Declan wrote to him. The guy goes, they're literally, because Declan said, bro, he wrote something like, bro, how dumb are you? The guy wrote, they're literally celebrating a spring training strikeout. And Declan wrote to him, that's the entire joke, dude.
Yeah, that's the
At
joke.
which point, then the guy wrote back, he goes, then he ratioed me.
Oh, the poor kid. Who cares if he get ratioed?
By the way, Rory did confirm he got prank called.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Prank calls still alive and well.
Yes, he got prank called.
I know our boys down the hallway still do prank calls too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Lamont will show me some every once in a while. They're hilarious.
Shout out the short-lived 2006 bit in the first months of 2006, Paulie's Pranks.
Wow.
Yes, he did.
Paulie Pranks?
He used to do them.
Well,
Yes,
he was the modern day Practical Joker.
He did. Last one is we got to do this, and then we'll get into this Giants news about Tristan Beck. Wow. And this is for all of us out there in the Curb Your Enthusiasm Mafia, and we know it well. It's been going for 24. It's interesting. It's 12 seasons, but over 24 years because he takes a couple years off. And one of the all-time cast characters is Richard Lewis, who we've known forever. Stand-up comedian. He used to do Carson and Letterman all the time. He was in Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Do you ever see that one?
Yeah,
Mel Brooks?
I did see that, actually.
He was Prince John. He's done and then he and Larry David grew up together in Brooklyn. They were born in the same hospital. They went to the same summer camp, and they wound up being hilarious. And so Richard and he have, for 20 years, have been doing just ad-lib riffs on the show. And this, guys, was last Sunday's episode. They're on the golf course. Richard's not a golfer, but he's sitting in the golf cart. Larry's talking about stealing that lesson off the bench. Mm-hmm. And this is extra poignant because Richard Lewis winds up talking about his will. But here, just listen to them ad-libbing, riffing off each other. Tribute, rest in peace, Richard Lewis.
I did Wordle again today. I'm a Wordle wizard, man. I did it in 3 tries. That's 3 days in a row, man.
Wow, you're really on a good streak.
I'm on a huge streak, that's right.
All right, let's see if I can continue my streak.
I know, you've been unbelievable. What is this all about? How are you doing this?
You know why? I sat on a bench this morning and overheard a lesson. So I've had thousands of hours of lessons. 2 minutes on that bench, this guy changed my life.
What kind of tips?
Vertical drop.
Yeah.
Horizontal tug.
Horizontal tug?
Vertical drop. Horizontal tug. Now, I've dropped before, but I've never tugged, and now I'm tugging.
Maybe I should tug.
You gotta tug.
Can you teach me how to tug?
I'll teach you how to tug.
This is fantastic.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
I think this is the happiest I've ever been in my life.
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now.
How is something good happening to me?
No one on the planet would believe that you're happy.
How is this possible?
But I have better news for you. I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it.
No, don't do that.
It's done. You're in.
I don't want to be in it. I have money. I don't need it. Give it to someone who needs it.
When I die, I want you to know how much I care about you.
I'm not going to keep it. I'm going to give it to charity.
You're my best friend. You're getting it.
No, I'm making a Sherman-esque statement about the will right now.
I'm sick of your historical references.
If nominated, I will not run. If bequeathed, I will not accept.
Well, I'm bequeathing.
Well, I'm not accepting.
Well, you'll have to accept.
Don't give it to me.
Don't hurt my feelings.
I'm not going to keep a penny of it.
You're hurting me.
Thank you, but I don't want it.
I'm giving it to you anyway, pal.
Oh, my God.
Oh, how great is that? I've never tugged. Can you tug? Teach me how to tug.
You got to tug, Murph. You got to tug.
So
that's awesome. That was a great back and forth.
I know. Shout out Richard Lewis. Thanks for all the laughs. And there's your cooler of content. Okay, guys. Okay, on the other side, if you're just getting in your car, we got news from Scottsdale, and it's not good. And we'll discuss it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
But I've never tugged, and now I'm tugging.
Maybe I should tug.
You got to tug.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Sports gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Beck checks him, now throws. And a slider is lifted to left. And Jock Peterson back a little bit, now to his right, reaches out, makes the catch, inning over. 2 innings in a row now that Tristan Beck has gone out there against this outstanding Red Sox lineup and did not allow that free runner at second to score either time.
Well, my goodness, that's Giants baseball, which you could hear yesterday on KNBR, and of course you're going to hear him Saturday and Sunday too. By the way, the rejoin it's a little quiet. Rejoin. We're still learning. We're going Johnny Cash hurt? Okay, I got you.
My young Tony learned from the best, sending some subliminals.
It's actually one of the best covers of all time, but it's definitely not a morning energy rejoins.
No, but it is kind of the energy surrounding the Giants right now, Murph.
Okay, we'll buy it. We'll buy it there. It's probably my number one cover of all time, by the way. It really is. Aging Johnny Cash, getting into deep into the soul there, going Trent Reznor. Okay, we teased it, and here it is. Bob Melvin said this morning that Tristan Beck, you all know him as a young right-hander that the Giants acquired in the Mark Melanson trade, a Stanford kid who pitched pretty good last year. I mean,
had his moments, had his flashes.
There was potential.
And that's why he was one of the guys that you thought would have the upper hand of grabbing this number 4 or 5 spot in the rotation.
So, Bob Melvin says this morning, this is on a Susan Slusser tweet. Bob Melvin says Tristan Beck is not expected to be back for the start of the season and could miss quite a bit of time.
Ooh.
Ouch. She goes on to say the other options are being evaluated, and he mentions Sean Jelly as a possibility, as he likes him in the. He says a possibility, but he likes him in the long man role. Asked about the free agent starters on the market as an option, Bob Melvin jokes, quote, all of them. So Bob Melvin, already upset at his team's level of play, now gets this news. And obviously, big, gigantic elephant in the room, Blake Snell.
Yes.
Second baby elephant in the room, Jordan Montgomery. 2 starting pitchers who are out there. Giants have, in our opinion, money to spend. Maybe it's not Greg Johnson's opinion, but it's our opinion that they could go get these guys. So, Marcus, do you do it right now? Go
2 lefties are available, and I said it yesterday in my breakdown when we were talking about would you rather have Matt Chapman, would you rather have Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery? If you're trying to beat the Dodgers, you need left-handed arms in your rotation. And that's why I'm excited about the development of Kyle Harrison, Carson Whisenhunt. But you need a proven ace to pair with Logan Webb at the top of your rotation, especially with Alex Cobb on the IR. Now, we should point out that he's scheduled to throw a bullpen today, but he's still going to miss a chunk of the season. They brought in Robbie Ray over the offseason. Of course, he's recovering from Tommy John surgery. So I'm looking for another left-handed arm in that rotation to deal with Max Muncy, to deal with Freddie Freeman, to deal with Shohei Ohtani. And Blake Snell has phenomenal numbers against the Dodgers. And if the goal is to beat the Dodgers and win the NL West, go get Blake Snell because every 5th day he gives you that opportunity.
Okay. Do you care about the cost? Do you care? First of all, we as fans don't care.
That's
right?
not
Just
my
give me the
money.
money. Yeah, I know, exactly. Now, do you care if it hamstrings you from doing something in the future? But Blake Snell on a short-term deal doesn't hamstring you from doing something in the future. You got to go get him.
And that's the key, short-term deal. And I know we have sound from John Heyman breaking down that he might be looking at one of those contracts with an opt-out after the 1st or 2nd year, and that's perfect for Farhan Zaidi. He did the same thing with Kevin Gausman, did the same thing with Carlos Rodon. Now, the difference is Blake Snell's coming off a Cy Young season, so his price tag is going to be higher. But these are the type of contracts that Farhan wants to give out because let's be honest with you, with Blake Snell being, 30, 31 years old, Farhan was never going to give him a 5-6 year contract up to his age 36, 37 season. Right. So if you're looking to strike while the iron's hot, oh boy, it's as hot as hell right now.
This is a really interesting time because Scott Boras, tried to play poker and continues to play poker. And you can argue that he lost with Cody Bellinger. Who knows? I don't know the story if Bellinger wanted to do that. If he said, I just want to go back to Chicago, give me $30 million. Although I saw it's $27.5 million. It's not 30. Give me $27.5 million and let me do it. So Boras has to honor the will of his client. That seemed to be, to me, a loss. Like he wanted to get all these guys long-term deals.
I would agree.
We had heard through somebody that was fairly reliable that Matt Chapman was asking for a gigantic contract. Like like multi-year, big money deal.
And
right?
Farhan does not give up those big money deals, especially to people north of 30 years old.
So to me, if Bellinger, if that's the way Boris is playing, and Bellinger settles for that short-term deal in Chicago, that to me is a loss for Boris, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now try to take advantage. But if you're Boris now, and Farhan calls you, oh, now you're calling me. Oh, really? Ooh. Well, guess what? I have these other teams on the line. Other teams want Blake Snell too, right? Other teams are playing chicken with Scott Boras too. So how much money can Farhan reasonably spend on Blake Snell? And we talked about him being a 5 and dive guy. I know Papa pushed back against that yesterday, although I did the, just for fun, I looked at his career Baseball Reference, 999 innings, 191 starts. You do the math, it's just a little over 5.0 innings a start. So technically, Papa's correct.
He's a 5 1/3 dive.
5 1/3 in dive, right? Yeah. Exactly. So, so we were kind of riffing on that, saying, no, we don't need him. But now you need him.
Well, that's the thing. When we're sitting at the poker table with Farhan Zaidi, how good is his hand right now? Because I saw somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line throw out the idea that why don't the Dodgers just add Blake Snell, as if they need any more pitching. But from the Dodger perspective, look at their rotation with Kershaw, with Tyler Glasnow, with Yamamoto, with Ohtani coming back in the future. Then you go Bobby Miller, then you go Dustin May, you go all these prospects. They're playing with damn near a full house. When Farhan Zaidi steps up to the poker table, and yeah, it's great that you got an ace in Logan Webb. You probably got a queen in Kyle Harrison. But besides that, how good is your hand when you're going to the season with Jordan Hicks, who's been a reliever for the majority of his career, when you're relying on guys like Keaton Winn and Tristan Beck? Scott Boras has all the leverage. He's got the better hand right now, and that's why he's been calling Farhan's bluff.
Couple of things on this. Number one, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Number two, that's why I would have traded for Corbin Burns. Yeah. I would have, and I know it costs you prospects, but guess what, guys? Prospects are just that. They ain't no guarantee. And really, honestly, in the last 15 years of Giants baseball, only 2 prospects have come back to bite them in the rear, Brian Reynolds and Zach Wheeler. But the Wheeler one, I think, is entirely defensible. You were coming off the World Series, you were in the hunt, and you were getting a borderline Hall of Fame hitter in Carlos Beltran. Some people think he's a Hall of Famer.
And that
didn't work out.
Of course, but that was the Giants going all in. And that's why I don't think we've seen that big Farhan trade that you've been clamoring for. No. Whether it's Corbin Burns, whether it's these other guys available on the market, I don't know if Farhan feels like he's one piece away from competing for a World Series.
Okay, enough texts have come in now where it's like reached critical mass. We got to even mention it. Trevor Bauer.
Ooh, situation critical.
Trevor Bauer. That one is so... Talk about, there's that phrase, third rail, the thing you can't touch. Like he's in a situation right now where he's just so public relations poison.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to get into the weeds of it. You know what I mean? Because he has his excuse that didn't he settle the case out of court, I think?
He went through the legal process.
Yeah. And I mean, so it's like theoretically, if he's all clear and there's no jurisprudence issues and he's a walking free citizen of the world, theoretically you can sign the guy and he can pitch for you. But there is just, right now, there's just certain... they say there's certain guys are Teflon where things just bounce off them. No. That guy just like, man, they can never make... Dude, that guy's like Velcro. Things stick to him. He cannot shake this image that he's rat poison in the clubhouse, rat poison with the media, and rat poison with the fan base that doesn't want somebody who theoretically abused females.
Yeah.
And so just you stay away. Other people... We have people on the text line say you got to go in and go get Trevor Bauer. Right now, for me, I'm just at the point now where... I mean, I know, and again, I hear all the arguments, but I am that guy. I'm like, I'd like to seek a solution outside of Trevor Bauer. First of all, I don't know who knows how effective he can be at this point, too. He's been out of baseball a while.
Yeah, he was out pitching in Japan last year.
Yeah, and I don't even think he pitched that well, did he?
Decent numbers, and that's the thing. There's never been a question about talent when it comes to Trevor Bauer, going back to his UCLA days, Murph. But the question has always been about the personality, whether it's him clashing heads with Garrett Cole and their rivalry of how they hate each other, even though they played together in college. And then obviously the stuff that happened in the dugout with certain teammates. And then the off-the-field stuff, which obviously puts it in a whole different conversation. Mm-hmm. But there's a reason why he's not getting offers from a single MLB team.
Yeah, I would say teammates, clubhouses, no. You would, if the word on him, he was a great guy done wrong, then he would be signed. But if there's a word that he is somebody people don't want to be around, that's the deal, man. Some people are checking in on this, though. 510 says, I'm down with Bauer. 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, the team is already trashed, so how can it hurt? 916 getting very upset. Says, Farhan is fraud hand. His mid-sentence chuckles are not funny anymore. Yeah, that's what's going on right now. Here's 530 says, excuse me, he says, I pledge to go to 10 games if they sign him. Hand up. Okay. Would you do it?
See, I don't even know how to dive into this conversation because obviously we're tiptoeing around it right now. Because I think, again, I'm not deep into the legal cases. We don't like doing that kind of stuff here. Someone on the text line points out that he still has 2 more cases that he needs to settle in courts. So I don't know where he is in the legal process. But if you're looking for arms, it's an option. I just don't think it's going to happen realistically.
510 sends in Webb, Snell, Ray, Bauer, Harrison. I mean, that's signing Blake Snell and Trevor Bauer. I don't know. I mean, the Giants... Wow, Farhan, this is where we're at right now. And did you see Bob Melvin? There was another quote you had from the Baggerly tweet where he said something like, it sounded like Melvin's getting maybe a little flip about this whole thing about, or not, that's not the right word. Getting a little frustrated is the word I'm looking for.
So Bags tweeted out that he asked Bob Melvin, or they mentioned to Bob that there are still free agents out there who could suddenly help a shaky rotation. And his response was, you think?
Yeah.
That's it.
Dude, anytime you drop you think, here's another one. How's that working out for you?
Yeah.
You want to drop it? The only thing missing there is calling the guy boss. You think, boss?
My favorite is no blank, Sherlock.
Oh, that's a good one, too. Yeah. Good old-fashioned no S goes a long way, too.
No S.
Yeah,
you got to drop the Sherlock, too.
408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Going into his bag here, he says, Michael Reed and Connor Joe tells you everything you need to know. 650 says, how about Mad Bum LOL? Did you see Susan Slusser wrote that Bumgarner's people reached out?
Oh, were they sending some more of those Pablo Sandoval training type
and
videos?
The Giants politely declined. How about that? I wonder why you could give him a flyer right there, too. Excuse me, 925 says, yeah, only sign Trevor if you want your kids to admire he says a man who beats women.
Yeah, it's a PR nightmare to bring in Trevor Bauer.
209 says, remember when he threw the ball from the pitcher's mound after being taken out? I was at a Trevor Bauer start on a Friday night, and he struck somebody out, and he did the stupid sword thing on the mound. Yeah. I was like, and that's he's probably my least favorite UCLA Bruin of all time.
Which is crazy because I remember watching him in the College World Series with that crazy arm routine and his warm-up stuff. I'm like, who is this guy? And again, pitching-wise, knowledgeable-wise, like he's even like a YouTuber now. He's always posting pitching breakdowns and stuff like that. He's still trying to be involved in the game, but I just think it's too much of a PR nightmare for anybody to take a flyer on him.
Here's a text that you don't usually see on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. He says, Farhan is our best option at GM. It's ownership that proves it doesn't want to pay. How's a guy defending Farhan? Okay, all right. By the way, I wanted to try. I always was asking, listen, the status quo ain't working. So you got to do what your ancestors did, Al Rosen and Brian Saban, and you got to shake it up with a foundation-shaking trade. And what are you missing? You're missing everyday players. Go trade a pitching prospect for an everyday player. And he didn't do it. He just doesn't have the gumption or cojones to go do something like that. Like Al Rosen, Brian Saban, those guys dropped him on the table, said, here's who I am, here's what we're doing, you got to go. It's not a place for the timid, man. It is not a place for the timid.
Well, Murph, in response to that text, defending Farhan, we know that ownership has given the green light to at least make these contract offers to an Aaron Judge, to a Carlos Correa, to these top free agent superstars. The problem is they haven't closed out any of those deals. And who does that fall on? It's probably Farhan Zaidi. Murph, we use the line all the time, coffee's for closer. So far, Farhan has not closed out any of these deals with the big-name free agents.
707, Trevor Bauer equals never Bauer. Don't do it. 831 says absolute flat no on Trevor Bauer. If the Giants signed him, it would lose all goodwill and sense of moral compass. 925 says there's a simple solution. Just sign Blake Snell and overpay if you have to. You're in a position where you don't have a whole lot of leverage or a whole lot of legs to stand on here. Let's go out to the phones at 808 KNBR. Talking about this news that Tristan Beck will miss the start of the season and likely more than that. And we're already worried about Keaton Wynn trying to be ready for opening day. The Giants pitching rotation right now in shambles. Lee and Livermore is first up, though. Lee, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you?
Good. How are you?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, why we could never sign a big-time bat. Like, I understand the pitching, but why can we not get a big-time bat? Like, why are we not doing that?
Well, Lee, they try, right, with Shohei Ohtani, and they tried with Aaron Judge.
And we'll hear the excuses about how it's a pitcher's ballpark and not a hitter's park.
Yeah, and Lee, this goes back even before Farhan. They couldn't sign Bryce Harper. That was a Bobby Evans production. Lee, I would say the number one reason why is what Marcus just said. Big hitters don't want to go to a pitcher's park.
Yeah, I get that. But Bonds was hitting balls out of the park.
He was a special guy, and maybe had a little help too, but he was also a very special guy, Lee. So that's your answer, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
But that's why it's curious when we talk so much about the farm system, when we talk about all the pitching prospects coming up, which get me excited. But where are the bats? Where are the big bat prospects?
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about Luciano, we talk about Luis Matos, Joey Bart was supposed to be a big bat. But if you're the Giants and you know that there's this stereotype about you playing in a pitcher's ballpark, then you have to rely heavily on drafting and developing bats. Because you can go out in free agency and convince pitchers to come to town.
Who's your starting shortstop today?
Marco Luciano.
And who was your first-round pick out of Sarah in 2019? Hunter Bishop.
Yeah.
So they've tried with those guys. Patrick Bailey was drafted.
Bishop. I haven't mentioned his name since we were talking about
they just drafted
the Giants taking him over Corbin Carroll.
They just drafted Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah.
But you are right.
I like Bryce.
They have not developed a bat in forever. I mean, Buster, honestly, during the run, the magical run, Buster was the only one. It was all Lincecum, Kame, Bumgarner. That was how they did it. With pitching and defense.
And again, in that ballpark,
Pablo Sandoval.
We bring up all the time about, no one's hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds. Well, look at those 2010, 2012, and 2014 rosters. Nobody hit 30 bombs. They were winning World Series with pitching and defense.
Yeah. Dwayne in Stockton checking in. Dwayne, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm doing better than the Giants, I'll tell you that much.
I know, brother. I know. Lost to the A's yesterday. Come on.
I'm going to tell you, I want to throw this out there. I graduated from Sarah in '88, so I played basketball at Sarah. And one thing about Sarah is baseball. That is a baseball school.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you, Farhan makes me wonder if he's even a baseball guy. Like, how did he get this team? I think his money comes from somewhere else, and I think he's playing games around, and, he's really looking bad. He's the weak guy at the poker table. He's the guy that gets pushed out the game. He gets pushed out the hand because he's too weak, and I hate to say that, but that's what's going on. And now what I really wanted to say is some concern about your young arms, because do you really what about these guys' confidence? Do you really want to wreck their careers right from the beginning? I mean, they're standing in front of a freight train. Some of these NL lineups are just loaded. And these young guys with no hitting, I mean, come on, you guys got to make a change. You got to make it quick. Have a good day, fellas.
Yeah, Dwayne, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it, man. Well, they were going to we talked about it. Logan Webb is at the top of the rotation, and the next four guys were all unproven guys. Kyle Harrison, who we have high hopes for. And then we just talked about Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck. But just if you're getting in your car right now, the news is bad, man. Susan Slusser, Andy Baggerly tweeting from Scottsdale. Bob Melvin revealed this morning that Tristan Beck will be out indefinitely with a hand injury. He will miss the opening of the season and quite possibly longer than that. Hand or shoulder. It's been reported both, whichever.
Yeah.
Maybe the hand led to the shoulder. Yeah. I'm not sure. We'll have to get more on that.
Shoulders, knees, and toes, Murph.
So it leads to the obvious question, which is Blake Snell, guys. And that's where we're at right now. And if you're Farhan Zaidi and you have a fan base that's waffling and waffling, yeah, it's Blake Snell. By the way, Big Walt checked in, who will be hosting Giants pregames this weekend, I believe.
Hell yeah, Walt.
Is that right?
Hell yeah, Walt.
Is Walt doing it? He says he'd rather finish last in the West than sign Trevor Bauer.
Oh.
So there you go.
Well, I mean, that's the big philosophical question. What are we trying to do this year? Are we trying to win ball games? Are you trying to win the NL West? Are you rebuilding? It kind of seems like they're just stuck in no man's land right in the middle, Murph.
It's that third rail. Yeah, what are you trying to do? What's the objective? If you're trying to win the World Series, you trade for Corbin Burns.
Right? If you're trying to beat the Dodgers, you bring in Blake Snell.
Yes,
if you're trying to weasel into the 6th wild card spot,
and
then
your
you're
son
going to
and
put
Matt
together
Chapman,
rotation.
too. Walt's doing Sunday, too. And then 925 with he wins the Listener Award of the day. He says, the San Francisco Giants trying to sign a free agent is like KNBR trying to get on the phone with a guest from New York. All right? That's great knowledge, 925.
Frank,
great knowledge.
There
you go.
Free agent.
Hey, 925, we had Kenny Atkinson at 7 a.m., bright and early, and he was loud and proud. All right?
We'll see if we can make the connection with Matt Mayoko in Indy.
We went 1 for 2, like Jung-Hoo Lee, but he went 1 for 3 with a strikeout.
Oh, we struck out with Frank Isola, I can tell you that.
We did. All right, let's switch topics now to the 49ers. D coordinator still out there. And, of course, the Combine begins in earnest today. Matt Mayoko from Indianapolis next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm doing better than the Giants, I'll tell you that much.
Milpitas. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
Sound right, boys.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Stephen Douglas Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down his contract extension with the Warriors and to talk about Andrew Wiggins taking another leave of absence away from the Dubs. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Sound white, boy. Sound white, boy.
Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We got an Indiana boy on an Indiana morning. We got Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, checking in from the Combine. Matty, no D coordinator, but we got you, brother. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Good morning. How's everything? Well, it's actually afternoon here in Indy.
Oh, you guys Eastern. I thought you guys were Central. Okay.
We are Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been Eastern. I put my foot down and said, nope, you know what? Let's go Eastern instead of Central. I've actually considered this, that probably over the past 20 years, other than my house in Lafayette, I have probably spent more nights in Indianapolis than any other city in America.
That is a hell of a thing. And what do you have to show for it, Matty?
I have my favorite restaurants. I have a deteriorating liver. That's about it.
And how many times can a man go to St. Elmo's and have his nose hairs burned by the shrimp cocktail?
My God, I went all in 2 nights ago, and the early days I would scrape off a lot of the horseradish, but I decided the other night that I was just going to go all in, and you pay the price for about 10 or 15 seconds, and then you feel a sense of accomplishment after you've swallowed the shrimp cocktail.
Is that why you were talking to Tom and Adam about peppers and all that hot stuff?
I believe that is.
Because I came in late at that. I came in late on that.
I think that was the topic of the horseradish on the shrimp cocktail.
Yeah. So people don't.
And that's my take, is that I don't mind it because it is a very quick and very intense burn. But with horseradish, as opposed to, say, ghost peppers, it's over very quickly, and you can get back to normal very quickly after eating the horseradish.
Matty's just out here fiending, Marcus. He's fiending for a little adrenaline rush of the hot spice.
Well, Murph, I'll tell you that 49er fans are fiending for some defensive coordinator updates. Matt, what's the latest update you got on the 49er DC? Yep.
That is quite a segue, Marcus. The latest is that they have interviewed 3 people for the job: Brandon Staley from outside, and then also Nick Sorensen and Daniel Bullock from inside the organization. And then they're going to interview 2 more minority candidates. That is, per NFL rules, you have to bring in at least 2 minority candidates from outside the building. And so, as John Lynch talked about a couple of days ago, they're going to take that obviously very seriously. Is the deck stacked against one of those individuals? Probably, but they're keeping the door open that someone could just blow their socks off. But also, it's something why they're taking it so seriously is because they also look to the future. There might not be a position right now that person would be best suited for, but a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, if those outside candidates impress them, then they can go back to them for another job. But if I were to make a guess right now, I do think Brandon Staley is a legitimate candidate. There are some questions, obviously, with him. I would not be surprised if it ends up being Nick Sorensen or Daniel Bullock from inside the staff.
Well, let's get back to Staley because he seems, we always go by like our reaction on the text line and the call line. That one's like a hot button. People I guess there's people who look at him as a failed Chargers head coach who made a number of high-profile clock blunders and things like that. So he's kind of like he's kind of like an easy target is what I'm saying. And yet there's others who would say, yeah, but dude, he had the number one defense in the NFL in 2020 with the Rams, and being a D coordinator is being different than a head coach. What's your take on this whole like Staley as a hot button thing? Because in Tech and X's and O's, he runs a different scheme than what the Niners run.
I think it's, people who are, oh my God, that'd be a horrible decision. Like, how do they know? I doubt that very many of those people have spent any time with him and talked football with him. What I do know is that the 49ers consider him, and I think he's considered around the league, a very bright football mind. Now, one of the drawbacks is that often I think he's perceived to be, the smartest guy in the room kind of thing. But he did rise quickly. He comes from the Vic Fangio tree. He came to the Rams, and like you mentioned, he did a really good job, just 1 year as defensive coordinator, and ends up getting the head coaching job. So it wouldn't be necessarily the fit of he's from that system. He's familiar in it. He lives it. He breathes it. But from the standpoint of he can adapt to the personnel the 49ers have and then bring his own thoughts and his own kind of wrinkles to the defense. I think that's what the 49ers are looking for. They don't expect it to be just, here's what Robert Saleh did, here's what DeMeco Ryans did, copy that. It's more like, here are the basics, here's our core fundamentals, this is what we do, and now it's kind of tweak it to the point where you can keep the scheme evolving without going away from basically what got you there. And I think that's the thought process for the 49ers and why Brandon Staley is on their radar. And also part of it too, like when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talk to Brandon Staley, they're cranking him for information too, to see like maybe some of the stuff they go, God, it makes all the sense in the world. Maybe some of the other stuff they say, I don't think that'll work. So even if he doesn't, this is the process of these coordinator positions, or actually any coach that you bring in to interview, you're gleaning information from them too. And even if you don't hire somebody, they could always go back to, wow, Staley did say this. I wonder if that would work. So it's, I don't know where that's going to turn out. My instinct says that it probably isn't going to be Brandon Staley.
Oh, okay.
But I certainly would not be shocked if it is.
And to Murph's point, he definitely seems like the most polarizing name on the list of DC candidates. But, Matt, we've talked a bunch about how there are still some big names out there, whether it's Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel, or even Bill Belichick, who still doesn't have a job. Are those options you think outside of the realm of possibility, or do you think something like that could still be on the table?
I kind of doubt it. Vrabel I don't think is an option. I don't know that the 49ers have reached out to him. I think that Vrabel was with the Tennessee Titans with Rand Carthon. I don't know that those two necessarily saw eye to eye, and Rand Carthon, coming from the 49ers, clearly has the ear, or anybody with the 49ers who's thinking Mike Vrabel would certainly reach out to Rand Carthon. And then the other, you got Pete Carroll and you got Bill Belichick, guys who are on the high side of, on the other side of 70, people who have been in that CEO position of being a head coach for many, many years now. That to me doesn't seem like great fits either. Whether the 49ers actually reached out to them, I don't know, but I just never really thought of that as being an option. I think being a coordinator is more of a young man's job, rather, more of a up and coming or rebuilding your career kind of job. I just don't see Pete Carroll or Bill Belichick going someplace and being in a subservient role.
Well, that would be obviously a shocker if those guys came. But it is interesting that
would be a shocker.
Yeah.
That would shock me. Yeah, either one of those.
It's funny that you said that you lean against Staley. It seems like to me like the longer this goes that for some reason I feel like he's the name. But hey, we're playing the guessing game. Hey, last one for you is kind of a weird one. The Jets gave Zach Wilson permission to seek a trade. Is he an ideal candidate to be a backup quarterback here, or is that crazy?
I don't know if it's crazy. I know the Friars did. It seemed to me they didn't do a whole lot of homework on Zach Wilson. I just can't see them trading for Zach Wilson. Excuse me. I think probably their top priority, but it gets into a numbers game, would be to keep it the way it was last year, with Sam Darnold as the backup and Brandon Allen as the third. Maybe Sam Darnold goes somewhere else and Brandon Allen becomes the backup. So I don't know. Doesn't necessarily strike me as a great fit. Sorry, that question kind of has me choked up. So I don't know. It doesn't seem to me that the 49ers would make a trade. Give up some valuable picks to get a quarterback, a backup.
Okay. I think did the St. Elmo's get to him, the horseradish? I think it got to you, Matty. It finally paid its pay. It finally caught to you.
I actually think it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, I'm back. I'm
gosh.
back, and
this has been a strange morning. We've had all sorts of weird stuff happen today. Sleep day. Okay, you're good. You ready? Can you answer?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Marcus
I'm ready
is dying to ask a combine question. We are up against it. Can you do it in 30 to 45
That's
seconds?
it, because real quick, Matt, it's the first time that the 49ers have had a first-round draft pick. Going back to the Zach Wilson, Trey Lance draft class, who should 49er fans be keeping an eye on at the combine?
Probably offensive line. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible that they could get a corner back there. I don't think if they get a corner, an outside guy, those are the guys that usually go, in the first couple rounds. That person, won't be starting ahead of Charvarius Ward or Diamador Lenore. So, I think where you look at corner would be a nickel guy, in the third, fourth round, something like that. But my guess would be offensive line and some of the guys, the guy from Duke, maybe the guy from BYU. So that would be, I think, probably the most likely if all things are equal and basically they have, the same guys kind of rated in the close spots, close proximity of each other. I would think they'd be looking offensive line and be somebody that would more than likely be an interior guy who over time could transition to the outside. But I think that's interior offensive line. At 31 is probably kind of a sweet spot to find a day one starter.
Well done, Matty. Good answer. Tightly done. You saved your nose. You saved your throat. Off you go back into Indy. Thank you, brother.
I'm going to rest up, and I'll be in finer form next Thursday.
You did great, kid. You did great. All right, Matt Maiocco. And by the way, just for your head, lineman, if that's what you want, Sunday, 10 a.m.
Sunday.
So there's your head. Okay, from Matty choking in Indy to the Niners facing a major problem. To the Giants facing a major problem in Arizona. If you're just getting in your car, we'll tell you next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I have a deteriorating liver.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
See, you went deeper into Thin Lizzy. There you go, and you went to the Cowboy song, which is one of the great all-time songs. So, who's going to be the Cowboy who rides in to save the Giants' rotation? That's my question, huh? Madison Bumgarner, he's a Cowboy.
Yeah, he'll ride his horse, Murph.
Would you take him?
At this point, with the options that the Giants have in a rotation, I'll take anybody you got.
All right. So if you, we heard the tease, and if you're just getting in your car, the Giants, more bad news. And it's like, there's a scene in the movie Spinal Tap where they have so much bad things happening, and the manager goes, "I have a bit of bad news," and a guy says in the back, "Oh, for a change," sarcastically. That's where I'm at with the Giants. I have a bit of bad news. Oh, for a change? Like, what's the Giants' good news, by the way? What is the good news?
Is there good news?
A week ago, we were waxing poetic about green grass and sunshine.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that Jung-Hoo Lee's in the lineup, Marco Luciano making his spring debut. There are some positives, Murph.
Okay. Jung-Hoo Lee struck out in the game, too. Yeah. I'm just joking. That's been my long-running
Come on, dude. Be positive, bro. Come on, Murph. You know the routine around here.
Be positive, bro. I wrote a jock blog about how Bob Melvin and Matt Williams excited me. They're going to bring back a standard, accountability, sort of an ass-kicking mentality, They'll fight you if they have to.
Yeah, the hum baby mentality that we talked about.
But now you look at and I don't want to overreact to their on-field results. It's the first week of spring training, but they got bad news off the field today, and that is that Tristan Beck, who, we didn't even know how he was going to be, by the way.
No, there's no guarantee that Tristan was going to be a staple of the rotation.
He has an aneurysm in his upper arm. It's very serious.
Which is weird because at first it was reported that he was going back to the city with a hand injury.
Well, it was a result of the aneurysm in his upper arm. So it sounds very serious, and nobody really knows for sure what his prognosis is going to be, but it's not good in the sense that he's going to miss opening day and maybe beyond that. Now, listen, best case scenario, I don't know. I'm speculating right now that it's not long term. Bob Melvin says we don't know right now. We're still going through the diagnosis process. But they just lost a starter. Keaton Wynn, there's no guarantee. I mean, he hopes to be up to 70 pitches by opening day.
Yeah, he's back throwing a bullpen today, but there's no guarantee he's ready opening day.
So here's the bottom line. Giants need pitchers. What's the gigantic freaking 800-pound elephant in the room? Blake Snell. He's sitting right there. So all along, I've wanted Chapman over Snell. Because I thought, well, you've talked about Wisenhunt. We've talked about Robbie Ray coming back, Alex Cobb. Yep. We haven't mentioned him. He's ahead of schedule, right?
He's also throwing a bullpen today.
But now you look at, if you right now you got Webb and Harrison.
And that's putting a lot of pressure, not just on Logan Webb, but also Kyle Harrison.
Jordan Hicks.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that Jordan Hicks is going to be successful as a starter.
Right.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but... He's been a reliever.
Back to the good news thing. So if Hicks is and you're counting on Hicks as your number 3 guy, and we don't really know what we're going to get there, right? I mean, he struck out 4 guys in his first appearance.
Yeah, and so I think in Farhan's ideal world, it's Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, which doesn't sound like a terrible rotation.
Right.
The problem is you're not going to see that rotation until All-Star break.
And, All-Star break might even be optimistic. Yeah. We don't even know about Robbie Ray. So we're at the point now, guys, where it seems like I was saying Chapman all along, and I still want Chapman. But now, knowing what we know about this Giants pitching rotation, it may be time to go get Blake Snell.
Yeah, and I'm one of those guys that have been in the Blake Snell camp because I think... As we saw the Giants win 3 World Series title, it's got to be with pitching and defense in that ballpark, especially when you're facing the behemoth that is the Dodgers lineup. A lineup that is stacked with lefties, with Ohtani, Max Muncy, Freddie Freeman. The list goes on and on and on. So bring in a lefty arm that can help disarm the Dodgers.
I mean, it's been pointed out by many of the Snell defenders. The guy has great numbers against the Dodgers. So it's like flat out, you're looking for a Dodger killer, you have a Dodger killer right there. Now, Bob Melvin and Brian Price, we think... I don't want to put words in their mouth. They haven't said anything. But it's our guess from whispers and things you hear that they're not super high on Snell, not because he's not talented. He's incredibly talented, but because he's not an innings eater.
And that's the thing when you have Bob Melvin, who was obviously the skipper for Blake Snell last year. Since there really hasn't been too much smoke surrounding the fire, you start to think of reasons why he's not in San Francisco.
Right. So look, I'm looking right now at 2024 payroll on SpotRack. Okay. And by the way, these things are hard to figure out because there's adjusted salary and total salary and all that. I'm going to go with this phrase that's called projected total payroll. Right now, if you go by SpotRack, whatever you want to call it, it's $151.9 million. Bro, I believe the luxury tax is $237.
You got a ways to go. You got some cushion there, Murph.
You ever see, what's the game show where they give you a certain amount of money and you got to like buy items or whatever? You know that one? It's like,
oh, what are we talking, like guys grocery games or like supermarket sweep or something?
Yeah, we have like $200. You got to push your cart up and you got room in the cart right
Price
now,
is right. They're always like adjusting a number, trying to figure it out.
I mean, there's room in the cart, right?
Is the price right for Blake Snell is the big question.
So, and prices, obviously years now. If you're Boris, you're like, well, if you want him, you're going to have to give me X number of years. And if you're Farhan, you're like, well, do I rely on Carson Wisenhunt and Mason Black and who's the Birdsong character?
Hayden Birdsong. Landon Roop. There it is.
By the way, how about the names of some of these guys?
There it
Hayden,
is.
Mason, what do we got? Logan.
And then don't forget about our guy, Stashak.
Yeah, but what's his first name? I'm talking about
I don't know.
We're in the era of first names of like Gen Z first names. The Masons, the Haydens, the Landons, that whole crew. Right?
I don't care what the hell your name is as long as you can pitch.
All right, so we're a long way from Whitey Ford, out there doing his thing.
Christy Matthews.
Yeah, there you go. So 151 minutes. So they have room. So anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you guys now convinced that this is the ultimate time? Oh, Cody Stashak.
What up, Cody?
Cody's the one that kind of bridges the millennial Gen Z gap.
Oh, I grew up with some Codys, yeah.
Yeah, well, how about, what do you want, an 2010 NLCS MVP? Cody Ross.
Cody Ross. I'll take a Cody Ross. I would have taken a Cody Bellinger, for being honest.
Is it Sport Track? Did I get that wrong? I thought it was Spot Track. Somebody's checking in and telling me it's Sport Track.
Spot. Does it really matter?
Spot Track. It's Spot Track. It's Spot Track? Spot Track?
Oh.
All right. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 916 says, I have a probability for Farhan. There's a 90% probability that they will be mediocre. Right there. 415 says, see, here's a guy. See, I get confused. 415 says, no, their CBT number is 2013, 2014. You're looking at the wrong number. So they're only $24 million under the tax. Okay.
Well, I can give you a number that we can all look at. It's the win-loss record for the Giants. And if they don't improve their pitching staff, it's not going to be very good, Murph.
Okay. In 916 says, yeah, Papa Lund addressed it. John Shea wrote something. The real total is higher than you guys are reporting. Okay, higher than you guys. Okay, so you still have room, though, right? And 530 says, well, don't forget, guys, they got to break even. There you go, man. And here's the text, the one that just gets us going again here, 559. What about Trevor Bauer? Pardon me, 541. Why are you not signing Trevor Bauer? We mentioned this earlier in the show, and it caused a huge reaction. And I would say the majority were against it, but there were a number of people who were for it.
Yeah.
I get it. Jurisprudence. His record is clear right now. There's nothing preventing him from working. It's odd that the entire industry of Major League Baseball is staying away from this guy. When you would think some team would take a flyer. The old line, Barry Switzer said, and he was like, only half joking, he said, this is a little delicate for the ears here. If Charles Manson ran a 4.3, some team would draft him. But a hell of an image, by the way.
Yeah.
Manson running the 4.3.
Oh, especially in
the hair flowing.
In the combine uniforms they wear.
Dude. So,
but how many times have we seen it, though, not just in baseball, but in sports across the country, hell, across the world, of guys getting second chance opportunities? Look at the NFL right now. Who's the highest paid player in NFL history? Deshaun Watson. Think about everything he went through with the Houston Texans.
That's a very good
point.
point.
He got a second opportunity. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't dive into the details of Trevor Bauer's case. It sounds like he's been cleared. But again, he's just such a huge PR nightmare. But the Cleveland Browns were willing to do it. Take the risk on Deshaun Watson.
916 says, I love Bauer. So there are people. We've had people say they would boycott games if they went to Bauer. There's that before. I mean, but you point out the NFL, man. The NFL is a different moral compass on the NFL. Guys just like, how fast can you get back? How fast? I mean, Deshaun Watson's the ultimate example,
Deshaun
right?
Watson, we can go down the Michael Vick road. Like, there's been plenty of guys who have had past issues, but got the second and third chances.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Scarecrow out in Salinas is checking in at 808 KNBR on this situation. Scarecrow, good morning.
They should have pulled the trigger on both of them.
Who's that?
Chapman and Snell.
Well, I mean, you're talking probably $60 million per year between the two of them. That would put you over the luxury tax, I think.
Yeah, but you could also maybe trade. The name is escaping me. Our current third baseman,
J.D. Davis,
and J.D. Davis. Yeah, there's room to move some people around, so you could get back under it. The question is convincing Farhan to open up the open up the checkbook.
See, Scarecrow, we're gonna have to get to the bottom of. And I looked at the clock. We got to get going here, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. The question is, at this point now, how much are you blaming Farhan, and how much are you looking at ownership?
I mean, that's the balance. How much are you looking at ownership? How much are you looking at Scott Boras? How much are you looking at this poker game that's been being played since the beginning of December, Murph, once we entered the winter meetings?
408 says adding Bauer would be huge. The dude is ready to go. And then 831 just comes in. You want to talk about just coming in off the top rope, 831? He says, yeah, you can sign Bauer. Just don't be like Colin Kaepernick and kneel during the anthem. So here's a guy just coming in from the side.
Yeah.
He just T-bones us in the intersection there with a Kaepernick.
I'm not going into that.
Seriously,
I'm
right?
not going into that, Murph.
I mean, that is really funny.
And this is why no team wants to touch Trevor Bauer because of these conversations.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Yes, at 406 says the NFL will give second chances for everything except kneeling. Another Kaepernick text, dude. Wow. I didn't know if we were going to get from Trevor Bauer to Colin Kaepernick, but it's still a sensitive topic.
What a day it's been, Murph.
Yeah, it's been a very strange day.
Yeah.
Leap day has not been normal.
Oh, thank God
Leap
it only
day-
happens once every 4 years.
It all started with the Barry Manilow text.
I don't need another leap day, Murph. I don't need another leap day.
Frank Isola,
Move on from
some
today.
other stuff going on, some strange stuff. Hey, by the way, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, we'll hand it over to Pop and Lund. Hopefully they'll have a more wheels-on leap day. But hey, we had a couple laughs, and Richard Lewis made us laugh. Rest in peace. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Look at young Tony. Look at young Tony working his magic. We talked about hello and goodbye.
Oh,
and
I'm ready to say goodbye to Leap Day, Murph. I can tell you that. Once every 4 years, that's enough for me. Let's go back to 28 days,
We've
man.
had a weird day, man.
Oh, what a
we
wacky
survived,
day.
Though. We survived.
That's it. Next
We're alive.
pitch, Murph. Next pitch.
We're alive. I do want to say that just on a Brian Murphy digression, did you guys see that the news just came out that Sam Mendes, the great director who did Dunkirk in 1917, I think, and is going to do a feature film on each of the Beatles, the story from each of their perspectives. Feature film on Paul McCartney, cool. Feature film on John Lennon, cool. Feature film on George Harrison, hey, that's interesting. I got to draw the line at the feature film on Ringo.
Oh.
Who's going to the Ringo flick?
Well,
who's going to that one?
Murph, I was going to ask if there's going to be a feature film on Yoko Ono.
We'll see how that works out, guys. We'll see how that works. By the way, the text line, just got to shout you guys out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. The Trevor Bauer has just struck a raw nerve. Like you go to the dentist and they didn't give you that Novocaine enough and it hits that nerve. Ow! Yeah, that's Trevor Bauer right now. 650. Have you guys seen Trevor Bauer's video from last October? He gives a very compelling argument. So there's somebody saying, listen to the man, give him a chance.
And I get that, but at the same point, I'm sure the front offices of 30 different ball clubs have also watched that video, and they have not signed the guy.
The very next text says, Bauer, all caps, no! So it's like back-to-back text, sums it up right there. And again, we don't even know how effective he can be.
He put up decent numbers last year in Japan.
I can't imagine that he would demand a big salary. You know what I mean?
I mean, when you're looking for a
come in
guy
for
that's
nothing,
trying
right?
to get a second chance, I would assume so.
650 says you guys are talking about bumping up against luxury tax. Why not be creative like the Dodgers and defer? Right?
I mean, there's different ways to do it.
209 says if Bauer comes and wins, no one will care about the public relations argument. That is, I would buy that one.
Winning is the greatest equalizer.
Oh, man, if he comes in and Cope says no to that. He says no to that.
Oh. Whoa.
What?
Well,
Here he comes.
Copes and Bauer have some personal history back and forth.
Yes, he says that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Copes is hot.
I think
He's
Copes
hot.
might be like
You coming
involved in
on?
like a
You coming
defamation
on?
course.
Look at this. Here we go.
So he's an accused assailant. And I accuse him of such. He threatens to sue me.
Oh.
So I'm done. No, I'm out on Trevor Bauer. You know who does that? People who are trying to hide something.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Wow, things just got real.
See, that's the thing.
Okay.
I don't think he's
all
come
right.
to the flagship when the guy that runs the station has a lawsuit against him.
Man, oh man, didn't know. Wow, man, things just got juicy. 408 says, hey guys, ownership sets the budget, not Farhan. 650 says the legal system is throwing heat and headhunting Trevor Bauer, and he's standing in the box repentant. 916, absolute no for Trevor Bauer. 916, another one, says, look how much of there's an uproar when they hired Gabe and his issues. Bauer's would be 10 times more. No way. For 650, hell no to Bauer. I would boycott any games he pitches. So there you go. That's where we've left.
Yeah.
So I would say it's unlikely. Okay?
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't think he's going to get a second chance. If not, he would have already got it by now.
Why don't we do the only likely thing and give away 2 tickets to the San Jose Earthquake Seattle Sounders game Saturday, March 23rd at PayPal Park in San Jose. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. 2 tickets, San Jose Earthquake Seattle Sounders. Call Curly. Compliment him on his slacks. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to the Earthquakes at Seattle at PayPal Park, March 23rd. Sounds like a great time out, buddy. Did you ever get down there in all your days?
I actually never went because I used to run all the Earthquake games down here on the Nifty 1050.
Okay. I hear PayPal Park is awesome. I mean, people say that. You know what's crazy? You know what's ironic? I believe John Fisher built that place, didn't he?
No, did he?
Yeah, well, yeah, he's the Quakes owner.
Oh, man,
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Isn't that
That's why I protest, Murph.
cue a little, I talked to you, young Tony, about millennial music, and cue a little Alanis Morissette. Isn't that ironic? It's like John Fisher building a stadium. All right, dude.
Oh, are the A's going to go play it down at PayPal Stadium this year in San Jose?
Seriously, man.
Need somewhere to play.
All right, guys. So there you go. What did we accomplish today? Oh, following up on Maddie. Mayoko and the Brandon Staley thing. It was interesting. He said no. He didn't think that Staley was going to be the guy. Am I right in framing your argument that you're anti-Staley? Or am I incorrect?
No, I'd say it's incorrect. I definitely have some questions about Staley, but I've also pointed out the success that other head coaches have had as defense coordinators. Steve Spagnuolo is the obvious guy, and there's a bunch of other ones. To me, it just doesn't make sense when you brought in Steve Wilkes as a 3-4 guy, made him change his scheme, and then told us about the reason why you fired him is because he's not a great fit.
Yeah.
And then you bring in another guy that ran a 3-4 defense.
I hear that. I mean, that all makes sense to me. I do like his pedigree. I like the fact that he's humbled and chastened theoretically.
And again,
he, would come in with a little bit of something to prove.
And I think right now John Lynch is probably having plenty of conversations with Nick Bosa, who talks to Joey Bosa about what it was like playing underneath Brandon Staley.
And then circling up on the other thing we asked Maddie, your dream, and I know this, it's February 29, but it is coming up on us. I mean, tomorrow's March 1. And the draft is when? Late April, early May? When is the draft day, guys? We have to look that up. But your just dream right now, Niners, he said interior line, sweet spot at 31. Not sexy at all, but you need maulers, brother. You need them. I honestly would not be mad if they drafted an outstanding April 25. So not too bad. Not too bad from, so we turn March 1 tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't mind an interior offensive lineman that, can block Chris Jones on the last play.
That's your social media boy, John Feliciano.
Oh, that's it.
They're willing to look, so, I'm joking here now, don't know me. They're willing to look past Trevor Bauer's transgressions and John Feliciano's transgressions.
Tacos didn't come.
All right, there you go.
Tacos didn't come. Neither did a block.
All right, hey, and the other thing we talked about, mostly the first hour of the show that we didn't really get back to because we got lost on the big news that Tristan Beck got injured with the upper aneurysm in his upper arm, is Steph tonight at Madison Square Garden.
Steph
we kind of lost that thread when Frank Isola's phone connection got a little wonky on us. But Kenny Atkinson checked in. If you missed it, KNBR.com, right?
Great interview with Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, he was
morning.
outstanding. New York guy going home and getting his slice of pizza and doing his thing. Warriors favorite tonight. Warriors get the win?
Warriors -4. Jalen Brunson questionable. No Julius Randle. No OG Anunoby. I think the Dubs get the win on the road again.
Oh, one other note. I believe Andrew Wiggins not going to play tonight.
No Andrew Wiggins. But hey, they've won 6 straight on the road. Make it 7 tonight, Murph.
And then don't forget the twist in the Wiggins plot is Friday night they go to Toronto. It's his hometown.
That's it.
So
shout out Maple Jordan.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Please show low.
Yeah. So anyway, fun day. We hand it over to the boys. Hey, tomorrow, I believe for our 7:35, so we don't have Kruk and Kipe. I believe we're going to go down to Scottsdale, right, and talk to Susan Slusser. Right, we'll do that tomorrow, and
we'll talk about the debut of Marco Luciano today in spring training.
All right, good stuff, man. Looking forward to it. Okay, we'll do it. No more leap days. No more leap days.
Thank God.
Let's talk. Oh, and that's the big one. Will Clark is going to join us at 8:30 tomorrow. By the way, I watched that YouTube interview with Brandon Crawford. It's crazy. You know what I came away with most of is how polite the St. Louis media is. They were very gentle with all their questions. At one point, 2 people asked a question at the same time. They're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you go." I was like, "Wow, this ain't Philly." My gosh. Very nice.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Nice Midwesterners there. So, all right. Hey, it's time for a change. Papa and Lunch Style, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm looking for a thick lower trunk.
I have a deteriorating liver.
But I've never tugged, and now I'm tugging. Maybe I should tug. You got to tug.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
2-2 pitch. He swings and misses. Strike 3. Sweeper got him. So Tristan Beck, he's got 5 strikeouts in the first 4 innings, and nobody's reached base against him. Man, what a statement on national television in front of a big audience against a great team by
Tristan Beck.
We want to make sure this doesn't come back again. So we're talking about it now, how long we're going to try to back him off. But it gives opportunities for a lot of younger guys here. And you've seen that's kind of the theme with the guys that we've either traded or let go. It's been more about bringing this promising pitching group to the forefront. So I'm not going to handicap anything right now. We're still just looking at bullpens. Until we get into games, that's when you really start evaluating and understanding how guys handle adversity, how they, maybe compete a little bit harder, one guy or another. And you really start to see that more so when games start. So it's pretty easy to see kind of the first 3, 4 right now, 3 in particular. But I do like having competition in camp. And when you have younger guys, they're very inspired to try to make a name for themselves.
There you go. There is Bob Melvin coming off the A's game. We're going to see Marco Luciano today, so we'll get into that conversation. No Andrew Wiggins today. We got to get into that conversation today. We got a ton. Steph Curry going back to New York where he scored the 54. We got to discuss that. Lots of discussion today. As linebackers and defensive linemen hit the field, that means we got to talk to Andrew Siciliano. We will also talk to our good friend B.A. Brian Anderson, who's on the call for Knicks and Warriors. A lot to discuss today. Could that mean, because he was just talking, Bob Melvin, lack of pitching, and those are nice things to say and to mean that you do probably need some pitching help. Could that mean Blake Snell or someone else could be on the way? But the big story today, Pop, is the National Weather Service is forecasting 114 inches, that's almost 10 feet of snow, to fall in just 48 hours near Donner Pass starting today.
Woo.
Through Saturday.
114 inches?
The most extreme blizzard forecast maybe in history. How about that? 114 inches.
I grew up in Buffalo. In one winter, we had 330 inches of snow, but not 114.
How about that?
In a condensed time like that. So I guess I'm going to put off my ski trip till the following weekend. But, John, happy Leap Year's Day. February. Why is the R silent in February?
No, that's my birthday month, and I have no idea still.
Happy birthday, February 21st. I was thinking of you that day. 8 days
had a
ago.
great day. Great.
So, anybody that has a birthday on leap year, explain to me what you do. Do you celebrate yesterday?
Fontigo Cummings.
We read that story. Superman, the great Superman from Cleveland, Ohio.
There you go.
I know it's Earth Day possibly, but his birthday, he's not a real character, but it is on Leap Day, the Gregorian calendar, which I had a big part in, me being Pope Gregory the 13th. We know all about Leap Year's Day. So February 29th, we'll get into it today. I'm thinking of the greatest number 29 in the history of Bay Area sports. Help me here. Jason Schmidt, would he be at the top of the list? Who else do we have here? And I'm thinking of Schmitty because I could rhyme something about the Giants' rotation right now, John, and we'd be all in on Blake Snell. What's going on with Tristan Beck? Is it Shooter Beck all over again? What's going on with this guy? That sounds scary. An aneurysm?
Yeah.
What's the deal there?
And Bob is being nice, and that's what you say. But also Bob, in the very same breath, was asked, Susan Slesser tweeted it out, are you looking at free agent pitchers? And he said all of them. So, look, when your rotation, and we're going to see Logan Webb today, or hear Logan Webb, or however you're going to consume that Giants game today, it's Logan Webb and then a rookie and a guy making a conversion and then 2 unproven guys, and both have been hurt this spring and one more serious than another. And then a Tommy John guy and another old guy fighting back from an injury. So that's not, and you can spin it however you want and say that, it's great to have young guys and it's great to have competition. You have 162 games ahead of you, and you got to find about 800 innings from your starters. And whether you love, or hate openers or whatever the case may be, they got to find a lot of innings, and they have a lot of unproven starters. So, look, it's gotten to the point where it'd be nice to have a Blake Snell or a Jordan Montgomery to Farhan better. Well, he's on the phone. He's talking to Scott Boras. He has got, or if it's not Scott Boras, then it's got to be somebody. They have got to get a veteran addition in here to at least eat up some innings, because now it's critical that they find somebody.
Well, first and foremost, the news report on Tristan Beck. We knew he flew back to the Bay this week, discomfort in his right hand, but he was diagnosed with an aneurysm in his upper arm after seeing a vascular specialist at Stanford. So what's going on there? That sounds a little scary. We don't overreact, but that's not a good word. So who knows how long he's going to be out. Certainly he's not going to begin the year. on time. And the regular season does start, by the way, 4 weeks from today, whether you're not at Petco Park in San Diego. And right after we got off the air yesterday on the short show, I turned on Joe Rizzo and John Miller. And how many leadoff home runs have the Giants given up this early spring, where they've gone 0-3-2? They have 2 ties. One tie was 0-0. One tie was 10-10. But they're giving up bombs, 28 runs over the last 3 games. It's only the spring. Obviously, the ball flies. The ball that Shohei hit for his first Dodger home run certainly was a desert dart. But they're just it's 6.34 ERA. We're going to see what Logan Webb does today, or hear it and pay attention to it, watch the video back. I was there for his first start. He threw the ball well, but he did give up a seeing eye base hit and a couple of runs before he left after the second inning. But I mean, it seems like every single game, I don't want to overreact here, but the leadoff hitter for the opponent is hitting a bomb. And Spencer Howard, he gave up not one to Ryan Noda. He gave up a bomb to Zach Geloff right after that. The first 2 ace hitters of the game yesterday went yard. Now, it's Arizona. The ball flies. I get all that. But that's not good. And are you sensing the manager's getting a bit testy right now? He does not want to go back to Petco Park and start Logan Webb in the opener. And then who? Kyle Harrison obviously has great stuff. I remember him going into San Diego in his September start last year, and he went a little too long, and he wound up giving up 3 bombs. So I think this is why you wait partly. Obviously, you want to wait out Boris and see what the market is, the way, Jed Hoyer did in Chicago with Cody Bellinger. But you also got to really... And I think it is one guy. I know you're of the opinion you could trade Conforto, trade J.D. Davis. Davis hit an opposite field bomb yesterday. And maybe you do that later in the year. But I think it's one or the other. And if you asked me most of the year, off season, I would have said Matt Chapman over Blake Snell. But now in light of the injuries, maybe it does shift the other way. You want to react, but you don't want to overreact. They are going to get Cobb back a month or 2 in, and then likewise with Robbie Ray in the second half, John. So Farhan's not going to be forced into a trade. But it's interesting, if you're Boris, why do you wait so long for something like this?
Exactly
for Keaton Wynn to go down and Tristan Beck to go down. Other guys will go down. And all of a sudden, the value for your guy Blake Snell, who's the reigning National League Cy Young Award winner, goes up. So we'll see. But let's just first of all find out what's going on with Tristan Beck with an aneurysm in his upper arm.
Yeah.
Does not sound great.
Yeah, and look, Bob Melvin has said it. I guess the thing that has been so confusing to me through this whole process, and you hit it with Scott Boras, and he's waiting and waiting and waiting, and this is what he's waiting for, is, as you said, for this kind of a situation where a team becomes desperate, he gains leverage, and we talked about this yesterday. Teams are just not spending the way they used to be. They don't just blow past these numbers like they used to do. So he's waiting. His dream scenario is that the Dodgers and the Red Sox and the Yankees and all these big market teams are fighting for their guys, and that's just not the way it is. I mean, we've heard Blake Snell's name associated with the Yankees, but they don't want to just blow past this number. They don't want to go past it, and they don't want to pay penalties, and they don't want to all the long-term ramifications of this money. So they've got a certain number that they pay for Blake Snell, and they don't want to run by it. But then you get into a situation where the Giants are, and I don't think there's a team that is more desperate than the Giants are right now. So there's no doubt in my mind that they are talking to Blake Snell. But my confusion comes into, because you and I have had Bob Melvin on forever, and we talked to him about Blake Snell, and he was glowing in the way that he talked about him. And we talked to Brian Price months ago, and he was glowing in the way that he talked about Blake Snell within the parameters of which he could, and yet nothing's been done. Now, maybe, again, that is Boras and it's the money and everything else, but as far as I'm concerned, the pitching coach and the manager like Blake Snell, so can they, given this new situation, do they just not like him? Is the money just too much? What exactly is it? I guess it's financial, and they just can't work it out, even though the report came out again yesterday that he's willing to do a short-term deal, which is something that at least I thought that Farhan would be open to. That I understand not wanting to give him a 6 or 7 year deal, but you can't work out a 2 or 3 year deal, especially given where they are.
He turned down $28 million a year for 6.
Right.
So what's he going to take for 3? 35? I mean, that's going to put you way over the tax line if you do that. So I think that's the. Part of it is you want to take a longer deal. He is 31 years of age. You don't want to do it with pitchers, certainly the history of injury there, and you got to eat all that money. But if he turned down $28 million for 6, John, what's he going to want for 3? If you give him an opt-out like the Bellinger deal, could you give him the Bellinger deal? Where he takes 30, and whatever, just do a 2-year deal for a pair of 30s? Could you do that with him?
opt-outs after each? I mean, I think that the league is looking at him a lot like Bellinger, and I know they play obviously different positions, but they're saying, look, we know that you were the Cy Young Award winner, and we know that you've done that twice, but in 6 seasons you've been basically hurt the other ones, and you pointed this out yesterday in the short season, so throw that out. So you've essentially had 3 seasons where you were iffy, and you had 2 seasons where you're great. If you do it one more time, then we will throw that money at you. So do it one more time. Now, maybe he just doesn't feel like he should do that, or Boris doesn't feel like he should do that, but where we are in the season, this is the perfect team with the manager and the pitching coach who knows him very, very well, a glaring need, almost a desperate need, I would say, for his services. The guy is from the Seattle area, so he's from the West Coast, so you'd think that maybe this is a place he'd want to end up. I mean, there are all these different things pointing towards the Giants for him. Now, again, it has to make financial sense for him and the team, so that's where the big holdup is. But, God, it makes so much sense for both sides. I got to believe something's happening here. But then we heard yesterday the Yankees are still in. Maybe he wants to pitch for the Angels. I guess he's working out in Southern California is what the word is. But it just makes far too much sense because we can go back to a year or two ago. You know, they had pitching depth, and Farhan likes to have that. They had 7 or 8 pitchers who could start, and that still didn't get them through a season. It's such a long season, and with this news on Beck, and we already know that Wynn, and even if those guys are healthy, I don't have a trust in this thing. And right now, Kyle Harrison, who I like, but still is a major prospect at this point and a question mark. That is the guy that's penciled in as your number 2 starter, and I just don't see how they're going to get through the season until and I don't even, do we have an update on Cobb at all? Do we have any idea when he might possibly return, let alone Robbie Ray?
Well, he had the hip surgery in the offseason. I think he's looking at least a month into the year. And then, with Robbie Ray, with the UCL, you're talking about, after the All-Star break. So, but anybody that signs Blake Snell, if you don't know him personally, like Bob Melvin and Brian Price, John, it would take a leap of faith. Happy Leap Year Day!
Yes.
Why?
By the way,
so your birthday is February 21st.
Right.
Was your mom's due date? Was that a leap year, John?
I'll have to text
what year
her.
were you born, by the way? It happens every 4 years. This is 2024.
Yeah. I was born on a leap year. Yeah, I was.
You
born
were?
Yeah, I was actually.
So your birthday is a multiple. Your age is a multiple of 4.
Yes, it is.
Would we guess 52, 56?
Absolutely not. There's no 5.
60. What would we guess?
Maybe an
48. You're not 48.
No,
don't you love multiples of 4?
Yeah, it is a 4.
So explain to me.
I'll text
Anybody
her.
who's got a leap year birthday, give us a call, text, whatever you want to do to reach out. So the chances of having a leap year birthday are 1 in 1,461.
Right.
Now, how does that work? There's 365 days in our Gregorian calendar. Me and Pope Gregory the 13th got together on that. So 4 times 365 is 1,460. But the leap year comes up every 4th year. So wouldn't the odds of having a birthday on February 29th be 1,463? Why is it 1,461?
You're blowing my mind now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's the best 29 in Bay Area sports history? Kurt Young. A's Giants yesterday got one on each side of the bay. Kurt Young
Talanoa Hofunga.
Jason Schmidt for the Giants. You're going the big bad wolf?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I got to think about it.
He'll huff and puff and blow your Rams house down. Talanoa Hufunga.
I got to think about it. Yeah, because I can't go get Jason
29
Schmidt.
in Bay Area history. Well, Catfish wore 29 with the Yankees.
He did.
But he was 27 with the Oakland A's.
Yeah, so we got to think. All right. Keep them
Best
coming.
29 Bay Area sports history.
And what do you do if you were born on a leap year? We would like to know that. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627.
Geronimo Baroa.
Not bad. Not bad.
How about that? The Chief?
Not
Mike
bad.
Lacoste, Buffy.
Look at that.
David
I didn't think we were
Feldman
going
is
to have a
chiming
Mike
in.
Lacoste
No
reference today.
warrior has ever worn number 29.
I was going to say, yeah, there's no 29.
No warrior 29.
Was there a great Raider wearing 29? What are we thinking here? Did Eric Dickerson
24.
He wear 29?
Michael Bush of the Raiders. Remember his
Oh.
touchdown run in Tampa Bay, which got John Gruden fired?
That's not
David
bad.
Feldman is on fire.
Oh, he is on fire.
He's just
That's very
bringing it
nice.
all to me here.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. At the bottom of the hour, our good friend, this is going to be so much fun. That's right.
I'm all
Andrew,
ears. I'm all
Andrew
ears.
Siciliano, bottom of the hour, because we'll talk because defensive linemen, that's a big thing for the 49ers. They got to get some depth on the
And
defensive line. defensive
linebackers.
line
We got
and
the front
linebackers.
seven today,
both of
John.
them. We need
And
them.
you know what they're doing today on Leap Year's Day? The vertical leap.
All right, we'll talk to Andrew Siciliano. Off-season stories in the NFL. Obviously, the 49ers, more fallout from the Super Bowl. And, yes, we love the Combine. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
I waited.
With injuries mounting with a starting rotation, will the Giants finally make the move and bring in another arm? That story and more trending right now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I was definitely stressed out. My eyes were super dry, nose was dry. And we do this run blocking drill where like another tight end's holding the pad, and I fire off and I hit it, and the bottom of the pad just comes up and smokes me in the nose, which it didn't hurt, but it hits. Do that, and instantly just like a faucet starts coming out of my nose. And finally, yeah, they came back with just like a roll of toilet paper handed to me, and I was just shoving toilet paper up my nose for the next 2 hours while I tested. It was awesome.
That's George Kittle relaying his combine experience. Which, a much different looking George Kittle, by the way, at the Combine. Short hair and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, Combine talk and off-season talk with our good friend Andrew Siciliano. That coming up at the bottom of the hour. And since we only have a few minutes here, so, Pop, what I do is, so I don't forget, I do my annual turn your head and cough at my, around my birthday every single year. And so I had that yesterday.
You had your physical yesterday?
Yeah. I just, I do it around my birthday just so I never forget. And so what's funny is everybody processes this Super Bowl thing differently. And I'm friends with my doctor and just hadn't seen him in a while. And so as I go in and I think, it's just going to be the normal stuff. We spent over 20 minutes talking about the game, and it's just, I think people just need it.
Was he charging you? Doc, you waited. Yeah. I waited 20 minutes in the lobby for you.
I did.
Let's go, big hands.
And he just needed to get it off his chest, and then finally after he did that, he said, look, I'm really sorry. I think I just need to get off my chest. And I told him, I go, I understand. I just like you were saying this, that you've been up at Tahoe, and even though you had all your gear on, people could see you. I've been stopped in Target. I've been stopped at Whole Foods. I've been stopped everywhere, and it's the same thing. They'll go, I'm sorry, but I got it. And then 20 minutes, 30 minutes later. But anyway, he did apologize. We did go through the whole process, but I swear, I think, oh, yeah, people are over it. We're Northern California. We're not, Midwest or the East or something. I just think people need to get it off their chest. And I think he said what everybody said, which is like, it's harder because it wasn't one play. So, but the thing he was stuck on was like, the third down, and they needed to get that third down. It was the Moody field goal was in fourth quarter. So we got into that whole thing. And then finally, we went through the process. Everything's fine. But I was just illustrating, since we are going to talk NFL next, that everywhere you go, man, people still want to talk about it.
Yeah, I can't do it. I got my hair cut yesterday, and they always are when I go into Jay's exclusive club. It's like the barber shop. We should do our show from there. The things we talk about. I said, don't even start.
You did right out of the gate. You said
I'm done right away. They start in on every play. I'm like, no, man. Just cut my hair. That's it. So, we told you what I did on Tuesday night. I went to the 49ers Bay Area Faithful Social Club, and they see this new sweatshirt. Manu, Manu, as big as Tuiasa Sopo, won this sweatshirt in our raffle, but he gave it to me because he knows that I like to wear 49er gear on the stream. So. He did give it to me anyway. We're trying to get through this. The last time the 49ers won a Super Bowl, John, was Super Bowl 29. Leap Year's Day. Who's the greatest Niner to wear 29? Don Griffin? Are we going with Don Griffin?
Yeah. I guess Huff
Talanoa Hufanga. Maybe one day when Hufanga's here.
Don Griffin's pretty good.
We'll give it to Hufanga.
Yeah, I would think.
I think it's Jason Schmidt as far as Bay Area athletes. I think it would be. Jason Schmidt was a hell of a good pitcher for a long time. He would be number one right now. But in any event, yeah, I hear you. And we're moving on. The Niners do have the 31st pick in the draft. Maybe John Lynch will move up to 29.
That's what Colin Comey said. He thought they were going to move up 11 spots and get a plug-and-play right tackle. He's doing his off-season predictions.
He loves making his predictions.
Yeah, off-season predictions.
Anyway, we'll see. But anyway, Andrew, big ears. When I went on vacation February 15th, Andrew called me to go on the Rich Eisen show. So it's fitting because Rich Eisen.
Talk about it.
We do, yeah. Well, he wanted to talk about. Yeah, a lot of it was, because Mike Duff just came out and Trent Williams knew the 4th and 1 call. Well, Trent's not playing. Anyway. Andrew is in Indianapolis at the Combine, and Rich Eisen, once again, and he does a great job of balancing the significance of it with the fun of it and running the 40 time for charity, and Daniel Jeremiah. So You've got my attention, John, between now and around noon, so an hour and 34 minutes, and then I'm gone. And then Giants baseball. Logan Webb's on the mound.
I don't know how we're going to keep your attention at all.
So on Leap Year's Day, I'm going to do a 2-hour show and not a 4-hour show. I don't think it's March 1st.
Yeah, let's just rerun this show because I'm watching it right now, and it's just got Good Morning Football. It's got Levante David, but like you said,
I see that right now.
When the linebackers and even the D linemen start running, because remember, you never know with D linemen. Remember a few years ago when Chris Jones was running? He was actually on the New Heights podcast and talked about that with the Kelsey boys, and I guess what he said was, his junk fell out of his pants.
You know who else that happened to?
Who?
A guy you know very well. T-Rock.
It did? I don't know.
Tim Ryan. Yeah, we
really
talked about it. I think it was at his pro day.
Oh, that's classic.
At USC. But, yeah, the human tripod.
Yeah.
He tripped over the middle leg. And, but Chris Jones went into a swan dive to cover it up at the end. But.
Yeah, well, what they said was, I guess Chris Jones said that was the first year that I guess everyone was wearing tights. And Jones was like, well, I wanted to be different. So I was like, I'm not going to wear tights. I'm going to wear shorts. And then,
kind of like the MLB uniforms. You better be careful.
Yeah, you better be
careful.
careful.
A little tight in the crotch in the groinal area.
Yeah, so.
But we're going to, I mean, the front seven is where the Niners have built their team.
And they need help.
And there's a lot of people that are free agent, both in the interior and the exterior of the defensive line. So we'll watch the linebackers as well, but there's some DNs that we do want to keep an eye on. I know you're locked in here. Who are we looking at? Darius Robinson from
Love
Missouri.
him.
You love him?
Yeah, he's big. He's what they need. He's not only can he get to the quarterback, but he's about 285 pounds. The old Bruce Smith. So I'm not saying he's that, but I'm saying
the edge in the run.
Yeah,
game.
he can do both. I think he can do both. So anyway.
How about Braylon Trice from Washington? You like
he's
him,
nice.
John?
Yeah, if you watched, especially if you watched him against Texas, he was really good against Texas. That guy. And again, another bigger defensive end. He's not your 250 pounder screaming off the edge. He's about 270.
How
a
about
little bit
Chris
bigger.
Braswell from Alabama?
Yeah,
like
he's
him?
a little bit more of an edge, true edge, maybe 245, 250 kind of a guy.
See, I'm like Rich Eisen on this show, and you're DJ. You're Mike Mayock.
It, man.
I spitting all over the microphone. Where's Mayock? Why didn't they rehire Mayock?
That's a good question. GM not so much, but talent evaluator.
He was the best at it. He could have he and DJ together. It'd be great.
Yeah, we got to ask him about that.
I remember Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan. You like him?
I got to take a look at him. He's a true edge. I know of him, but I haven't done enough of a tape study. But I know the Niners looked at him, so he's a true edge kind of a guy. So I got to look more at him. All right, let's talk to Andrew Siciliano about it all. And not only are we going to talk about some college stuff, he's got something on his timeline, and he's down in L.A. Could the 49ers get a big boost from something that definitely, as far as storylines in the offseason, are going to be looked at? We'll talk to Andrew Siciliano from Indy about not only the Combine, but other storylines in the NFL next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We love the NFL draft. The combine is going on from Indianapolis, and defensive line and linebackers today will get on the field. So we'll have an eye towards that because lots of need for the 49ers, especially depth-wise. Chase Young on the outside is obviously a free agent, as is Randy Gregory. On the inside, Kevin Givens is a free agent. Javon Kinlaw, the 49ers did not pick up his fifth-year option, so he's a free agent. Dre Greenlaw's injury, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles in the linebacker crew. So they got a lot as far as possible need, and mostly with depth for the 49ers, and then always edge is an issue with the 49ers. So we'll have a close eye towards those kind of things, and we'll talk to Andrew Siciliano about that. So the NFL does as good a job as any, in fact, better than any, as far as keeping themselves in the limelight in the offseason. So you got this stuff going on, and then March 13th, tomorrow is March 1st, with it being a leap year. So only a couple of weeks away from free agency, and you do wonder. I wonder if Jed has one more check left in him. We do know that Brock in a couple of years. We do know that obviously Ayuk, but would they have one more check left in him? We didn't think they were going to go after Hargrave. I remember you and I being on the air last year, and all of a sudden it was like, they just signed Hargrave? What? So I don't know if they can do that. I don't know if they have the flexibility financially. Who knows? Maybe they do something, maybe they don't. But certainly we'll be watching these guys today pop front seven need, especially depth-wise for the 49ers.
Without a doubt. And keep in mind, not only the Gravedigger last year, but Mooney Ward from Kansas City the year before. And L'Jarius Sneed, well, ask Andrew Siciliano. He's tight with Spags and everybody at the Combine, the Kansas City contingent. They're going to trade L'Jarius Sneed. They're going to franchise tag him and get something back in a trade. But they've granted permission for his representatives to seek a trade, which is interesting. So I don't know if you put that much money in both corners. The thing about L'Jarius Sneed, until Trent McDuffie was drafted, he played nickel and outside for them. So he can do both, and so does Diamador Lenore. And in case you get an injury to one, then the other one can slide inside. And then they do like Luter, Sam Womack, a few of the young guys on the outside. So what's going on with L'Jarius Sneed, and just who would you buy? Obviously, Brian Burns in Carolina is going to be a popular name as far as the edge rushers. The one thing, John, we've been talking about some of the names, and you know them all, and I'll study them the coming days. We get ready for our draft show, and obviously the draft in April. Not a great edge rusher draft class. The strength of this draft is the wide receivers or some offensive linemen that are going to go early. So we'll see how they run today and how they jump and how they test on New Leap Day, New Leap Year's Day. But you mentioned all the names of the guys that are leaving. Two guys that I would really like to see him bring back, or maybe even three. I Chase Young, Randy Gregory, and Sebastian Joseph Day, I think were all underwhelming. But they were mid-season acquisitions, which makes it hard to get up to speed to, Kasarik and his wide nine. Do they want to run as much wide nine as they have in the past? If you're going to have, Chris as your D-line coach with Darryl Tapp behind him, and Darryl's gone now, so I think you would, want to do that. But Cleveland Ferrell is a guy that I'd like to see him re-sign. He was a very solid starter and a good edge setter. And we all, Chase Young, number 2 overall pick in the draft, and we're talking about Mike Mayock, and maybe Cleveland was over-chosen that year, but he's a good player. Maybe not the 4th overall pick in the draft like the Raiders used after he beat Alabama at Levi's to win the national championship, but a good player. Kevin Givens, likewise, very underrated player inside who has had to play a lot of snaps the last couple of years due to injury, in particular to Eric Armstead. So and then what do you do with Javon Kinlaw? Javon Kinlaw played much better this year. The 49ers glad they didn't pick up the 5th-year option because now they can get him for a more workable number. I mean, going back to the DeForest Buckner trade, John, it was the pick you got, and you wound up moving one spot back, and Tristan Wirfs went 13 to Jason Light in Tampa Bay, and you took Kinlaw at 14. But without question, I want Cleveland Ferrell back. I want Kevin Givens back. How much did that cost to re-sign those guys? And then what do you do with Javon Kinlaw now that he's a free agent after he didn't pick up his 5th-year option? But he had undeniably his best season in the NFL this past year.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kinlaw's going to be an interesting one because I wonder if there's a team who looks at him and says, well, geez, now he's healthy and we're going to go overpay him. Now, maybe not. I agree with the 49ers in not picking up his option. And then, like you said, if he's a starter, he's not that. But if you put him in the role of he plays a certain amount of snaps, then he can be really effective. I mean, he was good in the Super Bowl. There was times where he was really, really good. I think he was motivated after looking at that tape from the NFC Championship game and some of the things the Eagles said and putting him on skates. So I think if he's in a certain role, he can be very, very good. They've got to get that position solved opposite Nick Bosa. There's just so much attention towards him. So that's one of the things they got to do in the offseason is there's a lot of free agents along that front seven for the 49ers. But let's talk to our good friend, Andrew Siciliano, of course, NFL Network. We are salivating at the thought of the NFL Combine. That's just how we are. He is in Indianapolis, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? Good to talk to you.
Hey, guys. What's going on? I'm actually waiting for an Uber, and then I'm going to the airport and getting out. My work here is done. So you will be, in a couple of minutes, listening live to me trying to make sure I'm getting the right information.
Well, you were there. And just give me the buzz. I know, I was on with you when you hosted the Rich Eisen show a couple of weeks ago, and you were asking me about 49ers defensive coordinators. The job is still open.
It is.
They have interviewed some really interesting candidates. Dave Merritt, I think, is in Santa Clara as we speak right now, the Chiefs defensive backfield coach, and you know him from working with Spags, but they've also brought in guys in-house, Nick Sorensen, Daniel Bullocks, Brandon Staley well. Just the buzz as far as where Kyle will go. We're hearing about them trying to get Jeff Ulbrich out of his deal with Robert Saleh in Florham Park, probably unlikely. So what buzz are you hearing, Andrew, on the 49ers D.C. opening?
Full disclosure, I have not heard much. I was trying to get over to talk to John last night at a party, and it was, how these things go. Every time you look over, someone's already talking. You're like, I don't want to be the guy that interrupts. But I would say this. I think that the Staley thing is, to me, the most interesting. But you can ask a guy to run a different system. You can ask him to come in and run a 4-3. I don't think, you stood up Joey. Are you going to stand up Nick as well? I just don't think that works. But I'd be fascinated to see the experiment. Like, can you make it work? Because when Staley left the Rams, they brought Raheem in, and that wasn't his system. Like, he's not a 3-4 guy. He wasn't running Dick stuff and Staley stuff. But they asked Raheem, can you adapt? And he did, and it was great. They had great results, clearly. I'd be fascinated to see if, you could do the opposite and have Brandon come in and say, can you adapt to what we have and run what we like to run and make this work?
Andrew, too, a lot of people are trying to use his Chargers years as a head coach against him as a defensive coordinator. If people forget, Steve Spagnuolo had a 1-15 and a 2-14 with the Rams as their head coach, and he's the best defensive coordinator in the game. So I don't think that head coaching results have much to do with whether you can be a great defensive coordinator.
I agree. At the same time, however, I'll throw in a but. The defense was not good with the Chargers. It's just you really can't sugarcoat it. They had some really good pieces, and the defense was not good. I think now, with someone like Kyle, and he's in a different interview than he would have to go in there to, a team where there's no familiarity with who's going to hire you and explain it differently, maybe, but the people at the Chargers will say that that defense, those guys never felt comfortable. They had so many blown coverages and so many quote unquote miscommunications, and Brandon would stand up there. And it got awkward at times with the press. Like, well, hey, Brandon, why did this happen again? And he's like, we had a great plan. We just didn't execute it. Like, right. But, why was there this breakdown again? And it was weird there last year.
All right, so as far as the Combine and the draft, the 49ers do have a first-round pick this year for the first time since the Trey Lance selection. It's late. It's numbered 31. But give me your thoughts at the top of the draft right now. As you're getting ready to get into your Uber and fly away from Indianapolis, do you feel like Caleb Williams will be the number one overall pick in the draft? We're hearing buzz on Jaden Daniels. Obviously, Marvin Harrison's son's a great player. Drake May. Do you think Williams ultimately will go number one, Andrew?
I
I do. I think the only question left is who makes the pick, and do the Bears decide to get out? I don't think they will. I think the Bears stay and they make the pick. I'd be very surprised if that does not happen. Now, that said, we still haven't hit free agency, and we are still 2 months, just inside of 2 months away from the draft. A lot can happen. But I think like the outside the box conversation here is, what if the Bears decide that they love Jaden Daniels or they love Drake May, and while they love Caleb, they just like the other guy almost as much, whomever that other guy is, number 2 on their list, on their board, and that they're willing to get out and take the haul and live comfortably with the other guy. And people think it's this binary decision, Justin Fields or Caleb Williams. What if they traded them both? Imagine the haul if they traded them both. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen, but I think that, we got to consider, what if Washington just makes an offer you can't refuse? Like, what if Cliff goes, this is the guy we want, and they're going to go all in. No one remembers, right? No one remembers what you gave up. And the Bears have an opportunity to do to someone else like Washington what the Niners did to them, right? Hey, you want to come up and get the pick? Move up one spot, right? Come get it. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen, but to me, that's the most interesting conversation.
It does look like, though, 1, 2, and 3 in some way, shape, or form, and no matter who makes the picks, like you said, right now, Chicago, Washington, New England, but it looks like the top 3 picks are all going to be quarterbacks, right?
I would think so. Hold on, guys. Stand there. We're getting into the Uber. Hold on.
No problem.
Stay there.
Okay. We're fine.
Yeah.
We can talk amongst ourselves. Whatever.
We're going to throw this into the back of this GMC terrain.
Are you in downtown Indianapolis, by the way? Are you right downtown?
Exactly.
I used to live there. Go out to 465.
Did you? I didn't realize that.
Go out to 465 in Brendan Way. It's nowhere near.
How are you?
2 years, 22 months.
Voice of the Indiana Pacers. Yeah, Indiana Pacers.
Voice of Granville Waiters, Indiana Pacers, Andrew.
Granville Waiters. That's fantastic.
Right out of Syracuse, right?
All right. You ready to answer the question now?
I am switching off pod, and I'm going back to the phone. And yes, I'm ready. I do think it does.
Wow, that was tremendous.
Andrew, you ready?
Go.
3,
quarterback,
2,
3.
1. Siciliano, you're hot.
Yeah, we said, the top 3 are going to be quarterbacks.
I do think so. Now, there could be, again, variables here. Let's say the Patriots go get a veteran. Maybe they trade for Justin Fields, spitballing here, right?
Yeah.
If the Patriots do that, if they think they're not a rookie quarterback away, maybe it doesn't go 1, 2, 3. I think, look, if you're Arizona at 4, if you're the Chargers at 5, you are praying that it doesn't go quarterback 1, 2, 3, that somehow Marvin Harrison or no lineman, or because someone else gets a veteran quarterback via free agency, you don't feel the need, and that one of those quarterbacks falls there. Just one spot, all it takes, and then, Monty Ossenfort can cash in, or if one falls 2 spots, then the Chargers can cash in.
And
then I think it gets even more interesting if it does go 1, 2, 3. Then who's 4? And if 4 is J.J. McCarthy, as most people assume it is, how big is the difference on teams' boards between J.J. McCarthy and, say, Bo Nix or Spencer Rattler or Michael Penix or whomever? And then does J.J. McCarthy, as odd as it sounds, kind of become the piece that moves this first round because teams want to trade up to get the 4th quarterback?
Andrew, although I lived in Naptown, it's no longer a sleepy town, Indianapolis, for 22 months, I have never personally attended the NFL scouting combine. And
when
like
are you
so
guys
many others.
getting here?
I don't know, John. We didn't even get there when they had the 3rd overall pick in the draft. So I don't know when they drafted Trey Lance. But just what's it like? And you're leaving town. A lot of the members of the media are there early in the week for the interviews. Then they leave. Like 12 coaches and staffs didn't even show up. You've been covering the combine for a while. What's it like, and how is it different today than, say, 5 years ago?
It's evolved a lot. First off, go back how many years? 4 or 5 years when the drills were moved to nighttime on Thursday, Friday. That changed a lot because you had all these staffs out all night
I'm sorry, at the stadium all night.
Yeah.
I caught myself at the stadium all night.
Yeah.
The interviews are going late into the night on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's like the informal ones during the afternoon. The whole schedule seemingly changes every year. But what, in my opinion, shouldn't change is that this thing leaves Indianapolis. This is the perfect city for it. It's a walkable city. You have the skywalks here, even though it's 28 degrees last night. You can get around from point A to point B without freezing. The stadium, the convention center, the three major Marriott hotels are all connected. It needs to stay here. There's, fiber between here, the stadium, and the hospital, where those medicals can get done. That's a huge part of it too. People say, "Oh, it's going to go to SoFi." It's not ready yet for something like this. Maybe to the Star in Dallas. They have a hospital across the street, maybe. But I think collectively, everyone here, agents, coaches, players, everybody wants it to stay here, and I hope it does.
Andrew Siciliano joining us. He's leaving Indianapolis. Well, let me go with something that's on your timeline from Les Snead here, because Aaron Donald, after they won the Super Bowl, was kind of going back and forth, but you got a quote here that says, from Les Snead, "We're definitely hoping Aaron Donald is, as in coming back. I know Aaron is spending time away with the goal of being revitalized." So is he thinking about, is 99 possibly thinking about walking away?
I don't think so. It has come up in previous media sessions that Les has had this year. Since the season ended, rather, and with Sean as well. So it's been brought up like, hey, Aaron's coming back, right? Because remember, Aaron, if you go back after the Super Bowl win, Aaron was on NFL Network with me at training camp, and I said, because that was when Sean might have gone to TV, I said, if Sean had gone to TV, what would you have done? He said, I would have retired. And I go, really? He's like, he goes, I'm here as long as he is here. I said, interesting. So it does come up, I think. It's fair to ask, but no, I do not think in any way. He's already been paid $5. He'd walk away from $30. I don't think he is doing that. I'd be stunned he is coming back. But Sarah Barshoff from ESPN did ask the question because it was Les's big, off-season presser. Just to confirm, Aaron is one of those players you're excited to get back in the building. He said, yes, Aaron is working out. He's taking some time away, but I do expect him back.
Speaking of coaches making the transformation to TV, what's Bill Belichick going to do this year? What's Pete Carroll going to do this year? What's Mike Vrabel going to do this year? You're hearing any scuttle on those elements, Andrew?
I have not yet. I think the Belichick question would be, if he does TV, what's the right role? Do you want him on a Sunday morning pregame show doing 6 segments? I don't know. Is he best in the booth? Is he best on a Monday tape breakdown segment? You know what I'm saying? How would you use him, to me, I think is the more interesting conversation. He's not doing a podcast. So, what?
The Hoodie podcast.
So, I get great guests. Nick Caserio was asked yesterday on NFL Network, what do you think he's going to do? And he didn't have an answer, but, I'm sure he'll find something. I think I'm paraphrasing. I don't know what he is going to do. Pete would be amazing on TV. Just amazing. I am lucky enough to have hosted the Pete Carroll show when he was at SC his final year.
Wow.
He's made for it on radio on the flagship on 710.
Was he chewing 6 sticks of gum while you were interviewing him?
Yes, it was awesome. But actually, he was cool. As a younger guy back then, he couldn't have been greater. And we would go to break, and I would say, "Hey, can I ask about that busted coverage?" Hey, just heads up, I'm going to ask about that busted coverage. From the second quarter in the next segment. He's like, "No, do it. Please. I want you to. I want to give that answer." I'm like, "Okay, good." And he was always like that. So I think he'd be great at TV as well.
No, I think Pete would be great. It's just people don't realize about Belichick because I've seen him do some long-form stuff, and he's absolutely phenomenal. He's not the guy that people see in the media. He can really give thoughtful answers. Obviously, he's incredibly smart. I'm with you.
NFL 100 thing. I'm sorry to cut you
Oh,
off
my
on
God.
that.
That's
NFL
exactly what I'm talking about.
He
He
won
was
an Emmy
incredible.
for that,
He was
didn't he?
incredible.
Great.
He was incredible.
He worked hard on that.
Yeah, he could do a lot. And Tirico told a great story that I saw on YouTube. I can't remember where Mike was on. Mike was on someone's show and told a great story about this time 15, 20 years ago where, like, Belichick, I don't know what the circumstances were, but they had him on NBC on, like, a halftime show in the building. I don't remember what it was for, but that they did a halftime segment, and Belichick, could not have been more prepared and, like, broke down film and, like, told the producers what it was he wanted. I'm not doing the story justice. Mike told it great, but, like, they all walked away going, all right, we're smarter for that, last 48 hours getting ready for this. Like, wow, that was great.
That's amazing. Hey, man, thanks as always for your insight. We appreciate it. Safe travels, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, boys. If I knew more about the Niners, DC, I would give it to you. It's the one stone I was not able to uncover.
Ask your Uber driver. Is your Uber driver Jeff Ulbrich by any chance?
No. No,
okay.
no, because you haven't heard cursing yet.
Oh yeah, no kidding. That is the truth, man.
I mean, he
I
even
know.
for HBO Max, I was cringing.
I know, right? Jeez, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, man.
You got it, boys.
That is the great Andrew Siciliano. The one question I forgot, and I just remembered as we hung up.
Damn. What is it?
When you were walking to the stadium from the hotel in Las Vegas the day of the Super Bowl, they had him voice all the security stuff. So when you were walking through the security,
Yeah, we did that when we went to the opening
same
night,
thing.
right?
Yeah, it was Andrew Siciliano. Please check your bags. It was all Siciliano's voice. It was hilarious. So anyway, I wanted to bring it
Because
out.
he's credible, John. He's
Yeah, because he is credible. All right, that's all the stuff. And like you said, you're going to lose us. Oh, they're showing Mahomes throw. I don't want to look at this kind of stuff from the combine. They were just showing the what was it? The gauntlet drill for Kittle. Man, he was good in the gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean,
he didn't drop a ball.
Did not
Even though
drop
he
a
had
ball.
Dave Fleming's tampoon up his right nostril, he didn't drop a ball.
No, he did not. He did not. But there you go. I love looking back at this combine stuff. It's hilarious. By the way, did you see Tom Brady ran a faster 40 at 46 than he did at, 22?
Yeah.
A little bit faster.
He's in much better shape.
He looks like he's in much better shape.
By the way, speaking of television,
yeah,
they're going to get rid of Greg Olson? Are you kidding me?
Where was that? There's no way. You can't do that.
No, because Brady's going to go into the booth with Kevin Burkhardt this year.
I thought
Greg Olson's got a clause in his contract that he can get out of it.
He can. I thought they said he was going to go to the second team, but he could go anywhere. Like if I was,
Well, he can get a lot more. The second team pays him like $3 million.
Yeah.
What'd the first team pay him, like 10?
Yeah.
I think he has a clause where he's a free agent. They're not going to go to a 3-man boot there?
No, they did say that.
I'm shocked.
They did say they weren't
He's the
going to go
best
to a 3-man
analyst.
booth.
Would you say Greg Olson's the best analyst in television?
Yeah.
NFL analyst right now on TV?
Well, I mean,
Tim Ryan's the best on radio.
Right.
Would you say Ole's the best on TV and they're going to let him go?
Yeah, but I guess the problem becomes, obviously, you would replace Tony Romo, who's fallen out of favor, but he's got a long-term contract. I mean, my thing, and I've said this from the beginning, Kirk Herbstreit has just not worked on Thursday Night Football, but, what is the audience big enough? I mean, if you're Greg Olson, Greg Olson said at the end of the year, I want to call the biggest games on the biggest stage. So that's do you go to the other
and then
what others are
if
open?
I'm Amazon Prime and Mr. Bezos, I go after Bill Belichick. You put Belichick in a booth with Al Michaels. How good would that be?
You don't want to. You're paying Brady all this money, so you don't want to do a 3-man. I get it, but wouldn't you put Belichick with Brady? And wouldn't they have a natural chemistry?
Well,
what do you think?
He's got a 10-year deal for $137.5 million. How much are you going to pay the hoodie?
Yeah, that's a pretty expensive booth. I mean, yeah, you're right.
They start fighting during the game.
I just always love a defensive guy and an offensive guy, but then you'd think they'd have natural chemistry, but I don't know.
Belichick could answer Andrew's question, whatever the hoodie wants to do with what you have him do on TV. Yeah. Have him do it all. But could you imagine him as a game analyst? If he was honest, if he wants to go back and coach and get Shula's record, then he's going to be like Gruden was his early days of Monday Night Football, and everybody's great, and then all of a sudden John started to criticize right when he came back to coach the Raiders. So it's going to be fascinating. Obviously, free agency in the new league year, but the TV analyst situation with would Pete Carroll go into TV? He'll probably take the year off, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but Andrew brings up a great point. No matter what people think of Pete Carroll, he would be absolutely amazing. I mean, his energy, even at his age, is through the roof. He'd be tremendous at it. He might be Gruden-esque though in his effusiveness of praise. In terms of just everything is so positive, could Pete Carroll be negative? Like that, was a terrible play or that was a dumb player.
Well, part of John's problem was he didn't want to criticize players because he knew he was going to come back in the NFL, and he didn't want them, hearing what they said about him. So, but after a couple of years of that, he started to have a little more of an edge, John.
All right, we'll get to your 11 o'clock hour. On the way, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get to the Warriors. This Andrew Wiggins thing, is this starting to be an issue? He missed time last year, personal issues. This year, they're starting to roll a little bit. He is out for the game against the Knicks, so we'll get into that conversation coming up next. And then bottom of the hour, our good friend B.A. Brian Anderson, he has got the call with Stan Van Gundy tonight in New York at Madison Square Garden. We'll talk to him at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hold on, guys. Stand there. We're getting into the Uber. Hold on.
No problem.
Stay there.
Okay. We're fine.
Papa here. Yeah, I had custom lens replacement a couple of summers ago, courtesy of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and their webinar, their free live CLR webinar, is Friday coming up at noon. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between having CLR and LASIK, which I've had both. Am I a good candidate for one or the other? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does it take? The procedure take? And why can't you get a cataract after CLR? Willie Mays would like to hear that. So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That is tomorrow at noon. Space is limited, so register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, great 11 o'clock hour for you. At the bottom of the hour, Brian Anderson, BA. TNT, they got the call for Warriors and Knicks tonight from MSG. He and Stan Van Gundy. He is going to join us, so don't miss that. We'll do an Ask Papa at 11:50, and I actually have a leap year question for you at 11:50, and then we'll open up the phone lines at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Leap year question at 11:50, and then we'll open everything up. 25 games remaining in the season, so I guess we don't call it the stretch yet, but they do sit in 10th place after LeBron James led the Lakers back from 21 in the fourth quarter over the Clippers. And Andrew Wiggins remains out for tonight's Warriors-Knicks game due to personal reasons. Same thing happened last year, so do we have to start worrying about Andrew Wiggins again right when the Warriors started to kind of hit their stride?
Well, it sounds like it. And we have to worry about Andrew and his family and what's going on, because it was mid-February of last year that he left the team, undisclosed personal reasons. And I do commend the media. You know, there are a lot of times I'm not happy with the profession we chose. But nobody's really pried into exactly. There's been a lot of stuff on social media and, you know, salacious rumors on what's going on with him. If it involves his dad, former NBA player Mitchell Wiggins, I don't know. He never said. No one really asked, and I've never even heard really any solid reporting on it. I think people have given him his privacy on this, and the team as well. But we don't know. Based on last year, he didn't come back until the playoffs. And he came back right away, played well that first game in SAC, a little rusty, but he wound up playing decently in the playoffs. But he's just too good of a player. Like tonight's game, and I think tonight's game's big. They got to go to Toronto right after the game in a back-to-back. Does Steph Curry play tomorrow night after a back-to-back? Just going, back-to-backs in the NBA are hard. But this one, even though it's not a long flight, you have to go through customs when you land in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And they're tight going through customs with the NBA. Some players have had some issues. Rudy T one time had his cigars in his bag, and it detained everybody. Mookie Blaylock could never go to Canada for years when he was a Warrior. That was a different time, but it's a hassle. And there was a time when you kind of got through customs right away. Post 9/11, that's not the case anymore. So that takes an hour or so to get through, and then you get to the hotel, and it's hard. So Toronto's not a great team. OG Anunoby's a Knick. He's not going to play tonight. They've been out for injury. So this game tonight, and then you got Boston on Sunday, and how good they are. So you want to get this game tonight, and then tomorrow night in Toronto could be a tough game. But tonight, and we're going to talk to Brian Anderson, who's going to call the game on Turn of the Night with Stan Van. And I already texted him, is Jalen Brunson going to play tonight? Their last game at home against New Orleans on Tuesday, Jalen Brunson, by far their best player, their leading scorer, an all-star this year, did not play due to cervical spasms in his neck. So BA does say he's going to play. Also, Isaiah Hartenstein didn't play with an Achilles injury. Tendinopathy going back to Kawhi Leonard and his ill-fated ending in San Antonio. But we'll see whether or not they're going to go. BA does think Brunson's going to play, but my point is, with Andrew Wiggins, there's no doubt what his job would be tonight. Go get Jalen Brunson. And Jalen Brunson is an old-school, mid-range kind of player. He does shoot the three well, but you got to get up into him. And he's going to dribble, drive you all night long. So without Andrew Wiggins, John, and you picked Moses Moody would go into the Warriors starting lineup to begin the trip, against the Washington Wizards on Tuesday. I assume Moody would play. Do you put Jonathan Kuminga on Jalen Brunson? You don't want Steph on him. Steph would probably have DiVincenzo, but that's a tough matchup as well because he can drive it, the former Warrior, and he also is just killing the three ball right now. They got some guys you got to deal with, obviously, but tonight with Andrew Wiggins, there'd be no debate. Andrew Wiggins would be on the ball. He would have Jalen Brunson all night on the isolation game, that stutter drive he gives you, the left-hander. So who do you put on Jalen Brunson tonight minus Wiggins? I would guess Kuminga, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Like you said, Anunoby is out, Randall is out. I mean, they have a real opportunity. I read this morning, too, in the New York papers that Brunson was likely to play. By the way, when he was getting overshadowed by Doncic in Dallas, I thought he was a nice player. He's turned into an awesome player. I mean, he's turned into maybe a top 10 NBA player this year. So while they've got a lot of injuries, and I think this is a game that the Warriors really need to win, as I won't say we're coming down the stretch. We're getting close, and they've, I think, given up a lot of their mulligans this year, so they need to start winning some games. I mean, we sit here and project that they could be here or there, and if you look at the Western Conference standings, look, they are sitting in 10th, but they're only a few games in the loss column behind the 5th spot. We've talked about this for years, it seems, how congested it gets in the Western Conference. So you've got to start winning some of these games. I mean, you look on paper, as we often do at some of these games, you go, boy, going to New York is going to be tough. And it is. But Brunson is banged up. Anunoby's not playing. Randall's not playing. This is a game.
Mitchell Robinson's out.
Mitchell Robinson's out.
And Hartenstein may not play tonight.
And so even without Wiggins, Moody played good the other night. You'd rather have Wiggins in there, but you're playing good basketball. They're banged up a little bit. You got to win this game tonight in New York. 35-24. This is a good team in the East, but they're not fully healthy. So you got to win this game tonight. Like you said, Toronto's not very good. You wouldn't normally think, geez, a back-to-back, you're going to lose one of those games, but you have a real opportunity to win a back-to-back here against New York and Toronto. It's not going to be easy, but you got to do this thing, and that's the way that you're going to get to that 6th seed. And Steve Kerr has said it, and Curry has said it. That's their goal now. As we're down to 25 games left in the season, they want to get out of the play-in. Well, you're sitting right here, and the Clippers blew a 21-point lead to the Lakers. Now they jump up to the 9 spot. So you're going to need a little bit of help from someone else, but this is a key opportunity that when you just looked at the schedule and you played the win-loss game, you'd think they'd probably lose either a back-to-back or this game to New York, but you have a real opportunity to really, in my mind, win them both. So you got to do it.
I did this game tonight. To me, determines whether or not you have a decent road trip or a great trip.
Yeah.
The Boston game, they can win that game. They play Boston well, and they beat them.
That's gonna be tough.
But on the road, playing at TD Garden, the Celtics just don't lose. Right now, they have a long winning streak on the road, but at home, they're really hard to beat. The one thing that's intriguing, and we'll see, and we'll talk to BA about Brunson and Hartenstein, whether or not they're going to play, and those are going to be huge. But one guy we know who's definitely going to play is Dante's Inferno, DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
Got it. And we liked him last year as a Warrior, and the Knicks paid him. So obviously you could not bring him back. But a huge breakdown in The Athletic about his relationship with Steph Curry. I think he guards Steph Curry tonight. I don't know if Steph will be on him. Maybe. If Brunson plays, you got to put somebody on Brunson. Steph may have to get DiVincenzo if Brunson plays. If he doesn't, maybe you tilt the coverage. And you got to extend on DiVincenzo. He is killing the 3-ball this year, over 41.5%, and of late even better, John. But, if Dante DiVincenzo was still a Warrior, Pods, Brandon Pojemski, where would he be in the rotation? Who do you like better in the backcourt next to Steph? Dante's Inferno or Pods? Similar players, yet they're different players. Pods only a rookie. Great upside. They both can handle. They both defend. They both are fearless. They both can shoot it. Similar players. Who do you got, Pods or Dante?
Well, Dante's having a hell of a year, and that is a great piece in The Athletic that people should take a look at. But I just like everything that Pods does, man. He dishes. He tries to defend. I think he's going to get better. He rebounds. I think he's got a better all-around game. Now, DiVincenzo will defend a little bit better. He'll get into you. They both have similar kind of energies, but I think I'm taking Pods, and I'm taking his upside. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, Dante was good. I mean, Dante, when he
and he's even better this year.
Early last year. He was good last year as a Warrior. I mean, he went out for a while, and where they began to slide on the road is when DiVincenzo popped his hammy. DiVincenzo's a veteran player. Pods is a rookie. I can't recall. Who was the last Warrior rookie to come in and play the way Pojemski's playing? And Trace Jackson Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Draymond Graham, probably Harrison Barnes. You'd have to go back that far to the Senator, to his rookie year. When was the last time? I mean, these guys, Pods was in the rookie sophomore game. He's going to make an all-rookie team this year, whether it's first team or second team. And he's so good. He got Klay Thompson playing off the bench, and we'll get BA's thoughts on that. I think Klay, he won't play enough games off the bench this year to qualify. Probably to qualify he could, but would he win Sixth Man of the Year? But if he does it, they re-sign him and they bring him back next year. That's a great role for him. But Podziemski, as a rookie, has come in and just been, wow, that young man's got balls. Just the way he plays, the stutter drive. He doesn't back down from anything. But I want to see them match up a little bit tonight. I think Dante will probably be on Steph tonight, which will be interesting. But there'll be times that Podziemski and DiVincenzo go at each other, John, and that's going to be a great matchup to watch.
Bottom of the hour, Brian Anderson, BA, is going to join us from TNT, and we'll preview the Knicks and the Warriors. This is a big one for them tonight, and then the back-to-back in Toronto. If they want to get that 6th seed, they got to start winning these back-to-backs like this that look unlikely on paper, but they certainly need them. And with the Knicks banged up, it's something they can do. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
As he does every week, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined his old friend, and I do mean old, Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland to discuss his new contract, Steph's recent struggles. That podcast and more trending right now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Dump it inside. Davis, the up fake, the help by Wiggins. And he just gave Davis a taste of his own medicine with a block. Thompson drives, dishes, Wiggins with the lay-in.
That's our good friend Ian Eagle. We got BA, Brian Anderson, joining us at the bottom of the hour. We'll preview Knicks and Warriors. We're getting ever so close, about 40 minutes from the NFL Combine. Our good friend Chris Rose is going to be part of the host process and that whole thing. I was just looking at everything. Rich Eisen will be there, everything. I was just looking at the press release. I'm watching our good friend Mike Yam. Our good friends are all over the place, so we'll get into a little bit of football. By the way, the 49ers report card is voted on by their peers. They were 6th overall. They got a bunch of high marks. Head coach, A. Ownership, A-. Treatment of families, A-. Cafeteria, A. Weight room, Tim can attest to this, B+. Locker room, B+. Strength coaches, B+. B- training staff, C on the training room. I think that Chick-fil-A is going to have to be replaced because the lowest number was team travel, got a C+.
Yeah, United Airlines does a great job. I'm not going with that. But I would like to see them bring in the deli.
Oh, yeah.
From Willow Glen. And we do sneak in our food there as well. That's Kyle. Kyle loves himself some
I do like
some Chick-fil-A.
So,
which
anyway.
leads to do you see where the Kansas City Chiefs graded out? The team that has won back-to-back Super Bowls and 3 of the last 5. Treatment of families, D+, 18. Taylor Swift's not happy. Is she in the fam?
Guess not.
Food cafeteria, 26C. Nutritionist, dietitian.
Man, that's huge.
F, 31st.
Yeah.
Well, it's Andy Reid.
Yeah.
What has he got?
The nuggies?
He needs,
Yeah,
well,
they don't
obviously
like
the
the nuggies.
cheeseburgers after games. He likes the Haagen-Dazs. You read the bit on him going to the Super Bowl, his obsession with Haagen-Dazs ice cream at team meals. So that's why, I mean, they play fast, but the head coach is kind of portly. Locker room, I mean, Arrowhead's facilities
They did not
are terrible.
like the owner either. How about that?
They don't like Clark Hunt?
No, he was last. And usually we have this conversation all the time. I mean, and it's assumed, and I believe this in business and everything else, sports, business, it starts at the top, right? Well, they had Clark Hunt at the bottom as far as ownership is concerned. So, I guess
Interesting.
Mahomes
The
can
locker
make up
room,
for a lot.
I mean, the visiting locker room at Arrowhead is the worst visiting locker room ever. But their locker room is F, training room D, training staff F, weight rooms. They're C's and D's and F's across the board.
Yeah.
Except when it's the quarterback and the tight end and the 3 technique and the corners and the DC and Fat Andy. They just keep on winning. So as I look at this ranking, I take it with, wow, the Chiefs aren't very good. Who won the Super Bowl the last 2 years and 3 of the last 5? And we are going to bring in our friend B.A. and just talking about facilities. The Warriors are at the Garden tonight. They're at 34th. I mean, it's special. I love going there. When I was at Syracuse and doing Big East tournament games and just growing up and going to we went for the Super Bowl in New York. We took a whole group there to watch the Knicks play at the
Knicks
world's most famous arena. Was it the Celtics that night?
Yeah, both those teams stunk. Oh,
they're good now. They played on
Yep.
Saturday night. That rivalry is back. Boston's got the best record, obviously, and the Knicks are a solid team. And the one thing with Curry, they won in Washington, but Steph wasn't clowning people like he has past trips to the district. And he had an air ball that looked ugly. I don't know if he's going to play in Toronto just because of the back-to-back and getting through customs, and he does need a day off. The coach has said he's tired. There's no doubt. But they won despite him not shooting well. He made some big shots, obviously, in the second half. But this is the Garden. We were talking February 27th a couple of days ago in the game in Oklahoma City, the bang-bang Mike Breen game for Steph. It was February 27th in the Garden. A young Steph Curry, before he was anything in the NBA, went in there and went Studio 54 on them. There's something about the Garden. It's the one arena stadium in all of American sport which most feels like the city. It's like, you come right through Penn Station there, and they've put $500 million into the Garden, and it glistens. But the roof is the same. The the Chase Tower Bridge up on top, and it's in the organist and the PA guy even sounds like John Condon from years ago. I love going to the Garden, and I know Steph does as well. But it's like Manhattan just comes through the doors, even though they do shut the doors. It just feels like you're playing the game at Rucker Park or something, and it's outdoors. It's just no other city is bad. SoFi a little bit with their football stadium feels like L.A. with the indoor-outdoor vibe, but no arena in American sport feels like the city itself that they play in, like the world's most famous arena. So we'll get BA's thoughts on calling games in the Garden, but I know road teams love, especially when you're a West Coast team and you go there only one time, you love to put on a show. Because if Steph Curry, John, starts going off, the Knicks fans will start to cheer for him. And I know one of BA's biggest calls ever, Steph Curry broke Ray Allen's record for three-pointers made, and he did it inside the world's most famous arena at 7th and 33rd, 34th in the Garden.
All right, let's talk to BA about it coming up next. Brian Anderson has the call tonight, Knicks and Warriors on TNT. We'll talk to him about it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Alec Burks guarding it from the start. Wiggins again. Here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry! Three-pointer number 2974. The man who changed the game. The igniter of the three-point revolution in the NBA. And now he stands alone at the top of the three-point list.
Expertly called when Steph Curry broke the all-time three-point record held by Ray Allen. That was at the Garden. And NBA is on the call tonight as well. Brian Anderson on TNT with Stan Van Gundy for Knicks and Warriors. NBA joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm doing great, John. That was awesome. I loved hearing that. First game back for Stephen Curry since that moment. That's cool.
Igniter of the revolution. So just give me your thoughts
That's pretty
about.
dramatic.
I love that. I think that's exactly what he's been. He wasn't the originator, but he's the one that's taken it to the heights. And just a word overall about the Garden. And you've done games in all sports. You've been to Yankee Stadium and Fenway and baseball and everything. And I was just telling the audience, there's something about the Garden where it feels like Manhattan is coming right through the doors there, and you're like you're playing outdoor at Rucker Park. And the Knicks fans, if Steph starts going off tonight or any of the Warriors, they'll start to pull for them because they like basketball. But what's it like, BA? And when TNT, you're right there courtside. What's it like to do a game inside the world's most famous arena?
Yeah, it is. It's a really cool place to just be. There's a vibe, there's an energy to it, and you walk through, you go up that big ramp. It's a hamstring buster even to get up the ramp and onto the surface, and the train station, Penn Station's like literally runs right through Madison Square Garden, and you think about all the people that have been there, all the concerts and the Billy Joels and Marilyn Monroe saying happy birthday to JFK in that spot, and it's just like comes flooding back with all these memories. It's not the cleanest place in the world.
It is a bit
it's
pungent.
A little bit of a dump.
A little pungent when the circus is in town as well.
Yeah, so the our TV trucks are always out there by the trash dumpsters. So it's not the most pleasant experience when you walk in, but obviously when you sit down and you get in your seat for the game, our seat anyway, and then the way it's lit now, they've done a great job with some of the renovations that they've made. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago. All the celebrities are there, and it's just a cool place to be. I was here. I've called a couple of games already here, but one thing I remember is doing the NCAA tournament here last year, and that was a different vibe because they hadn't had an NCAA tournament. It was a Sweet 16 and an Elite 8 is what we did here. Remember, Florida Atlantic came out of this region. And so that was a really cool experience, too, because it had been a long time since they'd had March Madness at MSG. And so a lot of memories came flooding back from that experience, too. And, my favorite memory is still the one you guys played with Stephen Curry setting the three-point record here at Madison Square Garden. It came really quickly, and there's been just so many great moments in this venue. I do think players, even the experienced veteran players, just get up so much more for games here than anywhere else.
I would agree with you. Brian Anderson, TNT tonight. He's got the call with Stan Van Gundy tonight, Knicks and Warriors, because, Steph was a good player, but when he scored that 54 in New York in 2013, I do think for a lot of people that put him on the national map, don't you think?
I think that has happened with a lot of players, and they know that. You hear their comments after games, and guys who are here for the first time, playing for the first time, they want to have those games, and they end up those end up being like the biggest highlights of the night. And yeah, I would agree. Curry's pass through Madison Square Garden, obviously starting with the draft, and then the next passing on him, and that draft that year was at MSG, so there's all kind of threads through Stephen Curry and MSG and, what could have been for both franchises. So I love all that too. And it's all really cool stuff to talk about prior to the game starting. And then, on the court, the good thing about the Warriors right now, they are relatively healthy. Wiggins is not going to be here tonight again. Personal, what do we call it? Personal family matter. So they don't have a timetable for his return, but the Warriors are trending well. They look like they're kind of coming into form, and I don't know if they can get out of the play-in, but this is a big game for Golden State to try to continue the success on the road that they've had and keep fighting their way up the Western Conference standings.
And our thoughts and prayers go out to Andrew and his family. He had the same kind of situation. I don't know if it's related or not, but last year he went out mid-February, BA, and did not come back until the playoffs. So in a game like tonight, right away, I mean, to me, if Jalen Brunson does play, there's no debate. You don't have to ask the other coaches, what should we do? You put two-way wigs on Jalen Brunson, and you shut him down. So I don't know.
Yeah.
First of all, from what you know from the Knicks side, he missed their last game against New Orleans on Tuesday in the Garden with cervical spasms in his neck. Do you think the Knick All-Star Jalen Brunson will play tonight, first of all?
I do, but I haven't gotten official word on that. We won't know until we get to the arena, but it just feels like they were in the second of a back-to-back, and the Knicks are not a load management team. But if you follow the Knicks, you know this. If you haven't, then just know that they're without two key players, really three, but two, there's a chance Julius Randle and OG Anunoby could return. Mitchell Robinson's not going to come back this year, but so they're down three big pieces, but two that they're expecting to return, and they're trying to weather the storm. And Brunson has had to shoulder the load here, and his scoring is way up since late January when Randle and OG Anunoby went out. So that was January 27th. So really, since January 28th, they're logging heavy minutes, and that would include, I think they have 4 of the top 10 minutes played per game players since late January, with Brunson being part of that list. So they're logging heavy minutes. I just felt like Tuesday night, the way the game was going, or the way the schedule was set up for them, Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein were not, again, they don't load manage, and they hate that phrase. Tom Thibodeau, he despises when you bring that up, but that's basically what they were doing. So I do expect Brunson to play tonight. I would be surprised if he didn't. I don't know about Hartenstein. I think we actually were calling a game here a few weeks ago when he hurt his Achilles and didn't come back for the second half. That's a dangerous thing, like if you start to have a little bit of soreness, and there's no playing through Achilles soreness. You're not toughing that out. So I think I don't know if he'll play tonight, but that does change things quite a bit, of course.
No doubt about it. Brian Anderson joining us. He's got the call with Stan Van Gundy on TNT, Knicks and Warriors. What do you think of this? These Hall of Famers coming off the bench with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson for the Warriors?
Yeah, I love it. I think it fits. I mean, I don't know, just watching the game, if you didn't know the backgrounds and you didn't know the media guide entries, you would say, like, okay, everything kind of fits now. I think Klay feels like and is the number one option with the bench unit. Now that Chris Paul is back, this will be a second game back, and, the assist numbers are off the charts still, and I think it's even more so with those two coming off the bench together. Feels like now that's a huge decision for Steve Kerr to do that, and I didn't know if they would ever get to that point, but I just felt like they were just kind of letting it play out to see if it would be different. When it's not, at least you can look at some data and, a run of games. So I was actually impressed that Steve Kerr made that move. We've been talking about should Klay Thompson go to the bench for a while, and Klay doesn't want to have that conversation, especially a few months ago when we were in San Francisco. But the pieces kind of fit. It kind of works. I think the pieces really fit with the starting group. Moody's probably going to be in there tonight, but you have all those, you got the 3 21-year-olds with Steph and Draymond, but then you've got this second unit, and their bench has been great this year. I think they're third in scoring coming into play tonight, and it just feels like it's a better fit for that. Now, who finishes will be the decision every day based on the game, and Golden State plays a lot of close games, as you know. So how he runs that finishing lineup is probably a bigger story than how he runs the starting lineup. And, Greg was there with me and Steve Kerr in those days when that whole discussion with the Spurs was with like Manu Ginobili coming off the bench. And I know, Manu Ginobili, it was just, it all worked well when he came off the bench, but he almost always finished the games in that scenario. So I think that's probably the bigger story.
Yeah, I just texted you, B.A. We had some research done. I was wondering, and I think right now, we could say for certainty, if they retired, right now, Chris Paul and Klay Thompson are going to the Hall of Fame. That's a lock. How many teams in the history of basketball, the NBA, have had a Hall of Fame backup backcourt where you had two Hall of Famers that not on the front line like Havlicek or Kevin McHale or somebody else, but or Bob McAdoo late in his career with the Lakers came off the bench, but just both guards. And I just sent you the research. Iceman, well, George Gervin from San Antonio, and Michael did it in Chicago. Jason Kidd and Steve Nash did it a little bit, 96, 97, both pure point guards. And then the one commonality is Manu and Tony Parker when Tony came off the bench a little bit. So take a look at that. But the difference with these two guys, they're making the transition this year, late in their careers. I mean, Paul had started every single game of his career, but Manu, played most of his career off the bench, and Klay Thompson, B.A., has not played off the bench since his rookie year. And you look at the last 5 games, this could be the way he ends his career, vying for 6 Man of the Year awards.
I totally agree with that. And so what I would say about that is, all the other examples, at least all the other examples we could think of, we kind of we put parameters on ours, on our list, or at least what we're thinking about in like at least 10 games or 10-game increments. But you're right. In every one of those other scenarios, those were either placeholders or anomalies for a particular guy coming off the bench in a window or something like Tony Parker was only on the bench for 2 weeks? So it's not like
right.
I don't think there's ever been a scenario like this, I guess is my point. Now, there's going to be maybe some research that'll prove that there have been moments of this, but I do think this is the real rotation. This is like the rotation to finish the year for the Warriors, I would say, barring injury. And tonight and the last 2 games are a perfect example of that. Instead of just kind of rolling Klay Thompson in with Wiggins out, which maybe would have been that's a decent fit, but why not roll Moses Moody in there as that Wiggins placeholder and then keep Klay in his regular rotation? So I don't think it's ever happened. I think it speaks tremendously to Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy, but just also the player and Chris Paul having to go through all of that before the season, and then now Klay Thompson having to go through this window. I think they've done a masterful job of just presenting the facts. This is what works best, and there's that championship pedigree too. You hear that word buy-in all the time, but it's not just the coaching staff or the front office trying to get buy-in from the players. Like, you got to give guys like Klay Thompson and Chris Paul a lot of credit too, because they kind of see, once the mirror has been held up, they kind of see what the path is to a potential run to the playoffs and then into the playoffs. And good for them to not have their ego so in the way that they wouldn't go for that, because almost every other scenario where a player of this caliber, it'd probably be better if he came off the bench. They haven't done that. And people just haven't gone there with all these players throughout the history of the NBA. You wouldn't even think about it, but now it's like, hey, this works, and it works for good basketball reasons too. So kudos to everybody involved.
All right, BA, before we let you out here, I got to ask you about one of your other jobs, because I don't look at the Giants as winning the NL West. I look at them as a wild card team, and so I look at that NL Central. And the Brewers are always going to win. I don't care who they lose. They lose Stearns. They lose Corbin Burns. They lose Craig Counsell.
Good for you. We finally made you. Well, we converted.
That's just what they do. So the Cubs get Bellinger back. The Reds are a good young team. Where do the Brewers sit in all of this?
Man, it is such a wild card right now. It is like, every year the Brewers are never picked to make the playoffs. And then, lately they've had this amazing run where they've made it 5 out of 6 years. But, of course, losing Woodruff. Now, Woodruff is back on the team just, for technicality, but he will not pitch this year. Mm-hmm. They just signed him to a 2-year deal, but he had major shoulder surgery. And then trading Burns. I will say this, the Brewers bullpen is tremendous. Maybe one of the better bullpens with not a lot of household names other than Devin Williams, the all-star closer who has, I think, the best pitch in the game, the airbender. So you already have that piece. And, as you guys know, when you have a good bullpen, you can win a lot of games. The Brewers are actually going to hit a little more. They signed Rhys Hoskins. They've got this young kid, Jackson Churio, man. This kid is a real deal. He turns 20 next week. They just gave him $82 million. They gave him an 11-year contract. Brewers have never done anything like that. He's had no major league experience, but he's my brother's a scout, and my brother never dropped superlatives on players, and he was like, this dude's going to be a star. So that got my attention right away, and that's been the consensus. So I think the Brewers are going to be competitive and good, and I think Pat Murphy's taken over as manager. That's he's been a bench coach for a long time, but it's a different vibe and a different voice, and the Central's wide open. I think the Cubs are probably the favorites just because of they just signed Bellinger. They've got some payroll. They're going to have pieces, but no, the Brewers they'll be in there. I think they'll be in there the whole way, and then you get on a run and. I think they could make the playoffs this year. I really do.
Yeah, BA is the TV voice of the Milwaukee Brewers when his schedule allows. You're so busy doing the NBA on TNT, and you're the voice of your presence on Major League Baseball all the way through the championship series. So you mentioned Bellinger finally signed. Now we're down to 4 left with Scott Boras. We'll throw J.D. Martinez in there, but we are in particular fixated on the other 3. Do you have a feel on Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, and Matt Chapman, when they're going to sign and where they're going to sign, B.A.?
Oh, this is crazy. I think there's a lot of anxiety. Around the game on both sides. I think from the Boras camp, you're starting to hear like a little collusion discussion, which always gets everybody bristled up. Honestly, I mean, it's a young man's game. There's, I think Chapman would be the first guy to go. He wants to go to Toronto, wants to go back, and seems like a good fit. Blue Jays have money. They have a need there. I would not be surprised to see any of these guys pop up in these similar deals as Bellinger signed, these kind of incentive-laden, opt-out-laden contracts, and then they can reboot it, which I think is kind of what a lot of teams want. You'd probably open up to a lot of teams if it wasn't, these 5, 6, 7-year deals. It's just I don't think teams have the stomach for that right now, especially. Like, I don't feel like it's a collusion story. I feel like more than anything, it's a broadcast television story. This RSN nightmare that's going on, that it's a real thing, and it's going to have a real effect on the game. And over the next couple of years, until it resolves itself from the the regional sports network world into the streaming world, teams are scared. I mean, the Brewers can't afford to miss like that. The Brewers don't have $40 million coming after next year from their RSN. They just don't. And the Brewers are a team that can't really swim in those waters. So these shorter deals with opt-outs is probably going to be the way it goes, is my guess. The Brewers did sign a Boras guy in Rhys Hoskins, but he's coming back from ACL, and that was a 2-year deal with an opt-out after this year. So that feels like the rhythm of the way it's going to have to go for some of these players, and it sucks for them, and I do feel bad for them because you finally get to free agency, but you couldn't come to free agency at a worse time right now with so much uneasiness about where the television revenue is coming from.
That's a great point. We hadn't even talked about that. The regional sports networks and the lack of funds that teams are getting from those entities now, like you said, with all that uncertainty. BA, great stuff as always, man. Have a another great call at MSG, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Always good to be with you guys.
You too.
Talk to you later.
Take care, BA. Thank you, brother.
again, we started with Knicks and Warriors, and for good reason, as the Warriors are there tonight. But he brings up a great point in regards to this, which is, we were talking about Boris earlier, and a lot of these teams that normally have the money, and look, the Dodgers, the Yankees, they don't worry as much about those kind of things. But what he's saying is that, some of these lesser teams who rely on that revenue, they don't have it, and it's a lot of money. That he's talking
Yankees
about.
have their own network, the S network they
That's
own,
different.
and the Red Sox and NESN, and the Dodgers had a cable issue for a number of years. They've resolved that down there in L.A., which leads to the Giants and where their contract is with NBC Sports Bay Area and the A's, and that's going to be a part of where the A's play not this year but beyond this year when the lease expires. So that is a real issue. Regional sports networks, which were thriving. I worked there for 15 years. The money's no longer there. A lot of these RSNs are flat going out of business. Major League Baseball's had to step in, John. Now you're factoring the streaming number. I mean, when you look at, the profits they take in and, how they generate revenue streams, obviously butts in the seats in baseball are number one, but your radio and TV rights are right behind locally. That's why the Yankees and Dodgers, the big market teams, the Cubs, can afford more payroll. But if you have uncertainty on what you're doing, I mean, look about the Brewers. Where are they going to get $40 million from? The RSN in Milwaukee just says we're not paying. There's no one to compete with. What teams are starting to do, like the Phoenix Suns have done, go back to the days of over-the-air broadcasts. When I first got into doing the Warrior games, we didn't even have Pacific Sports Network. Was the first RSN before Sports Channel and all those. But we were on KPIX, we were on KICU. So now I think what you're going to see is teams not reach out to the regional sports networks if they can't get one in their marketplace like the Phoenix Suns have done this year. Put the games like they did back in the 80s before the explosion of RSNs and put them back on local affiliates, whether it's an independent or a network affiliate in your market.
Yeah, no, he brings up a great point in terms of where that money's going and why teams can't pay. And he brought up Reese Hoskins. I mean, that wasn't a huge deal that they got. So it was, and he, like you said, he's coming off a major injury, so that's why Milwaukee was able to afford it. But then they turn around and they have to trade Corbin Burns and all that kind of stuff. All right, I got a question for you, and we can open it up, but it is leap year, so I got a leap year question for you. Taking the leap. Well, I'll give you that question to start everything off, but we'll open up the lines. Anything you want to ask, we got 49ers questions. We got it opening up in about 7 minutes. Positions that the 49ers could possibly need. Is that on your mind? The Blake Snell situation for the Giants, if you want to get into that conversation, as Tristan Beck now is going to be down for a while. If you want to get into the Warriors conversation, 25 games left in the season. Klay Thompson coming off the bench. Chris Paul, how do you feel about the Warriors as we get closer and closer into the playoffs and coming down the stretch in that as well? Any questions, comments, thoughts, ask Papa anything at all. 415-885-6227, 415-808-KNBR. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Also on YouTube and Twitch as well. So any of those ways you want to get a hold of the show, we'll do that coming up next. I got a leap year question, and then we'll take it from there. Only here on the Sports Leader. A billion. We'll get to the billion with a B. Your good friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you've seen them around, and you've heard them around, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, are not even based in the entire state of California, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's not them. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And man, we got rain coming, so remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than, here it comes, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
I waited.
Yes. Thanks for joining us. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is the Golden State and Building Materials text line. So you can either text or call the show. We'd love to hear your voice, or you can hit us up with a text, and we'll read the best ones. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. Before we lose Papa to the defensive line and linebacker drills, which I have right behind me, We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, and I have a question for him, and then you can ask your questions as well. So because it is leap year, I thought of this. Okay, you ready? Because I got a question for him before we get to the others. So if you could have any Bay Area athlete among now, you can either go with one of the ones that I will suggest, or you can go with your own. Take a big leap for their team right now. So you could have Kuminga or Kyle Harrison, or I think even Purdy could take a big leap, or Matos. The young pitching, Black, Wisenhunt, Birdsong, Harrison, like I said, Schmidt or Luciano. Maybe somebody from the draft with the 49ers, Jair Brown or Darrell Loder Jr., Robert Beal Jr. We always need an edge guy. So, I mean, there's a bunch of guys, young players. We're like, man, if Kuminga could just take that leap. Harrison is under a ton of pressure. Is that too big of a word?
Kyle Harrison?
For him? Kyle Harrison. I mean, he's
Harry?
Right now. He's
Prince
the number
Harry?
2 guy, right? I mean, if you could say he'll take a big leap. So it is a leap year, and there are a lot of young players.
Bob Beeman type of leap?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that Harrison is going to take a leap to like Logan Webb area this year. I mean, Logan Webb was a top 3 Cy Young guy, but I mean, a leap. We'll call it a big leap in his first full year.
Those are all great names.
Those are pretty good.
And you kind of ran through it all.
Yeah, is there
Harrison,
one?
Kyle Harrison would be the one.
Yeah, he probably.
But I'm going to throw another one
go ahead.
at you that's completely off the board, because we are going to get set to watch the combine, and they are going to be doing some vertical leaping, some verts coming up. How about Drake Jackson?
Oh, man, I forgot about him. I got to be honest, I forgot about him.
When we were at the 49ers Bay Area Faithful Social Club, there was a guy that was wearing a 49er jersey with 95 on it. And honestly, I'm thinking, 95? Who the hell's that? And I saw Jackson. And I thought, and this guy was a big guy. I said, if Drake
you would think that would be a family member would only
buy
that
one. If Drake would eat like you and keep the weight on like you, we'd be having some. Maybe not that much, sir, because that guy was getting after it at Johnny's down in the South Bay, the pizzeria. But in any event, Drake Jackson. Everything you mentioned, from Matos to Ramos to Luciano to Kyle Harrison, I think Kuminga has already made that leap. He's becoming a go-to guy right now, and the number 2 scorer. But here on Leap Day of 2024, February 29th, John, I Drake Jackson is someone that's a little befuddling. Going back to our very first preseason game when Drake was a rookie, Tim Ryan mentioned Bruce Smith as a cop, and I almost fell out of the booth.
That's a leap. That's a
leap. All-time sack leader. Now, they didn't keep sacks in the NFL. Who knows how many Deacon Jones had? But Bruce is number 1 with 200, and he did it both inside and outside. He was covered up as a 5 technique a lot.
I mean, this dude was a 285-pounder who could do everything. It was a first
overall
overall
pick,
players. Right? I mean, he was amazing.
But so Drake Jackson was not 50, number 1. He was the same number draft pick as Tim Ryan was out of, the USC Trojan. So in any event, where's Drake Jackson after his hat trick opening day in Pittsburgh?
Right.
A lot of that was because of the pressure from the other sides, and Bosa and the Gravedigger and Armstead, and it opened up for Drake. But I know nobody's talking about Drake Jackson. He went away late last year. He went away this year. He's got a little injury. The big thing was he got in the weight room in the offseason last year, and he gained a lot of weight. And then, curiously, he lost weight. He lost strength. I don't know if he wasn't in the weight room as much as the year went on for whatever reason. But those other names are obviously huge names. You hit them all. But let me just throw Drake Jackson out there. What if he, in the leap year of 2024, makes a huge leap this year and becomes a contributor either in the Turbo, the Alpha, the Bravo, whatever it is. He wasn't a number 1 overall pick, but he was, first-round pick, but he was the year that he was drafted. So let's see if Drake Jackson can make a leap in leap year this year.
Yeah, that's a good one because they really could use him. So any of the leap guys, if you want to ask us any of the questions on that, again, ask Papa anything at 415-885-627, 415-808-KNBR, both on the text and the call-in lines, or go off the board and ask anything you want. But we're talking about that on a leap year as the combine gets going with defensive linemen and linebackers, which is something the 49ers could use. So let's head out to the lines. Andy, in one of our favorite cities, Dixon Pop, has a Klay Thompson question.
I drove right through Dixon on the way skiing last year. I did stop off for some cider. They have some yummy Dixon cider.
Unbelievable.
How are you, Andrew?
Hi there, gentlemen. How are you today?
We are great. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Excellent. All right, the question I wanted to ask is that if I get up early in the morning to go to work, and I was looking on my NBC Sports California app, and it showed an article about Klay Thompson, and there was a picture of him in New York City hanging out the window saying, "I love this place."
Mm-hmm.
And then right after that was an article about him also having some, friction with Joe Lacob.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that he's doing this as a potential to end up with the Knicks instead of coming back to the Warriors?
Thank you, Andy. Good
always
question.
A conspiracy
Good
theory.
question.
Yeah, I've read those things, and I think Klay has played it well. He was obviously visibly frustrated. In fact, the Warriors are back to the tri-state area. I remember when they went back when we were at the Super Bowl, John, that awkward exchange near his locker in Brooklyn after they won the game, and that got a little tough. He didn't play at the end of the game. The Warriors did win the game. He's had to make a transformation in this role on this team, but I think the 6-man role for him, next to Chris Paul in particular, I think he's going to, now is he going to average, close to 19, 20 a game off the bench the last 5, but it seems like a role that's perfectly suited for him. We'll see where the offseason goes. Now that they got Steve Kerr extended 2 years, $35 million over the weekend, he signed that deal officially the other day. The next one, Steph's under contract for a couple of more years. Draymond's in year 1 of a 4-year deal. The next one, as far as the future Hall of Famers, are, what do they do with Klay? And I think he's had to swallow his pride a lot the last couple of years since the injuries, and those are 2 horrific injuries. But I still think he's a contributor. The way he's playing defensively and ripping the ball out of people's hands, going down low and just fighting with people has been impressive to me. He did it against Denver the other night and some other games. So I think ultimately he could talk about the Knicks. He could talk about Orlando. He could talk about going home back to Southern California. He also grew up in Portland. I'm sure there's going to be suitors for him. But I think the best environment for him is to finish his career as a Warrior, be a Warrior throughout, and never leave. And I just think they'll figure out a way to get him signed to a contract. It's not going to be the number. It's not going to be a super max or anything like that. I'm not even sure the 2 years, $24 million per that was apparently on the table earlier will still be there. You never know. But I think they want to keep that group together. The goal is for Steph, Dre, and Klay to never play for any other team besides the Warriors.
Yeah, I have a weird feeling in it, and I saw what he saw as well, and, that's just what you do. The Knicks don't have any cap space. The teams that scare me that do would be Philadelphia, which is projected to have a ton. Could you imagine him with Embiid on the outside and Maxey with the ball in his hands and kicking it out to Klay? Oklahoma City could be looking for a veteran type of player like Klay Thompson. They're going to have a boatload of cap space. Sam Presti is there. They need a veteran kind of a player. There are going to be teams. Now, I don't know what the thought is going to be on giving Klay a bunch of money. I just look at history of keeping one guy with one franchise, let alone 2 or 3. Now, could they do it? Yeah, but I have a feeling that Klay is going to have more suitors than we think. So I think it's going to be tough to keep Klay around. I hope they can, and I hope that they can have a statue of all 3 of them, even though Steph is going to be kind of like the lead singer on the front of Rolling Stone, like he's going to be the front one. But it is tough to keep 1, let alone 3 guys together. So we'll see. But I have a feeling that it's going to be tougher than we think to keep Klay. I think somebody's going to try to pay him.
Yeah, but I think ultimately Joe will find a way to keep him, and he'll just stay here and finish out the run with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. We'll see. That's for the summer.
There's a couple of this is one to talk about from the 415 as far as leap year. We're talking about players who can take a leap on this leap year day 2024. Luciano. I mean, I think we were talking to Bags the other day. I mean, this shortstop for the Giants, it's wide open. We were talking Fitzgerald. We're talking Schmidt. Luciano is, I guess, the leader in the clubhouse, and that game is just starting right now, right? So it's going to be his debut.
Jung-Hoo Lee's in the box right now against Arizona playing the Diamondbacks.
This is Luciano's spring debut, and a couple, 10 days ago or whatever it was, Keith Law was on, and he was not, and I'm being kind, he was not kind in his praise of Luciano. He doesn't think he can hit at this level yet. He doesn't think he's a shortstop at all. So we'll see. But if you want to talk about a leap, Luciano, to me, he might be number 1 in the entire Bay Area because that's obviously a huge position. Brandon Crawford is a member of the Cardinals, and I guess the Giants feel like this guy can do this. But that is a major leap right now to have Luciano as your starting shortstop and not a whole lot behind him.
Yeah, but he really hasn't done anything yet. So where's he going to leap from? He needs to just establish himself.
Right.
So we haven't seen him. These other guys that you mentioned, and even Kyle Harrison's gotten just a taste. Maybe leap into being a bona fide major leaguer. Jung-Hoo Lee's in the box right now, and then Luciano is on deck. So Marco will have his first spring training at bat coming up in a moment. To me, and we'll see where Luciano is. I think as a hitter he could survive in the major leagues. It's defensively, where is he best suited for? I know the Giants, they're even on their staff, there's some split opinion whether he can play shortstop or whether or not he has to move and maybe, in fact, move out into the outfield, but we'll see. But Tyler Fitzgerald to me, just being down there last week and the confidence the coaching staff has in him, in particular Matt Williams, who is going to have a lot of say. He runs that infield. It's amazing to watch. Baumel really does delegate. And Pat Burrell and Justin Veely run the hitters, but even Wotus has taken a step back. It's Matt Williams who runs that infield with hitting ground balls, and he's very high on Tyler Fitzgerald, so just keep an eye on that. So we shall see. But I don't want to say that it's just the one thought that keeps coming in my mind when you compare those two players is Brock Purdy over Trey Lance. And nobody would have thought Brock Purdy would take the job away from Trey Lance, but he did. And even though you're the number one prospect in all of baseball from your organization and this and that, he's got to prove he has a role here and what that role would be, and can he flourish in the role? Does he need to do more at the AAA level? Possibly. Is Tyler Fitzgerald right now just more advanced? And I haven't seen enough of him at shortstop. He's a great athlete. I saw him at Sacramento play mainly second and some center, but they are going to play him at short. Right now that's a wide-open competition, and maybe with the injuries to Tristan Beck now, the aneurysm, and what's going on with Keaton Wynn, maybe it does take a turn where you're more involved with Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery than Matt Chapman, and then maybe somehow 4 weeks from today they start the year at Petco against San Diego. Yep. I would not be shocked if Tyler Fitzgerald is the Giants' starting shortstop. By the way, Jung-Hoo Lee doubles on a line drive to right field. He's at second base. The batter is Lucky Luciano. Marco Luciano.
All right, again, ask Bob anything at all, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. As I'm splitting my eyes between the defensive lineman running the 40-yard dash and the Giants game, Duffy is in Mountain View. Hi, Duffy. Welcome.
Duffy.
Yes.
Love that name. What's up, Duff?
Hey, guys.
Man.
Maybe I bent the rules a little bit, but when you were talking about, what guy would take a leap and it would change the outcome, I went to a different place. What if Clay took that leap and we had the Splash Brothers back? Wouldn't you feel great about the next 3 months?
Yeah, leap backwards in time.
That's not a bad thought.
You know what I mean? I think that's man. If he went back, now I'm not talking about the glory days, but just you just had Clay back, the way you in your mind, Clay, right?
All right, before the injuries, yeah.
The next 3 months are golden.
Golden State, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would need a doctor, and that would take a lot of time. But look, I think for what he is at this stage of his career and what they've done in making this adjustment to the bench, I think this is the best version of Clay that we're going to see. Don't you think?
No, I think Clay's going to be fine. He's going to evolve. He's going to get further and further away from the injury. He has evolved to more of a 3-4 defender than like tonight. I wouldn't put him on Jalen Brunson. Without Andrew Wiggins, you would probably put Kuminga or maybe Moses Moody goes out and get him. He can't stop the ball. Now, Brunson's not lightning quick, so maybe Clay and some switches could guard him. But he's crafty and he gets Indy and Adi. Maybe he could guard him a little bit. But Clay, I think, is evolving. I think he's just too hard on himself. And that's the thing about Clay, is that he just beats himself up so much. I think he's found a happy place. We'll see where it goes with him. Marco Luciano, John, with a line out sharply to right field, and it's taken by Jake McCarthy. Conforto strikes out. So they're going to Jung-Hoo Lee open the inning with a double. They may strain him. The one thing about Luciano, he did not advance him from second to third with nobody out, but he tried. Right-handed hitter, he hit the ball hard the other way to right field. Those are the things they're going to look at. And just situationally, does he know how to play the game? Does he know how to move a runner along? And, what Bagg said yesterday with us, in that memory of him last year, with a runner at first base and a ground ball hit right at him. He did not go to second base on the play, whether or not he knew how many outs there were. I mean, those kind of situational mistakes that you make with Matt Williams and Bob Melvin and Ryan Christensen and Pat Burrell, they're going to be all over you. You're not going to be able to get past that. The manager's not going to be able to help you and deflect there. So I didn't see the at-bat, but the fact that he did try to go the other way to move Jung-Hoo Lee to third base, that's the way you got to play baseball.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. Keep them coming at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can ask Papa anything at all. We still got a bunch on the Giants as they are underway. First two batters, Jung-Hoo Lee gets a double. You got a line out to right? Line out to right with the second batter of the game.
Struck out on a foul tip.
And we will still – what happened?
Michael Conforto struck out. So Luciano lined out sharply to McCarthy. Conforto struck out. The Viller, the killer, David VR, is in the batter's box.
We gave him another chance. I like him personally, but I think he's running out of chances. And then anything that happened to the Combine, because we love the Combine.
Who's this big boy? Brandon Fisk just ran a 4.78.
He's nice. Defensive tackle, Florida State.
From Florida State?
Yeah, he's nice.
Is he an interior guy or an edge guy?
He's going to be like bottom of the first round kind of guy. He's good.
And where are the Niners picking, John?
Right there. They're picking at the bottom of the first round. He's going to go in that range. I think
he ran a 4.78.
Yeah, and he's a big boy, too. He's like, I think he's around 310, 315 in that range. So, yeah, he's a big boy. VR struck out.
So he's more of an inside.
Yeah.
A D tackle than a D.
Yeah, he's a D tackle. He'd give you that depth, but I don't know that they're going to take him in that range. But anyway, he's nice. All right, we'll keep you up to date on everything. We'll continue to ask Papa questions. We'll keep you up to date on the Warriors and the Knicks as well, which is going on tonight without Andrew Wiggins. So do you have to worry about that? We'll continue the conversation. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Theater.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Andrew Wiggins continues to miss time for personal reasons. Do we have to worry coming down the stretch? That story and more on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And not a whole lot of wind at the ballpark right now as Lee swings and lines one out into right field. Hit well. McCarthy gets turned around and it sails over his head. Off the warning track, up against the wall. Lee's speeding into second, and he's going to hang on there as the D-backs execute a relay in towards third base. Impressive swing of the bat there from Jung-Hoo Lee.
Very nice. That's a great signing. That's $113 million well spent. I've already decided.
Not a lot of wind, Joe Rizzo, but it is the grandson of the wind.
That's right.
But he got stranded. Marco lined out. Conforto struck out. David Villar struck out. And Logan Webb has already given up a run in the bottom of the first. Ketel Marte with a single. Jake McCarthy with a double. Moreno grounded out to Wisely to score. Marte. Giants, what's their combined starters ERA in the first inning?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, if they're not giving up bombs, they're giving up runs in the first inning. So it's 1-0. The defending National League champion Diamondbacks over the Giants.
Yeah, that's what we got. So, by the way, it might be time for our annual. I know we do this with training camp. We do this with spring training. I'm not going to panic over anything. I'm not going to panic over anyone. Somebody gets off to a great start, bad start. More so about spring training too, right? I mean, a guy hits well, a guy pitches well. We don't know, for example, especially a guy like Logan Webb, who is established. Top 3 in the Cy Young. Maybe he's working on something. I have no idea what his offseason was. So if he struggles, like, for example, what was it the other day? Was it Mason Black who gave up the home run right away and we had heard good things? I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to panic.
Spencer Howard gave up a homer to the first 2 batters of the game. It's spring training. It's still... Thanks to leap year, it's still February.
Right.
We're in the 20th. March doesn't, but you are starting. The regular season does start 4 weeks from today. So, but if you're Farhan and you're mainly Brian Price and Bob Melvin, are you a little concerned about the state of your pitching staff and in particular your starting rotation?
Yes.
The one guy that's thrown the ball well is Kyle Harrison.
Well, and if people don't know, I mean, this is something to get worried about. Is Tristan Beck has an upper arm aneurysm? Like I don't even know what that is, but I do know this: he had to go back to San Francisco. They're talking about treatment items or treatment options. It is going to be an issue. They have already said that he's going to miss the start of the season, so that's going to be an issue. Keaton Wynn, they're not, it doesn't seem as bad on Keaton Wynn, but the point is that those 2 guys, and especially Beck, is going to miss some time. They didn't have any depth in the rotation anyway, and the outside of Logan Webb, who's going today, like you said, Kyle Harrison, as we talked about, guys needs to take a leap. And then the other guy, Hicks, is a guy who's got 8 career starts making the conversion from reliever to starter. So needless to say, they're going to have to do something. And Bob was asked this morning, or reminded, I guess, was the term that, hey, there are still free agent starters out there. And Bob turned quickly and said, you think? So obviously, look, they're going to do something now, whether it's, somebody we never heard of or Mike Clevenger or Blake Snell. I mean, there's a difference in all those kind of guys. But they've got to do something. And one thing I was looking at, Pop, and you're well aware of this, but over the last few years, I mean, since Farhan came aboard, in 2009 they won 77. They were 12 games back of a wild card. But in 2020, in the shortened year, they were 1 game back of a wild card. Now, obviously, in 2021 they won 107. In 2022 they won 81. The Phillies made the wild card round minus, so they were 6 behind there. And then last year they won 79. They had a swoon at the end of the year, and they were 5 back of the D-backs. So point is that they've been in it or close the majority of the way. So does a Blake Snell make up 5 games or 4 games or 3 games? Potentially. The Giants have generally been in this thing, and then they won 107 games in 2021. So to me, Blake Snell does make up those kind of games. Maybe not directly in wins, but if you add a Snell, with the Giants being as close as they have, with Arizona making it last year with 84 wins and getting all the way to the World Series, to me it can make a difference. Or even a Matt Chapman can make a difference of 3 or 4 games, and that's where the Giants have been the last few years in potentially getting to a wild card round, and then you don't know once you get in.
And the goal is always to win your own division. You want to win the National League West, but there are other avenues to winning in the playoffs without winning your division. So the Dodgers last year won 100 games. Who knows how many games they're going to win this year? Doesn't matter. They win the National League West. If they win it, they're in, like they did the year before. But 2 years ago, the Philadelphia Phillies, what'd they win that year, John? 87 games?
87, yep.
When the Giants won 81. So you missed the playoffs by 6 games, and the Phillies wound up, and I think it was even closer than Philadelphia, but they wound up going all the way to the World Series. Last year, the Arizona Diamondbacks won 84 games, and the Giants won 79. You missed by 5 games. Arizona wound up getting hot. They swept the Dodgers in the first round, and they went to the World Series. So the argument can be made in light of the way recent postseason lack of success has been for the Braves, the Dodgers over in the American League. You had teams with huge win totals, the Orioles going out right away. Do you want to win your division and get that whole week off during the wild card and then be rusty like the Dodgers were? They couldn't score, and their top two hitters just went inert there, Mookie and Freddie. So there's an avenue to get in as a 9-division champion and maybe have more postseason success than the division winners, and I think it's wide open. I don't want to concede the National League West to the Dodgers before you even start playing, but let's just say they win.
I will.
Then your combination, you always do. You always overreact. And the Chiefs are dead. They're never going to win again. And
I'll give the Dodgers are winning the West. I'll go out on a big limb.
Let's just wait and see. Let's watch the games a little bit here. But anyway, then your competition is Arizona and San Diego into your own division. We were talking to Brian Anderson, the voice of the TV voice of the Brewers from TMT. He'll do the TNT to the Warrior game tonight. You got the Brewers. You got the Cubs. You got the Reds. Are the Pirates going to be better? The Cardinals were 20 games under last year. They're not going to be that. These are the teams you're looking at. Even if you want to give the National League East to Atlanta again, they win it every year and they're so loaded, then it's Philadelphia, Miami. Are the Marlins going to bounce back? So those are the teams you're competing with, not just the Dodgers, and I think they're not that far away. Now, we can't overreact to spring results, although we are watching them and wondering what's going on, and Arizona has scored a second run off of Logan Webb. Giants are now batting on the top of the second, but he's already given up 2 runs. But again, it's early. He gave up 2 in his first spring start. You don't want to overreact, but at the same time, you need to react to some degree, and you were thin starting the year as far as your starting rotation minus Alex Cobb until when? Is he going to be back by Memorial Day, by May Day? And then likely Robbie Ray, is he going to come back by Bastille Day? Who the hell knows? These are right around the time you're looking at those guys, and you were young behind Logan Webb, inexperienced, unproven, John. So I think the market does call for them to go out and pursue maybe starting pitching as well. Meanwhile, as we talk, Pablo struck out swinging, and Joey Bart was called out on strikes. Damn.
Well, and just to your point, I mean, what's funny is over the last 5 seasons, and we'll throw the fake Dodgers World Series win out in 2020, the National League winners, the Diamondbacks won 84. In 22, as you said, the Phillies won 87. In 2021, the Braves won 88, got to the World Series. In 2019, the Nationals won the World Series. They won 93, but they were a wild card team. So the average team in the National League, if you throw out the short season, in the last 4 seasons, have an average wins of 88. So the Dodgers are going to win 100 games probably. This is the best version, at least on paper, of the Dodgers. I mean, they went out. Not only did they get Yamamoto, who looked sick yesterday, and I mean that in the good sense of sick, and Ohtani, but they went out and got Tyler Glasnow. They've got guys coming up from the farm system, and they look really, really good, needless to say. Sorry to remind everybody of that, but this might be the best version that they've had. But other than the short season, they haven't been able to convert that into a World Series championship. Though there have been teams, in baseball more than any other sport maybe because of what I just said over the 80 wins. It's really how you're playing at the end of the season. So, to me, that means your pitching is getting it done at the end of the season. So if you look at the Giants, and I'm not trying to put this out of proportion in sound Pollyanna here, but if you were to get a Blake Snell, you're telling me at the end of the season, assuming that they could be healthy, that your rotation potentially is Webb and Snell and Ray and Cobb. Now you're cooking with gas with those 4 guys. Now, can you hit enough? I don't know. I mean, there's a ton of question marks and young players who have yet to proven a thing. And I put even Jung-Hoo Lee in there too. We're not sure what he's going to be. I mean, he's got a couple of nice spring games under his belt. But as far as adding Snell to that, now you're talking about something. I don't know what the pen is going to be or any of those kind of things, but obviously pitching is the key to the postseason, and those teams got hot. The Arizona Diamondbacks got a bunch of key hitting. I know that, but they got guys in the rotation who got hot at the right time, and that's what led them to the World Series. And if they could add another arm like that, and it's a big assumption to even say that Snell could be healthy the way that he was last year and pitch the way that he was last year, but again, you're talking about Brian Price and Bob Melvin, who know the guy.
Casey Schmidt, while you were yapping, just slide out to right.
At least he put bat
they
to ball.
go down 1, 2, 3 in the top of the second. Arizona Diamondbacks are good. I think the one thing that's galling, and it's why Cap got fired, I mean, the Arizona Diamondbacks, what, they have a 9-game losing streak?
Yeah.
Coming out of the trade deadline, they look dead.
Yeah, they did look
dead. And they wound up, getting hot at the end, winning 84 games. The Giants slid to 79. That series in Arizona we thought was so big, they won that. And they wound up getting hot. They beat the Dodgers, and they went all the way to the World Series. So in your own division, where are you? Let alone the Dodgers. The teams you're competing with are Arizona and San Diego to make the playoffs. So the Giants on paper as good as either one of those teams right now.
They're not. Arizona is very athletic, probably have confidence, too, from some of those young pitchers. And everybody counts out the Padres. I mean, look, there's no doubt. They lost Snell, and Waka is underrated that they lost, and clearly they lost Juan Soto. But they got some guys from the Yankees in that deal, and they still have a lot of talent on that team. By the way, can I ask you a TV question? Just it's not really off the topic, but like I'm rewatching the Jung-Hoo Lee double. Why is it in spring training? It looks like some guy from like the crowd is filming this. Why
because
can't
the game's not on TV. Where the NBC Sports Bay Area is not doing it, and Arizona's not doing it.
I wish somebody could have
so
like
it
a
probably is some guy
broadcast.
with a smartphone.
I mean,
they don't.
They don't broadcast. Like
I'm amazed how
phone.
many teams televise their spring games.
I don't know. Could you have some?
The Dodgers do a lot of them. They just.
I don't know.
How bad's the video? I'm looking for the video here.
Bad. It's like some guy with his phone there with a beer in his hand that are like those are the highlights in the spring.
Probably was. It was probably Marty Lurie behind home plate.
Who the hell's Marty?
Who the hell's watching the game today?
It's probably
Great
Marty
job,
Lurie
brother.
with his phone. I just think it's weird.
It's the mosaic.
Anyway,
it's the mosaic.
No,
how many teams televise their spring games? The Cubs do them on the weekend. The Dodgers do a lot. The Angels do a lot of their spring games. I'm watching Phillies in Toronto right now. Philadelphia does a bunch of their games.
Yeah.
There's not. I mean, probably half of the spring training games are even on television. The Mets do a bunch of games. Not a lot of teams do games.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So there's no local television from the Giant or Arizona side. So you got a smartphone or behind home plate.
Yeah.
How did the grandson of the Wind look? Was it a good swing?
He looks pretty quick. He looks pretty quick out of the box. Yeah, I like him, and he's got.
No, he's fast.
I'm not saying his swing isn't exactly Ichiro, but it's kind of got an Ichiro kind of a look to it, a little bit.
He's got
51. The 51 going on. I'm not saying he's Ichiro. I'm just saying a little look to it, a little speed, a little 51 going on. Not bad. All right, there are people who want to ask you anything still. We'll continue that conversation as well. Give us your thoughts on the Giants. We got a little NFL going on. The big defensive lineman, Chris Jenkins, the second, is running right now from Michigan. So anyway.
Did he play for Harbaugh?
He did play for Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's there with his son.
Yeah, I saw Harbaugh there. Yeah, I did see Harbaugh
That's
there.
That's Jim Harbaugh. John is there as well.
Yeah, they like going. Kyle, no chance. But Jim Harbaugh, yeah, he's hanging out watching a bunch of the Michigan players play. Anyway, we'll keep you up to date on the Warriors and Knicks as well. Still no Andrew Wiggins. Is that something we need to worry about? In the top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Hitter. That's right, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. If I told you could see better, much better, like I have and like Papa has, is that something that would interest you? Well, of course, your eyesight is very important to you. So we went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and had a procedure done called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Dr. Craig Bindi, Dr. Joseph Ling. It was awesome, and we've told you about it for years. It helped to me, and I've told you this, it's been life-changing for me because I had a LASIK procedure done years ago, and it was okay, but CLR was absolutely life-changing changing, totally different for me, custom lens replacement. And rather than me tell you all about it time and time again, you can find out from the gentlemen themselves, and they can give you a lot more insight into the procedure, like are you a good candidate, what's the cost, is there financing, how long does the procedure take. All those kind of questions can be answered by the experts, and all you have to do, this is tomorrow at noon, and very, very simple, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a free webinar tomorrow at noon, but space is limited, but it's free. So register right now. I mean right now. LaserEyeCLR.com. LaserEyeCLR.com. And so they'll answer all the questions for you, tell you all the things that you need to know, and you will be good to go, and you'll be able to see like me. And they'll even answer the question like I asked them. I sat down, and one of the first questions I said is, look, I saw a little bit better with LASIK, but what is the difference between CLR and LASIK? They'll be able to give you the reason and why it's going to work better for you. So again, check it out. It's tomorrow, so you got to do this right now. Tomorrow at noon, and space is limited. Register right now. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley at LaserEyeCLR.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Wrapping up Ask Papa Anything at all. One eye on the Giants game. One eye on big guys running the 40. Keep you up to date.
How many eyes
anything.
you got, Cyclops?
I know. I have one. I'm channeling my inner Papa because I do have 3 iPads going.
4 screens going. I got 4 screens going.
I got my computer, which I have the text line up. I have my phone screener up on one iPad. I have my other iPad up, not watching the Giants game, but with the play-by-play up of it. Then I have my big screen in my studio on the Combine, and so I'm trying to keep everything straight. It is a task because once one of the big fat guys start running, then my eyes they go right up to that screen because I want to see them run. But I have to be honest, I'm waiting for the edge guys because the edge guy's a little faster, and if you get an edge guy running like in the 4.4, 4.5 range, that starts to get my attention. Because there's a dude that Mel Kiper, by the way, we're into mock season. And he mocked a guy named Chop Robinson at Penn State to the Niners at 31.
I saw that.
And that dude is going to run probably in the 4.4s or 4.5s. And you put that, now that's D Ford fast. And you put that guy opposite Bosa, and now we're cooking with gas. Now we're talking.
I just want a guy named Chop to get a sack.
You and Tim on Chop.
Hassan Chop.
Oh, that's it.
What I really wanted last year, San Francisco, we got to get a guy named Van Ness, right?
Oh, I like that
Lucas
dude.
Van Ness. He wound up going to Green Bay, and we saw him in the playoffs. So, we got a home run.
How about
John
that?
Who Lee homers
on
a line drive to right center field.
Okay, we're starting to get excited. We're
with a double and a homer.
Yeah. That thing I said about
be the National
spring
League
training,
Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, we can overreact.
Maybe he'll be the National League most valuable player.
Yeah, let's overreact on that. That's good. Double and a homer today.
The Asian sensation.
What was it? Yesterday he made his debut. 2 days ago, got that single in his first at bat. So maybe we can
get the guy
overreact
out.
on that. Very nice. Yeah, that's good. Single or double and a homer today.
Right.
Just knock himself in, right? Because it's like,
he let off the game with a double, and they stranded him, so he thought I'd just go yard. And one thing I asked Pat Burrell about, because we were talking about Ichiro, and Lou Piniella got on Ichiro one day for, you ever drive the ball at all? Is everything a slap the other way? Yeah, he's hitting 390, Lou. Take it easy. So in batting practice, Ichiro just turned on like 10 in a row and hit bombs. And said, that good enough for you, sweet Lou? Mm-hmm. So I asked, is Jung-Hoo Lee have power? And he said, absolutely. He's able to turn on the ball. So, I mean, you would think Major League, could he hit double-digit home runs his first year in the big leagues?
I don't know. It's tough in that park, hit left-handed, right? I mean, that's
How about
really
inside
tough.
the park as well?
Yeah.
How many inside the park home runs will he have?
That's a good point.
He may have 1 or 2 this year.
I think I've asked you this, but I can't remember. I've told this story before, but were you broadcasting A's games in 2001 when Ichiro made his debut?
Major League debut.
So we were in the same building. We just didn't know it because
remember old Peg Leg had a field of bunt?
Oh, that's right. Because I was.
He also that game he threw out Terrence Long.
Yeah,
was
I remember
that game or later? No, he made the greatest.
No, I think it was later in that
right
series,
field.
though. Yeah,
he gunned him out. But I was just saying, Ichiro's first game was against the A's, and I was just saying in Japan he didn't bunt much. And then he drops down a bunt, and Jim Messier, who had one leg was shorter, longer than the other one, old Peg Leg, he picked up the ball and threw it down the line right as he bunted. I was like, whoa. As far as pure hand-eye coordination and bat-to-ball skill, and then watching him shag in the outfield before games.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, he could shag, John. He'd catch the ball behind his bat.
Yeah.
He was just unbelievable talent. Yeah, Ichiro was one of the best players I've ever seen every day. I mean, saw him a lot. He was amazing.
Oh, I just remember with my great analysis work, because actually this is how long ago that was. Duke was playing in the national championship that night, and the TVs were on in the booth, and so the Mariners were playing the A's, and they had the national championship game on the TVs in the booth in Seattle. So I'm watching Mike Dunleavy Jr. in that game, and I'm watching Ichiro, and Tim Hudson blows him away on a high fastball. And I said, this Ichiro guy, he's overrated. And then, of course, has that type of career.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
He had 350 that year with 242 hits.
That's what I do.
He not only won the Rookie of the Year, but the MVP.
He was
where he had his best year, though? Was under Bob Melvin after Lou left and got traded for Randy Wynn and went to Tampa. That was the year he had 262 hits to break the old record of George Sisler
I mean, he got up. He played every game. He had 762 plate appearances. But that year he had 372 and won the second American League batting championship.
What was that?
So,
it
and
was
I
that
know,
swing.
yeah,
It threw you off.
No, he was like he was playing. He was Jimmy Connors with a two-hand backhand.
Exactly right.
When he wanted to go the other way with the ball, hit the ball on the ground. So right when he was great, the Angels had a shortstop, and we all remember from the 0-2 World Series, David Eckstein.
Yeah.
And David had a terrible throwing arm. He'd take like 3 crab hops to throw. But his nickname, as far as making the throw from the hole at short to first, was just enough. He would get the ball there just in enough time, except when Ichiro Suzuki hit the ball to him. It was not nearly in time. Ichiro go by the bag. It's like he could hit 1,000. I mean, there's no way David Eckstein could ever throw Ichiro out. So the question is, and Jung-Hoo Lee grew up idolizing Ichiro and wears number 51. I mean, if he is half the player of Ichiro Suzuki, John, he will. I mean, we'll see where they gave him $113 million over 6 years. He can opt out after 27, but. We kind of thought going from the KBO, and I know you've watched a lot of Korean baseball going back to the pandemic. You were up in the middle of the night. You and Carl Ravitch were up in the overnight to watch those games and broadcast those games. I mean, we'll have to see when he faces high-end Major League fastball velocity and breaking balls, but so far so good in the spring. And, not only does the ball carry better in Arizona, but breaking pitches are flatter. They don't break the same. So it's not, applicable to how he's going to do when the year starts, but it's a great sign that he went double homer in his first 2 at-bats today.
Yeah, let's overreact. The exit velo was 109.7.
Wow.
And from the 303, it says, I'm officially all in overreacting for Jung-Hoo Lee, ordering a jersey now.
J.H. Lee. J.H. Lee's going to be on the back of his jersey, not just Lee. It's going to be J.H. Lee.
There you go. All right, we got your foreplay coming up next, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. We'll do it coming up, Papa and Lund, on your Wednesday, or your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes, Thursday again. The 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. We'll do that in about 4 minutes. Kenny Atkinson was on with the morning show, talks about Andrew Wiggins. Brandon Crawford, he knows that the last series of the year is at San Francisco. John Heyman on what Blake Snell is willing to do. And we'll give you a piece of sound from the Combine just because. At 1:30, we haven't been doing the Sweet, Clean, Family-Friendly Caboose Pistol, but we do have one piece of sound. Did you hear the story yesterday? A long time ago, we reported on this. Chiefsaholic is part of the Chiefs
he's in
fandom.
trouble. He's in trouble.
And, yeah, he robbed a bank a while ago, and then he went on the run, and then they caught him. And his attorney, after Chiefsaholic turned himself in, it's pretty funny. So we'll play that for you at 1:30. But anyway, now we're watching the big defensive lineman.
Yeah, so McConaughey's a big UT fan.
He is.
Are you watching this D lineman Miles Murphy? Who's this guy?
Yeah, he's really
athletic.
Good. Sweat is really good. This 366-pounder. Yeah, they got some good ones. They got a couple of.
This guy
really
Miles Murphy though is really athletic.
Oh, the
Devondre Sweat. He's going right now.
Sweat.
He won the Outland Trophy Award last year as the nation's top.
Yeah, you want to stop the
lineman.
run? He can help you stop.
Oh,
the
run. He is a large boy.
He's massive.
But Miles Murphy is really athletic. He's an inside player. These are mainly D tackles here working here.
Yeah, we haven't gotten out to the edge guys, but he's a nice one. There's a couple of LSU guys that are good ones inside, so yeah, it's gonna be. Oh, there, yeah, I'm a little bit behind you. Devondre Sweat is the guy. Yeah, he is massive. So anyway,
big boy.
Yeah.
Boy.
So there's a couple of boys that we need to. Yeah, because I mean they need depth. I mean I don't know if they're gonna get Kevin Givens back. Who knows if they're gonna. Keep.
They don't have a lot of D linemen under contract right now.
No, they don't. So that makes you a little bit nervous. All right, before we get out to the foreplay, the 4 pieces of You Need to Sound, real quickly, I told you, ask Papa anything at all. So real quickly out to Gio, who's got an IU question, and then we'll get out to the foreplay. Hi, Gio. Welcome.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Yeah, sure.
I just know how you guys felt about the whole Ayuk situation. Kind of reminds me a lot of DeForest Buckner situation, and I just think, I know the Niners need to save money for the cap and whatnot, but I don't think the way to do it is by trading your best receiver. Let me know what you guys think.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's saying that with Buckner. I don't see it that way. We knew the Buckner situation was coming to a head, John, and remember, we talked about it ahead of time. I think they wanted to bring D Ford back. They were already on the hook for him. Armstead was up. You also had Emmanuel Sanders that they traded for middle of that year that they brought back in a 1-year deal, and likewise Jimmy Ward. So there were several players in play. Now, there are a lot of guys here. I want them to re-sign Sam Darnold in a big way. I think that is going to be key. We're not going to talk about it as much because Brock is healthy right now, but the Niners were really healthy this year. They only missed a handful of games. Obviously, losing Cleveland Ferrell for the playoffs was a major loss, and losing Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl itself. And it was interesting and I kind of remembered going into it that he had the Achilles tendonitis was on the right leg going into the Super Bowl, and he tore his Achilles on the left leg, which I don't know if was a product of working on that soft field and compromising his body. Sometimes you compromise for one side, you wind up tearing something on the other, like Clay with the ACL, then the Achilles. But in any event, I think the single biggest offseason, yes, there are other guys, and on the D-line, I want to bring Ferrell back, Kevin Givens back. I do want Sam Darnold back. There are other guys you want as well. They're going to find a way to keep Jawan Jennings. He is restricted, not unrestricted. Ayuk does have a contract. I know it's a 5th-year option. He'll probably not get on the field without an extension. But I don't think it's like DeForest Buckner. It may have been categorized that way in the national media. The cap has gone up. You know, at that time, we were starting to brace for a global pandemic, and the cap went the other way. For the first time in history, it's gone up. The most it's ever gone up since we had a salary cap put in the NFL in '94, over $30 million, 30.5. So it's going to get testy. Ayuk probably won't talk a lot. His agent will handle it from this point forward. Neither side will say much. It's a big number. It'll drag out past the draft, all the way into the offseason. Hopefully he gets signed to be ready for training camp, John. But this is not a DeForest Buckner situation. What you're bracing for is not this year, but next year and beyond when you got to pay the quarterback. You know, he's going to jump from, he's not even making $1 million this year. Brock is the 34th highest paid player on the 49ers this year. That's going to change, obviously.
One of the reasons I wanted to take that is we'll talk a little bit more about Ayuk at 115 because the position is really interesting. The last 3 contracts that have been done at the position for players comparable to Brandon Ayuk are really, really interesting. So and put in that what the Niners did. So we'll get into that at about 115. But let's get to it. It is time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start this morning with Murph and Marcus, and this was assistant coach Kenny Atkinson. What's going on with Andrew Wiggins? Here is the assistant coach of the Warriors talking about missing Wiggins again, second year in a row, for personal reasons.
Oh, man, it's big, right? Because Wiggs is, that's probably another reason for starting to turn this thing around is he's starting to play great. But I think, we've kind of dealt with it all year, and it's part of the NBA. We have to shift and shift our lineups and figure it out. And that's why they pay us the big bucks, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, it's a great challenge. And really, well, we're really lucky. We have incredible depth. And, Steve is not afraid to play a Lester Quinones or a Guy Santos or any of these young guys. And we believe in these guys. So, I joke all the time, we're 17 deep. So, yeah, we're going to miss Wiggs. But on the other hand, like we have enough. We have guys, that can step up and, help us get a win tonight against the Knicks.
And while I respect Kenny Atkinson, what he's saying there, you and I have talked about this a lot. They're a different team with Andrew Wiggins in there. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know when he's going to come back. I don't really care, and it's none of my business to know those kind of things when it's a personal kind of a situation. But, Pop, with or without Andrew Wiggins, in terms of the way I look at the Warriors, it's different. I think if everything's together and they have Andrew Wiggins, they can scare a lot of teams. Without him, I don't think they're the same.
Without a doubt. And I was the one guy that said, you trade Andrew Wiggins? Are you insane? I mean, he and Jonathan Kuminga can't play together? Why? Why not? And then Draymond Green came back and he put it all together. But it's just interesting the way the year has gone as far as players coming and going for different reasons, suspension and injury and now a personal family matter. But as soon as you got Chris Paul back for the game Tuesday in Washington, you lost two-way Wiggs. So, but to Kenny Atkinson's point, I'm not sure they're 17 deep, but they are 11 deep. I mean, and you had the suggestion, and Moses Moody played great, and he can guard. Moses Moody is just a solid guy. For a young guy, he plays like a veteran. So I'm wondering if Jalen Brunson does play tonight, and I think he will play. I mean, right away, losing Wiggs guards him. He guards the ball. He keeps him out of the paint as best as he can. Who does that tonight? Minus Wiggins. You'll try Kuminga. He may be susceptible to foul trouble with Brunson and all those starts and stops with the lefty. Maybe Moody gets on him. But later in the game, Gary Payton II can guard him. Chris Paul may get a turn on him, or Klay Thompson. So you start Moody, Kuminga, Green, Podziemski, Curry. You still got Payton, Thompson, Paul, the Hall of Famers, Looney, Saric, and Trace Jackson Davis. So you got plenty. You don't have, Wiggins and his on-the-ball defense and his cutting, and he can post him. He does so many things. I get that.
But I think they can get through this. Now, tonight will be tough without him. And then Boston, I'd like to get him back by Sunday to guard Tatum. He guards Tatum so well, John. But are we bracing for another extended absence with Andrew Wiggins? I mean, last year he went out mid-February, did not come back till mid-April in the playoffs. He missed the remainder of the regular season. We don't know why. I respect the media for backing off on the question, but are we bracing for another extended absence from Andrew Wiggins? Right now they're saying he's out indefinitely. There's no timetable for him to come back. Will he play at all on this road trip?
See, and again, I respect Kenny Atkinson, and he's not wrong. A guy like Moses Moody who's completely out of the rotation, and then you start him in his professionalism, and he's a young kid who's played well when given the opportunity. But he's not Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins is the difference between 2 years ago, them winning a championship and not. I mean, that's just how much when he's on, two-way Wiggs, is as much as when he's on is that big of a difference that he can make. He can be that good. So it's a problem, and they're starting to play well. And right when they're starting to play well, you lose that guy, and we don't know, because it was the same thing last year where it's like, when's he going to come back? And he missed, and he missed, and he missed. And it's just too much to expect him, because if I remember right, wasn't there maybe 6 games or something when he came back? And then we all said, well, geez, when he comes back, is it going to be enough time? And they win that Kings series, but he just wasn't the same.
He came back for the playoffs. He came back for the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't even that.
He didn't
that's
play
right.
at
It
all.
wasn't even then.
He didn't play till game 1 in Sacramento. Didn't he take the shot at the end of the game when they lost?
You're right. And so there was
he
nothing.
Played well that night, but he was winded. He did not play until the playoffs. He missed the entire rest of the regular season.
I think it's that big of a deal, because again, it's not that Steph's not more important than Draymond Green and all these other guys, but you have to have, and especially that position in the playoffs, wing players and that kind of defense. And I know that they've got other guys who can defend, and Gary Payton and all these things, but he makes it go. And especially with the way that he was starting to play with Kuminga and Draymond Green, and it was that combination of players that was kind of unlocking everything for the Warriors. And if you don't have it, or if he doesn't come back similar to last year, because it takes a few games, and then all of a sudden I remember you and I now having that conversation where it was like, okay, when does he have to come back where he can be that guy? And he never did until the playoffs, and it's, I think, part of the reason why they just weren't ever themselves until they got knocked out. So to me, it's a major concern. I understand why Kenny Atkinson kind of had the way that he did. Hey, keep it light. He's going to come back. Of course you're going to try to keep it positive, but we're down to 25 games, and if it's a similar situation to last year, I don't think the Warriors can reach their potential. I think it's that big of a deal. So
yeah,
we shall see. All right, let's get to the baseball side of things. Brendan Crawford, it was weird, as we talked about the other day, seeing a picture of him in Cardinal red, but here he is. He knows what that last season, or that last series of the season is.
Yeah, I definitely saw that.
You saw that?
Honestly, kind of got the chills when I saw that.
Did you?
Little, butterflies in my stomach. Kind
Would
of
it be emotional for you big time?
Probably. I'm not a very emotional guy, but that probably will be.
He brings up an interesting point, because he's about as flatline as you get, but that last series, of course, is in San Francisco, and if he's on the Cardinals at that point, wow, Brandon Crawford coming back in Cardinal red, how weird would that be?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is it's the very end of the year, literally the last 3 games of the year. So there's a I don't want to say a good chance, but I think one of the things, will he be still with the Cardinals at that point? Will he be on the roster at that point? Who knows? But it's possible, and he was on the Giants at the end of the year last year, and they did give him the mic, and he did speak the very last game of the year. But it's possible. And then, the Cardinals could be a playoff team. They weren't last year. They were 20 under. But usually they're a perennial. He may play a playoff games, but wouldn't it be fitting if the Cardinals, as far as the regular season, and he may be more definitive about it, John, that he will retire after this year. We'll see how the year goes. But in some respects, it's perfect that he could play his last 3 games in the regular season as a member of the Cardinals against the Giants at Oracle Park, which would be fun. As far as the Giants going to Busch 3 this year, remember, they're playing the Cardinals at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yes, that's right.
The Willie Mays game. Can we get on that trip?
Oh, that would be amazing.
The tickets, each individual ticket for that game is going to cost $4,000 minimum.
because the stadium is so small. So those are pricey. So they're going to play the Cardinals just 2 games in St. Louis. They're going to play them Thursday, June 20th, in the Willie Mays game at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Mays' stadium in the Negro Leagues. Then they go to Busch. So that's a weird series. They're going to play Thursday in Alabama, and then they're off Friday, the 21st. Then they go to Busch Stadium the 22nd and 23rd. So it would be fitting, and I'm just hoping Mays is somehow able to make that trip. But that would be cool to have the Giants play the Cardinals, have Crawford on the Cardinals, and then play there down to the great Willie Mays. That'll be amazing.
Oh, my God. That would be so cool to be at that stadium. $4,000. I mean, not quite Super Bowl, but my goodness, man. All right, let's get you one more, and then we'll finish the other one on the other side because it has to do with the NFL, and that can lead us into a little bit of a conversation about Brandon Ayuk. Just past 1:15. Here's John Heyman yesterday, my good friend who still has me blocked, by the way, talking about Blake Snell.
Arson Heyman?
Damn him. I made an arson joke. He didn't like it.
Could have had him as a guest, John. Could you hook up with him?
Here's John Heyman on the type of contract Blake Snell may be willing to accept.
There was some news today or a couple days ago with Blake Snell. As I reported in the New York Post, Snell is willing to do one of those Bellinger-type deals, a short-term deal with opt-outs. They did talk to the Yankees about this, so I'm sure they're willing to do it with other teams as well. And, I think it does make sense for him, a high AV with opt-outs. The issue for the Yankees with a short-term deal is the high AV means a higher tax. That's really the big issue, but certainly if you give them opt-outs after year one, and you've given up draft choices to sign him, that isn't a question as well.
All right. I think we knew that.
Okay. I don't know if there's always... So he turned down a $168 million offer for 6 years from the Yankees, right? He turned that down. That's been reported.
Yes. Yeah, that's the
in
report.
January. That's $28 million per.
Mm-hmm.
So now he says, I'll be a good guy and I'll take a shorter deal. So what's he going to cost if you just bought him and you gave him an opt-out after this year, signed him to a 1-year deal?
Mm-hmm.
What's it going to cost you to have Blake Snell? Like $1 million to start? You'd have to pay him like $35 million? $30 million? What's the number? If he turned down 28 for 6 years, what does he want for 1 or 2 or 3?
Well, let's say, okay, 28 over 6, so if he's going to do a short-term deal, then I would think that over a shorter AAV, that'd be like 32, right? I mean,
or higher.
Or maybe even higher.
So it's
okay,
$1 million
32,
to start. If he's healthy and makes every start, it's $1 million to start.
Yeah.
Damn.
Now,
you better
again,
go deeper than 5 innings then.
Yeah, that's true. But again, I'm going to go back to the premise of let's throw the 107 wins out for a second. Over Farhan's tenure as the baseball operations guy for the Giants, if they miss the playoffs, it's usually by 3-4 games. Isn't he worth that? Isn't he worth that amount of games?
What was his WAR last year?
What is it good for?
Was it 4+? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. By the way, I saw Madonna last night. The Material Girl.
You did?
Cultural
How was that?
Icon.
How was that?
See, they've all become. Bono would always, run for Pope and give these speeches.
Yeah.
I saw, Stevie Nicks recently.
Yeah,
and it's like a documentary on their lives, and they just talk. Madonna did like a 30-minute, she thought it was a sit-down interview. Material Girl, just play the music. I want to dance.
Do that. They don't do that anymore.
You know what she did say last night?
What?
Midway through the concert, she gave it a Sacramento.
Oh, she did.
And then
not.
she realized she was in the wrong city.
She did not.
But then she gave this great, and it was weird because she went on this long story about her family coming from Michigan out to, and they drove out.
Do you want to sing this?
To San Francisco. And she looked out the car, but she told a great story about San Francisco. And anything that, her show and the people on stage with her, the drag show, she personifies San Francisco more than anybody. But she opened up that segment before she went into a long story about driving out to San Francisco as a kid and how it moved her. And she saw the love and the flowers in the hair, and I think she went to the hate. Anyway, before she started that story, she went, Sacramento!
Oh, no way. That's got to be embarrassing. Wasn't there a Southwest commercial that did that?
It was hard.
Where they were in the wrong place.
She tried to go into bail technique like Richard Sherman.
Oh, wow.
Speaking
That's
of,
brutal.
what's going on with Sherm?
Yeah, he has
all his contracts null and void? What's going on with him?
There. I wonder what they're going to do with him. No, that's not a good look.
Wow,
not a good look.
Anyway, she was terrific.
Wow.
Why did I get off on that tangent? I'm not even sure.
You just mentioned it.
Yeah, some came up to prompt me anyway.
By the way, they said Eagles maybe at the Sphere next. Eagles in negotiations
really?
At the Sphere. Yeah, that's what they're saying. So anyway, all right, we'll play that last cut for you because we want to get into a little Brandon Ayuk, and we still have the agent or the lawyer, I should say, for Chiefsaholic to play for you before the top of the hour. We got Tolbert and Copes at 2 only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
As he does every week, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined his old friend, and I do mean old, Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland to discuss his new contract, Steph's recent struggles, that podcast and more, trending right now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz from, of course, Moskowitz LLP, and he has all the answers to your tax issues, including, Steve, going the extra mile for your clients.
And that means so much to us and the clients. And I want to tell you about one of your listeners that we spoke to in the last few days. And he called up and he said, I hear you talk about those monthly payment plans all the time. I want you to get that for me because I don't have the money to pay the tax bill that just came. Most firms, a lot of firms would say, okay, and they get in the payment plan and you pay for a period of years. And that's fine if you owe the money. But we don't just accept the IRS judge, jury, and executioner. We talk to the client and said, why does the IRS say you owe this money? Talk to us. We talked to them and we determined the IRS was wrong in their bill. Your listener doesn't owe them a penny. So I said, we want to do a lot more than you asked from us. You asked for us to get your monthly payments. We're not going to do that. We're going to contact the IRS and explain why our client doesn't owe you a penny. So you, IRS, will go ahead and correct your records. That's all the difference with old school lawyering. The first thing we do is we listen, we talk to you, we determine, do you really owe this amount? And if you don't, like in this listener's case, we go ahead and explain to the IRS why our client owes them nothing.
That is going the extra mile for the clients. That's what Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP does. All you have to do to get that kind of treatment, call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Nice. He's moving. 168.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. 78.
Hey, now.
I think he knew he did well. I think he said, oh, yeah, as he crossed the finish, didn't he? Did I hear that properly?
That was strong.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Doo-doo, bow, bow, doo-doo, doo-doo, bow, bow.
McConaughey-like?
Yeah.
Hook 'em horns?
That was some of the big men running the 40-yard dash. That was Brandon Fiske, who ran the fastest.
Fiske?
Yeah, the Florida State defensive
Is it Fiske
tackle.
or just Fisk?
Or Fisk, whatever it is. But anyway, and now they're doing the ball drills and all the different stuff. We'll see the edge guys after that. And I'd watch that stuff because the Niners need depth along the defensive line. They need an edge guy, as they always seem to do, opposite Nick Bosa. So it is underway. We love it. And I was talking to my wife a little bit back, and she was like, "This is on again?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Is this on more than once a year?" I'm like, "No." And so she was like, "Yeah,
we love the combine.
I love it. I love it."
And Fisk ran a good time, but Byron Murphy,
that's
from
the guy.
UT.
That guy
so he ran a 4.8840. But with Chris Kasarik, and he's not going to be there at 29, John, so you'd have to move up to get him, right? The GTFO, the get the F off, which is not, I mean, the Niners just have their own system where they look at 2 and 3 yard splits.
Right.
But Byron Murphy, the second's 10-yard split is a 169. On leap day, he did the vert jump at 33 inches and the broad jump at 9.3, which translates to explosion. So that guy looks like he's having a day. And then, as you mentioned, they got a couple of hook'em horns on the D-line. Tavondre Sweat. Tavondre Sweat has also been really impressive. So
yeah, there's some good ones. LSU has a few good ones too. So that's a position to watch. And again, when the edge guys get up there, the linebackers, because the Niners, of course, not only with the issue with Dre Greenlaw, but depth at free agents with the depth too. So those are some guys to watch. Now, we had a caller earlier at 1 o'clock and talking more about Brandon Ayuk, and we both agree on this thing. I don't think he's going anywhere. Neither do you. But the interesting part about his contract is that he's not Tyreek Hill. He's not going to get that money. Tyreek Hill's at $30 a year. He's not going to get Devontae Adams money. He's at $28 a year. Cooper Kupp is there. And then you start looking at guys like A.J. Brown, Stephon Diggs. Probably won't get that. But the most recent contracts for comps for him are DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, and Terry McLaurin. And all of those guys, they signed now Brandon's 25 years old. DK Metcalf signed at 25. Deebo signed at 26. And McLaurin signed at 27. But they all signed contracts that are virtually the same. 3 years.
Weren't they all in the same draft class?
They were. DK signed for 3 and 72 on his extension, was guaranteed 58.2. Deebo signed for 3 and 71.5, guaranteed 58. McLaurin signed for 3 and 69.6, and he was guaranteed 53. So very similar contracts for all three guys, and shorter than normal contracts at 3 years. Now, I think that the difference would be for Brandon Ayuk. He'll get a few more bucks. By the way, each of those contracts around $24 million. So DK's average is 24, Deebo 23.85, and McLaurin 23.2. So I think he'll be in that range, maybe upwards of 25, but you probably have to add some dummy years to make that thing work a little bit more. But by and large, that's probably the outline for his contract, about 3 years, $25 million, $50+ million guaranteed. DK, Debo, and McLaurin, that's probably the kind of money he's looking at, right in that range. And then right after him, guys like DJ Moore is making 21. T. Higgins has been tagged at $21.8 million, and then Keenan Williams and Mike Williams make about $20 million apiece. They're the only other receivers in the league that are on one team that are making $20+ million, and that's what some people are saying, and one of the reasons why they thought Ayuk was going to be moved, because you don't have teams with $20+ million receivers, two of them on the same team.
Right, I think the comp and all those players are applicable, but it's your own building, and it's the special relationship. Deebo Samuel, who was drafted in 2019, and Brandon Ayuk was drafted the year after in 2020. Deebo was around 2 and Ayuk around 1, but they're tight. I think the key thing is to keep the contracts almost the same, where you don't have one guy. If Brandon Ayuk comes in and makes well more than Deebo Samuel, and based on just the fact that he's the most recent to go, that's the way it's happened. But Deebo did things going into his contract year as a runner that has never been done in the NFL at the wide receiver position. So when Deebo re-signed a couple of off seasons ago, he got a 3-year deal for $71.55 million. He got a $24 million and change signing bonus, 58.1 guaranteed, an average annual salary of $23.85. Deebo's salary is going to jump big time. Last year he made, as far as a base, now the signing bonus was mixed in as well, but a little over $1 million. He's going to jump up to over $20 million this year against the cap, 20.9. So I think they'll backload Ayuk's deal. But I think the key thing, John, just for not to pick one over the other, and they're two young teammates, and they're so perfect together as an X-wide receiver, and Ayuk and a Z and Deebo. I would venture to guess the Niners would like to keep Brandon Ayuk's contract very similar, if not identical, to what Deebo Samuel has.
Yeah, and look, that's been guys who are applicable to him. Like I said, it's Deebo's, it's DK's, and it's McLaurin. But like you said, in-house, I think that, as you said, as the value goes. So I think that's what it's going to be. Now, is that going to be easy to do? No. But I think, again, one of the things people just assumed that because they did it with Buckner, and you pointed this out, I think it's very, very different. And the other reasons why I think they need to keep him, obviously it's very important to Brock. The way that he has developed as a receiver and how much Kyle likes him and the things that he's done and all those, I think that nationally people don't realize what Brandon Ayuk has done for himself and for this team, and the way that he came in and worked and didn't understand maybe exactly what was expected out of a 49ers receiver, and what does he not do well? What has he not done for what he's been asked to do, running intricate routes, blocking the way that he does. I mean, he's turned into the perfect 49ers wide receiver, and I think they want to reward him. And then the last part of it is John Lynch referred to this, which is they have rewarded the guys that they have drafted, wanted to keep. They've developed them. They've re-signed those guys. That's what the 49ers do, and I don't think a lot of people are talking about it now. The cap hits, where you're looking at Trent Williams, 31.5. Deebo, you just mentioned, his cap hit this year is 28.6. Armstead's 28.3, Warner's 24.4, Kittle's is nearly 22 million, Ward's is 18 million. So I mean, look, they're top heavy on this team. There's a lot of things they have to do, but that's what puts such emphasis as we're sitting here talking about the combine. They have got to hit the draft this year. They have 11 picks. They're very good in the middle to the late rounds. They have got to hit some more of that magic this year, because with this top heavy of a salary structure, that you have no choice but to hit these picks, and they've got to play, and they've got to help you even out your salary structure on your roster, or you're in big trouble.
Well, they've got the highest paid halfback in the league. They've got the highest paid fullback in the league. George has been passed by a couple of young guys, but George is among the highest paid tight ends in football. Trent Williams is the highest paid tackle in football, and incidentally, Kansas City Chiefs tried really hard to get Trent Williams to go there.
Yeah,
That's
remember
where when he wound up re-signing with the Niners, he called Kyle and said, Andy and Brett Veach are all over me here. You got to make a move now, or I'm going to Kansas City. How would that have changed? They wound up winning anyway, but then you got Debo as one of the highest-paid wide receivers in football, and you're going to add Ayuk. So, can you afford two $20 million wide receivers? And the range for Ayuk is between $20 and $30 million. I just think it's good for just the two of them together, not to have one over the other. I think it's good to have their contracts be similar. And then obviously Nick is the highest-paid defensive player in football history, period. And where's Warner? Is he still the highest-paid linebacker in football? I mean, Roquan's making big money, but Fred's right there. So, yeah, I mean, highest paid. You can't have them all be highest paid. So you have to have some, in the NFL, cheap labor is draftable players. That's why I do wonder, John. I think they will sign Ayuk, but beyond that, kind of like with the Giants, can you get Blake Snell? Maybe. Can you get Blake Snell and Matt Chapman? Wow, how are you going to do that? If you do, budget for Ayuk to make Debo kind of money for the short term and the long term, and when you do redo his contract, the cap number for this year will go down for him from 14 plus, so it'll save you a little money. But then, can you go out and be aggressive in free agency this year? They paid the Gravedigger last year. The year before, they paid Mooney Man, Charvarius Ward. Are they going to have to sit out the first week of free agency this year?
That's the biggest question, because I would love for them to go get an edge or go get a corner or go get one of these top guys. And like you said, they've done it the last 2 years, and they still have the quarterback position low, but they have to budget for it. So any contract you would get right now, it's not like you could front load it, and then when Brock's situation happened, because that's the fear, right? Is you would want to backload, for example, Ayuk's contract, but that's the very time that your quarterback is going to start making money. So on the surface, it would look like you couldn't. But they've been able to do financial gymnastics through this whole process. But at some point, regardless of all of this, at some point they're going to lose somebody that you're going, damn, I can't believe they had to cut that guy, right? I mean, we just rattled off all the big numbers that they have going, and we know how top-heavy this team is. At some point, whether it's Armstead or Kittle or Debo or somebody is not going to be on this team in a couple of years that's going to hurt. So that would be the thing. Is it so important right now to go get that corner or edge or something that down the line it's going to cost you one of your core players right now?
Yeah. And by the way, just one other point about Brandon Ayuk. Brandon is represented by Athletes First, and on their staff it is Ryan Williams, who is Brandon Ayuk's agent, and Ryan Williams is a good friend of John Lynch's. So I'm not saying that'll be enough to put it over the top, but it's good to have great relationships. And tell me who John does not have a great relationship with. That's just who John Lynch is, kind of like Bob Myers. But Athletes First and Ryan Williams, and they are tight with John Lynch. So that'll help. Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of stuff for you coming up, including a big piece of audio. We're going to try to put this in the 1 o'clock hour, but as part of the foreplay, but we couldn't fit it in. So we'll get that to you coming up next as part of it. Plus, we got some remnants, too. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center. A billion. We'll get to the billion with a B. Your good friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you've seen them around and you've heard them around. They're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, are not even based in the entire state of California, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's not them. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And man, we got rain coming, so remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than, here it comes, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
3-1 pitch, a swing and a ground ball into the hole at short. To his right, Luciano fields it, straightens up, throws wildly to first. As it shoots right on by VR, hits off the protective screen in front of the Giants' dugout, bounces back towards first base, heads up base running from Perdomo. He immediately takes off for second and will make it in without a throw. Meanwhile, another run scores.
Ouch. Was that Marco Luciano?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to react.
I got to see you see the video of the throw? I mean, you're going from Brandon Crawford, the greatest defensive shortstop in the history of the franchise, 4-time Gold Glover. Yeah. If Marco Luciano does win the job, and say he starts 150, and that's a big if, what's his air total? Is he to break Marcus Simeon's Bay Area record? What did Marcus have one year? 35 errors at shortstop?
They can't hire Ron Washington to help him because he's the Angels manager.
No, he's managing the Angels. Damn. Well, we got Matt Williams and Ron Wotus to help.
Oh, that's true.
An air from Marco Luciano. Not good, John.
I'm not going to overreact. I'm not going to overreact.
Okay.
I'm not going to overreact to that. I'm not going to overreact to the grandson of the Wind hitting a home run and a double today. Not good, not bad. Just okay.
J.H.
Spring
Lee.
Training. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Either way,
okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
We'll see. Give him some more time, but I might call the Brewers. You already traded Corbin Burns. You want to trade Willie Adames or anybody like that? We'll see. Just saying. And your
Tyler
idea,
Fitzgerald.
and your idea of Matt Chapman as a shortstop looks better every day. I don't know.
Well, we'll
I wasn't thinking that, but.
So this story involving the Kansas City Chiefs does intrigue.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the beginning of this case, folks, the government has been blitzing.
Okay, Spags.
Oh, man. That is a strange attorney. That is Chiefsaholics lawyer. That guy's going away for a long time. Long time.
Make it 50 years robbing banks and laundering money.
Oh, my goodness. The edge rushers are running. You have my full attention. Love the edge rushers because you get a guy. The 40's fun because you get a guy running in like the 4.4s, maybe even the 4.3s here, 4.5s for sure. You can make yourself a lot of money here. Watch Chop Robinson, the guy who Mel Kiper has.
Chop!
And you guys could have some fun with little Chop Robinson.
We could.
So, and they have the
Or
need.
is he a Penn State guy? Penn State?
Penn State, yep. He could be a guy. So
transferred there his final year?
Yeah.
I'm watching.
So we'll keep an eye on that. My wife's very happy to have the combine back in the house. By the way, did you read this story? Speaking of the Chiefs, so this is what Travis Kelce, these are the rules Travis Kelce has to follow while dating Taylor Swift. These just came out. Banned from going to strip clubs. Avoid pictures with female fans.
Wait a minute. Who set these rules up?
Apparently these just got
Swifty?
Yeah, this is what she expects. Expected to FaceTime, not text when they are apart. And this is the best part. I'd be down with this part. Improve his wardrobe with $500,000 allowance. She provides a $500,000 allowance to improve wardrobe.
Serious? Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Wow.
Oh, man.
I think I'd marry her, divorce her, take $2 billion, and buy the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's a great call right there.
That would be my plan, to get rid of her. Seriously?
Anyway, yeah. No strip clubs.
She has rules? No
pictures
clubs?
with female fans. No strip clubs.
No pictures with female fans?
Nope. And you got to FaceTime, not text when they're apart.
Does she take pictures with male fans?
Good question. I don't know.
She's got rules for him?
Apparently so. I don't know if he's adhering to these rules. That's just what, in the past, apparently that's been the case. So I don't know if that's the case now. But anyway, that's what they're saying. So.
Okay.
All right.
Now, what happens to him when he puts her on waivers? Then all the Swifties are going to be all over him when he DFAs her. I don't know.
Man.
So, how many points for Steph Curry tonight at the World's Most Famous
he loves
Arena?
it. He loves it there, right? The 54.
Does 30 go for 30 or more? Does he go 40? Does he go Studio 54? What does he do to the Knicks tonight?
I was looking at his career. I mean, he's good there, not great. I mean, they had the 54, obviously, but he's good there. He
broke the all-time record there. He passed Jesus there, Ray Allen.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, I'm going to say he's good for 35. That's what I say. 35. I mean, that's.
Do the Warriors win tonight? Jalen Brunson play?
Yeah, come on. I hear Jalen Brunson is going to play, but they got a lot of guys out. They got to win this game tonight.
No Mitchell Robinson, no Giannonobi, no Julius Randle. Is Hartenstein playing? I think they're both playing.
Yeah,
Hartenstein and Brunson.
All right, we don't have enough time for Chop, but we'll find out.
I'm going to watch him. Latua, UCLA just ran a 4.64.
He's good too.
Here we go, Chop Robinson right here, John. 6'2", 7/8. Well, he's tall. 254 pounds. What's Chop going to run?
It's supposed to be in the 4.4s. 4.4s or low 4.5s. That's what they say.
Let's just watch his time here. Let's just see. He's getting down.
I know that Tolbert and Copes are not happy.
Is the starter from Pittsburgh still there?
Tom hates the
that guy started.
Tom hates the combine so bad.
He does?
Yeah.
Even the NBA has a combine now.
He hates it so bad. See,
love it.
Is that him right there? Yes, and of course it is.
Chop Robinson.
I won't take out more of his show with it. Thanks to Walter.
And we need to borrow 4.5 seconds of the show for this run here.
Yeah.
We're killing you, huh? Because you hate this. You
there
like
he goes. Look at him. He's running in shorts.
You like a farmer combine better.
He's wearing number 45, so I think he runs a 4.5. Here he goes, John. 154, 10-yard split.
Yep.
4.49.
Told you. There you go. He's fast.
Ooh.
He's fast. Tom, thoughts on Chop Robinson running a 4.49?
Hey.
Tolbert and Copes are right now on KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let him get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Mark Spears, Mike Silver join us today. A little basketball, a little football. Combine talk on the radio. Just shoot me. Just shoot me. In fact, make it more painful. Take a pirate sword, dip it in malaria, and then jam it in my stomach and just leave it there until I bleed out. That's what I want. That's preferable.
That was very, very rado of you.
To combine talk.
That's very rado of you.
On the radio.
Dip it in malaria. Can you imagine there's like a malaria factory out there somewhere? Just like
it's a big bucket of it.
It's just a bucket of it?
Big bucket of malaria sitting on your pirate ship on the Black Pearl.
It's a bucket of like
just
malaria.
Just dip it in there
measles.
And just stick it in you. And you're like,
On the Black Pearl. Oddly enough, the Black Pearl also a disease. Yeah.
Oh, goodness
That's
gracious.
pretty good. Yeah. Combine talk.
Oh, goodness
The combine
gracious.
leader.
Yeah. Yeah, talk about something the coaches don't even go to.
Dude, that's
we're
the
good.
point I've been trying to make is I've always thought it was stupid. I've always thought like you have to want to like it.
You were always right.
Yeah, no. I felt like you have to want to like the combine. You have to want to pretend like it means something, and there's no real evidence that it does, except that you might get more information about somebody. But now, with the way these pro days happen and with guys, now sometimes I love when it's strategic to not go to the combine. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. I'm going to go.
That's going to hurt me.
But I'm not going to throw.
Yeah, I'm not going to throw. Then why are you here?
I'm going to go. I'm not doing the three
The
cone.
quarterback's going to high jump, but he's not going to throw?
Wait, just showing up? What's up?
We have audio of Tom at the combine. Is this with the malaria sword?
Yep. Snuff me out. Kill me.
It's pretty good.
That's me.
That's a little too painless.
That is me.
For Tom.
Yeah.
Tom wants more pain for the combine. Just 4 days wall to wall. How many days is it? 3 days?
Max pain. I have no idea.
I said, is it 3 days? Derek said, all next week.
Is it really?
It's like, it's kind of like how like the first round of the NBA playoffs takes longer than the entire Summer Olympics.
Yes. Yes.
Once it went best of 7.
The sad thing is the combine probably gets better ratings than the NBA playoffs. Which is sad.
Well, yeah. Brutal! You want the Hawks? You know what I mean? You want the...
But it's an actual competition that gets... The ratings aren't as good as dudes running around and doing three-cone drills.
In, like, tight pants.
That's just... I mean, it's hilarious.
I'm telling you, it's the only sport, and the craziest thing to me and the most hilarious part about it is this relative to the magnitude of the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, if this were how we found out, with respect, because I am a soccer fan. I do like, well, football's what we call it, Tom.
Football.
Real football. That's what we call it. If you're a soccer fan, and they're like, well, we're going to do these drills and these things to figure that out, your agility, your controls, you'd be like, okay, some of that's more applicable. But there's so many different positions in football that are specialized. Like, what does any of the sprint speed or the 40 time of a left guard have to do with anything?
That's a great question.
Like, yeah, but my question is, can he block?
I'd say zero.
So what, like, it's the only sport, and it's a huge sport, that uses another sport, quite literally track and field events from the Olympics to determine who the best, and not who the best are, but to give us a better gauge of what their abilities are. And I just think that we're watching coaches in real time say, in this age, that's not that important to me. I'll watch the tape, I'll watch the pro day, and I'll find the fits that I need for my team. Let my scouting guys go there. If they want to get a better look at something that they saw, when they were at Eastern Carolina watching a game in September, go for it. But what's Kyle Shanahan? I don't think Kyle Shanahan's best use of time is served there.
I don't think so either. I mean, like, we'll take your example of a guard. Like, what would I want to know if I were scouting a guard? Obviously, watch all the film. Things that'd be important to me would be footwork, hand strength, explosion, like 10-yard sprint, like how quick you get out and you go. That'd be important to me.
Yeah.
Intelligence, that'd be important to me. Those would be like things that just off the top of my head of like, okay, I'm looking at a guard that is there are 4 things that would be important to me. Like if I could find a way to, if you give me a 10-yard sprint, okay, let me see your footwork. You know, those you got to go in and out of the boxes and stuff like that, little ropes. That might be important to me.
They're so
but again,
specialized.
I can watch that. I can watch that on film.
Yeah.
I can see how does he do pulling? How's his footwork? All that kind of stuff. Like again, you watch the film, you're going to find out just about everything you need to know, which is again why a lot of these coaches are just saying, I'm good here. I'm better here. I'll learn more here than I will go in there. Because again, I think a lot of that is just networking, talking to people, BSing, hanging out with guys you haven't seen. If you're a position coach, you get to meet other coaches from other teams, stuff like that.
It's like winter meetings to me, probably more. It's more of a convention for GMs and scouts and coaches and guys who want to talk to you. That's the thing. The NFL is so incestuous. It's so connected. Everybody is looking for an opportunity. There's so many. That's what I mean. It's so specialized. There's so many positions for coaches as well that seemingly continue to get created. There's a clear linear path up if you want to rise in the coaching ranks. To me, it makes tons of sense. If you're an assistant coach, why not? Like, absolutely, you should go there and make those connections. Tim, by the way, said that there was already video out of Sean Payton's already at the Combine. So, like, it keeps going into next week. Is that what you're saying, Derek? Or it's a week-long thing? Yeah, so it's a week-long thing. It's just a tough deal. Poor Matt Mayoko sitting out in Indy. He says he's coming back before then. Tim says there was a video of Sean Payton, like, dozing off.
Well,
there's hilarious.
There's another reason. It could just be that they want to get rid of they want to be away from their wives for a week. Or
they're football coaches. Or
their wives are saying, "Get out of the house.
Yeah.
Leave me.
Yeah.
You're around the house too much."
Right.
It's so funny because I hear that all the time when professional athletes, because they're gone all the time. It's during the season, and it's weird when you retire. It's like, the wives. Not the guys. The guys, a lot of the guys are cool just hanging around. The wives are like, are you going to go somewhere?
Because they've gotten used to being by
Are you just going to, are you going to be here all the time?
That's why Lori takes so many trips now. She's like, I'm going to this concert, dude.
I need to get ready. You're going in today, right? Okay, good. Just want to make sure. So, but who knows? I mean, who knows the reasons they go? But again, I think the juice is definitely not worth the squeeze when it comes to
OJ now.
When it comes to the Combine, absolutely. Hertz, those Hertz commercials, those are the best.
Let's see
you
that
were
as
too
a
young
Combine.
for those.
Let's see. No, but I've seen it. I've seen them.
Jumping at the airport, jumping over the chairs.
See that for a Combine, dude.
The juice is loose.
Just him and Bo Jackson jumping over a car or something.
You kidding me? That'd be incredible.
Yeah.
The juice.
Yeah, I was going to go dark there, but I won't.
Oh, that's too bad.
I was going to say some other events I can think of, dude.
I know where you're going.
Squeeze your hand into a real small glove.
Yeah, I kind of know. I know where you're going with that. And the grand finale.
Pretty good, dude. Yeah.
The grand finale. Oh, no.
This isn't good. No. I don't think anybody's getting drafted. It's over in Coach with you, working blue.
Unless by the Mean Machine. Oh, the number 1 pick by the Mean Machine.
Hey, we'll take a look at him.
They fit right in.
Hey, we'll take a look. We love a Raider, just like the Black Pearl and malaria. It's over in Copes with you on a... Derek has no idea what we're talking about. It's over in Copes with you on a Thursday.
How's he in the mess hall? He's great. He grades out great in the mess hall. Have like a mess hall combine. Oh, look at him.
Oh, dude.
The bad chicken and the mashed potatoes. Look at him. Oh, the metal plates.
Oh, no.
He's so good. Look at delivery.
Yeah, you got to drive at like 12 miles an hour on a freeway, but like through inside and out of cones. You know what I mean? It's a tough one. It's a tough one to ace, but our guy Juice did it. Tolbert & Copes, the Juice leader. Well, Tolbert is. We're with you until 6 o'clock. You can stream us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. We got a lot to get to today. Warriors and the Knicks tonight. It's a leap year. How about that?
It is a leap year, and happy birthday, Camila.
Happy birthday, baby Camila.
Her first birthday.
Very
She's
cool.
actually 4, but her first birthday.
Great job, brother.
I was like, God dang, you're gonna age very, very slowly. You're gonna enjoy that.
She's the opposite of Benjamin Button.
Yeah, I can't believe she's 4.
She's the opposite of Jack. That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
Robin Williams. The opposite of Jack. Tristan Beck out indefinitely. That's something we got to get into. But before we do that, let's get into some Warriors tonight. Andrew Wiggins out. We talked about this yesterday. You know, we had a texter who said something like, "Why didn't you ask about him being out for personal reasons?" And the answer to us is obvious. It's personal reasons.
Well, it's personal.
However, the frustration that I'm sure fans are concerned. This happened last year. We didn't have any news about it, which to me was fine. I'm okay with that. It's a personal matter. But there is a basketball season going on. It's not insensitive to think about what happens with the team if Andrew Wiggins is out for a period of time. He's out tonight. We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's Sports Leader.
Andrew Wiggins out again tonight due to personal reasons against the New York Knicks. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Curry, why not for three? Bingo!
And the Knicks crowd is stunned.
He is in a zone right now all by himself.
49 and counting for Steph Curry. And the great ones love to play in Madison Square Garden.
Curry lets it fly. Oh, and there it is, right away. He has tied Ray Allen. One down, one to go. Here's Curry for the record. It's good! And there it is! Stephen Curry, the all-time three-point king in the NBA.
Warriors and the Knicks tonight. Bunch on Steph Curry's shooting there. You got a... Were we at all Curry highlights there? Was that all Steph record-breaking highlights? There we go. No, I'm just moving on. I thought we were going frustration here on the Andrew Wiggins stuff, but the Steph Curry highlights at the Garden. They're looking at me like I'm insane. I was like, well, that's not what's on my sheet here, boys. Anyway, they're at the Garden tonight. Big performances for a lot of shooters in history, and we'll probably get into that later after we talk more about some of the Andrew Wiggins stuff. So yesterday, well, first of all, the Andrew Wiggins personal reasons for being out situation, there's not much to get into with that, much like there wasn't last year. Yesterday, you let your feelings be felt, and I didn't think we even needed to, but people do say, why didn't you ask Steve Kerr when he was on about why Andrew Wiggins is out? And it's like, because we know why he's out. It's personal reasons. If they wanted to tell us, they would. The Warriors are one of, in my mind, the best run in terms of protection of players' health, status, creating any noise around themselves. Like, it's hard to do to be the dynasty that they've been and not have a lot of noise, except for like what Draymond creates.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he does.
And he does. He kind of gets them their money's worth.
Yes.
That said, when you're a team of this magnitude, you're a global brand, and we always talk about you have to have a superstar like Steph to do that. But a lot of what plays into that, I think, is their strategy of things like, we'll reevaluate on this day of the health. There's nothing you can say between then and he had a contusion. He's got a bone bruise. We'll reevaluate it on March 9th. So, okay, March 9th comes, you say, we'll reevaluate again in 2 weeks. Or they say, he's going to start practicing tomorrow. Or he started yesterday. They've done great on that, and they've created no real issues or noise around that. I think the same can be said about the Andrew Wiggins situation. I also think fans have a gripe is not the right word. When you're wondering about where this team can go, and we said yesterday they're finally full, but without Andrew Wiggins, he's healthy. This happened around the same time last year, after he was an All-Star. Was he an All-Star last year?
I believe he was.
Yeah.
I believe he was.
Yeah. So it happened last year, right after the All-Star break, and it was for personal reasons, and came back, and he was okay, but there was concern about his ability. And now, I mean, there's a case to be made. They need him more right now than they needed him last year. And they needed him last year.
Yeah. They just, that's what they do. I mean, it really is next man up type deal. And you plug Moody in there and just roll with it. And it's going to change some of the, and I do get Chris Paul back, which is going to help. And Moody stepped up against the Wizards. We'll see how he plays tonight against the Knicks. But I don't know. I've never really been one to fret about stuff like that. It is what it is. Either you're healthy and good enough to play, or you're not. Either you're in the lineup, or you're not. And that's kind of a player's mentality. Who do we have? Let's go. That's just it. Because you don't have any other choice. You don't have time to sit around and, when's he coming back? Why is he not playing? What's he doing? Nope. Who's ready? Who's suiting up tonight? All right, let's go play.
Who got next?
Let's go play. That's what it is. That's my mentality. So I don't worry that much about the injuries and when guys are coming back. You know when they're coming back? When they get back. That's when they're coming back. You know when Andrew Wiggins will suit up? When he's not on personal leave. That's when he'll suit up. So I just, again, my mindset isn't of a fan's mindset. Like, well, I need to know why is he out? What's he doing? It didn't concern me, and I don't really care. I know who the Warriors have, and that's what you'll deal with. And you evaluate their team based on the players that they have on the court. Period. I mean, it's just that simple for me. I don't know how else to put it. Well, they don't have Wiggins, so I'm not concerned with Wiggins right now from a basketball standpoint. It's like he's not on the team right now. Who do they have? How do they win this game with the players they have at their disposal? That's it.
Here's the other thing, to be fair to the Warriors on this. There's a chance, and we won't ever know this, that they don't know when he's back.
Possible.
You know what I mean?
They didn't know last year.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So if they're playing it by ear themselves, then they're just doing right by a guy who's their player and within their organization. Like, he needed time away. We gave him time away. We don't know what else to tell you. We're not going to tell you what's going on in his life. It's not our business.
It's not their business. And look, it's a lot
Good rule to
different.
live by. None of my business.
A lot different than it used to be.
Yeah.
Where you didn't get paternity time off hardly at all. Like people chastise you for wanting to be with your wife when you gave birth to your kid.
I was one of them.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you? I'm trying to win a ball game.
Get back here. What are you doing out there?
Come on.
So I'm sure there are fans out there that are saying, well, why is he gone? Why are you letting him leave? Why are you doing this? Why are you demanding he plays? You're paying him a lot of money. He should be there for the team. I mean, in essence, what you're saying is, I'm a huge fan. He should be there for me. Yeah. And I'm mad that he's not there. And I want the Warriors to win. Trust me. Anybody that's out there listening, if you're not listening, tell a friend. You don't want to win more than they want to win. I can guarantee you that. There is no one in that organization that wants to win less than you do. That always used to kill me. Oh, the players don't care. Yes, we do. I won't say all of them, but most of us care. And just because we don't show it every single game, because there's 82 of these things, doesn't mean we don't care more than you. When I went out there and shot like crap, played like crap, and somebody was upset with the way I played, you weren't more upset than I was, okay?
Well.
No, they weren't. I had to carry that with me until the next game, and I guarantee you nobody out there was carrying my performance with them into work the next day. They were mad, they were upset. Even if I cost them a bet, which probably wouldn't happen back then.
If you were at the line inside of a couple of seconds at the end of the game.
It wouldn't happen a lot back then. People probably weren't getting down a whole lot in the 80s and 90s. Not a lot of venues to do. I mean, you could if you really wanted to, but you had to work at it. It was like tough to come by the appropriate people back then to get that stuff down.
Well, let me ask you this.
But they didn't care more than I did.
I buy that, and I believe Andrew Wiggins wants to be out there. I mean, if anybody's missing something like this, I always imagine it's. And again, I don't think he's taking advantage of this. It's something he's with personal reasons or gone with personal reasons for. They've supported him publicly. Is there any thought? Is there any thought? I don't want to what if us into oblivion, but. What happens if there is team frustration? Well, it's better for the team, obviously, publicly to hold that firm, but they also have their proven depth at this point.
Yep. It could be. I'm not saying that if it's something that the team knows about and they think, really? Again, we're going to deal with this? Like, I mean, come on. I've never heard that to be the case last year, that they were frustrated, that they just, and I bet if you ask players and like anonymously, players in the NBA, give me your top 5 organizations other than your own that you'd like to play for. I bet you the Golden State Warriors rank really, really high on that list.
Top 2 or 3.
Probably really high.
The stability.
They spend, they win. The players have a lot of respect for Steve.
That's right.
The way they play is a fun style of play.
Yeah.
So, great facilities. You look at the practice facilities, they're really nice. Like, they have top-notch stuff. And I think from the outside looking in, and I know a little bit more than most, but they take care of their players. I mean, they take care of their players. Trust me. A lot of people were frustrated when KD went down against Toronto. They went, I wouldn't say above and beyond, but they wanted to make sure he was ready. And it wasn't just them. It was KD. It was KG's agent. It was a couple doctors. It was the Warriors. Like, the Warriors don't want to put guys out there that could get hurt. Like, hey, we really need this game. Get out there and play. It's going to be a collaborative effort, and everyone's going to have to sign off on it. Like, they were as crushed as, again, more crushed than the fans when he went down. Like, they felt like maybe they let him down somehow.
Dude, Bob Myers cried and then took the blame. Instead of blame myself.
Yeah, and KD wanted to play. He wanted to get out there, and
He was
everybody
on fire that game.
Everybody
Remember that?
cleared him. Oh my
Remember
god!
that first dunk he threw out?
Well,
Dude,
when we watched them all and they're all healthy, you're like, that's the team that would have won in 5.
Finals. Yeah,
they're
going to win the finals.
That's the team. They're like, whap, 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 whap,
They
whap.
might sweep the rest of the.
So I think because of the way they handle stuff, I think a lot of players probably would say, yeah, if I can't play for my own and I really enjoy my own, I would like to play there. I think Miami would probably rank pretty high on that list, although a lot of people don't want to deal with the culture is pretty tough. Like, when they talk about Heat culture, it's different than most teams. Like,
tense,
you're putting in work.
Yeah.
You are putting in work there, and you're expected to put in work. San Antonio maybe because of Pop, but it's still San Antonio,
though,
right? I mean, it's still San Antonio. So there's a lot of different factors for, I think, players wanting to look
Phoenix
at.
now? I mean, the coaching stability probably not as much.
Maybe, but I think with the Warriors, it may have to do with more about the overall organization. Like, I think even if Steph left, I think people would be like, I still like the organization because the coach, the stability, the owner's going to spend. He's always going to give us a chance to win. And that's the thing with the Dodgers, like Yankees, stuff like that, specifically the Dodgers. You always know you're going to have a chance to win because they're going to spend. Like, they might not spend it wisely, but they can give you a chance to compete for a championship.
And the last 2 weeks of
like
October,
that.
you're off, you know?
Yep.
and every year you're done by like mid-October. It's perfect. Dodgers, like, stability, money, we compete, and then every year I'm done by like October 15th.
There you go.
Without question. Yeah, it's out there. It's Holbrook and Copes with you on a Thursday.
One of these years you're going to have to eat that one. I hope not, though.
I'll never cop to it.
I hope
I'll
not.
I'll just pretend it didn't happen. No, they didn't. It's Holbrook and Copes with you on a
You have those shoes on, the gold shoes?
Yeah, I'll get the Trump shoes, dude.
The Dodgers won the World. No, they didn't win the World Series. They lost in 5.
In fact, it was Tampa.
Yes.
It's like, dude, they didn't even make
Ohtani
it.
was hurt. It was terrible.
When we come on back, you'll get a whole new Steph Curry highlight package from Madison Square Garden. A brand new one that you haven't heard any of yet. That or I'll tell you what, I'll compromise with you guys. Dig me up some Anthony Morrow highlights from his 37 in the Garden. Dude, Tim. Damn you, Tim. Knicks and Warriors tonight from the Garden. Anthony Morrow and his greatness next on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry! The all-time three-point king of the NBA!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Thursday afternoon. Warriors in the Garden tonight. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Steph Curry has had some big-time performances at Madison Square Garden in his career. How many times did you play there, Tom, do you think?
I mean, 7, I guess? Maybe 8, 9? I don't know.
Was it
Somewhere
magical?
around there? No. It held no allure for me whatsoever. The two places were Boston Garden and the Forum.
Yeah.
That was it. The Knicks were, the Knicks didn't do anything.
Chick saying your name at the Forum. I mean, didn't get much better than that.
That was the best. That was absolute best. And Key Arena. Key Arena, I just remember that it took about a mile to walk from the court to the locker room. Key Arena. It's like, good Lord, are we going to get here anytime soon? I always thought the Key Arena, it was kind of a dump. But it's funny, and I think everyone who lives in the Bay Area and is a sports fan has the same feelings initially, like they missed the stick. If you went there for baseball games, you went there for basketball games, even though you move into something that's like has all the bells and whistles, you still miss the old park. And there's one reason. That's where all the memories are. And you can't have memories in the new park until, you go there and that team creates those memories. And that's the way it is. Like I look back on Key Arena a lot more fondly now than I did when I played there. When you play there, you're like, oh, this place sucks.
Yeah.
Like I bet you, have I been to the Fleet? I don't know if it's a Fleet or FTD. I don't even know what it is in Boston anymore. I think I've been there one time, maybe a couple times. TD Garden, call a game.
I don't know what it's called.
And it's not, they have the parquet floor, but it's not the Garden. But the Garden was a dump. Yeah. I mean, I said yesterday, showers sucked. The locker room was cramped. Old Chicago Stadium, same way. I mean, a lot of those people always say about Wrigley, the facilities there suck. They're just like the locker room staying, everything's cramped, everything. But
they have obstructed
the park's
seats.
magical.
Still got them.
Yeah, the park's magical.
It's incredible.
Right?
You look out there and you're like, it's because they've upkept the building itself enough where you're like, as long as the Cubs' home clubhouse is good enough, these other teams don't have to worry about that for that long. Same with Fenway. They say it's very tight. I don't know if the facilities are that bad. Yeah. But I know Fenway's made a lot of upgrades, too. Yeah. They added the seats on the Monster and all that. Like, when I was a kid, those weren't there.
I think about this. Like, new Yankee Stadium is very similar, if not exact, dimension-wise, to old Yankee Stadium. And Boston Garden has the parquet like the old Boston Garden did. But when I played at the Boston Garden, I feel like I must have felt like any number of right fielders that played at old Yankee Stadium. That you're out there and you're like,
the babes do.
This is where Ruth was here. Yeah. Like, Ruth stood out here. And when I was on that court, I was like, damn, Bill Russell was on this court. Bob Cousy was on this court. They went into Red Auerbach was stomping up and down there. They had lighting a cigar right over there. It just, I mean, it's so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And the history, the banners and everything, like, you just almost feel like you're playing in a museum. Like, you're just there. And for me, who is a huge sports fan and, followed a lot of sports and read about a lot of sports, it's just super cool. Like, you even catch yourself sometimes. You're like, oh, man, this is super cool. And then you realize, oh, crap, Mikhail just scored on me again. I better get my head out of my ass here and let's worry about the leprechauns after the game.
And magic wears off pretty quick.
Yeah, we can come back after the game and everybody be gone, and I can just sit around here and stare at the banners and the floor and all that. Like, all the cool stuff, like the dead spots they had on the floor. Yep. Like, literally, you'd be dribbling and all of a sudden the ball would go away. It's like, what the hell happened? And it would just hit, and it would just almost stick to the floor. The thick nets they had, that the ball would like almost swirl when you couldn't get it out of the net fast enough. You wanted to go on a fast break. It's like, let's go.
It wouldn't fall out. It's like an old, like a big heavy one.
Yeah. Like, you like jumping up, down, trying to get it out of there. But all that stuff, you look at it, you get kind of frustrated when you're playing, but you realize how cool it is because this is where like legends played. Havlicek played there. I mean, even Bird, who I got a chance to play against. Bird stole the ball. Bird stole the ball. Like, I mean, stuff like that is just.
Havlicek did that.
Well, he did too.
I was kidding. Yeah.
They both did. Bird stole it and then dished it to DJ, and they scored against the Pistons. I think that might have been the act. That may have been the game that they interviewed Rodman at the end of the game, and he said if Bird were a black guy, he'd just be an average player. I was like, oh my God.
I think it was
like Rodman. I mean, come on.
I think his calibration's off. I think it goes the other way.
You've had some bad takes, but bro.
I was like, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you serious with that one?
I think you'd be more dangerous, my man.
I know you're mad you lost, but I mean, come on.
I think
you serious with this? But I mean, yeah, and then the Lakers playing in the Forum, West and Wilt and Baylor and even Magic when he was younger. I got a chance to play against Magic too, which was I mean, it's just awesome. It's just awesome getting to play against those guys. Like Jordan was cool being out there with him on the court, but Chicago didn't hold any history for me. Like there was just nothing going on in Chicago in the 60s and 70s that I could look back and think, oh, this is memorable. This is cool playing at the old Chicago Stadium. I would think the guys who played after Jordan, before they got the new stadium there, they may have felt that. But for me, it was different because it'd be like playing now in old Chicago Stadium and thinking this is where Michael Jordan played. But he didn't. Because when I'm thinking Russell, that's like 30 years before I played, 25 years before I played. And just, again, it's hard to come up with a venue in pro sports other than Yankee Stadium that has more history of a championship pedigree than the Garden. I mean, because all the championships they won, all the championships the Yankees won, and I think every venue, like an old venue, you could probably pick something that from the past.
Right.
But those are two. When you think winning in baseball, you think Yankees. When you think winning in basketball, you think Celtics, Lakers. But the Celtics are right there. Yeah, and now they're not there anymore, so you don't get to. I mean, the banners are all there and everything.
None of those play in their original.
No, but you don't get to experience that. I mean, I'm so happy that I got to play. Like, it was just cool. You're like kind of an insignificant piece of history, but just
Colbert at 6'7".
Thank you.
Is big.
Here we go.
He's 240 pounds. Big legs, big arms, big chest, big. Well, you figure it out.
I mean, come on, Chick.
Come on, bro.
I told Chick after the game, I go, yeah, my parents are watching.
Yeah.
Actually, they weren't. They were there.
Yeah.
Parents went to all the LA. Yeah, thanks.
Probably answer that.
Thanks.
Come right back at you.
Tom Tolbert, nice lad, University of Arizona for 2 years.
Nice lad.
I think he said I went to Lakeview High School or something. It was like Lakewood. But no, and then that was one of the highlights of my career, too, getting to sit down. He interviewed me before the game one time, or a pregame show or something like that. And he's like, you got some time? I go, you kidding me? I should ask you if you want to have me. I'll sit down for as long as you want to sit down. I go, I watched you growing up, the Lakers, bowling for dollars. I go, you did it? I watched it. So, yeah, that was probally one of the highlights of my playing career.
I got to talk to Tom Tolbert.
Getting a chance
He's got
to
a
talk to
haircut that's a little different.
The wind has blown it, no?
It's Friday the 13th. He's scared.
What's that mean?
I have no idea.
The reason we're talking arenas like this is Warriors at the Garden tonight.
Yes.
I was telling you, you played there, and you're like, yeah, it didn't do much for me. I don't think it does much for anybody except ignite their offense.
It does.
The visitors love going to the Garden.
They do.
They act like it's so much history there.
Kobe, Michael, Steph. A lot of those guys.
So 2 huge memorable moments there. Anthony Morrow, as I told you. I just love pointing that one out. It's so stupid. Steph with 2 memorable moments in New York against the Knicks. February 27th, so almost exactly, 11 years ago, 2013, 54 points, but it's in a loss, right?
Yep.
December 14th, 2021 is when he broke the all-time three-point record in that win over the Knicks. So he's had struggles of late, 17 of 54 last 3 games. There's buildings where guys do just shoot better, right? Sight lines, depth perception, whatever it is. Do you think that's the case there for Steph? I'm not saying, they're at the Garden, he'll break out, but they'll definitely be talking about that on whatever broadcast they're on.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly certain buildings where you feel better.
Yeah.
Like whatever reason, it's like golfers will understand this. Like a hole sets up to your eye. Like you feel comfortable standing over the ball because the hole moves a certain way. Yeah, you can have that in basketball arenas too, where for whatever reason, the sight lines just hit you right. And there's just something there, and you feel that confidence and you know you're going to make shots. You feel good. You know you're going to make shots. Doesn't mean you will, but and it always helps to feel great going into a game. I don't know if this is an arena. He's had two big-time memorable games there. I don't know what his splits are for his career. I don't know if he's really good there or just had two memorable moments there. That I do not know. But yeah, you're always going to have certain arenas where you and you can't even explain it. Sometimes it's sideline. Sometimes it's just I had one or two good games there in a row, and now I feel comfortable when I'm there. It's how do you explain sometimes when you can hit certain pitches, certain not? Well, some you see the ball out of the hand, and then some you can just have two good games, and then you just feel confident.
Confidence breeds success.
Exactly.
Right.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Tolbert and Copes with you. We are streaming twitch.tv, YouTube, all that good stuff. A little bit later on in the show, 4:50, we are going to get into some Giants talk. I want to get to your calls at 4:50 at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. This is all spawned from our YouTube video or Twitch. It was actually a Twitter video and Instagram video we did as a staff here the other day. Ohtani's first at bat, he struck out. Did you see it, Tom?
I did.
So we did that. We all went in my office and acted like because Derek was all griping at it. It's a spring training game. We're having fun, right? It took us a couple of takes to do it, by the way. It's not that complicated of a video. Then 2 at-bats later, Ohtani homers. So we're we got to do another one, which would be funny. So we do another one after that. The best part about this is within 12 hours, that was KNBR's most viewed scripted sketches ever. As of this morning, we had over 3 million impressions on them. Dodger accounts have picked this thing up and started to run with it. They thought it was real. They're this is so embarrassing for these Giants fans. We're in their head. And I'm you're doing podcasts on our fake videos. What are you talking about? So it's starting to get traction, so much so that about an hour ago, Tim, you want to pop on and say who emailed us here?
Yeah, Nippon TV from Japan would like to use the video.
We've given them credit to permission
Don't
to use
they make cameras too?
Yeah, that's Nikon.
Oh, okay.
No, the Nippon Ham Fighters is who you're thinking of. The Ham Fighters, Tom. Thank you. Anyway, it's going global now. The Ohtani, once you hit something with a Japanese player, KNBR is going global. So a little bit later, 808 KNBR at 4:50. Do Giants fans really now hate Ohtani? Are Giants fans really? Is it an absolute hate, or is it going to take a little bit from? Because I'll tell you what, if he rolls out there and he's hitting $150 and rolls an ankle, I'm not that upset. Not rooting for injury like I do against Deshaun Watson or a few other guys, but I don't know. Do Giants fans hate him? We want to get your thoughts at 808 KNBR. We'll get to that a little bit later at 4:50. When we come on back, how about our guy Mark Spears? I saw him yesterday at the ballpark, and I blew him off for a drink across the street before the show. He'll join us next on the Sports Leader. Giants pitcher Tristan Beck was diagnosed with an arm aneurysm and will miss opening day. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We're talking about it every day because you can be playing it every day as the NBA season rolls on. Warriors back in action today. You can get in on the fun with Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. I've been telling you about this. It's a fantasy game, but you can and should win some real money. You pick between 2 and 5 players. You select them from different teams. You got to get at least 2 teams. You go higher or lower on the player's stats, and if they hit, you can make up to 100 times your money. It's legal in California, and it's fun. Games are starting in about an hour and a half. You may as well download the app now at Underdog Fantasy or go to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up and use promo code KNBR. Do it today. They'll match your first deposit up to $100 if you use that promo. Plus, they'll give you a special mystery pick to use with your first pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon, getting ready for Warriors tonight back in action without Andrew Wiggins again against the New York Knicks. Here to talk about it, ESPN and Anscape.com. Our buddy Mark Spears, we do it every week. What's up, Mark? Long time no talk, dude.
Oh, man, it was good seeing you yesterday, man.
It was great seeing you, dude. I didn't even tell you, I walked into this mixer, and I was like at the other end of the venue. We were at the Gotham Club yesterday at the ballpark, and I see Mark, because Mark's a very tall man. I see him from like the other end of the thing. And as I see him, I get a text from him that says, "Hey, man, you want to get a drink before the show today?" And I was like, we're both here and hadn't seen each other and greeted each other yet. I was like, I just got your text. What are you talking about? We're at another event together.
Yeah, man.
But no, it was great to see you, man.
I assume you weren't going to attend something like that, man. You weren't going to. You were too busy.
I'm more than just a pretty face, all right, dude? I get some work done, so I had to glad hand and meet some people, so.
Take hands and kiss baby.
That's it, dude. That's it. So are you still in town?
Yeah, no, I'm actually I'm making a pit stop to meet my tax guy, and I'm on my way to Sac to celebrate Sac State coach David Patrick's birthday tonight. So I'm driving up to Sac and I'm here in a second.
You've been logging the miles between here and Sac.
Man, brother, next week South Africa.
Next week South Africa.
What are you going there for?
Basketball Africa League starts up a week from Saturday. And so it's not an easy place to get to, Tom.
No, so I've heard. So I've heard.
It's tougher than 80.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Road's not quite as smooth.
Right,
and
yeah.
Trust me, 80 ain't that smooth. How much of the continent?
About my 8-hour layover.
How much of the continent does Basketball Africa encompass?
Well, I mean, they have teams that qualify from all over the continent, and then they have 3 different regular season locations that they play in. So next Saturday they start in Johannesburg, and then in May they go to Cairo, Egypt, and Dakar, Senegal, and then at the last week of May they're going to have the finals in the playoffs and the finals in Kigali, Rwanda. So this is the first time they're going to be in 4 different locations. So it's it's going to be their 4th year, and they're continuing to grow. So supposed to go on a safari, a lion safari that we're going to video with Joakim Noah.
I hate you. I want to do a safari. I've been wanting to do a safari forever. I got to get over there and do a safari one of these years. I've always wanted to do that.
Oh well, I missed it last time I went out there. I was out there in 2017 for the NBA Africa game and kicked myself for not doing it, because it's like one thing I've learned when you're making a trip like that, try to stay an extra few days, man, because when are you going to be there again, right?
Yep.
So I'm getting my safari in and having work pay for it at the same time.
2 things I would love to do: safari over there, and then the gorillas. I think they're in the Congo or something like that. I'm not positive. They're like lowland gorilla. I would love to go take a
wrestle them.
Yeah. No, I don't want to wrestle them. I don't think that'd be much of a match.
Just asking.
Unless they could throw like a 2-month-old at me, then maybe I could handle that. But I think it'd be cool to do go on like a little safari on foot and go check out the gorillas. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
I saw a video on Instagram the other day of a rhino chasing one of the tourist Jeeps. And he seemed pretty motivated in catching them. And what I've learned from talking to different people that hunt and go out into the safari land, I didn't know rhinos were that dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
They have a horn on their face.
Absolutely.
Mark.
Well, I mean, if you want to get like an ivory enema.
No, I'm sorry.
You hate hippos?
Oh, hippos kill more people than anybody in Africa.
Yeah, definitely.
Or any they kill more people than any animal in Africa.
#1 leader besides obesity. Yeah.
Well. Haven't seen a lot of fat people over there.
Talking
Gotta
to
be
Mark
honest
Spears
with you.
here on the Uma guest line. He's getting ready to go out to South Africa for the.
I better be worried then if that's who they kill.
Yeah, I don't think Slim Fast is a big seller over in
I don't
Africa.
think so. Ozepic's not doing well now either.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. Not quick question, but a question for you on the Warriors situation with Andrew Wiggins. Another game he's going to miss tonight due to personal reasons. And like we had Steve on yesterday, we didn't ask him about it because it's personal reasons, and we know how the Warriors handle this. And it's, I don't want to say it's similar to last year's situation, but this did happen last year where he was away for a period of time. While it's none of our business what the reasons are, is it fair to wonder if Wiggins' teammates might wonder if we're going to miss more games based on last season?
Yeah, no, it's very, very curious, right? Like, I mean, he just dealt with this and missed 2 months, and it certainly affected their season last season. And so I saw him one of the last Warriors games I went to with his wife and his 2 children, and kids were like hugging him tightly and having a nice, special, warm moment there. And it was probably one of the few times, and that's the only time I've ever seen him with his kids before a game. So I don't know what's going on. I try to be like what you guys are doing too, like respect the personal space, but. I was thinking too, like, respectfully, when the trade deadline came, that I just don't know how much trust they have in him anymore. He's so up and down as a player. He has, had certainly a large amount of personal issues and stuff like that. And at some point, even though you respect him and you care about him and wish him well, like, you got to win games, man. You got a job to do. And if, this is prolonged, I mean, finally when the Warriors are getting healthy, it could have an alternative effect on them. And so it's a unique and weird situation. We don't know what it is. Not for us to say or judge, but that it still means he's not playing, and that's going to hurt the Warriors.
So I've asked you this occasionally. Where you at with the Warriors right now? And in terms of not just how they're playing, where they are kind of in the landscape of what the West is right now, too.
Yeah, I wonder how much ground they could gain, right? Can they? I just think it's going to be too hard to get up to 6.
That'll be tough.
I just feel like it's inevitable that they're going to be in a play-in and they're going to be playing against the Lakers or Sacramento or some wild card team that's disappointed that they dropped. Sacramento has been really, really disappointing of late. They're a hard team to figure out, man. So they'll beat the number 1 team in the league one day and then lose to Miami without Jimmy Butler and 8 players. Something's not right there. I haven't put my finger on it, but I think if the Warriors are to somehow move up to the 6th spot, like, they're going to have a tremendous run. Like, they're going to have to win 8 of 10, like 12 of 15. I think it's certainly. I don't see them not getting a play-in game at minimum.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're gonna get out of that realm, they better get hot and they better make it quick because there's not too many games left. What is it, like 23, 25?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
They're getting toward the end. So I really think time is running out on them in terms of getting out of the play-in game.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because I was going to bring this up during the show at some point and see what Copes thought. But as I was watching the Laker-Clipper game last night, specifically the fourth quarter when LeBron just willed that team to victory, it is, and this isn't a conversation that I have much because I just don't find much use in the greatest of all time. LeBron and Jordan are 2 of the greatest of all time. So is Kareem. He would be in that conversation. But just between Jordan and LeBron, let me ask you this, because what LeBron's doing at this age is unprecedented. It is incredible the way he's dominated this sport for 20 years. It's the longest prime in the history of sports, maybe this side of Tom Brady. And even Tom Brady, I don't know if you could say he was in his prime, like his first 4 years. It took him a while to kind of become that guy.
I'd say he was 7 by then,
but let me ask you this. So what would mean more to you? Because if you're taking the totality of a career, regular season, playoffs, and all, there's a good case you made LeBron's better than Jordan. You could say that, especially if he does what he does this year and even next year. But if you boil it down to just 10 years, then I would say, well, Jordan's better than LeBron when you go. So what's more important? Because it comes down, I mean, there's championships, there's teammates, there's eras that you play in that are totally different with rules changing. Yeah. But just on this, if it's really close, what means more to you? Like a 20-year, just incredible 20-year run, or maybe that 10-year run, which is better than the other guy's best 10-year run, like at your best for 10 years, or how much does it mean to you to be able to continue doing that, far longer than maybe the other player did? Because I don't know if you'd agree, I'd say Jordan's 10-year run's better than LeBron's 10-year run, but Jordan's career, other than playoffs and championships, and they matter, it can't even compare. Nobody can really compare to what LeBron's doing other than maybe Kareem, who did it for such a long period of time.
Well, I also, the difference between Kareem and LeBron, too. And I saw Kareem play at Golden State, his last game at Golden State, and they gave him a yacht and everything. Magic was keeping him alive, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Magic, he was certainly, if you look at his numbers, they weren't dominating. When you see what LeBron James did last night.
That was incredible.
Scary, man. And one thing that's probably lost in all of that is that he was guarding Kawhi Leonard, man.
Yep.
He was causing Kawhi Leonard to get turnovers. He caused Kawhi Leonard to miss the last shot. So, I mean, obviously, I would say beauty is an eye of the beholder, but in terms of what he's doing at his age, it's just super amazing to me. Like, to will that team to win, I guess you could call it a road game, down 21, like, that was incredible last night. And I'm waiting for the decline. I'm waiting for him to show a chink in the armor, right? Like, to show that he's on his last days. It's like Michael Jordan. Like, do you ever see the Washington Wizards highlights? Like, it's like somebody burned them all. They don't exist. You never see highlights of him with his uniform. And one of the highlights I remember is Vashawn Leonard, who Tom couldn't jump over a dice, right? Like,
shoot though.
Boxing Jordan. Yeah. He could definitely
shoot from that corner though.
He could. Oh yeah. No, he could do that. I saw him like block Jordan's shot and stand over him. I'm like, man, this isn't the Jordan I need to see. But like, I haven't seen that in LeBron. I don't see decline. I don't see, man, it's time for him to go. Right? It's time for him to retire. Like, even Kobe's last year, like you saw it was time. But, he hasn't had that major knee injury. He hasn't had the Achilles tear. He's putting $1 million in his body. He's working out with Miles. What's the guy's name from the Browns? Like,
Miles Garrett.
Yeah.
He's doing the knife workout.
Yeah, like, come on, man. This dude ain't human. He's not human. So, I mean, it's I think his longevity is starting to sway me. I myself was a Magic Johnson guy.
Yep.
Maybe there's some nostalgia to that because I just thought it was incredible to see a 6'9" guy play point guard and make everybody better. But yet, hey, I need you to play center today, and he could do that, right? Like, and win a championship for you. But I mean, LeBron's about to get 40,000 points.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's like 6 away or something, right?
No.
How many?
It's absolutely no. I was just going to say no. It's insane.
It's wild.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I just looked at his stats.
So I think his longevity is starting to like sway me a little bit.
Well, Mark, I just looked real quick. 22 seasons he has played. 22. He averaged 5.9 assists and 5.5 or 5.5 was it rebounds or assists? 5.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists. His rookie season. Since then,
and 19 points, right?
Since then, no, 20.9. He's never averaged less than 20 points in a season. Since then, the fewest. I mean, this is over 21 seasons. 6 assists in 07 is the fewest assists he's ever averaged, and 6 rebounds. And most of them are in the 7s and 8s for both categories. I mean, it is stunning to think someone could average 20 points a game, over 20 points a game, for 22 consecutive seasons. Average over, 6 rebounds a game his averages are sick. 27-1, 7-5, 7-4.
He led the league in assists when he's 35.
Yeah, for 22 seasons.
22 when he's 35 years old.
It really is insane because you always know how great LeBron is, right? But every once in a while he'll go.
Yeah.
Oh, what was that? Wake up. Oh, damn. Look at LeBron out there. He's like 39. Look what he did in the fourth quarter against one of the best teams in the NBA. It'll slap you every once in a while because I always say, Mark, the true level of greatness is to make greatness look normal because that's what Steph does, and we just get used to it. But every once in a while, even they kind of go above and beyond, and it kind of is like cold water in the face to how great those guys really are.
No, yesterday was a reminder.
Yep.
I mean, to me, like, when you talk about his greatest games, that's on the list. He's never done that in the fourth quarter. Not many people have. And then there's, like I said, the Kawhi Leonard factor, too, I don't think they can win another championship with him, with the Lakers, but they're in the conversation because of him.
Yep.
They won the in-season tournament, right? So you got to remember when the playoffs come, there's 2 days off in between games. There's no back-to-back, so that certainly benefits somebody like him. And, the Spencer Dinwiddie move was good. Let's see what their health is. I mean, the West is really just –
it's ridiculous.
I say it's wide open, but, I mean, what I saw from Denver the other day reminded me, like – hey, Joker's pretty dang good, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Insane.
He's so good.
By the way, LeBron, I was just looking at his numbers just because it's funny to throw these out. His rookie year, he only attempted back in 03-04, only 2.5 threes a game. He shot 29%.
Yep.
He's shooting 5.5 a game this year. He's at 40%, almost 41. He used to be an awful shooter. I think it's incredible what he's added to his game. Where's he playing next year, Mark?
Well, he's going to play with the Lakers.
Just tell us. Come on, be honest.
No, I just told you.
No, come on, seriously, tell us. For real.
They're paying him a lot of money,
But a lot of teams would.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they could pay him more than the other teams. And you know what? I think it's bigger than just NBA. He's an entertainment conglomerate now. He's doing movies. He's doing documentaries. And I wrote a story when he first came to Los Angeles about how the main reason why they were attracted to coming to the Lakers was, I guess half of it was playing for the Lakers, but the other half of it was putting a foothold in the entertainment world for now and post-career. So I think the inroads that, Maverick and Rich Paul are making outside the court for him, I don't think there's any other city in the NBA where they're going to have, those kind of connections. It's not that people weren't calling LeBron James before, but now he could go to lunch with him like it's nothing. He could meet people easier. And so I think he's building his salary is his salary, but I think he'll make even more money off the court staying in Los Angeles than going somewhere else.
Let me ask you this. You may not know the answer to it, but you'll have insight on this because you talk to a lot of players, and maybe you've asked them something similar to this. But if you asked players anonymously, give me a franchise you would like to play for that's not your own, what franchises in the NBA do you think would be in the top 3?
Miami.
Okay.
Lakers.
Okay.
And I think players are still a little scared of playing in New York. That's a really good question. I think Golden State's up there.
Yeah, so did I.
Because the reputation of just how not only being in the Bay, but the way that they treat their players kind of reminds me of the DeBartolo years with the 49ers. Like just the reputation of how well they treat guys. So, I would think those 3 are the top. Maybe New York can change some things in the coming years. Chicago's not what they were, but I would say those 3 franchises.
Yeah, no, I mentioned Miami. I didn't mention the Lakers, but I agree. I mentioned the Warriors in Miami. The only thing I said about Miami, though, is that Miami culture isn't phony. Like, you better be ready to work when you go to Miami.
Yeah.
If you're not ready to work, don't go.
Pat Riley's chapped, you know?
Yeah, no, you got to go get weighed, and, you got to get ready to play. But then you see, like, I don't know, man. There's something in that water there when they play, though.
No doubt.
In Sacramento, and they still win. So,
yep.
I mean, at least if you're going there, they're serious about doing something.
No doubt.
It ain't no joke there. So, Pat Riley, just to get some Pat Riley time, I think that would be really cool.
Oh, Riles. Love Riles. Maybe get some Brill cream from him and be good to go. Have safe travels, man. Enjoy. Take some pictures. I want to see what's going on that safari. I want to be jealous.
Bro, stay away from those animals, man. Yeah. Brothers aren't got any reason to be out there that close. You know what I mean? I don't.
Stay away from the hungry hippos, right?
That's right.
More than
hungry hippos.
And the rhinos, too. I know you can't tell them apart, but stay away from them also. All right, Mark.
Have a good one, Mark.
Safe trip, bro.
Hey, man, that's San Jose Public Schools, man. My bad.
Rhino, hippo,
yeah,
same
come on,
thing.
whatever, man. They both ended in O, I think. Later, bro. Mark Spears, ESPN, Anscape.com.
I run it back with my wife every week.
I thought we were going to get a, what's your excuse for playing like a fried turd? That's how they run you in Miami. You missed any of Mark Spears, all available, KNBR.com on the podcast page. We are going to catch up a little bit later with Mike.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
Our guy Mike Silver, who, of course, over at the Chronicle, I know he texted me the other day from the Combine, so we'll get some Combine thoughts for sure from Mike Silver. He's on his way back from Indianapolis. When we come on back, the Steph Curry in the Garden is always a story, just like Anthony Morrow in the Garden is always a story. But the other one that comes to mind, Steve Kerr. Turned down that Knicks job. Every time something like this comes up, this might be the best both of these teams have been meeting this late in the season in New York since Steve Kerr has been Warriors head coach. I know that's a lot of specificity, but the Knicks have gone through a lot of turmoil, and they kind of have a pretty good team right now. So we'll talk about that. What if Steve Kerr had taken that Knicks job? It's a what if, Marvel style. Tolbert and Copes.
You're fired.
Only here on the Sports Leader.
Call the good news is you're fired.
Andrew Wiggins out again tonight due to personal reasons against the New York Knicks. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Yeah, we waited too long to play that. Hour and 20 before we played that. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Leap Day. Happy birthday, baby Camilla. Her first actual birthday. Pretty cool. You guys do any fun leap stuff? There's no traditional leap stuff because it's like every 4 years. There's very few people who have a thing with it. So,
then if you do, you forget about it for the next 4 years.
Yeah,
like, what do we do? I don't
She's too old now.
I have no idea.
Too old now to do it.
Maybe play leapfrog or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Steve Kerr leapfrogged the Knicks right on his way to the Warriors. I got to tell you.
Smart move.
I told you, it's hilarious.
Told you it was smart.
Of my hot takes with my buddies in my career, I remember being at an A's game and arguing like it was like an evening, like nobody was there. It was like a smattering of people Tuesday night in the summertime. And I was like arguing like loudly, like, no, dude, Stan Van Gundy's the guy we want. You don't want to go to another guy who's a broadcaster with no experience coaching? What are you thinking? The other one was, I did not want Steph Curry. I told you. One of my guys, Jordan Hill out of Arizona, dude. Jordan Hill, Chase Budinger. Who wants to Chase Budinger once ripped me and my buddy in an Escalade as he drove by us.
Did he really?
My buddy was all hyped. He was like, hey, what's up, Chase? And he was like, shut up, or something like that. Didn't sped off.
Great volleyball player.
Chase, thank you. Red hair. After 4 championships and a new contract now, Steve Kerr, the highest paid coach. It's funny, 10 years ago, to think back how differently things could have gone. You go through the sliding doors of life or the butterfly effect of what would have happened. I have a hard time believing Steve Kerr would still be the head coach of the Knicks today.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Not because of him.
He doesn't.
Because it's
Dolan.
Name the
roster.
How many coaches in the NBA are still in the same spot that were hired within 2 years of Steve Kerr? And some like either side. You know what I mean? Like,
well, Steve's what, the third longest tenured?
Yeah, so Spoelstra got the job in like what,
05?
When did they win that? When did they win that title? There? So Wade comes in 03. They win the title 05, 06, I think. And then I think Spoelstra came in the next year. Because remember, Riley comes out of the booth.
Yeah, Riley won it with Wade and Shaq.
Yeah, he fired Van Gundy. And he's like, I'll take care of this.
I got this.
And he did.
Yeah, I know.
That's wild. That's, by the way, we don't talk enough about Riley getting that one done.
Coach.
2008.
Great coach.
He walked out there and he's like, oh, fine, I'll do it. Blank you, Joe Boo. I'll do it myself. So back in the summer of 2014, the Warriors had fired Mark Jackson.
Yep.
Harrison Barnes. Coming off of back-to-back playoff appearances. And we all kind of knew, I think, at the time, Mark Jackson helped get them to that stage. And I seriously do think he deserves credit. It also speaks volumes as to the number of opportunities he's had since then. No coaching opportunities before that. He's interviewed, I think, a couple of times, but has no opportunities since then. It was well-known Steve Kerr wanted to make the jump to coach the Knicks. Was Phil Jackson there at the time? He'd just been hired, right, as team president? So they have their relationship.
He'd been there a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not positive, but I think a couple of years.
He had just been hired, Derek says, and he was set.
Oh, really? Just been? I thought he'd been there. Okay.
I got to tell you, NBA carousel of that stuff moves so frequently. And that's what I mean is 10 years in one spot in any sport is a long time.
Yep.
But it seems like in basketball, there's so much volatility and players move so frequently. What do you got?
NBA, grab that.
Stop it. What are you just looking at me with your eyebrows up? Is this the NBA carousel now? Is that what we're going with?
NBA, grab that.
That's not it. The NBA carousel's got a different vibe to it. It's NBA stories. Warriors were prepared to hire Stan Van Gundy.
Yep.
If Kerr had left for New York.
Well, no, they were going to hire Van Gundy anyway, but he wanted to be president. He wanted like $7 million a year to be the president too, and they're like, "Nah, we don't need that."
That looks like a bargain right now.
Yeah.
2 guys for what? 2 jobs, $7 million, 1 guy. That's looking pretty good to Joe Lacob now, but he wouldn't have the titles, right? So he wanted to get his guy in place. I think is what it came down to, right? And I don't know what his relationship with Mark Jackson was like, but unless you're an entrenched, looks like you are the guy for this team, you're Brad Stevens or something from when he took over. You've got to go and get your guy, and it was the right move. There's a story that the Warriors brass got on a jet with Steve to convince him not to go to New York and pitched him the Warrior job. Do you know any truth to that story that you can speak to?
I never really talked to him about that. I should one of these days kind of ask him how that went down. Maybe we'll get him in here one of these days and ask him about that. I know they met like in Oklahoma City. I think Steve had a game, calling a game in Oklahoma City. They might have met in a hotel room in OKC. That's about all I remember. I mean, I know everybody that was in that meeting. You know, Bob and Travis was there, and Steve, obviously. I think Joe might have been there. I'm not sure if he was there. But, I could ask Bob. I could ask Travis. I could ask Steve. I don't know. I just never really asked him, to be honest. Like, what happened? How did it all go down? I just remember talking to Steve because I thought he was going to take the Knicks job. And I wasn't going to try to convince him one way or the other. But I was just like, I know the whole Phil thing, but this roster's way better. It's California. You're going to be way closer to your family. I go, you grew up in California. You've lived, you didn't grow up in California. You grew up not even in the States.
Yeah, all over the place.
But I go, I guess you're home. San Diego's your home.
Go to your home, Bob.
Go to your home,
you want to
Steve.
go to your home, Steve?
And, by the way.
Answer me.
Look at the roster.
Yeah, dude,
that
seriously.
you get to take over.
And it's a young, budding roster.
And then it was like immediate, bam, championship. Boom. And he hasn't looked back since. It's really been kind of wild that he takes this job instead of the Knicks job and immediately wins a championship. You're good to go. And then you're just off and running after that. 5 straight championships.
And then the wins record.
Not championships, 5 straight championship finals appearances. Won 3 of them. It's pretty wild.
And we just went through LeBron's career and talked about his legendary status. Like, It's so cool, the intertwined nature of all that. Steve Kerr playing with Jordan, winning titles there. Of course, playing for Pop and winning titles with a title there. Right? I think he won 1 there, right?
I think he won 2 there. I think it might have been 2
in San Antonio?
Well, it was.
I thought he got 2 in San Antonio, Derek says, yeah.
Yeah, it was 3 in Chicago.
Yeah, and then 2 in San Antonio.
2 in San Antonio.
Yeah, that's right, because he had 5. He's got 9 now. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 4 with the Warriors. Because we joked with him last year, he had to
9.
get 1 more so that he can draw up plays with all 10 of his rings.
All 10 of his rings.
He can put him out there and move him around. Guys, come over here. I want to show you. When you dart here, Steph, you'll be the 14,
okay, 15.
Right?
You're going to come off the screen. Yeah. 18, I want you.
Now, 98, you swing around this way. That'd be pretty funny to operate it that way. But in terms of them getting him to come here, what was the original contract? Was it 4 years?
5 years. I think it was $5 million for 4 years, something like that. Or maybe it's 5 for 5.
That's incredible.
Maybe it was 5 for 5. Yeah. And that was still fairly, I don't know if it was high end, but it was pretty good. Pretty good contract. Yeah. They weren't just giving him scraps. But yeah, he's tripled that in 10 years. Of course, the valuation of the team is probably not tripled. I don't know what it was worth in 2014, 2015. But if it had tripled, it's worth like what? $5 billion nowadays.
It's worth more now?
I doubt it was worth 1.8 back then. So yeah, everybody's doing well over there. Everybody's doing okay.
415 on the text line says, Mark Jackson doesn't have the people skills. It didn't have the people skills to take the Warriors to the next level. It's a lot of managing personalities. We realize that, right? That one of the biggest moves in Steve Kerr's career, when we look back at all of it, is it's not just Andre Iguodala willing to come off the bench. It's how Steve manages that. Right? And how he manages these personalities to get them to get the most out of these guys.
Yeah, but I would say this. The players loved Mark. Like, the players really, really liked Mark. It's where Steve separated himself from Mark, depending on what style you like. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I prefer one over the other.
Tell you what, mate, I've got one guy who may love like Mark Jackson that much, mate.
He was able to communicate with the management.
Yeah.
And the ownership.
Steve, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a different...
Where Steve's very collaborative in that way, and Mark Jackson's very foxhole in that way. Like, it's the coaching staff, and there was even, factions of the coaching staff that weren't as tightly knit as other members of the coaching staff. And really what it came down to is I think they would have hired him back for another year. They wanted him to go out. Because remember, Mike Malone was his assistant.
Yeah.
And then Mike left, and they wanted him. He went to SAC. Yeah, before he went to Denver.
Right.
And they gave him, before they hired Steve, they gave him a blank check. They just said, go hire the best assistants out there. And he didn't. Like, I love the guys on the staff. That was not the greatest staff of all. Like, Pete Myers, I think, was the lead assistant. Go look at that staff and see how many guys
Which year?
2014, 13-14. Look at that staff and see how many guys are coaching now. It's not a bunch of them. So I think they said, well, we gave you a chance. We told you to go out and hire like the best guys you could, and there was like you didn't do it. So if you're not going to do that, then and there were other things too. I don't want to get into nothing nefarious, just other things where there are philosophical differences between the two sides, and they just they couldn't bridge that. And I mean, to your point, I mean, Mark gets credit for bringing him to that point, but it also says something when he hasn't had a job since. Like, he led them into the playoffs, and they were on the verge of becoming a really good team, and he didn't really get to see it to fruition because of a couple of those things, but he helped get him there, and he helped instill some defensive intensity and some defensive pride in that team, and he gets credit for all that, but actions speak. And if you were thought of as highly as maybe you thought, then you would have another job by now. He doesn't. So that speaks.
Yeah, it does. And he deserves some credit for laying the foundation for what they have, sure. But also, he wasn't the guy to take them where they needed to go. Right move. And somebody on the text line says, Tom, when do you get, what's your cut from Steve for that advice? You should probably get some of that. Made the right move. How do you think the Warriors would have went if Steve and the Warriors had taken the Knicks job? Or if Steve had taken the Knicks job, how would the Warriors have fared?
Well, it depends on who the coach was.
If it was
I think, look, you know how much I love Steve, and I think Steve's a great coach. Steve's not the only guy that could win with that roster. That was a loaded roster, and it was just ready. Like, it was a rocket ship getting ready to take off, and all you had to do is have some guy who could unlock the offense, and that was kind of his superpower in that, look, this is how we're going to run it. And I talked about Steve, and when we talked to him yesterday, I asked him his vision of basketball is kind of informed by who he was as a player. Everybody touches the ball, everybody's involved, everybody's valuable. Certain players are more valuable than others. We get that, but everyone makes a contribution that is needed by this team. And he was able to instill that into the team, and that's where the whole motion offense comes from, that everybody's moving, everybody's cutting, and ideally the ball's ultimately going to get back to Steph or get back to Clay, and they're going to shoot. Draymond's going to be your playmaker, and, he's probably recently, in the last few years, run more plays than he used to, but that was the way he saw basketball, and I think that was better for Steph, not having to have the ball in his hands all the time and getting the movement and getting Clay moving, and then the misdirection and the stuff they would get in the lineup, the small lineup they put out there was another one of his things, that he really wanted to have that speed in certain parts of the game. Latter parts of the second half, latter parts of the first half, you'd go with Draymond, Harrison, Andre, Steph, and Clay, and that was a tremendous defensive lineup. Tremendous. Draymond, future defensive player of the year. Andre Iguodala, I mean, just
potential Hall of Famer after that run.
Yeah, all defensive team. Clay was just kind of coming into his own as a really, really good, if not great, defensive player. Yeah. Steph, they could put on one player from the other team that wasn't much of a scorer. And then Harrison Barnes was kind of a key we don't talk about much on that team, that he could battle the fours.
Yep.
Like, he was strong enough and physical enough to battle the fours.
It was a part of that stretching the floor that way. He was a strong four who could shoot from outside and draw the Zebo getting drawn out, right?
Yep.
You can't play
great
that.
lineup.
Yep.
I mean, great lineup that they had at their disposal. But it was really, still kind of movement, and that's what he brought to this team that really kind of unlocked him. Like, I think all these teams could win without their given coaches, but there is something to be said. The Warriors didn't win a championship before Steve got there. The Bulls didn't win a championship with Jordan before Phil Jackson took over. Kobe and Shaq didn't win one in L.A. until Phil Jackson got there. So, I mean,
or Shaq till Kobe got there.
You could say that you got to have the players, and you do. I always said, Phil Jackson ain't dead. That Zen crap ain't working in Vancouver, okay? You got to have the players.
That's a good line.
But you still, there's got to be, it's like, if you have great ingredients and you're a good chef, the food's going to taste good. But can you elevate it like a great chef? That's what they are. They're kind of like great chefs. It's going to be good anyway, but they can elevate it to a little bit more. And I think that's what great coaches do. But to say that nobody else could have won with that roster, I would be being just disingenuous if I said that.
Steve Kerr said on an interview with Jon Stewart, he joked that he would have been fired after 2 seasons. By the way, Warriors were $750 million when they were purchased.
You're fired.
$7.7 billion today. That's the most expensive franchise in basketball. When we come on back,
my God,
we are going to catch up with Mike Silver. What's up, guys? I'm here to talk a little bit about the Niners. He's going to join us at 3:50 because he believes Niners need to make some changes this offseason, do some productive and high-paid players. We'll talk a bit about that next, and then Michael join us at 3:50 only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Mike Silver of the Chronicle going to join us talking some 49ers. He's getting back from the Combine. Talked with him earlier this week. Haven't seen him since the Super Bowl week, but he's got a new article out. It discusses the 49ers' new defensive coordinator search. Now, he said, as did Matt Barrows, I believe was the other writer from The Athletic, they were both inclined to believe that Brandon Staley, the former Chargers head coach, is the favorite to get the job for the Niners. Matt Mayoko this morning on Murph and Marcus sort of took exception with that. He said, I don't know that he's absolutely the favorite. Silver confirms what Matt Barrows reported as well, that the Niners tried to pry Jeff Ulbrich from the New York Jets, but the Jets wouldn't allow him to leave. So there you go. It wasn't an elevated job. It was a D coordinator for a D coordinator. So
yeah,
interesting. I wonder if Ulbrich wanted to leave.
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? It's an opportunity to go coach a defense, an elite defense. Not that the Jets aren't, but you know the opportunities you have if you come to San Francisco. If it's between Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen, Silver says the obvious choice would be Staley, given his experience as a D coordinator. As far as the players, Silver says, quote, you can bet that Shanahan and Lynch are scheming. Tough decisions might be coming, possibly involving productive players who've had a big role in the franchise's recent run of success. According to the organization's sources, many tough conversations are already being contemplated. That's a heavy quote or comment for how they structure this thing. You said it the other day. Actually, I ran into Steve Young yesterday. He said it to me. The $30 million in cap space, it's great. It's across the board.
Yeah.
It's not like the Niners get it. Nobody else does. Everybody goes up. So it's a level playing field, and some teams already had more or less. It just gives the Niners a little bit more flexibility. While they don't have to pay Brock Purdy now, things are just going to become more difficult if he has the jump next year that he had in his ability this year. He's going to be, and who knows what happens with quarterback contracts in a year. That's the other fear too, right? Who knows? With the cap going up and up and up, what happens with these contracts in a year? There are already rumors that Brendan Ayuk could be traded. If they had to move on from a big-name player this offseason, who would you be okay with?
By the way, I think when they negotiate with Brock Purdy, I mean, really all they got to do is just ask him. I mean, how much corn and wheat do you need, really? I mean, like a couple tractors, get you a big field, you'll be good to go.
He's from Arizona.
Be like Brady. Take less. Cut us a deal. So,
cut us a deal. Come on, Brock.
You know, He's from Arizona, but where did he go during the break? He went back to do some farming.
Is this heaven?
He went back to do some farming.
No, it's Iowa.
He went back to do some farming. I was like, really? That's heaven?
Now we're talking combine again.
Damn. Yeah, we are talking combine again, like the real combine. Oh, man. Oh, well, give me the names then. Who are the big names we're talking about? Are we talking Debo, Ayuk, Williams, McCaffrey?
Yeah, we're talking the high price.
Kittle,
Fred Warner,
Bosa.
So Trent Williams is your highest paid, $31 million.
Those 7? Am I missing one?
Trent,
Ward,
Debo, Eric Armstead.
Ward, Armstead. Okay, that's 9.
Hargrave,
okay, 10.
Greenlaw's fairly expensive, but he's hurt. Juszczyk.
Yeah, he's big for a tight end or for a fullback, but they don't make that much money.
7.5.
Yeah. So out of those, who am I willing to say goodbye to? Okay, in order of not, let me just do this. In order of not willing to say goodbye to him. Number 1, this is an absolute not. From absolute not to I'd like to keep him, but okay. Absolute not, Bosa. Absolute not, Williams. Absolute not, Ayuk. Absolute not, number 4, McCaffrey. Absolute not, number 5, Warner. Now I'll start getting into the ones that I'd love to keep, but if I have to.
Here's who you left on the list of you pulled those guys off.
Yeah, pulled them off.
Here's
They're
who's left on the list.
board.
The guys who are in the top 10 players in salary and they're big time.
Yes.
You've left Debo.
Yep.
You've left Eric Armstead.
Yep.
You've left Charvarius Ward.
Yep.
You've left Javon Hargrave.
Yep.
You didn't say Christian McCaffrey is.
No, I did.
Oh, you did.
4.
Absolutely not. He was number 4. Okay.
Armstead.
And Armstead is.
Armstead, number 4.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So you took off Trent. You said absolutely not.
1 was
Trent.
Bosa.
Yep.
2 was Trent. 3 was Ayuk.
Yep.
4 was McCaffrey.
Gotcha.
And 5 was Warner. Warner. Okay, so 6 is Ward. 7.
You have Kittle left.
Kittle.
You have Javon Hargrave left.
8. Armstead. 9. Hargrave. 10. Debo. So Debo would be the one I'd be the most. I'd be the most okay with getting rid of, and don't confuse that with wanting. I don't want to get rid of any of those guys. I'd like to keep all of those guys, but if you're asking me, okay, rank them in terms of no, over my dead body, you're getting rid of this guy. 2, I'd really, really don't want to, but if you're going to make me, that would be my list right there. That'd be my list. And the reason I say that is I think defensive tackles are easier to find than defensive ends, and you're not going to lose both of them. So I figured I'll put both of them out there. Only one of them would leave, if that. Debo, hate to lose him because he is just, he's a heartbeat of the team. He's physical. He's different than any other wide receiver, and he gives the offense options that it's not going to have without Debo.
He also might net you the biggest haul.
He might net you the biggest haul.
It might be the best double-edged. What's the opposite of a double-edged sword? It might be the
no-edged sword. Can you have a no-edged sword? Is there such a thing? What is a no-edged sword?
It's a double-handled sword.
A spoon? I don't know.
It's a shake weight.
It's a spoon.
Spoon, right? So I'm just saying, if you Debo in terms of his ability and what he might get you in return, it's a major loss, but also he's an expensive player.
Expensive player.
He's other teams. He's an attractive player to other teams.
Injuries because he plays so hard,
and there's no guarantee that he remain. I'm more worried about his long-term stability throughout this contract than I am for sure about Brandon Ayuk's.
Yeah,
I think not across the board, but I think a lot of people, more Niner fans, would rather, if you had to pick one and you could keep one between Ayuk and Debo, as long as McCaffrey's here, I think the option is Ayuk, and that's what I was saying to you last offseason. And it's not so much that they do so much of the same stuff. Debo having him with McCaffrey is insane. Yeah. But you need a wide receiver, and Ayuk is that guy.
Yeah. It hurts to put McCaffrey at 4. That just seems ridiculous. But the left tackle and the defensive end got to be right up there. I think I might have put him 1, 2. I did. It just positional value you don't get much high. I mean, other than quarterback, you don't get much higher than I don't think you do get higher than defensive end and left tackle. And then I could have argued with myself between Ayuk and McCaffrey, but I chose Ayuk because I think he's going to get better and better. I think McCaffrey is more valuable to the team right now, but I think it's easier to replace a running back, even one as talented as him, which is damn near impossible.
They went to a Super Bowl without him.
Yeah, then a wide receiver. Everybody, and then get tight ends. I mean, I got to put Kittle down at 7. I mean, you kidding me? Like, there's no way I want to lose Kittle. Like, again, he's one of the heartbeats of the team too. Like, let's put it this way: none of those guys sound appealing to me.
Yeah, so your number one guy that you would, if you had to, is Debo.
Yes.
And number 2 is
Armstead,
yeah.
or Hargrave Armstead. Flip them. Those are the two.
And he had some injury problems this year too.
Those are the two.
So I don't think they have the depth enough at the D-line to afford losing Eric Armstead at this point. I think you need Armstead back. I think you run it back with some of those guys. I run it back with my wife. You run it back with. Now I'm doing drops myself. I say they run it back with them and try to get another opposite.
I run it back with my wife every week.
Like Nick Bosa, like we talked about. Mike Silver, who wrote the piece, on his way back from Indianapolis. We'll talk to him about what he's hearing, about if he's got an opinion on which names could be out there. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Brock Purdy probably staying put. Only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Tristan Beck's injury and the need for more pitching. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's time to talk a little NFL football with a good friend, Mike Silver of the Chronicle.
What's up, dude?
Hello, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Hello, guys.
How are you in Indy?
I am on the way home from Indy. I'm in Denver for a long time, by the way, but I'll be back in California soon if all goes well.
Apparently, from the sounds of it, it sounded like you're taking advantage of Indy's very liberal closing times of the bars.
Well, that's how we do it at the Combine. I did do a booze-free Combine, which is very much out of character. So you hear a voice that has been saying very important things in loud places, but can't blame this one on the booze.
No, because it sounded like you're taking part in a drinking combine. I was going to ask you how that was.
I've done that, and I've pretty much been one of the top prospects for years and years. But this year, my agent advised me to wait till pro day.
A drinking pro day.
It was a long Super Bowl.
Is this the agent I've been dealing with regularly here, Mike? Because this guy's hounding me for a workout, man. He wants us there, you know.
No, this was the agent I share a home with, and I listen to her.
Always listen to that agent.
That guy.
Oh, and to be honest, that's not advice. Even though they try to pawn it off as advice, it's not.
They collect 50%, not 10 or 15. It's 50. That's what they get.
Oh man. So we were talking about Niners, and you were saying that the Niners may have to make some tough choices coming up. And Copes asked me, like, what guys out of the main guys would I want to get rid of? And I said, well, none of them. If I had to choose, I kind of listed them. We came up with 10 guys that would be important core guys on the team. Are those the type of guys they're talking about, like Ayuk and Debo and Ward and probably not McCaffrey, but Warner and Hargrave, Armstead? I mean, are those the type of guys we're looking at them maybe having to make hard choices about?
Well, let's back up. So not everybody, I'm sure, got to read my chronicle, what with the paywall, my column, I'm sorry, sound like I've been drinking, my column, what with the paywall and all, but a couple of things got aggregated. And,
oh, okay.
And so, and they're kind of quarreling. So one thing that people are freaking out about is I said that, which is, yeah, they're going to, I'll start from the beginning. So
please do.
I do think they're going to be possibly more aggressive than people realize, that though they have to worry about the cap in future years, blah, blah, blah. Purdy is still on a rookie deal.
Yep.
They do have a lot of high-priced guys, but they can absolutely load up for 2024, pay Ayuk, and maybe even get some guys and make a run. The caveat, and this is what is getting attention today, is that you've got to be honest with yourself about who might be declining of those core high-priced guys, or who might be at a point where they're getting injured a lot. So, no, I don't think Fred Warner, would be in that category. But, you look at an Armstead, possibly a Kittle, a Debo.
Yeah.
To me, those people are not declining. They are absolutely in their prime. Trent Williams, right? But to football people, perhaps they would look at that tape and go, you know what? It's not the same as it was. They make a lot. Maybe we could get someone else instead. So I don't see them backing off and being wusses about the cap, which would bum me out. I do see them being aggressive, but the caveat is maybe they go, man, we could get Mike Evans. Would we rather have him or Ayuk? And that's an example. So it could be both in a weird way.
Interesting. Now, go ahead.
Talking to Mike Silver here, the Chronicle on the Uma guest line. By the way, text line has come multiple people saying, is this Mike Silver or PJ Carlesimo? Mike's got the rasp going.
Wow.
Yeah, 408 says you got to cut back on the heaters. And then another one of our guys says, Mike needs to drink some lotion, man. That's our guy rocking on the YouTube chat. So, Mike Silver, you sound good. But you're all right, Mike. You're getting through it, dude. Mike Silver with us on the UMA guest line. So I know you and both you and Matt Barrows say you think it could be Brandon Staley. Matt Mayoko this morning, I'll start a little rift here on Murph and Marcus, said he wasn't quite so confident that was the selection. What makes you think it's Brandon Staley?
I don't know that it is Brandon Staley. I think it should be Brandon Staley if you are choosing between him and Nick Sorensen. No offense to Sorensen. I just think if you're in aggressive mode, we got to win now. Purdy's on a rookie contract. We're loading up. The aggressive move is to take Brandon Staley, who gives you something new in terms of that back-end Fangio system that you could fuse with, what you have with the wide nine and Warner and Greenlaw, and also has been the coordinator of the number one defense in the league 3 years ago, whereas Sorensen would be a guy, we think he's good. He's never done it. He knows our system. We think it would be cool. Kyle's going to do what he thinks gives them the best chance. But to me, on paper, Staley would be the more aggressive, proven move for 2024. I don't know what they're going to do. I just know that I think it might have been Matt Barrows, somebody in that room. We had a very small room with the locals and John Lynch after his podium appearance, and somebody said, if you're saying you want to keep what you have, does that rule out Brandon Staley? And he went very, very out of his way not to rule him out and say that's not what I'm saying. So take that for what it's worth.
I want to get your thoughts on this, because a lot of people freak out about Brandon Staley, and I keep trying to tell them he's not the head coach. He's a defensive coordinator. It's two totally separate things. Do I want him as a head coach? Not a chance after what I saw in Los Angeles. But he was there for 3 years before 1 year as a defensive coordinator for the Rams in 2020. And he was only 1 year. What was his rep, Mike? Because I didn't really know much about him because he was only a defensive coordinator for 1 year before being a position coach. But what was his rep? Like, why was he so highly? I don't know if he was highly coveted is the right term, Mike. But to get a job after only 1 year as a coordinator, people have to think a lot of you. Like, did he interview well? What was his kind of MO as to why people thought highly enough of him to think this guy's head coaching material?
Well, he was highly coveted, and he had a meteoric rise. 5 years before he became head coach of the Chargers, he had been a Division III defensive coordinator, so that's crazy, right? Then he got in with Vic Fangio as an assistant in Chicago and Denver, and, that system, which, a lot of people really, really have a high regard for us, including Kyle. People wanted a piece of that, and when McVay wanted to freshen things up, he had just had those experiences where they had that horrible game against the Bears late in the 2018 season. That was Fangio. Then Belichick used elements of that in the Super Bowl. And so, not that next season, but the one after, he went out and got Brandon Staley. And yes, he does interview well, but also what he did in 2020, I don't want to underestimate. That was a COVID year. So he had to install a completely new system over Zoom in those months. And the Rams went from, I think, 12th or something to the number one defense in the league in that one season. Yep. And that's why so many teams, not just the Chargers, were on him. I actually don't think he was as terrible a head coach as the general public, but I will give you guys this. If he were named defensive coordinator / in charge of all fourth down decisions on offense, a lot of fans would get really bugged out based on the last three seasons.
No, I would get bugged out, Mike. I don't want him anywhere near fourth down decisions.
I think we have to have a longer conversation about it when I don't sound like PJ Carlesimo, but I think he's a really good coach, and I know from talking to him a lot for this book I'm doing on the Shanahan McVay crew, et cetera, that's coming out in the fall, that his regard for Kyle and John, but his regard for Kyle as a coach and in all facets is really, really high. And, there may be a vision that the two of them can share and get to that could be pretty exciting, in my opinion.
Well, we can have that conversation mostly because we can have beers and whatever together. But I don't know how many beers it would take for me to change my mind on some of the decisions he made with the chart. I don't know if I could get to that. I might pass out before I get to that point, Mike.
Well, I would answer that this way, Tom. There's always a number, as we know. There's always a number.
It goes 1920 pass out. And then I'm done after that.
And then you have to start again.
And then
you start from
then we
one.
start the whole process again. But it'd be fun trying to figure out what that number would be with you. No doubt.
I don't recall ever having beers with you. I think from college on, where you tapped out and I was like, "Hey man, let's keep drinking." I don't recall you.
How'd you change your voice?
I don't know.
How'd you change your voice?
I don't recall you shying away from the challenge.
Yeah, no. I'm always up for a challenge, Mike. I'm always.
And if there's a Halloween party, you may end up with a box on your head.
Stupider the better.
Yeah, you may end up with a box of beer on your head.
I did.
It's Opening Coach with you.
By the way, I'm not challenging Copes either after his Super Bowl performance. Nor would I challenge John Dickinson. I'd have to stand down on all counts.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I just showed the guys during the break the photo I have of it's they walked back. Marcus and Walter and I were going out later, but it's a photo that I got late night, like 1 a.m. on the Friday of the Super Bowl week from Sasha. It's her, Vic Tafer, John Dickinson, and Mike Silver. Didn't have that friendship on my Super Bowl bingo card. Is that being one that was going to hit it off? Mike Silver on the Yuma guest line. 831 on the text line says, how'd you guys get Super Dave Osborne?
I'm here for everyone. I'm here for you. I'm here for everyone.
Juan Santa Maria says this is great insight on the combine from Trent Baalke. I like that one too.
Wow.
So,
okay, that's cold. That's a little cold.
It's just a voice.
It's just a voice.
Just a voice.
A little bit of the head too.
It's not. Look, it's not drafting guys that don't have ACLs.
No,
you would
come
never.
on.
You would never do that, Mike.
We don't expect that.
You wouldn't do that.
I won't even tell you about the ones that think you sound like Robert Kennedy. We'll leave that alone. We won't even go there. Mike Silver with us. Hey, are we to the point now where just nobody, like no coaches, no coaches, but a lot of the younger coaches and more recently successful coaches are not going to the combine? I've always thought the combine was ridiculous. It's a track and field event to decide guys' football draftability, I guess. What's the general consensus on head coaches not being at the combine now?
Well, I'm thinking of retitling my book, We Don't Go to the Combine, because it's my coaches that I'm writing about.
It
started with McVay. You know, you got Kyle, you got LaFleur, you got Saleh. McDaniel and Raheem did show up. But, yeah, okay, look. So 2 things to be true because, well, 3 things. 1, what you just described as the combine is ridiculous. To me, that's not the combine. I don't care about those drills or really I'm not so into the prospects. To me, it's a coalescence of coaches, talent evaluators, and some people in our business in a context where we can, for once, not all be so stressed out amongst each other, and we can network and renew acquaintances and meet people and have great times. And I think the NFL deserves that. So it's easy for Sean McVay to go, yeah, I can get more work done at home, but his assistants and all the other assistants I know mostly feel, well, yeah, but there's value in it for me that pertains to my career and my vocational well-being. So the assistants are mad. The assistants, I think, should be allowed to go for that reason. And I think this is why the combine should stay in Indy. This is why we should all be allowed to just keep doing what we're doing and everybody else stay out of it. Just trust me, it's important, and let us have our thing.
Does it surprise you at all, though, that people, like, I get all that. I totally get all that. And also I said, Mike, there's a reason, like, guys, the wives are going, what are you doing home? Go do something. You're gone all the year. I don't need you around the house here. I got a routine here, and you're messing up my routine that I'm doing here. So, but does it surprise you that it's so, like, people watch this stuff? Like, I don't understand the allure of why. I guess it's just the NFL. But I don't understand the allure of watching guys run 40s and cones and catch balls and do stuff. I don't know. Do you get it?
Okay, well, first of all, I'm checking to see. Oh no, I don't work at NFL Network anymore. Yeah, Tom. Why would anyone watch it?
Very good.
I agree. Okay. Also, I would say this. It goes with our obsession, our overvaluing of the draft. So it's the same reason some people can't get past Trey Lance and can't get past Brock Purdy. But he was drafted 216. But we think the draft is so transformative, it's so important, and so all powerful that this is like getting us ready for the draft. Oh my God, they took that guy in the 5th round. I remember him in that 3-cone drill. He was really shifty, or whatever you'd want to be in a 3-cone drill. I was with a coach today, having lunch, not drinking sadly, but having lunch, and he's the offensive coordinator for a team, and he and I were expressing our glee that we are going home, me today and him tomorrow. So a lot of us are like, oh, the drill started. I'm good. I'm out of here.
Shifty.
Oh man. So let me ask you, what is your best? I know you're a legit, people confuse me sometimes with a journalist. They're like, well, you're a journalist, are you? I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not at all. I'm not even close to being a journalist. You are. But I will ask you just for a second to throw away your journalism and then speculate here. What do you think the Niners do? Because I think if they had won last year, they might feel freer to kind of maneuver stuff around and set some stuff up. But I just get the feeling that they still got that taste in their mouths, obviously. Jed wants to get one. Kyle wants to get one, but this core wants one. I just feel like they're going to say, you know what? If that wasn't enough to get it done, let's double down and load up this year and make sure we get it done. That's just a guess, but how do you see it?
Yeah, I think that's right. But again, conventional wisdom would be, oh, they're going to run it back and maybe add a couple of pieces. I think it could be even more drastic in that we're aggressive, we're loading up, but we're willing to replace some of those guys, or one or two of them, that you think are incredible and integral, because we think they're declining, and we're going to go get another high-priced person instead of that person.
Got it.
At that position or a different position. So that's, maybe I'm overselling, and maybe I promise I don't work for NFL Network anymore, so this is not trying to get you to watch free agency frenzy, but I do think, last year the Hargrave thing on day one was kind of like, whoa, I thought the 49ers weren't doing anything. I think this year they're looking at doing some things. And, that how many they actually do, I don't know. I just know they're having conversations that I think would surprise some people right now.
Okay, since you brought it up 2 times, if not 3, how many times when you worked for the NFL Network did you really want to say something and thought better of it?
Honestly, my approach was to just say what I thought and live with the consequences. And I self-censored only when it came to I used to do owner rankings. So I used to torture owners personally in these rankings. So whereas, I might have at one point said about the owner of, say, a team in the AFC North, this guy's a fraud on multiple levels. And now I would say, well, I think a lot of fans in, say Northeast Ohio are asking some very tough questions about the direction of the franchise. So I'll admit to that. And I also, I didn't go running to them saying, hey, I've got this head trauma expose I want to do for, let's do that for NFL.com. Because, you work for the NFL. But no, I just said what I thought.
Yeah.
And probably I got some glares in the control room or whatever, but whatever. Just be a journalist, give your opinions, tell them what you know. And I liked my 8 years there. I just do enjoy being able to openly say watching the Combine, or the thought of the Combine on TV is total trash, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I get it.
Thank you.
Now all you got to do is rip up paywalls. That's all you have now. 707 is Mike Silver's with us on the Yuma guest line. 707 says, Wolfman, Jag, grab a popsicle. It's another good one. 925 says Silver's on fire, dude. He's doing a great bulky. 831 said when he changed his voice, now he's Macho Man Randy Savage. Alex on the YouTube chat says easy on the cigar, brother. So sounds fantastic. 916 says I thought John Thompson Sr. passed away. Yeah, John Thompson Sr. passed away. I thought said the 916. So we got a whole slew of these coming in. Let me ask you one more here before we let you go, Mike, so you can rest your voice. Somebody says Scott Farrell back on KNBR.
Oh, they hit you with that one.
Scott Farrell.
Oh yeah, brother. Let me ask you about the. We had this rumor yesterday that was on Twitter, but neither it was one of those accounts where it's like NFL 49ers news definitely true, like at that account. Like there's no, it seemed like it was
had to be
rumors.
true then.
Had to be.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything, or was there ever any reach out from 49ers or Kyle Shanahan to Bill Belichick, to your knowledge, in any capacity?
I would be shocked if he didn't. I just know their relationship. They've had this bromance since the Super Bowl 51, where Kyle, of course, was the Falcons coordinator, and Bill left him a voicemail a few days after the game, and it's in my book. It's a very colorful message, but praised him. And then they kind of broed out. And then when it was time to trade Jimmy, Bill wanted Jimmy to go somewhere good. So he called Kyle and said, I just want you to have him. And they do have this like total bromance. And Bill and Mike Shanahan always had a good relationship. So I would be shocked if Kyle didn't at least call and go, I know this is a shot in the dark, but would you want to do this? So if there are reports that he did, I would be, I would probably be shocked if they're not true.
Why don't we end it just on this? We'll give you this one more last text. Two more. 209 gives you love. He says, sounds a little bit like Dick Vitale when he gets fired up.
No,
I'm not there on that one. I like this one. 415 says, legit thought this was a sober Bill Walton.
No, stop.
Yes.
Not once.
Horrible.
Not once.
Now we
Not
got
once did
questions,
Mike say. So when I was in Indianapolis, the Saguaro Desert was there is no Saguaro Desert.
I'm saying we got to.
Guess what? This is true, guys. Guess what I was doing on the flight here? I was listening to Box of Rain, second encore from the Greek Theater in 1986. Phil Lesh on the rare vocal, Gary Garcia.
Get a rebound, Shrimp.
Shrimp. Get a rebound, Shrimp. Make a shot, guard somebody.
By the way, real quick, I know we got to run, but the Conference of Two. When's the book coming out?
It's coming out in October. Everyone's going to really like it, and there is a current chapter and a half, really, an epilogue, too, written after the Super Bowl. So it's very current. We just have to wait for that. I think the typesetters for Norton Press are, like, taking each key one by one from, like, an undisclosed location and transporting it to the printing press. And 8 months later, we're going to have a book. It's going to be great.
Well, great. I know what to get myself for my birthday. I'll have your son bring me a copy of your book.
That's 100% happening.
Boom.
Or you'll just find one displayed proudly at the Tom Tolbert urinal at the Chase Center.
You know what? I've never been there. I've never actually been to my own urinal.
Well, I certainly have taken pride in.
Yeah, everybody else has peed on me. But I haven't.
Yeah,
I just thought
which is interesting.
It's only because you sit down when you go.
Yeah, I'm just no. Well, not in the urinal. Well, I have. Dumb and Dumber style.
Hey,
like, let's get
we
out
all
have. Mike Silver, the voice you hear on
just be gentle.
The guest line. Great having you, Mike. We got to do it more often, dude. And we do have to get lunch, bro. I know you texted me the other day.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm healing my voice, and I'm coming to eat. But first, I'm coming to see Brian Murphy. Maybe on his side of the bay. We'll see what happens.
I don't know. Is Murph going to be? I don't know.
He wasn't really involved in all this. I was talking about me and you getting together, but all right.
The hell with Murph. I mean, what about us?
No,
let him know.
I have multiple trips, but Murph knows. I'm delayed on my Murph visit. We got all.
Yeah, so am I.
Get
about 20
get
years.
In order. You know, Tolbert.
Yeah. Was there an ending to that, or was it just Tolbert?
This is the ending. That was it. Mike, that was it.
Don't you wrap us up, Tim. We'll wrap ourselves up, okay?
Go.
Thank you.
don't you wrap that gavel up, too? Hey,
shut up.
The text line's having fun, all right? We're all enjoying it.
Exactly.
Thanks for everybody who contributed. That was pretty funny, getting all the nicknames in, starting with PJ Carlissimo and running through the gambit. Dude, good stuff there. Would be surprised if he's doing voices. Opening coach with you. Sneeze. Silver's a riot, dude. How about this?
Oh, my God.
Let's jump off. We've done some Warriors. We've done some Warriors. We've done some 49ers. It's a potpourri of sports today. Giants got some bad news. Tristan Beck, a shoulder aneurysm or an arm aneurysm. He's headed back to San Francisco. I don't even know to the extent what that means. He will not be ready for opening day. And now people are saying, hey, you got to go get Blake Snell. I mean, if you were between Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck, if that was the last line of defense between them and Snell, you probably should have had Snell already. Bob Melvin's got some thoughts. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Andrew Wiggins out again tonight due to personal reasons against the New York Knicks. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Fun hit with Mike Silver, informative hit and fun hit. That was that's the full package there. When you get some good insight there from Mike Silver on what he's hearing out at the combine, said he'd be surprised if Kyle Shanahan did not reach out to Bill Belichick. Talked about why he thinks Brandon Staley, at least if it was up to him, he said his opinion is that he would be the fit for the 49ers. As I imagine, he's just sitting in a Denver airport is where Tolbert and Coach with you. He had bronchitis or a cold or something.
It wasn't good.
Text line, you can always check in, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. And we're going to get to plenty of your calls on the Giants coming up at 4:50. 4:50, we put out a video the other day of us here in the station. It was a spoof video, laughing and cheering when Shohei Ohtani struck out in his first at bat. And then we did another one when he hit the home run. We're all just sort of mocking ourselves. It's the most fun to do, be self-deprecating and laugh at it, make some good content until Dodger fans take it seriously and thought it was a real
That's
thing.
even better.
That we were crowded around. I'm like, dude, you ripped our video and did a whole podcast on it and just gave us more traction. Even better. So we'll play you what that Dodger fan had to say. Then I want to know, 808-KNBR, do Giants fans, do you already really hate Shohei Ohtani? I mean, he's villain number one. He's the new Thanos, but do you really hate him? We'll get to your thoughts at 415-808.
Is he Thanos? Is he really?
He does everything. He's got all the stones. He's not winning MVP this year, though, I'll tell you that, because he ain't pitching.
No.
Well, this is the problem is we're not even going to get the real Ohtani effect.
That's a bad sign.
We're like waiting for the real Ohtani effect. If he pitches this year, and he might then, because
do you hate him?
Screw us.
You're a Giants fan.
I'll tell you at 4:50 when we get to the calls. We got some good stuff to get to here.
Wow.
I got to tease you too.
You really,
Tom. Rule number one.
You've really taken to this, haven't you?
Yeah, I play hard to get, dude.
Yeah, wow.
You come after me if you want.
Yeah.
You know.
No, not really. I don't care that much.
How about we get into something else with the Giants?
I was just trying to make conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
How about we do this? I'll offer you this. Is there more urgency today to get a pitcher because of this Tristan Beck news?
You mean more urgency than urgent?
I mean, like yesterday, we all thought they should get Blake Snell.
Yeah. Wait, you ruined the tease, damn it.
And I'm like, I get up today, and I'm like, he's got an aneurysm in his arm. He's come back to San Francisco. They say Tristan Beck.
That sounds terrible, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, anything with that is awful. Bob Melvin, and this was
why did I laugh when I said it? That's terrible.
That's very,
an aneurysm. Holy smokes.
Like
that's
Marty,
awful.
Marty talking River Island. Yeah. Wow. And all their parks and schools. Yeah.
I like it.
Wow. I'm like, what's he laughing at? Bob Melvin. It was mentioned to him today by Andy Baggerly. This is crazy. He goes, Bob Melvin was asked, hey, there's still some free agent pitchers out there who could help us suddenly shake your rotation. Bob Melvin replied, quote, you think? He's like, yeah, I know, I managed one of them. Yeah, I like to get the growing applause.
That sounds to me like he's saying we should probably go get one of those guys. If it were up to me, we'd get one of those guys.
Well, there's reports.
Not up to me.
And there's reports from John Morosi now that say, or maybe it was John Heyman. I think it was John Heyman actually who reported that Blake Snell is now open to more shorter-term deals with opt-outs. So the question I have is, yes, the Giants are a team that absolutely should go get him. And if they want to keep their market, then you can do a short-term deal like that. The question I have is, how upset would Giants fans be if they gave Blake Snell a Carlos Rodon deal?
You might have to. I mean, the Cubs just did with Bellinger. That was one more year, but it's opt-out after every year. It's like 3 one-year deals, and Cody Bellinger calls the shots. Like, he has all the leverage in that deal. If he's not very good, sign me up for another year. Not that good, sign me up for another year. Really good? Well, I'm opting out. So you might have to do it. I would love to get something where you get at least 2 years guaranteed and then an opt-out. That's fine. But, hey, if you do have to do it, you hope he opts out because then he's been really good for you. But the pitching, I wasn't sold on the pitching before. I was kind of excited, intrigued to watch it because I didn't know what the hell was going to happen. But it wasn't like if I'm a Giants fan, and I guess I am partially, I shouldn't say, like, I'm not a diehard Giants fan. I do want to see him win. I watch him all the time. I'd like him to be good. So I'd like to see him win. And that pitching staff was like, not sure. So, yeah, I'd be willing to go 1-1-1 if he wanted to do that. Absolutely.
If you give him 3 for 90?
Yeah, thereabouts. And anywhere between like 80, 90, somewhere around there, yeah, that's fine by me. Not my money anyway, but that sounds reasonable. That you go shorter, bigger AAV, but shorter deal and give an opt-out. I would, why not?
I would try here's my thing on Montgomery and Snell. They're in two totally separate classes.
Yeah, Montgomery's not going to do that, I don't think.
Like, Montgomery needs like 4 or 3.
I think so.
He's probably going to need to be locked up because he's not, again, who was talking to us yesterday or 2 days ago and said he's not going to win you a World Series. Like, he's not maybe I was listening to somebody on another show say it. He's not like the World Series guy, but he's a piece, and you need that piece.
Yes.
My thing is, and I was talking to Marcus from the morning show about it. We had lunch today, and we were talking about the Giants' rotation. I brought this up on paper. Like, if in July you get there and you've got 3 guys going that are Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and Robbie Ray, that's actually not bad.
No.
I've got confidence if those guys are healthy, and it's not like Alex Cobb has had tons of injury problems. He had this issue that he grinded through last year to try to – they were in it for a while last year. People are laughing at them saying they're going to be the last place team. They were a better team than the Padres for most of last season. And then the Padres got, I think, past them at the end and won 3 more games than the Giants did. So if you've got those 3 guys at the top, and I'll tell you, like, Robbie Ray is a better 3 or 2 with Logan Webb and Cobb than what you had in 99 and 2/3 innings last year from DeSclafani. So now you're looking for a guy like Harrison, who you are counting on. You want to see something from him. The Giants counted on Bumgarner in 2010 after he came up in August of 2009. Right? This is what I mean about the development. This is a year where, I'm not saying they're going to win it all, but 84 wins, won the National League pennant last year. That was 5 better than the Giants. 86 wins, won the National League pennant 2 years ago. That was 5 wins better than the Giants. I don't think the Giants are 20 games worse. I don't know that they're that much better, but I think they're trending in the right direction if some of these pieces work out. That said, if 85 to 86 wins can get you into the playoffs, and you've got 3 to 4 arms, if you added Blake Snell to a rotation of Logan Webb, Robbie Ray when healthy, and Alex Cobb when healthy, if Blake Snell's your other guy there's not that many rotations that I'd feel were that much better than the Giants in the National League. The Dodgers, the Braves, there's probably a few I'm missing. The D-backs would maybe be comparable. But if you don't have the offense, lean into the pitching.
Are the Dodgers better?
It's unproven.
Without Ohtani?
Well, they've got Yamamoto.
Yamamoto, Glass now.
Kershaw.
Is Buehler coming back?
Buehler's back.
Yeah, Kershaw. We'll see what Kershaw does.
And Glasnow, by the way, anybody's worried about him.
Solid.
He's going to give him 100 innings or something.
Yeah.
Glasnow
he's a 6-inning guy.
No, I'm saying he's going to break. I'm saying Glasnow, without question, is not going to finish. He's going to break.
Okay.
I don't think that. I think that's the one that's going to be.
That's what you're hoping, I'm sure.
I'm actually not. I like. This is the problem I have with the Dodgers now, and we'll talk about this when we get to your calls.
You like the players?
It used to be, not that it was easier to hate the Dodgers, don't get me wrong, but when all they did was produce talent, it was like, screw that guy. That guy came up with Tommy Lasorda telling him we hate the black and orange. Now I got to fall in love with Mookie Betts in Boston and then watch one of my favorite players go to the team that I hate to play. Same can be said about when Trey Turner went there. Trey Turner is one of my favorite players to watch.
Yep.
Thank God he left, right?
Yeah, same with Bauer.
Right, exactly.
It's the Dodgers.
Exactly. So it's become tough. I mean, Freddie Freeman, one of the most likable players in baseball over the last, 15 years. And he's a... Your phone's ringing?
I forgot to turn it off.
Yeah. Oh, it's your alarm. It's your cat food alarm.
No. You know what it says? Order pizza.
At 4:30, you order pizza.
Well, I got to order pizza because I told you it's Camila's birthday party tonight, so I'm in charge of the pizza.
We only bring that up once every 4 years.
I'll bring it up again in 2028?
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it till then. New York Yankees offered Blake Snell 6 years, $168 million in January. Is he like Clay? Is he like, God, maybe I should have took that. 6 for $168. That's pretty good. He rejected it. If you're the Giants, and we can get to your thoughts on this too at $450, how much are you willing to pay for Blake Snell? When we come on back.
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
Who cares? They got money. Are they? Let me ask everybody this, and I assume everybody's going to answer it the same way. Are the Giants better if they have Snell?
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about money. They get enough money to spend. Why wouldn't they spend it on him? If it's a short-term deal. I'm not advocating spend it if it's like a 5-year guarantee. Then I have to think. But if it's like a 1-1-1 or 2 years and an option, why wouldn't you? It's not like you don't have the money. You have the money. You're not close to the first apron or whatever the hell it is. You can spend that money. And if you're better with him than without him, why wouldn't you spend that money? I can see Chapman, but the pitching to me, again, Chapman's fine. I like Chapman. But I want to double down on the pitching. You're not beating teams this year hitting. I know you are preventing runs, but it starts with the guy with the ball in his hand. Third baseman's great to have, vacuum, all that stuff, but I want the guy with the ball in his hand. So, yeah, if I don't got to make a massive commitment, neither does he, go get him. Then, as you said, if Ray comes back, Ray, Snell, Webb, Cobb, if you make it to the playoffs, that's a rotation. That's
I'll
a rotation.
take my shots in a best of 3 and a best of 4.
You could look at and go, if you're playing them, you're like, oof.
You'd have two of them.
We got our work cut out for us against these guys.
You'd have 2 recent Cy Young Award winners in each of the last 2 years, in Robbie Ray and Blake Snell, and you'd have Logan Webb.
Runner-up?
Who's a runner-up, who's a candidate this year. Not a bad bet, by the way. Tolbert and Copes with you. Let's keep it here with the Giants. We'll talk more about this. Dodger fans, pettiness, dude. I got to tell you. They were really, really upset about this video that we put out. So much so that it's gone so viral now, and they've helped us do this, that a Japanese television station, Nippon TV from Japan, has reached out and asked if they could show the video or use our video if they credited us. I said, absolutely. It's what we're here for.
Yes.
Creating content for the country of Japan. A lot of pettiness. Otani strikes out on his debut. And then how about this Dodger host?
Who do you like in sumo this week?
I'll tell you next when we hear from this Dodger host who tried to call out Giants fans, us Giants fans, over a fake video. That's next on the Sports Leader.
It's the Dodgers. F*** them.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We're talking about it every day because you can be playing it every day as the NBA season rolls on. Warriors back in action today. You can get in on the fun with Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. Been telling you about this. It's a fantasy game, but you can and should win some real money. You pick between 2 and 5 players. You select them from different teams. You got to get at least 2 teams. You go higher or lower on the player's stats, and if they hit, you can make up to 100 times your money. It's legal in California, and it's fun. Games are starting in about an hour and a half. You may as well download the app now at Underdog Fantasy or go to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up and use promo code KNBR. Do it today. They'll match your first deposit up to $100 if you use that promo. Plus, they'll give you a special mystery pick to use with your first pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He approaches every swing, every pitch the same way.
1-2, strike 3. And that's how it begins today, and what we expect to be the first of perhaps 3 at-bats for Shohei Ohtani. Swung out, hit high in the air to left and deep. This ball carrying. This ball is gone! It is Dodger debut! Shohei Ohtani brings them to their feet. A 2-run home run. That's what they've been waiting for.
Tolbert and Copes with you. We want to get to your calls at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Do you hate Shohei Ohtani already? That was tough to see. That bat sound is insane, dude. Going to be hearing a lot of that for the next decade. How many years was it again? It was like 13 years or something, you said? Was something crazy? Or was it wrong? I don't even know. I just remember I was like scarred by it. And I was like, they're only giving him like $3 million a year, something ridiculous. It's insane. By the way, you can get out to the ballpark sooner than opening day, March 9th. Saturday, it's a 10-year contract, by the way. Saturday, March 9th, FanFest, the final FanFest stop at Oracle Park. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be for the first time ever during a spring training game, and there'll be a cool new way for fans to interact with some of the players who are out at Scottsdale Stadium for that day's game. Opportunities to hang on the field like you always get. We'll be doing a Q&A with a bunch of players, alumni players. It'll be a lot of fun. I'll be out there, and some other KNBR personalities. You can get more details for the free event at knbr.com/fanfesttour. Again, goes down on Saturday, March 9th from 10 to 3 at the ballpark. Always a fun way to kick off baseball season. So a couple of days ago, I'm sure many of you have seen it. If you haven't, check out the KNBR Twitter account or Instagram account. We do a lot of like stupid little scripted videos, and this isn't even really that scripted. Shohei Ohtani comes up in his first at bat, and he strikes out, and we're like, all the guys are hanging in the bullpen here. Thought it'd be funny to get us together in my office, replay it, and act as though Giants were so excited. Like, this is what we have now. This is what we live for, this Ohtani K. And he was swinging hard. And the most hilarious part of it is we do it, we put it out, gets tons of angry traction from Dodger fans, which some Giants fans were upset too. My favorite of the Giants fans would go, this is embarrassing. Delete this. I'm like, are you embarrassed? You weren't even here. I did it. Why are you embarrassed? What's the matter? You don't like it? Don't watch it. What's the deal? Fact of the matter is, people, whether it doesn't matter to me when we put videos out, whether they watch it because they hate it or they watch it because they like it. It's all the same in my book.
Just watch it.
So then Ohtani hits the home run, and it's even funnier. Because then I'm like, now this is hilarious because we did this video, and now he goes, yar, dude. Of course he did. So we did another one where we pretended as, and the best about this home run, he hit it. It was like high and away, and he like hit it like 5,000 feet into the air, and it just kept going. And it drifted over the left field fence. And he trotted around the bases. So we did another one. And the funny part about all this, and I hadn't ever really thought about it, one of the walls in my office is painted like Dodger blue, dude. It's bizarre. So today we put out another post of me up there with some different paint samples, checking it out to switch it to orange. Well,
some swatches?
Some swatches.
Nice.
Yeah, we got them there in my office.
Nice, very nice.
So about 12 hours after we put this out, it started to it got a ton of traction immediately. These two videos became the most watched and impression videos for KNBR of anything we've ever scripted and done on our own, like made something up. It's at this point over 3 million impressions and growing.
Very impressive.
Nippon Television in Japan has asked if they can use it. And we found out yesterday, if you go on TikTok, all over Twitter and Instagram, Dodger accounts of these guys who do these podcasts. And I would credit him, but he didn't credit us, so F him. I won't tell you who he is. You can find it.
I like it.
You can check it out. He can misrepresent our stuff for his own benefit. And so many people in the comments of his video where he uses our video to say, look at how pathetic the Giants fans are. Look at how pathetic. We actually have the audio for you. Here is this Dodger Nation host calling out the KNBR video. He thinks it's real.
This is just straight up embarrassing. But I do like the Dodger blue wall behind you. But we're at the point now for Giants fans, and this is the rock bottom for any franchise. We're at the point now where they're rooting more for the Dodgers to lose than they are for the Giants to win. I know, of course, Dodgers fans, we did the same thing during last spring training when Arson Judge had his first at-bat for the Giants. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't have an at-bat for the Giants because they didn't get Arson Judge, because the Giants haven't been able to land a mega superstar. They haven't been relevant in quite some time, but they did have some big debuts yesterday. Did you see Jung-Hoo Lee? He made his Giants debut. Did you see that? Oh, wait a minute. No, you didn't. You know why? Because the game wasn't even televised. Bro. So at least they wanted to see some baseball in these Giants fans that were out there trying to celebrate when Ohtani strikes out in his first at-bat.
Dunked on us. God, it's good.
What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I don't really know where to go with it because it wasn't real. And so many of the commenters that were Dodger fans were going, yeah, now do one after the home run. I was like, we did. This guy thought it was real. You got played by this guy. So Dodger fans are, here's what's funny is he says the Giants haven't been relevant in quite some time. I don't know what relevance means. I know that one playoff appearance in a decade doesn't mean that. And the Giants are in, 2 playoff appearances in the last 9 seasons? Is that right?
Is that what it is?
7 seasons, I guess. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 they make it, 22, 23. So, yeah, in 8 seasons they've made it twice. They beat the Dodgers for the division in 2021. In 20 years, the Giants have won 3. The Dodgers have been to 2. Is that right? 3 maybe, and won one of them. And it was the COVID series.
3.
The relevance thing to me is irrelevant. The superstar landing to me is not irrelevant, but it's proven to this point that landing superstars do not merit championships. It's about the tournament. We talked about it yesterday. I'd rather win 83 games like the 06 Cardinals every single year and get a shot in the tournament than win the division every year and just get bounced in the DS or in the LCS or in the best of 3. You don't need more than 86 or 7 wins to be the last wildcard team. 2 teams at 84 made it last year in the NL. One of them won the pennant. That was 5 games better than the Giants. I'm not saying they're better than the Dodgers. I'm not saying they'll compete with them. I'm saying it might not matter when it comes to winning a World Series. And I'm not saying that happens this year, but to base all success off of off-season free, it's the one thing that across sports has always held true. And maybe in the NBA it holds the most true because it's such a superstar league. But you could stack your offense in football and not have a defense and get shredded. And vice versa. We see great defensive teams. The Jets were a pretty damn good defensive team this year. And they won some games because of it, but you got to be able to score. Baseball is so much more about...
As soon as they lost their quarterback, it was over.
As soon as they did.
First night.
That's it.
First Monday night, it was over.
Show me a baseball season where you lose one player and you're like, well, that's automatically over day one. No way. You might not feel the same about that team. The Braves won the World Series without Ronald Acuna. Recently.
Yep.
He's one of the top 3 players. He won the MVP last year. He's a top 3 player or 2 player in all of baseball. They lost him and still won the World Series. That goes to show you, superstar, the Giants, how many World Series from that team? Maybe Buster Posey.
Maybe. Well, Lincecum was a superstar.
Sorry, Hall of Famers, though.
Oh,
Hall of Fame
there
talent,
you go. Well, that's only one.
Again, superstar.
Maybe Buster.
Yeah, and Lincecum was a superstar. Bumgarner became a superstar to some extent, but it's not what wins you championships in the game of baseball. And I don't know why fans forget that. I don't know why fans forget, because it feels like a loss in the offseason like it does in the regular season. Again, I'm not happy with the misses on them.
Yeah.
I also am not happy in saying that they haven't landed a big-time player when Jung-Ho Lee was one of the top available players. He's just not proven. Was Ichiro a big grab for the Mariners? And I'm not comping it to that, but it's foolish to think that because it's not the high-priced Japanese player that it's not an asset for you. He hit a home run, by the way, today.
Did he?
Jung-Ho Lee, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was like gassing it into second before he decided to pull up and then jog. I was like, this guy's, he looks cool. He looks like a cool player, man. He looks like a fun ball player.
I can't wait to watch him play.
808 KNBR, do you already hate Shohei Ohtani? Let's go out to the phone lines. Mo Man is on 880. Mo Man, do you hate Ohtani already?
Man, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm not worried about him. It'll be where he is. My question to you guys is, you were talking about Blake Snell. I mean, if they go out and they get him, I mean, he's 12, maybe 15 wins, 6-7 innings and outing. But where do you think Bob Melvin versus Gabe Kapler in wins is for the team this year?
In terms of wins?
Yeah, how many more wins?
That's so hard. That's so hard to say.
Well, that's a good question because, Mo Man, I was talking about this with somebody yesterday. Let me reverse it a little bit.
Okay.
Do you think Gabe Kapler cost the Giants 5 games last year?
That's a great question, and I'd have to say,
just off the top of your head, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Those 5 games are the difference in being a second wild card team.
Absolutely.
Now, Bob Melvin's team came back at the end of the year to surpass the Giants, and he had tons of high-priced talent last year on his roster, and it's not necessarily indicative of wins. So it's an interesting thought, how many wins is a manager worth or a head coach or a player? But I also do think Gabe Kapler at many times last year probably managed the Giants. In-game managing was not his forte. He was just going with sort of a plan. I do like the ability of a manager to make a decision that could impact the game right then and there.
Yeah, exactly. And, hey, guys, thanks a lot for the ride home. And, I'm the one that was in the GCU picture with the mascot. So you guys have a good one.
Oh, dude, much love, Mo, man. Appreciate you. Be safe on Highway 880, dude. That thing doesn't drain well.
No.
I'm saying 880.
It's not.
All the freeways. If I can get on 580, I will. 880 does not drain well. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Are you more desperate for Snell now that Tristan Beck is out from, at least through opening day? I feel like if you were going to be in on Snell after that, you probably should have been in on Snell before that. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. You can hit us on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and the KNBR app. We will get to your calls next. And I want to know, do you already hate Shohei Ohtani? Is he already villain number one for the Giants this year? 808 KNBR is the number to call on the Sports Leader. Giants pitcher Tristan Beck was diagnosed with an arm aneurysm and will miss opening day. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. The number to text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Do you already hate Shohei Ohtani? I'll tell you what, the pettiness that we played with that video towards the Dodgers, and then their reaction to it has like made me more hungry. It was so delicious. It's just, I clamor for more of that. Like when I was on my freshman year, I was playing on this baseball team. We were like 0-12 or 0-13 to start. Dude, I was playing shortstop one time. We were playing a doubleheader against this team.
Were you covering?
No, we were plus 11.
Damn.
We were down. No, I'm kidding. We were down
really rough.
We were down bad. Like this is a really bad team I was on. Yeah, and I'm playing. Our second baseman and I are pretty good friends. This kid is on second base, and we're losing like no joke, 13-14 nothing. They're going to 10-run us, and then we have like a little break, and then the second game of the doubleheader. This kid's on second.
That's fun.
So when we were losing bad, we just got to the point where we're like, well, we don't care, dude. Let's see if we can win something for ourselves.
Yep.
So me and the second baseman used to try to upset kids who got to second. we made a kid cry at second base.
Wow.
And we were like 14. At one point, he goes, look at the scoreboard. I remember my second base, my buddy Sergio goes, dude, we haven't looked at the scoreboard in weeks. So I thought that's kind of the mentality we came with here. We're like, look, Giants fans, and I don't believe they're as bad as everybody who's down on them thinks, and that's okay if you disagree with me. That said, I'm going to keep the same energy about the Dodgers, whether the Giants are winning 100 or losing 100. My favorite team is the Giants. My second favorite team is anybody who's playing the Dodgers. That's something I'll go to the grave with. And if they're gonna be this is more evil empire Theo Epstein Yankees than it was when he said it, when they were the two highest payrolls in baseball in 2003, where they tried to get Alex Rodriguez and didn't land him, and the Yankees did, and he said, they're the evil empire. I'm like, you guys are both the two highest paid teams in baseball. You're going to the LCS.
They were the evil empire junior.
All the time. The Giants won the titles, and the Dodgers are the evil empire. They've gone out, they've spent billions. They're trying to land huge talent. Sure, talent development is a thing for them, but it's made it harder for me to hate the individuals because of where they played and how they succeeded before. I'm a baseball junkie. There's guys I love to watch play. There's teams I don't want to miss. I'm going to take in the Orioles a bunch this year. By the way, I think
they're
that's
a fun team to watch.
Orioles and Rays are my two AL squads.
Montcastle.
Yeah, Ryan
Love
Montcastle.
the name.
Do you hate Shohei Ohtani already? 415-808-KNBR. 747 says Shohei Ohtani, ... all caps, poop. So, yeah, I like that. I like the immaturity. We're good. Let's get immature with this as you guys start to line up the calls. Let's get tropical up in this piece. Real quick, though, Tom, we've come this far today.
Yes.
And I haven't asked you a question I ask you every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
When I say jelly, you say...
Roll?
Yeah, that's right. Jelly Roll. He's coming back. He's the prodigal son returns to SAP Center, and we've got tickets to give to you. How about this?
Fire.
Jelly Roll returns to SAP Center, and you want to be a part of it. It's going to be September 3rd, 2024. Tune in between now and 6 o'clock, and we'll give you the cue to call right now. When you hear this cue to call later in the show, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. And Jelly Roll is yours. Tim, what's the cue to call?
You go to the KY Jelly when you want to throw the backdoor slider.
There you go. What did he mean?
Papa and Lasky talking sliders and jelly.
You go to the KY Jelly when you want to throw the backdoor slider.
There you go. Yeah, I know that.
There you go, said
I know. I've been there.
When you hear that, if it doesn't creep you out, be caller 10.
Really, it does.
After you get that chill up your spine. 415-896-KNBR. And
is he pitching or catching?
Who knows? You can have the Jelly Roll tickets and whatever else comes with it.
Just curious.
Furnished by Live Nation. KNBR.com is where you can get the rules. 707 says, is it Jelly HJELLE like Sean Jelly? Nice text there from the 707. 707 here says, I hated Ohtani before the ink was dry on the contract.
Wow.
That's how it goes, huh? Just immediate knife in the back. I don't hate him yet, but I don't think it'll take long. Here's Eduardo. Eduardo, you're in Santa Rosa. Eduardo, do you want Blake Snell and do you hate Shohei Ohtani? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up, dude?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely hate Ohtani. He's going to be in that Red Shoes blue uniform that we all hate seeing when they come to Oracle Park.
Yeah, I'm not happy about it. I don't know that I hate him yet, but he's going to make it easy.
Yeah. Oh, like how you said, it's not going to take too long to hate him.
What about Blake Snell? Where are you on the pitching right now? I know, some fans were desperate for another pitcher before some of these injuries. I was excited about Tristan Beck from what we saw last year. Not that I thought he was a frontline guy. I'd still prefer to have Snell, but Snell added to this rotation if and when it gets healthy. I think it makes it one of the deepest in the National League.
Agreeing with you. I believe, kind of looking at it this way, if you have a Logan Webb punch with Blake Snell at the 1 and 2 versus, at Oracle versus a Yamamoto versus a Glass now at Oracle, kind of putting in that way, that's going to, bring out a crowd to Oracle, definitely.
Eduardo, I appreciate the call, man. Call anytime. For you as an Angel fan, it is for I bet you Angels fans immediately not hate him, but I bet you there's some fans that are like, man, you went to the Dodgers though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like because he's right there, and he was. I mean, I would be crushed if I were a kid. If I was a 12 or 13-year-old and he showed up, and you've been following him to this point, and then he leaves to go crowd. Like if 13-year-old Tom Tolbert got to follow this guy, like when Jason Schmidt left and went to the Dodgers, I was like, really? And then he never played. It was the best. It's the best thing ever.
Sound like Brian Smith.
Didn't have to deal with it.
Of course, you weren't happy when he got hurt.
No,
I don't think, were you?
No, I didn't root for it.
Brian Smith was.
But if you look at that contract,
he was
giant.
Pumped.
Great giant.
He was
Pitched
great
like
giant.
11 games in 4 years.
Well, he's a secret agent.
That's it.
He just
like
secret
Farhan,
agent.
yeah.
Just went there and blew his arm up. Look, if Angel fans want to be mad at anybody, be mad at Artie Moreno for not matching the offer that the Giants at least did. When Ohtani and his representative said, was it Bello, I believe, they wrote a damn article about him in The Athletic. I'm like, I don't need to know about this guy.
Who cares, yeah.
But, okay, here's the deal. $700 million, 10 years, $2 million a year, $68 per year will be deferred till after he retires. Okay, cool. We're good with that. They gave that deal to the Giants. We're good with that. I think they gave that deal to the Blue Jays. We're good with that. Gave that deal with the Angels. Nah, we're not good with that. I was like, what are you guys doing then? Like, why don't you just trade him? Like, that's who you should be mad at. Look, he wasn't going there anyway, I do not believe. They said some Angel insiders believed that the Angels would have matched you to come back home. Of course you do. You're with the Angels. He was going to play for the Dodgers. But maybe there was a chance. Who knows? But the fact that you decided, we don't want, that's too much deferred money. Like, we don't want to do that. We don't want to be, we're good. Like, that to me really kills me as an Angel fan. Because how could you not know the deep waters you were going to be swimming in the offseason with him? And you had to go into that with every intention of matching anything anybody put out there. I mean, anything. If you're not going to do it, trade him. But they tried to walk we don't want to trade him because we don't want to be known for that. But then we'll make a good offer, but not the best. It just, so people that are mad at Ohtani, if you're an Angel fan, your anger is misplaced.
Misaligned.
It's not in the right spot.
I think as Giants fans, we have
we should be with the owners.
I think my gripe is warranted.
You could be upset, but he gave the Giants the right to match, and they did.
Well, they did. At
what point? What are you going to do?
One of our texters here, 480, says, "Who's the real villain, Ohtani or drumroll, please, freaking Farhan? Can't make it. Can't get a deal done." They made the same offer. Ohtani accepted it, and they made his selection. That has nothing.
They didn't have a chance to we'll give you more than that offer because Ohtani and his representative said, "That's
We're not taking any more
We
offers.
don't want any more offers. This is it. Are you good with this? Yes. Okay, we'll decide now." There's nothing you could do. Like nothing you could do at that point. Zero.
Let's go to Ben in Fairfield. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Do you already hate Shohei Ohtani? Is he already to you like this, the worst guy of all time? Ben in Fairfield, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, guys, it's an easy answer for me. I already dislike him a lot. I think it's going to be that first home run into McCovey Cove where I'm going to absolutely lose myself, and the hate is going to go to another level. But yeah, I'm not ready to see that happen at all.
Hey, Ben, how upset are you going to be when there's like applause because like the Dodger blue just rolls in? Like it's going to be tough, man.
Yeah, that first like Friday night Dodger game where it's like 50-50 or even worse, like 60-40 Dodgers fans and the place goes nuts, that's going to absolutely suck.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
how tough is it going to be when Ohtani hits one into the bay and somebody goes, Bonds never even hit one that far.
Oh, come on. Knock it off, Tom.
Brutal.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, brutal. Appreciate
I
the call,
found my
man.
calling during the baseball season now. I just stoked the flame for
Stake the flames. Why don't you knock it off, man? How about you mind your own business? Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Yeah, you had your Ohtani time. It's over.
Oh, you
all right?
guys
He
think
left
Bonds
you.
was good? Oh, Tawny's incredible.
He left you. He didn't even marry us. Brian is in Sonoma. Brian, do you already hate Ohtani? You're on the sports leader.
Tommy T. Copes, what's shaking, guys?
What's
happening? Yeah, I mean, I think I prefer taxes more than I like Ohtani.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, he's dead to me. In fact, last night when he announced his marriage on social media at like midnight our time, I may or may not have been the first comment that said, "Who cares?"
Yeah, nice. That's a good call. Mind your own business. You know, we don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any more pleasantries. Yeah, I don't care.
I'm so bitter, man. I'm quips and rips on Instagram. I slide in your DMs.
Oh, dude, you're the man, dude. Good stuff. Great account.
Thank you, dude. I'm so bitter. I sold all my Ohtani rookies. I sold all my Ohtani autos, and I didn't even sell them for top dollar. Get out of my collection.
By the way, it says here, Brian in Sonoma, he told Derek earlier, and Derek spelled Sonoma right. Props to you, Derek. He put Ohtani is dead to me. That's what he wrote. Brian, appreciate the call, brother. Call anytime.
It's
dude.
like Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank. You're dead to me. You're dead to me. You don't watch Shark Tank?
No, I do. Sorry, I was reading a text on. He uses that as the I'm out. Kevin O'Leary, when he's out, you're dead to me.
You're dead to me.
The two lines you're going to get, you're dead to me in perpetuity.
In perpetuity.
You're getting those both from Kevin O'Leary. Yeah.
Royalties in perpetuity.
That proves I watch it. I know it, dude. 831 says, I don't hate Ohtani, but I effing hate the Dodgers for life, like Adam Silver says. 707 says, how do you hate a guy who literally never speaks? He's just doing his job. 707, this isn't for you. Okay, if I saw him on the street, I wouldn't hurl insults at the man. You know what I mean? Like, dude, that's Shohei Ohtani. I would like him to never reach base when he plays the Giants or in his Dodger tenure.
He's getting married, by the way?
Who cares? Just like
I don't know. Did I miss something?
I don't know.
He is. Ohtani's married?
Yeah.
I didn't even
Joe Kelly's
know he had a girlfriend when he was with the Angels.
Dave Roberts said he was quote, surprised. To be honest with you, I'm surprised. Yeah.
So am I.
Doesn't he date? Was that true? Is he married to Joe Kelly's sister? Because there was talk that Joe Kelly gave up his number 17 for Ohtani to have it. And I was like, wow. I was like, I don't think he has to be married to his sister for him to do that for Shohei Ohtani.
You played the Angels for 6 years. I know nothing about the guy.
No, they got nothing.
Nothing. Well, I don't know much about Trout either, to be honest with you, but I think that's because he doesn't do much. Not by design.
707 says, a real baseball fan couldn't hate a guy like Ohtani. Bet. Want to bet? Want to bet me, 707? Talk to me in May. Jack is in Connecticut. Dude, you did not spell Connecticut like this. Jack is in Connecticut.
I don't even want to see what it looks like.
Jack in Connecticut, you're on the sports leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to be here.
What's up,
dude? Do you hate Ohtani?
Ohtani sucks. Yeah, it's the worst. It's the one team we all didn't want to see him go to, and with the media machine that is MLB, posting him every single day in my Twitter feed when he steps onto the field and breathes, it's the worst, and it's going to be rough.
Yeah, dude, it's tough. Is the best way to counter this adding another pitcher?
I think it is, because when you go back to the heart and soul of our dynasty teams, it was pitching, and I think when you look at the division we're in with the firepower in our lineup, that's not there but getting better. If we get a healthy rotation, add another pitcher, I'm feeling pretty good about our chances. Jack,
I appreciate the call, man. Call anytime, dude. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Do you already hate Ohtani? 925 says Ohtani is a tax cheat. That's a pretty good one. 415 says, it is hard to hate Ohtani, but being a Dodger makes it hard to like him. That's, that might be the best way to phrase that. It's because he's fast. Again, Mookie Betts. He made a play the other day where he backdoored somebody at first base. This guy's playing second. He's playing short. He's playing right field. He's a freak athlete. You can't help but be excited to watch a guy like that play, but then you're like, I got to face him, and that team is doing everything they can to. It's easier when they're in the AL, I think. To be enamored with those guys.
No doubt.
Let's go out to Daniel. Daniel's in Monterey. Daniel, do you hate Shohei Ohtani? He hasn't even played a game yet in a Dodger uniform in the regular season. You're on KNBR.
Yeah, Ohtani going to LA, bad move, because you're not even going to compete. We all know the Dodgers are very good. So are you just going for a paycheck, going to get a win? It doesn't make any sense to me. Mookie Betts, I hate him more than Shohei Ohtani. I have to put that out there.
You hate Mookie Betts more.
Really?
He's the worst Dodger in franchise history.
Well, stand by. Hey, stand by, Daniel.
Yeah, well, he was the one that kind of put us away on Buster Posey's last year. I'm not going to say he retired Buster Posey, but I'll never forgive him for that.
Wow, dang. That's even worse than Tommy Lasorda?
Everybody that wears blue is a bum. But
Yeah, I'm with
Okay, there you go.
I got it out for him. I'll never like him ever.
Dude, I like this. I like this vendetta. Daniel, you kind of fire me up on this. Who was your least favorite Dodger prior to Mookie?
Manny Ramirez.
Ooh, he wasn't there for that long. Like, he didn't hurt the Giants that much, but Manny Wood was annoying. I'm with you.
He was a bum. We all had to yell it at him.
Dude, I love this, man. Calling Dodgers bums are my favorite. Guy's a bum. Mookie's a bum. Ohtani's a bum. Let's beat the bums. How about that, Daniel?
I would love that. I would love Blake Snell. Get him in here. Let's get Ohtani out of here. We can't even pitch him inside, but it's all right. We'll get him a strikeout still.
Yeah, we'll try. All right, Daniel, appreciate the call, man.
If you take a poll right now, who's the least favorite Dodger?
On the team?
Yeah, the most hated. I'll phrase it that way. Most hated Dodger.
On the Dodger roster?
Yes.
I bet Kershaw's like not even top 3.
He shouldn't be.
It's just hilarious.
He shouldn't
He's
be.
like hurt the Giants more than anybody.
Kills the Giants.
Like 15 years or something. Most hated, Max Muncy.
Yes. Got to be number 1.
Number 1 is Muncy.
Got to be number 1.
Because he loves it. And by the way, what's his name? Kike Hernandez just flared back up in L.A.
Oh, they signed him?
Like a cold sore. He just flared back up down at Dodger Stadium.
Yep.
Let's go back out to like a Kike sore. Let's go to Joe. Joe is in El Dorado Hills, EDH. Do you hate Ohtani? You're on KNBR.
You know, I do not hate Ohtani. And I think it's tough to, with the state of the roster we have on our team when he signed. Would you guys have gone to San Francisco if you were him?
Yeah.
I mean, Farhan hasn't built a team. And, since he's been here, he's kind of struck out with these big guys. And fortunately, for the most part, some of those deals didn't go through in hindsight. And like the caller previously said, we hit those World Series with pitching and defense and timely hitting and acquiring players at the deadline that made a difference. That's who the Giants are, I think. I hope that we can get back to that. And, Farhan has had a better offseason this year, I think. We'll see it. Only time will tell. We don't have that big name player, but I think we have less holes, and hopefully we can get another guy or two. I was the biggest guy against Farhan, for the last few years. I still am not quite sure. He doesn't seem to fit that Giant forever family that we've built in San Francisco. And I say we, I mean they. Over
you're a part of it. You're a part of it, Joe.
And it seems like the wrong hire. I'm trying to be optimistic about Farhan for the season because I've been more negative about him than anybody else out there. But the hearing Brian Sabian talk about how the ending was and how there was no room for him there, that was tough to hear over Twitter over the off season.
Yeah. Because
the Giants have been a family. I mean, we make guys who are not Hall of Famers forever Giants. And they don't do that down in L.A., at least South L.A., where they play for the Angels, and that's probably part of the reason why Shohei left.
Hey,
I think he would have loved being in
Hey, that was unnecessary.
Sounds like you hate South LA.
That was unnecessary.
Hey, Joe, let me ask you this, though, because in your distaste for Farhan, and again, I've probably been, people probably view me as a Farhan apologist or something like that. I have a tough time getting irate about certain things like this, and I think some of this stuff is reasonable. Now, if you look at it in context, Jung-Ho Lee, now while to me, I'd say that's a big-name signing because he was the top Korean player available. I understand that without a track record, it's hard to get really excited about it, and it may not be a great deal, but it's 6 years, $113 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not the biggest free agent offensive signing the Giants have ever made.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Barry Bonds, I mean, the numbers, if you do
the dollar amount. Zito was one. He was a pitcher, I was saying, so 7 for 126.
Yeah, my bad.
And those would have been the two biggest. Yep. And then Buster Posey's like $90 million extension.
Yep.
I want to say like those were all there. I guess what I'm getting at is I think the Giants are going about it in a way that is not like they tried to get Ohtani, and Judge didn't give him a chance to counter. Right? I mean, he went back to the Yankees and said, "Can you get here? Because I'll stay." And they did.
Right.
He got Correa, and then all hell broke loose.
And Harper.
So, and the Harper one.
They tried. They offered him a lot of money, too.
So, again, there's some big misses. But if any one of those guys is on this team, maybe Shohei aside, I don't know that anybody feels that much different about this team this year.
Agreed. And I think we can't beat the Dodgers at their game of trying to go sign all the All-Stars and having one at every position. we've got to have a frontline starting rotation that can throw. And it's going to have to be young guys like we did with Lincecum, Bumgarner, Matt Cain, bringing in a guy like Tim Hudson, who's on the back end of the career.
Jake Peavy, Brad Penny. Those are big names. Those are big guys.
Right. I mean, and there's more that we're not even remembering off the top of our heads. And if we want to beat these guys and contend against them, it's going to have to be pitching and defense. And, I was, again, the biggest against Farhan. I don't know that he fits the culture, personally, of the Giants Forever family. But I'm giving him this season. I wanted him out before the season, but I agree that the Lee signing is big time. I think bringing in Hicks could be underrated.
Maybe. Yeah.
We have some opportunities. Soler, I think, is a good signing. Even if it doesn't work out, I think that's a good signing.
He's a big leaguer for 3 years. We got him.
Right.
We do got to run. Dude, call us back, though, man. Appreciate the call. Good conversation. And I appreciate him being reasonable about, I got to change my mindset about some of this. I do think it was a bit of a better offseason. Do you hate Shohei Ohtani? Mason, we'll get to you. Ronell, James, Bobby, Mort. Milt's on here, too. We'll get to all these guys next. Do you hate Shohei Ohtani? Not cool, Tom. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
According to Mike Silver, the 49ers are going to have to make tough decisions involving productive players this offseason. That story and more are trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, you've been in many different situations throughout your career, and I know you're not a guy who does the minimum. I know you're not a guy who does the bottom line. When somebody comes to you with a problem, what kind of service can they expect, and how far are you going to go to help them?
We want to do everything we possibly can for them, including seeing if we can do more than the client is asking, and sometimes we can. We just had a case of this in the past few days. One of your listeners called up, and he said, hey, I owe a bunch of taxes. I can't pay them. Can you do one of those monthly payment plans for me? Now, most firms would have said, sure, and done the monthly payment plan, gone back to the client and said, okay, you'll have to pay X number of dollars for so many years. But we don't do that. First thing he says, the first thing we do is, well, wait a minute, do you really owe the tax? Tell me about your case. I talked to the taxpayer, and I determined the IRS was taxing them on a non-taxable item. I said, you don't owe any taxes. So I said, you've asked me to go to the government and let you make monthly payments. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to go to the IRS and say, hey, my client doesn't owe you any tax. Here's why. Please correct your records and bring it down to zero. That is what we try to do in every case. That's a big difference between us and most of the other firms.
That's why you give Steve Moskowitz a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
You go to the KY jelly when you want to throw the backdoor slider.
There you go.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Coleman and Coach back with you on a Thursday afternoon, February 29th, little leap day. We got some fun today. Mike Silver joined us earlier. Check it out, knbr.com. We're streaming Twitch, knbr.com. The app, YouTube is where all the suckholes hang out. Coleman and Coach with you. That's Mike Silver there, yeah. Coughing, sneezing. Hawking
lube?
Everybody loved Mike Silver on the text line, except for one 831 texter who came in and said, "This is brutal, man. You guys should reschedule." I was like, it was beloved today. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. You can't please everybody, Tom.
You really can't. I mean,
You can piss everybody off, though. That is possible.
Can you?
You can't win your fantasy league on draft day, but you can lose it. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
I think you can piss everybody off. Shohei Ohtani did, and that's the question. Do you already hate Shohei Ohtani? This caption here is pretty funny. Let's go to Mason in Petaluma. Mason, I like what you said to our call screener, Derek, here. Mason, you're on KNBR. Do you hate Ohtani?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. Thank you for the entertainment on the way home. Yeah, simple answer. No, I do not hate him, but I hate everything about the Dodgers, okay? So kind of like that, I love to hate him, love to hate anything Dodgers, because just like every other Giants fan, I was killing for us to get him. You know, I wanted us to sign him, just like every other Giants fan out there. So I can't say that I hate him like you were saying, Copes. Like this it's not personal, it's baseball. But, yeah, I will grow to hate him over the next few months as the season starts, and I'm watching him put balls in McCovey Cove. So,
I believe in you, Mason. I think you'll get there. I believe in you. You're a man that can grow. I think you can grow to hate. Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely grow to hate anything Dodger.
We can all aspire to great heights, can't we?
Yeah, Mason.
Man.
If you can't aspire to hate, what do you got?
Oh, anything Dodgers. But Joey, man, I think we swung and missed there. But I think it's just everything you guys are talking about with the 5 games last year, the pitching, adding pieces. I love this whole theory around the Giants being the underdogs, because we've been the underdogs so many times before. You know, 2014, scrapping in 2016, even though we didn't get there. I like that. I like being the underdogs, and I like looking at the Dodgers. They have all this high-power talent, big money on their roster, and I want to put them away. So if we get into the tournament with 84 wins, we can do a lot of damage. And I know that.
Yeah, I do too. I appreciate the call, Mason. If you have pitching, I mean, if you get in with 84, that's what the Diamondbacks pitching in their defense and their timely hitting, sure, but they ran out of pitching. Remember, they had to start going openers and all that. I think you look at that and you go, yeah, 84 to 85 can get you in, but you have to have the horses to get you through the postseason. Like, the Dodgers fell short in 2021 after the Giants because they didn't have the pitching. They had 3 starters for the final 2 months. Traded for Danny Duffy and he never threw an inning. They tried to add extra arms and it didn't work out. They were losing guys left and right. They both went opener. The Dodgers went opener in that Game 5 against Logan Webb. Ended up winning 2-1.
I love the fact we're just spreading hate. The hate leader.
The Dodgers.
The hate mongers.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look.
You got hate in your heart, let it out.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely should. I mean, didn't MLK say that? Don't look at me. Every time I bring up something like this, Tim, it gives me the look. He said it. He said to hate is to bind.
Well, here's the deal. We would
to hate is to live.
To hate is to win the West. I thought that's what he said. Yeah. Yeah.
Anytime I kind of bring up something a little, Tim always like, oh, you gonna go there?
Yeah, Tim.
You gonna go there?
Tom.
I won't even bring up Double D. Okay.
Real heroic Munson.
We'll leave that one alone.
Yeah. Tim Webb, the beacon of morality. Right.
Tom,
yeah. Bobby's in Modesto.
Puss.
Bobby in Modesto. Do you hate Ohtani or Tim
Webb?
Lotion
up your wang.
Or Tim Webb more? I know my answer. Bobby, you're on the Sports Leader.
KNBR 680, the hate leader.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
Bumper stickers. Let's go.
You there with us, Bobby? You hating?
No. I love Ohtani, the player. I love the person, but no, I hate the fact that he's in a Dodger uniform, but can you blame him? I mean, he's going to the best team in the NL, but unfortunately he's going to learn that Clayton Kershaw is going to choke in the first round of the playoffs, and they're going to not make it through. So, just saying, I mean, what more can you say?
Hey, appreciate the phone call. Look, if we're going to do the hate thing, we're going to do it right. We need more hate.
Yeah, that was way nice.
We did. That was kind of like nice hate. That was like, I'm going to hate because everybody else was kind of hating.
Cut a promo.
I'm not really buying it. Yeah, here's what we need. We need to just act like I'm giving you a microphone and you're in the WWE and you're doing a hate promo and you're facing a wrestler that you can't stand or you're not supposed to stand. So there you go. That's kind of hate you were looking for.
I want a promo. I want you standing in front of a backdrop. Yeah.
If you're going to hate.
Yeah.
Okay? I got a great one, but I can't drop that one.
Mike, Dave, Ronell, James, AJ, I see you guys hanging on the line. 808 KNBR's number to call. We're going to take a quick break, but you guys during the break, think about this. Look in the mirror a little bit. Think about what you got, because I need some support here. All right? We got Dodger fans thinking our video's real. They're getting upset. They're taking shots at us. I'm looking for a promo. Give me a Rock. Give me a Macho Man. Give me why it is you hate Shohei Ohtani on February 29th, 2024. Your calls next. More we will get to you on the Sports Leader.
It's the Dodgers. F*** them.
Is that me?
Tom.
What's going on over here, Tim? You jerking me around? What are we doing? I'm trying to get this thing all situated, and you're just like over there punching buttons. God, I could get a macaque to do that. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for, I don't know, Alexander Kugelman Law Team over at sftaxteam.com. Look, life on its own can be stressful enough. With or without kids, with or without animals, there's always some sort of stress. It's even more stressful come April. Tax season. Ugh. Seems like tax season just keeps rolling around, doesn't it? And you don't want to deal with it. Don't. Do what I do. Let Alexander Kugelman deal with it. That's what he gets paid to do. That's what he does. All right? Like, if you have a problem, you have an issue that maybe you can't solve, and you're in the movie Pulp Fiction, who do you call? Call the Wolf. Let him handle it. Let him deal with all the stuff in the backseat, all the brain chunks and everything. I'm not sure that has to do with his ads, but what I'm saying is there are people that specialize in certain aspects that you don't. Let them deal with it. Alexander, I'm sure he'll really enjoy. We weaved in Winston Wolfe, Pulp Fiction, and brain chunks into the ad. You're welcome. That was, by the way, free of charge. So when tax season comes, if you have issues, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's just late filing or criminal, whatever it is, let him handle it. Or if you don't want to deal with those issues in the future, let him handle your taxes right now. So don't let the stress and fear of tax season, the unknown, control you. Hand over that bag of stress to him. Let him deal with it. That's what he does. sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon, February 29th, first day of March tomorrow, and then we'll be in the month, which baseball season starts. Giants opening at San Diego and in LA, I believe. Those two opening series, and they come on home to open on a Friday afternoon here, and we'll have it all for you right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader, the question today to the callers at 808 KNBR, and I'm serious. We got some good stuff. We got some people being like, dude, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like him. I'm going to hate him. And I'm the same way, but the more I think about it, the more I think about him hitting left-handed into the cove, it's going to get more frustrating, too, because he's going to have whatever year he has offensively, whether he pitches or not at the end of the season or near the middle back part of the season, remains to be seen. Either way, if he's not pitching this year and then pitches in 2025 and we got to deal with all of it, I think the hate's going to grow. I want to hear it. Let's go out to James. James is in Portland. 808 KNBR is the number to call. James, do you hate Shohei Ohtani? You're on the sports leader.
Absolutely or not. I'm going to probably shut this segment down right here by saying a quote, two quotes, one by Maya Angelou, who said, if you don't like something, change it.
All right, I'm going to change this call then. I'm going to change this call then, James. It's not what this is about. James, thank you for the call. We are not here to quote Maya Angelou. That is not what this is about. I told you to bring the heat, and the guy comes with Maya Angelou quotes? What? Listen, James, in Portland, what are we talking about? I set it up. I said, look in the mirror. Think about what you got to say. And James says, Maya Angelou said, if you don't like something, change it. So I did. Let's go back to the phone. That was bad. That was really bad. This is not the place nor the time. Now I'm pissed.
That's not hate.
I'm pissed.
That's not hate.
He said, you don't like something, change. I said, good, I'm done.
Yeah,
I don't like this call.
you.
I don't like this call for a second. Mike,
changing you.
Mike, come on, dude. Help me out. You're in San Bruno. Mike, do you hate Shohei Ohtani?
Absolutely. I mean, anything in Dodger blue, any kid from San Francisco can't stand it. Maya Angelou, where'd that guy come from?
Exactly.
I'll tell you how bad I hate the Dodgers. My son is 28 right now. He got drafted in the Pee-wees to the Dodgers in a Dodger uniform.
Yeah.
First, I went to the league and said, how can you even have a Dodger uniform 6 miles away from the city? Nobody wants it. I told him my kid would never wear a Dodger uniform in Pee Wees. And I got him changed to another team because I couldn't give those pictures to my father or my mother and have them in their house in the city with a Dodger uniform.
That's it.
So he did it.
Hey, Mike, when I was 16, I played on a Dodger team, and it was awful. I got scouted to play on it. It was a really good team, one of the best teams I ever played on. We had to get we wore our home unis were the actual Dodger unis. The road unis were blue, but they had our name on the back. At the end of the year, my mom and I burned my jersey. I was like, I don't want any evidence of this.
That's
crap.
impressive.
I don't want any evidence of this crap. I'm not burning other players' jerseys. I'm burning my name on the back of a Dodger jersey.
Yeah.
Is what I'm doing.
My old man said if we came home with a tattoo or a perm, we'd get kicked out of the house.
So where do you live? Thanks for the call, Mike. I appreciate it, dude. We got to run.
That was close.
That was close. Mike brought us back. Mike brought us back. We were in negative territory. He got us back at least
it was bad. I mean, really, I think the kind of hate you're looking for, like you want hate, right? I hate you guys.
I'm more hating Mike than
I hate Ohtani. I hate him. I hate the Dodgers. I think what Copes is looking for is I couldn't hate Ohtani anymore unless he signed with ISIS. That's the kind of hate you're looking for.
Yeah, you got it.
You're looking like really close.
This is my guy. See, Tom?
Like if he signed with them, yes, I would hate him more. But other than that, I can't hate him anymore.
This is as close as it gets.
It
goes ISIS, Dodgers, and then like racism.
And then down.
Yeah, and then from
it's right there.
Yeah, and then racism and like, animal abuse. That's all
Don't be
behind
a player hater.
And by the way, if you're a fan of if you're a fan of the Dodgers, you might be in support of all those things. You might be in support of all those things. God, that's tough that there's so many Dodger fans in support of all that horrible stuff. Let's go to Ray.
Atrocities, really.
Let's get out to Vacaville. Let's get out to the 707. See if Ray can help us out. Ray, do you hate Shohei
What's
Ohtani?
up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Oh, I hate him so much. I hate the Dodgers. I hate Ohtani. Listen, everything we've been saying, everything we've been going through for years, Dodger blue smells like poo. My kids repeat it. I repeat it. My whole family repeats it. Ever since I was born, growing up, going to the stick, starting out there, seeing fights, seeing everything. The paddy wagon's coming. The Dodgers suck. Hate them.
Hey, Ray,
Ray,
let's get a chant together. Me, you, and Tom. Dodger blue smells like poo. Come on, Tom, get in with us.
Dodger blue
smells like poo. Dodger blue smells like poo. You're my guy, Ray. The Dodgers suck, Ray. Ray, thanks for the call, brother. Dude, see?
That's good.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the hate I'm talking about,
that's
people.
what you're looking for.
Vinny's
off the board.
Actually, let's hold off on Vinny for a minute. Let's go to Ronell. Ronell's been waiting. Gave some time here to get fired up. Ronell is in Antioch. Can you bring me the heat from the East Bay? Ronell, you're on the Sports Leader.
Man, say less, man. We don't like that Dodger blue, man. We can't stand that thing, man. It's like a doo-doo stain, like you said. They even compare him to Barry Bonds? Come on, man. He got 16 more years to do this thing. Barry Bonds had a 22-year career. And besides, I can't stand the fact that people like Ohtani, they're going to pitch to him. Let him have 200 walks in the season, intentional walks. Barry Bonds had like 300 walks in the season. Man, get that guy out of there, man. And then when they lose him and he gets injured, they're going to lose two players. That's why they paid him for two players, $700 million. It's going to backfire.
Hell yeah, it is, Ronell. Dude, Ronell, the heat of all heat so far. There's like a doo-doo stain. Dude, you cut the hell out of that. These are promos up and down. Let's go to our guy AJ Cruz. AJ in the 209. Do you hate Ohtani? Can you bring me some heat?
I hate the fact that Ohtani plays for the Dodgers. I hate Kurt Gibson. I hate Oral Hershiser. I hate that fat lasagna Billy Lasorda. Okay, I can't hate the player. He looks like the kind of guy who will help you change a flat tire, but you know when he comes, he's going to catch all the flack, and we're going to send him home with his tail between his legs. You know what else I hate? I hate people who are offended of pineapple on pizzas, okay? I hate people who bring their stupid little support dogs with them into the bank and into the restaurant because they can't deal with nature, okay? You know what? You know who the worst of all these people are? Tacky. Tacky is highly offensive to me, to all of my senses, especially my sense of smell. Tacky, you bring the table, I'll bring the chairs. We'll have a party. We're serving up tacky burgers, and I'm serving them hot.
I think they just calling out Tacky. Is he calling out Tacky? Our other texter on the YouTube chat. See, this is what goes down, dude. I said cut a promo. He cut one on the Dodgers, and he cut one on Tacky, and on people who bring their emotional support animals. Which, by the way, rack them. By the way, it's a crock, the support animal. I'm not buying it. We pay for them. We're supporting them.
Yes.
It's a total waste. Let's go to Dave. Dave is in Sacramento. Dave, how much do you hate Shohei Ohtani?
You would not believe how much I hate Ohtani. And I used to love the guy when he was just the Angels. I would tell my dad, watch this guy. He's fantastic. I hope he plays for us. But the second he signed that contract, I'm with 707. I hated him before the ink dried. And I wish for Ohtani, as long as he's wearing Dodger blue, he never pitches again, and he hits a $110 for his career. And I throw Yamamoto in there, too. He signs with the Dodgers. I want him to have an 8 ERA, 8-point-something ERA for as long as he's wearing Dodger blue. And with every breath I take, I hate the Dodgers more.
Attaboy.
I swear to God.
Take a deep one, Dave. Breathe in. Take a big, deep breath. Every breath he takes, he hates the Dodgers more. Joe in Petaluma. Joe, how much do you hate Shohei Ohtani for his petty decision, huh?
Hey, man, yeah, I hate him a lot because,
Well, there it was.
Not much.
He clicked off. You can give us a call back, Joe, real quick if you got time. Mario is in Hercules. Mario, you're on the Sports Leader. How much do you hate Shohei Ohtani?
Hang a blue chicken every time he steps in the box, just like they did with Bonds.
It's chicken.
Bring in another arm.
That's it?
Yep.
All right. Well, that wasn't.
Hate.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's
And here's the thing.
though.
I'm not crapping on you guys. We're all on the same side of this thing, but I just looking for something. He seemed like he was busy. You hear me? He's like doing something else. He's like, yeah, no, that's all. That's all I got today. I gotta file these away.
Might have been sauteing some vegetables.
Are we alive back there?
All right, let's go to we got a couple more here. Let's go out to Lodi. Lodi, Justin, how much do you hate Shohei Ohtani? You're on KNBR.
I'll tell you what, the only way I could hate Ohtani more is if he became a two-way player and signed with the Dallas Cowboys.
Nice. I like that. I'm good with that one. So we're not in on this. We're not in on this, dude. How much more are you going to hate him when he's throwing in 2 years?
A lot more. He's I don't want to see it.
It'd be like he'd be kicking for the Cowboys too. Appreciate the call, Justin. We got more here. Let's go to Jay. Jay is in the driveway, which is the best thing we can hope for. Jay in the driveway. How much do you hate Shohei?
Hey, I tell you what, it's hard to hate O'Shea but he is a Dodger. And look, I was a reformed A's fan. After they traded Hudson, I was like, I'm out. I'm freaking out. After they trade Hudson, I'm out. So, so let me think about the Dodgers and why I hate the Dodgers. It was Eckersley versus Gibson, and I had one of those bells from the little balloons in my mouth. Little 8th grader had a little balloon in my mouth, the little bell in my mouth, and when he hit that shit, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, we dumped you. Keep going.
No, Tim dumped him. Oh, Tim, he was cruising Jay in the driveway. Jay, we'll get back to you tomorrow, man. We'll be taking more calls. I want to hear the rest of this
Tim's
story.
not a coach you want to play for. One mistake, you're on the bench.
Yeah, dude,
He
Tim.
doesn't even let you play through mistakes.
Well, I mean, when you're an old man like him, dude, you can't handle some of these young whippersnappers and they're cursing. You know,
this is true.
You
dumb bastard.
That's it. Let's go to Don. Don is in San Francisco. Don, how much you hate Shohei?
I hate him very much. And I hated the Dodgers since a long time, you know what I mean? I just can't stand the Dodgers, you know what I mean?
Don, do you remember your first moment of Dodger hate?
It goes way back then. It goes way back when I was when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's tough for me. I can't remember the day I was born either. Appreciate the call, Don. Jeff is in Sacramento. Jeff, you hate everything Dodgers. You must hate Shohei Ohtani. You're on KNBR.
Come on now. My top 5 most hated things. Number 1, rapists. Number 2, child molesters. Number 3, the Dodgers. Number 4, murderers. And 5, the Cowboys. Go Niners.
Nice. That a boy, Jeff.
I would have
Dude, that's the
expected
kind
you
of
more
hate.
if you had put Dodgers on the top of that list.
I was going to say, that's where I was going. I'd say,
that would have been incredible.
I'm with all those items, but I just want the Dodgers at the top.
I hate Dodgers, then rapists, then murderers, then Cowboys, and then molesters. How about that list?
It's like that movie Fever Pitch with Jimmy Fallon. They ask him, Peter, somebody, it's like, it might be Pedro Gomez, who's out on the spring training facade at Florida, wherever the Red Sox are training, and he goes, going nuts with all his buddies, and he goes, "Where do the Red Sox rank in your life, sir?" He goes, "I was a Red Sox, sex, and then breathing." And he goes, "What do you do?" "I'm a teacher. I'm old young minds." Let's go back to Jay real quick. Jay in the driveway. Jay, we'll get Tim to issue an official apology.
I'm sorry.
Tim.
Sorry.
Jay, when he hit that S was the last we heard from you.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good, bro.
It's okay.
Yeah, so I had, those little bells that they had at the bottom of the helium balloon?
No.
We didn't really know the first time.
I had it in my mouth
Okay.
with Eckersley and Gibson at the plate, and when he hit that, I literally have 2 scars in my lips from ripping the bell out for the rest of my life.
Are you telling me Kurt Gibson abused you?
Yes, he did.
That's not cool, dude. This is why.
No, I have
I believe you.
Permanent mark, 2 scars in my lip from that moment, and I
You're like the Joker.
After they traded Hudson, I was like, I'm done. I'm going over the Giants.
Hey, Ken, one more for you, Jay. You're scarred for life because of that home run. So is Eckersley, though, right?
Well,
hey, I'm poking. I know you came to this side. Joe's in Petaluma. Joe, how much do you hate Shohei Ohtani?
Hey, man, good. Thanks for taking my call again. My call dropped. I hate him so much. One of my things with the Dodgers is that it's like such a, I don't know if scapegoat is the right word, but it's just so boring. It's like the Kardashians or the Nickelback of baseball. It's just like you sold out. You're just when I grew up, I was allowed to say any cuss word as long as the word Dodgers came before or after it, right?
Ooh, I think your parents let it fly.
Wow,
That's a good rule.
My dad. Yeah, I was absolutely raised to hate the Dodgers. One thing I think is you're just boring. It's like you're in L.A. It's like the Hollywood, you're like the Kardashians of baseball. I don't know. He stinks. He sold out.
He sold out. I'm good with that, dude. He sold out. Appreciate the call, John. I wish he sold out here. Stuart in Redwood City. Stuart, you're on KNBR. Do you hate Shohei Ohtani? And
yeah, I got it.
Let me hear it.
I can sum it up. I can sum it up pretty well for you. Back in the day at Candlestick Park and Family Pavilion, we sit in the front row in right field and spit on Rick Monday. That's how much I hate the Dodgers.
Jeez.
All right.
Stuart, hey, much love, brother.
That's solid hate.
Much love to you.
Rick Monday saved the flag.
Monday was like, that was you. Dude, how about the whole Seinfeld bit with the second spitter in that? He's actually spitting on Rick Monday.
Wow. That's rough.
The Hulkster is in the Valley.
The Hulkster?
Hulkamania. Hey, brother. What's up, Hulkster? You're on the Sports Leader.
Take your vitamins.
Yeah, Hulkamania is running wild, but check it out, brother. First of all, Ohtani did like Andre the Giant back in the day. We was cool, right, brother? But then once he put on that Dodger blue, bro, it done switched a whole nother level in the way I look at Ohtani and the way I look at the Dodgers. And my brother over there talked about Eckersley getting that home run hit off Kirk Gibson. That pissed me off too, brother.
Dude, maybe the call of the day. Hulkster, you call us anytime from the Valley. Appreciate the call, dude. Sean is in fact. Dude, by the way, I love he goes, my brother over there. F the Dodgers, dude, for life. And why'd they wait 80 years to put, or 60 years to put up that Jackie Robinson statue? It makes you wonder. Sean in Vacaville. Sean, you're on KNBR. Why do you hate Shohei Ohtani?
All right, I didn't hate Shohei until he became a Dodger, but what made me really hate him was the team-friendly deal.
Yeah, dude, good detail on that, because there's a chance if this goes really bad, God, I hope that's the case. If this goes really badly, this could be a Bobby Bonilla thing for us, until forever. That's the hope. Bonilla. That's our best hope, and it's a great call by you. The Giants are yeah, we could have probably deferred stuff too, but this is what they're doing. Screw the Dodgers. Yep. Screw Ohtani. Appreciate the call, Sean in Vacaville. Let's go to Big Al. I assume this is Big Al from the club up the corner on Broadway in Columbus there, Tom. Big Al is actually out in Sacramento. What's up, Big Al? Why do you hate Ohtani?
Yeah, no, this is Big Al. I talked to Tommy about this. I grew up as a junior angel in 64, 65. Got to see the Giants roll in when they came out of spring training, came to the Big A. Gaylord Perry steps on my foot, and I became a lifelong Giants fan. And I would not go to Chavez to watch those blue illegitimates, blue bees. I've hated them that long, so I got sick. I don't know how many years, 50 whatever years now.
Big Al, say it. Just say it. Call him that. Say it.
The bastard?
Yeah, you got it, Al. That's my guy, Al. Big Al in Sacramento. Appreciate the call, man. I think we're gonna wrap up the calls here, dude. You guys brought the heat. We're gonna do this again. We need this. We need this for each other. We need to amp each other up. I love the Dodger fans are we're in their heads. I'm we ain't posting videos about your
so
sketches.
What are you gonna do now that they got Hulk Hogan running with all of you?
Yeah, get our guy Hulkster back, dude. Our guy Hulkster kind of good one.
Give Ric Flair, pay him enough. He'll come.
Dude. Do we want to do this
He's a fan of 4 different football teams in a span of a year.
All right, we'll do this last one. Dog Trainer's in Milpitas. Dog Trainer, you're gonna end us off here. You better give us a good one here. Why do you hate Ohtani?
Because he's like those people that fake stuff, and like you said, there's no such thing as an emotional dog. I train service dogs and protection dogs, and I can tell you I've done this at a picnic. I can train one of my dogs, a service dog, they'll have to let in the stadium with me, and I will cut him loose and give him a command to go and find Ohtani on the pitcher's mound and piss on his shoes.
Hey, dude.
He'll leave his pants yellow.
Yeah, dude.
Stained yellow.
And you'll see right through him, by the way, too.
Perfect.
Dog trainer,
Perfect.
real quick, you saw Ohtani with his dog, right, when he made that, when he won his MVP sitting on the couch?
That's weak.
Yeah, ugly dog. I thought so, too. Appreciate the call, dog trainer.
Ugly dog.
I know. Dude, he's probably treats it horrible, too. That's what I heard.
Go 49ers.
Woo! Oh, man. Love that everybody brought their Shohei Ohtani hate. We will be the outlet for you. You got hate in your heart, let it out here on the Dodgers. And Shohei Ohtani, F the Dodgers for life. Kerry Crowley? No, it's our guy Greg Silver who's coming up next. Going to take us up to, no, where am I? What am I talking about? What's going on? Kerry Crowley is next. My mistake. We got Dubs OT, though, tonight, following the Warrior game. My mistake on the scheduling there. I guess we'll see what Kerry's got going on. See how much Kerry hates Shohei Ohtani next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Tristan Beck's injury and the need for more pitching. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Big news. The San Jose Earthquakes are back in action at PayPal Park for the first time this season, and they face off, just talking about the Southern California teams. Screw them. They're Southern California rivals, the LA Galaxy. It's Saturday, March 2nd, 7:30 p.m., presented by PayPal. Be there for the energy, the drama, the mind-blowing last-minute mayhem. Join the excitement as they kick off their 50th anniversary season and witness soccer history in the making. And they'll leave it all on the pitch to beat LA. Get tickets now, sjearthquakes.com. This is 50. You don't want to miss it. Bigger pregame show. The lads are ready to work. An unforgettable giveaway. Quakes flags for everyone, and it's all going down at PayPal Park. Get there early. Thanks to PayPal for the flags as well. Get in early. The parking lot's open at 4:30. We can start the party. Gates at 5:30, kickoff at 7:30, but it all starts with those tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Tolbert and Coach with you.
All right. We're going to get on out of here. Turn it over to Kerry Crowley, a man who personifies hate. We'll see what he has going on.
Most hateful guy I've ever met.
Up until the end of the Warrior game, where they're at half right now. Warriors lead by 9. Almost feels like they should be up more, but whatever. They're up 9 on the road. Kerry, what is happening?
Oh, Tom, just another angry, pessimistic day for me, full of hate, full of full of everything that I can muster up to be frustrated and disappointed. That's what this is all about.
When I think hate, I think you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most people do.
No, and as well they should. As well they should.
By the way, I got a good text here that came in. I didn't leave the text on a lot because we're getting to the callers for the promos. One guy says,
up.
Yeah, 408 says, do the Dodgers have a walk of fame? I'd be happy to spit on it. Nice. Me too.
That would be nice.
Yeah, fly the bird at Chavez.
That would be nice.
I got to tell you, the other thing about it, everything about the Dodgers sucks, but the stadium itself, it gets love as like a historic stadium. Never have thought that was a beautiful ballpark. I can get behind a beautiful ballpark of anything. If I like the Rams. I don't like the Rams at all, dude. SoFi's sick. SoFi's a cool place to see a game. Dodger Stadium, I don't understand the thought that it definitely doesn't belong in the class of Fenway and Wrigley or anything like that.
Well, I think